Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1598 to Chapter 1683. Xianxia was the first to break the silence. It must be Azaz. He's the only one who can do this. How dare he? He turned carveline into a living food ingredient. Xianxia clenched her fists. Her face darkened. The white flowers on the vines around her robe withered, replaced by black buds that emanated a chilling aura. The others agreed with Xianxia's words. Carveline fell into a coma not long after her match with Azaz. According to Grea's diagnosis, someone was planning to turn carveline into a living food ingredient, which meant it was done by a gourmet. Xianxia was a gourmet as well, but she would never do such a thing because of her relationship with carveline. Even if Xianxia really wanted to harm carveline, she had plenty of chances to do so. Alan was also a gourmet, but he was not strong enough to threaten carveline. Therefore, only Azaz could do this. Lady Barbie, carveline is a living food ingredient now. Is there any way to save her? Xianxia would not let go of Azaz, but carveline was the most important thing right now. She also looked at Grea with a worried look, hoping to hear some good news. I'm just saying that someone is trying to turn carveline into a living food ingredient. But it's still in the middle of the process. 1 hour later, she'll really change. If that happens, we won't be able to save her. But for now, it's not a problem. Xianxia put a hand on her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. She knew something bad would happen if she delayed any longer, so she came as soon as possible. If she waited for another hour, she would not be able to save carveline. As long as she could save carveline, she would be happy. Please save carveline, Lady Grea. Xianxia bowed to Grea with a serious look. I can save her, but I won't do it for free, Grea said. Xianxia had spent a lot of time in the wizarding world, and she understood the principle of equivalent exchange. However, carveline was unconscious, and there were no other Shepherd God clan members around. She could not discuss the details with Grea. She thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, as long as you can save her, I will pay the corresponding price for her. Grea gave Xianxia a meaningful look. Are you sure you want to pay for her? Apart from the caster, I'm probably the only one in Floating Mech City who can save her. It's going to cost a lot. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Yes. I'll pay the price. I trust Lady Grea. As long as it's not against my principles, I'll do it. This could be a big deal. If the other party was someone without a powerful background, Grea could use all kinds of tricks to make the deal work. She could do anything she wanted, and the other party would never be able to pay her back. However, carveline was backed by a powerful Shepherd God family, and Xianxia's background was mysterious. Even if Grea deliberately raised the upper limit of the price, she would not go all out. That was why Xianxia said she trusted Grea's consideration. Xianxia would still lose out in the end, but there was no one else who could save carveline right now. Asking Azaz for help was the best option, so she agreed to Grea's request. As for why Xianxia was willing to pay the price for carveline's sake, that was her own business. Since you've made up your mind, the deal is done. Grea did not go through the formalities. Xianxia did not dare to disobey. I'll tell you the price later. Let's talk about how to save her first. There's one thing you should all understand. Humans are also food ingredients, Grea said. Perhaps you won't eat them, but to most non-human carnivorous beasts, humans are no different from other creatures. If I were a cannibalistic adept, then all of you here, including the people in Kehara Bar outside, would be food to me. Or, you could say, food reserves. So, don't worry about food. They're not special. But the same meat can taste different if it's processed in a different way. Let's treat carveline as a piece of meat. Just like barbecued meat, it might not taste good or be beneficial to the body. But after being processed by a gourmet wizard, the piece of meat will be reborn and become a gourmet food with special energy. Carveline is now being processed by a gourmet wizard. Grea continued, the easiest way to save her is to get rid of the gourmet wizard's processing and turn her back into a clean piece of meat. Grea's words referred to meat, food, and food, all of which were humans. Even if everyone here had a high tolerance level, they still found it hard to accept. Alan shook off the goosebumps on his arms and asked, how do we get rid of the gourmet wizards? Processing question mark. Let's see how the gourmet wizard handles the ingredients, Greya said as she looked at Xianxia. You went to watch the match between Carveline and Azaz, right? Can you tell me the specifics of the match? As a gourmet student, Xianxia knew what Greya meant. Aziz must have made a move on Carveline during the competition. Therefore, to know how Aziz dealt with the ingredient, Carveline, they naturally had to review the situation during the competition. Since Carveline could not record the match, she could only use a crude illusion spell to explain what happened. Azaz was a masked man who did not look like a gourmet apprentice at all. Behind him, there was a dark shadow that always followed him. The shadow was usually blurry, but it would occasionally reveal a clearer outline, which looked like a humanoid creature. Or rather, a demon from the abyss. But Xianxia could not tell what kind of demon it was. In the beginning of the match, Aziz was actually being crushed by Carveline. Everyone present could see that Aziz was bound to lose. Xianxia thought the same. However, something unexpected happened when Carveline changed her clothes. She put on the strongest combat uniform she could currently wear, the Spacetime Witch uniform. After activating the Spacetime Witch robe, Carveline had transcended spacetime. She could travel between mid to long distances at any time. She began a 60-second pursuit of Aziz. Angor saw how Carveline chased after Shayla after changing into the Witch of Space suit. Even Jibra would have to stay away from Carveline when she used the Witch of Space suit. Even wizards who did not know much about space would be hurt by Carveline's attack. The Witch of Space suit was so powerful that it could frighten anyone. And yet, it became the main reason for Carveline's defeat. Carveline chased after Azaz several times in a row, causing him great damage. But once, after Carveline traveled through space, she didn't pursue Azaz. Instead, she fell to the ground and was unable to move for a long time. Because of this mistake, Carveline was unable to defend herself against Aziz. In the end, she unwillingly lost to Aziz. Everyone in the audience could tell that the turning point was the spacetime travel after Carveline had put on the Spacetime Witch robe. They all thought that Carveline failed to teleport, which led to the aftermath. But that wasn't the case in reality. When Xianxia helped Carveline to the backstage after the match, Carveline told her the truth. At that time, when Carveline was traveling through space, she saw the black shadow that always floated behind Azaz. Or rather, it's not a shadow anymore. It's a real body, and it's much bigger than Azaz's shadow. Everyone was surprised by Xianxia's words. So, Carveline was attacked in the spatial tunnel? Xianxia nodded, then shook her head. I think so. She must have been attacked in the portal. But Carveline. She doesn't remember. She doesn't remember? Did she lose her memory? Yes. She lost a part of her memory. Carveline only remembered seeing a creepy demon's smiling face. The shadow covered her, but she couldn't remember what happened next. By the time she regained her senses, she had already fallen onto the stage. After that, Carveline felt her strength draining away, and she lost to Azaz in the end. I think it has something to do with what happened in the tunnel. Xianxia ended her explanation. Everyone knew what happened after that. Carveline fainted at the backstage, and Alan came to Fangling Pavilion. It seems that the problem lies in the part where we traveled through space, Sean said regretfully. However, Carveline has forgotten what happened in that part. Xianxia sighed. If she knew what happened, she wouldn't be so passive. Xianxia could only count on Greya to learn something useful from her. Even though Greya felt that she was asking too much. Greya remained silent for a moment. It's a pity that she forgot that part of her memory. Xianxia's face turned pale. Did Greya not know what to do? But in the next second, Xianxia regained her composure. But I already know what's going on. It must be that demon shadow that's affecting Carveline. As long as I know this, I can find a way to stabilize Carveline's condition. Greya paused for a moment before she continued, but I can only stabilize Carveline's body and stop her from turning into a living ingredient. If I want to cure her completely, I'll have to try my luck and find out what's causing Carveline's change one by one. Take it slow. Or I'll have to find out what's behind Azaz. Greya didn't have that much time to waste on Carveline, so she couldn't take it slow. The best way was to check Azaz's condition in person during his match tomorrow. Besides, Greya was also interested in Azaz's background, so she planned to check it out tomorrow. Now that she could save Carveline as well, she could do it together. And once the plan was decided, Greya began to treat Carveline to stabilize her condition. While Greya went to the inner room to treat Carveline, the others had to stay in the yard and look at each other. There were only a few people in the yard, but they were divided into several small groups. Ellen and Xianxia were in a small circle, while Shally was in her own. The people in these two small circles shot daggers at each other with their eyes. After all, they had some conflicts before. But since Angor was here, they didn't really fight. As for Leon and Sean, they were also in the same group, but they were just watching from the sidelines. Angor rubbed his forehead and decided to end the awkward atmosphere. He looked at Shirley and said, "I remember you saying that you fought with Azaz before. Why don't you tell me more about what happened?" Shayla did tell Angor about her match, but she only said that her defeat was a mistake and had nothing to do with Azaz's strength. Therefore, Shayla didn't tell Angor much about Azaz. Angor was also curious about Azaz's situation. Plus, the atmosphere in the yard was too tense, so he decided to ask about Azaz. "I don't think Azaz is that strong." Shayla tried to recall what happened. "I was also defeated by that strange shadow, but I didn't lose my memory during the match." "That's different from Carveline's. Azaz didn't make anyone lose their memory either, so I think." Shayla sneered. "It's because of Carveline. We all know how proud Carveline is. Maybe her attitude offended Azaz, and she brought this upon herself." Xianxia gave Shayla a cold stare. "You sure know how to make up stories. I've been with Carveline all this time and we've never met Azaz. Don't make up stories so easily." Shayla shrugged. "Who knows? You don't have a good reputation either. Maybe you offended him in the past." Of course, Xianxia wouldn't let Shayla's sarcasm go. For a moment, the two of them were arguing back and forth. Just as they were about to fight, the door to the inner room was pushed open and Greya came out. Xianxia stopped bickering and walked to Greya to ask about the situation. "I've stopped her from turning into a living ingredient. You can go in and check. But I've set up some gourmet barriers around her. Don't touch her for now." Xianxia nodded and entered the inner room first. Ellen paused for a moment and asked, "If we can't touch Carveline, does that mean she has to stay in the fragrant pavilion for the time being?" Greya nodded. "Yes. She's only here for a day or two." Helplessness flashed in Ellen's eyes. It wasn't a matter of time, but this was someone else's territory. Even if he really wanted to stay here, he needed to say hello to someone else. Ellen sighed, looked at Sean and Leon, and silently walked forward. Sean interrupted Ellen, "I know what you want to say. It's fine to stay for a day or two, but according to the division of labor. As long as you stay here, you'll be responsible for all 3 of our meals." Shan's plan was perfect. Food made by gourmet apprentices couldn't be bought anywhere else. Besides, the food was beneficial to the wizards' bodies. It was a good deal to give them a place to stay. Alan had no room to refuse. After all, Carveline had to stay here, and Sandy's request was not too excessive. When Alan followed Carveline and the others, he was also in charge of the food. Now that he thought about it, it was just a few more mouths to feed. Thinking of this, he nodded. "All right." Angor checked the time. The match in the afternoon was about to begin. After bidding farewell to Leon and the other apprentices, he left Fangling Pavilion with Greya. Of course, Shayla followed them. On their way to the Tower of Infinity, Angor asked, "You really don't know anything about Azaz?" Greya narrowed her eyes. "I have a hunch. If I'm not mistaken, he's an interesting guy. But I need to confirm it." Greya didn't tell him anything else, so he had to give up. Scholar of Philosophy versus Philosopher. This was the last match of the quarterfinals, which would decide who would enter the semifinals. In addition, both sides of this match were very strong contestants. There was the long-established philosopher Suyututai, and the new dark horse philosopher Onassis. Because of this match was very popular. By the time they arrived at the Tower of Infinity, all the tickets had been sold out. However, he still managed to get a few good seats thanks to his special status as a judge. He didn't plan to be a judge this time, so he joined the audience, Before the match even started, they could already feel the fiery atmosphere brought about by this match. This was the most intense match he had ever seen. It was even more intense than the one he saw at the Infinity Arena. Young people sure are passionate. Look at all this noise. I really want to take care of them, Greya said with a smile. Greya spoke with a grin, but her grin only grew more and more sinister as she spoke. I think this match has something to do with a rumor, Shirley suddenly spoke up. Angor and Greya both looked at Shirley and waited for her to explain. Shirley didn't dare to keep the two adepts in suspense. She spoke bluntly, this rumor only happened in the past 2 years. The philosopher of this competition is from Song of the Deep, but he defected to Song of the Deep not too long ago. Angor frowned. I remember that Suatutai defected from Utopia Academy to Song of the Deep after what happened in the Purification Garden. But the rumor didn't mention why he betrayed us. I've heard some inside information, Shirley said. It said that Suatutai was a spy sent by Song of the Deep to Utopia Academy from the very beginning. You went to the Purification Garden, sir, so you should know that it turned into a sea of purification. Suatutai exposed the fish scale tattoo on his body in that ocean. This is the reason why he defected. However, the reason for the defection is not the main point today. More importantly, Suatutai's opponent is this philosopher Onassis. He's also from Utopia Academy. One was a former genius of Utopia Academy, while the other was a rising dark horse of Utopia Academy. When the two of them met, even if Onassis and Suatutai did not know each other, it would still cause a huge commotion. Superhumans, on the other hand, were basically people who enjoyed watching a good show. Competitions that involved love and hate were exactly what they liked to watch. This match was perfect for them. It was understandable that the match was so heated. When the names of both combatants were displayed on the screen above the arena, the two contestants finally stepped onto the stage. When Suatutai and Onassis walked to the front of the stage, they immediately triggered a wave of cheers from the audience. However, the two contestants did not look at the audience. Instead, they were looking at each other. He met Suatutai in the valley before entering the Purification Garden. Suatutai looked like an elegant scholar who shared the same temperament as plucker Professor Anglo from White Coral Floating Island Academy. Gentle and polite, Suatutai's eyes glinted with the light of wisdom. The current Suatutai did not look much different from before, except that he looked younger and more handsome. The aura around him was just as elegant as before. Suatutai's opponent, philosopher Onassis, was a nerdy young man who looked like a bookworm. When they stood side by side, they looked more like a pair of teacher and student than an opponent. Is he that strange contestant you mentioned? He doesn't look like anything special. His energy signature is not as strong as Shaylay's. Greya also looked at Onassis with a curious look. Utopia Academy is a gathering place for light wizards, and Onassis fits the description. He's a typical student of the academy. Greya glanced at Angor. Judging from his appearance, he's even more traditional than you. Angor did not respond to Greya. Instead, he stared at Onassis quietly. Onassis seemed to have noticed Angor's gaze and looked back. When he saw Angor, he was a little surprised, but he quickly revealed an innocent smile. You know him? Greya noticed this as well. Angor was also surprised. He had a hunch that this philosopher might be the same person he met before, and it turned out to be true. We've met once before, Yizichin replied. Greya frowned. I don't think so. Why did he pay attention to you among all the people in the audience? Angor was also puzzled. He did not try to hide his gaze, nor did he use any spirit power to help him. He was just looking around, but Onassis noticed his gaze and looked at him right away. Even Angor felt that something was off. Yes, just once. Angor briefly explained his encounter with the young man. Once, he saw a young man reading a book in the corridor of the Tower of Infinity. Angor noticed the young man because he was standing behind the young man. He also sensed a strong smell of blood coming from the backstage. Angor wondered if it was the young man who did it, so he looked at him. He was reading a philosophy book called The Lies of Niederbergen. This is a philosophical book that explores lies and truth. It was not of much help to a superhuman strength. It was just an idealistic philosophical thought, and it did not seem like a book that young people would read. Because of this detail, Angor remembered the boy. When he heard that there was a contestant named Philosopher, the first thing he thought of was the young man who read Lies of Niederbergen. However, he had never met Onassis before, so he could only guess. Today was the first time he saw Onassis, and it proved that he was right. Onassis was indeed the young man he met. After listening to Angor's story, Greya considered and said, "A young man who likes to read philosophy books? Sounds more like a traditional academician. As you know, philosophy is all about reasoning. Some academic adepts are clearly not in the right position when it comes to certain topics related to combat application, but they can still use this kind of philosophical argument to forcefully turn the unreasonable into reasonable. Anyway, they're just people who want to save face." Greya shook her head. Clearly, she didn't mean it. Maybe she had experienced something similar before. Then what happened in the backstage? Was he the one who did it? Greya was curious. According to Angor's description, Onassis was just a dull young man who didn't look like someone who would do such a thing. "I don't know," Angor said. To him, this was just an insignificant interlude. It did not matter whether Angor knew about it or not. Angor and Onassis only exchanged a brief greeting before they left. They didn't bother to find out more. While Angor and Greya were talking, someone else was talking on the stage as well. "Who are you looking at?" It was Suyututai's gentle voice. Onassis looked away from Angor and put away his smile. "I'm looking at someone like you." "Like me?" Suyututai did not understand. 5 years ago, during the philosophical debate in Utopia Academy, I was reading a book. You were the only one who affirmed the book I was reading. Onassis paused. He was the same. He also affirmed the book I was reading. 5 years ago. Such a long time ago. Suyututai's eyes glinted. Or rather, my life at Utopia Academy and my current life are worlds apart. Onassis looked at Suyututai quietly and did not reply. Suyututai remained silent for a moment. "I remember that you were reading The Pink Elephant and the Colorless Rain, right?" Onassis nodded seriously at the mention of his favorite book. "It's a philosophy book that talks about necessity and non-necessity, the sense of existence and cognitive bias." Suyututai had obviously read the book before. He quickly found the key points of the book. Seeing Onassis' serious expression as if he had just found the truth, Suyututai sneered and changed the topic. "Too bad it's full of absurd fallacies." Onassis widened his eyes. "The pink elephant won't enter your mind for no reason. You think it's a presence that can't be ignored, but it's just your own imagination. Colorless rain is like air. You think you didn't notice him, but that's just your perception. Your body actually remembers his presence. In other words, these books are just the author's own trap in his own idealistic world," Suyututai sneered. Onassis did not argue. He only asked, "But that's not what you said back then. You said you agreed to read the book." Suyututai chuckled. "That's because I don't care what kind of book a nerd reads. It's better if you read fairy tales." Onassis looked at Suyututai and said calmly, "Fairy tales are written for children, but many of them contain philosophy. That's why I read them too. Since we've met before, I can remind you that they're all lies. Philosophy is fake." Suyututai's voice lowered slightly. Onassis sighed softly. "I've always remembered your nickname. When I came up with it, I was following in your footsteps. I thought you would understand me. Philosophy scholar and philosopher. In fact, from a broad perspective, they could be equated. In Utopia Academy, I just wanted to make myself look more like an academic, so I came up with this nickname. You also know that Rabelais likes this. I heard that you seem to be following Rabelais now?" Rabel was a professor in Utopia Academy. He firmly believed that the truth was hidden in philosophy. "Yes, Professor Rabel has been missing you," Onassis said. Suyututai's eyes lost focus for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said, "When I become an official wizard, I'll visit him." Onassis said, "If you came up with this nickname just to make yourself look more like an academic, why haven't you changed it yet?" Suyututai said, "Don't tell me you think I'm still holding on to my past beliefs. I'm not changing it because there's no need." Onassis said, "But I don't think you've given up." Suyututai laughed mockingly. He did not destroy Onassis's stubbornness. At this moment, the countdown on the screen entered the last 5 seconds. Onassis thought for a moment. Perhaps you just don't see the path ahead. I'll try to show you the path ahead today. Suyututai said, then I'll wait and see. The moment the match began, Suyututai made the first move. He flicked his finger lightly, and the fish scale tattoo on his neck began to emit a faint blue light. As the blue light flickered, large amounts of water elemental energy condensed and turned into raging waves that surged forward. Amidst the raging waves, everyone could vaguely see the surface of a lake. That was the ocean under the night sky. It went from being calm without waves to suddenly being blown by wind, followed by the appearance of a violent storm. The ocean became undulating, and the terrifying raging waves continued to spread. At the end of their vision, there was a solemn sea god holding a trident, overlooking the vast sea. This was an ocean-type cantrip. It seemed to be a variant of the tidal spell. It was more powerful and had a wider range. It covered the entire arena. It was already a peak level 3 cantrip. Even a bloodline-type apprentice would feel their legs become unstable when the waves of water came crashing down on them. However, when the waves washed over Onassis, he suddenly closed his eyes and started chanting. Onassis's entire body instantly entered a state of floating. It was as if he was in the world, but also as if he had transcended it. It was a bit like the illusory body, but not here. When the waves passed over him, even his clothes were not wet at all. However, everyone could clearly see that Onassis was in the same spot. He definitely did not step into the illusory world to hide. Then how did he not come into contact with the water? While everyone was still puzzling over this question, Onassis's lips moved again. At first, they thought Onassis was going to fight back, but he didn't. It looked like he was talking to Suyututai. Suyututai also frowned and tried to talk to Onassis. At first, Suyututai seemed to be arguing with Onassis. But soon, Suyututai calmed down as if he had thought of something. Both Angor and Greya were puzzled by the sudden silence. However, the audience didn't seem to be surprised by this. In response to this strange situation, Shirley explained, actually, it's already much better than before. It turned out that the seemingly dull philosopher was even weirder than before. Every time a match began, Onassis only needed to say a few words, and his opponent would fall into a state of confusion, which would end the match. At least this time, Suyututai was able to make the first move. Angor even argued with Suyututai for a while before Onassis fell into silence. This was much better than before. Why do I feel like he's a speech spirit now? Greya wondered. If he's a speech spirit, all he has to do is stop him from speaking. But even if he doesn't speak, he can still make people fall into his trap. Shirley recalled, I remember there was a case where someone used silencing aura to make Onassis lose his ability to speak before he could speak. However, even if that was the case, he had still lost. When someone asked him why, he said that silencing aura couldn't stop his opponent from sending messages to him. So, language is only one of his methods. His main method of fighting is to send messages. Maybe. But no one knows for sure. Shirley paused. Oh, right. If he's really using messages, is it possible to completely block them? Angor shook his head. To completely block their opponent's messages meant that they had to completely ignore language, images, smell, pheromones, and so on. It didn't sound like they would fall into Onassis's trap. But if they thought about it carefully, they would find it even harder to defeat Onassis. It was simple. When you stood in the arena and saw that your opponent was Onassis, you already began to receive his messages. If you completely blocked them and treated them like air, who would you fight? Shirley suggested another idea. What about using a large area of effect attack to bombard the arena? That way, we can refuse to accept the other party's information. Because this was an arena, there was a limit to the range of the battles, so it sounded like Shirley's suggestion would work. Greya pointed at the stage. Don't forget, Suyututai used tidal wave to cover the entire stage. He must have thought of this as well. However, it didn't work. Shirley sighed. It looks like it'll be very difficult to beat him. In the arena, Suyututai was still deep in thought. Onassis did not attack him, but watched him quietly. Greya moved closer and whispered, "Do you remember what Onassis said?" Angor nodded. "My existence is only one of the laws governing the combination of matter. And all matter combinations are nothing more than a grain of sand under billions of stars. They are insignificant. Only the heart and mind can contain billions of stars." This was the first thing Onassis said after the competition began. It was also what he had said when facing Suya Tutai's mutated tidal wave technique. That's a very philosophical statement. Of course, Greya could read Onassis's words through lip reading. She had a vague idea of what Onassis was trying to say. Also, she had a feeling that Onassis was not afraid of Suya Tutai's tidal wave technique because of this statement. This sentence comes from The World and the Mind, an ancient philosophical classic. There were restrictions on the circulation of supernatural books in this world, but the works of mortals were not. Even though Angor was born in the distant old Earth, there would still be cargo ships carrying classics from other continents, including the Fey continent. Although The World and the Mind was not a masterpiece, it was very famous in the field of philosophical speculation. Angor read it once when he was a kid. The book contained a lot of content, but for Angor, the most important thing was, "Who am I? Who am I?" This was a famous question in philosophy. Many philosophical speculations liked to extend from this sentence, and this book, The World and the Mind, explained this question through the material universe and the spiritual world, the small and the great. Angor gave a brief explanation of the book and said, basically, Onassis's statement is about the change of perspective between the body and the mind. What was interesting was that as soon as Onassis finished speaking, his body seemed to have disappeared and turned into an existing consciousness. This was why Onassis was not harmed by the tidal wave technique at all. His body was already insignificant, while his mind began to grow bigger. Interesting. Greya narrowed her eyes and chuckled. She remembered that Onassis's second sentence to Suya Tutai was an extension of the first one. "I know you're wondering why I'm unharmed in the tidal wave technique. Because I know who I am." The first part was not important. The most important part was who I am. Because of this sentence, Suya Tutai argued with him about the meaning of I. This was a philosophical question, and now it was being debated by the philosopher and the philosopher in the arena. In the end, the philosopher's speculation was obviously a notch higher, which made Suya Tutai fall into his rhythm and ponder. At this moment, a burst of exclamations suddenly erupted from the audience. Greya looked at the stage and saw Suya Tutai's body slowly turning dark as if it was losing its color. Suya Tutai's body slowly turned from solid to virtual. But Suya Tutai was not Onassis. When his body was about to return to the virtual world, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The brief moment of thinking caused great damage to Suya Tutai's body. The pain of almost dying made Suya Tutai recover from the question of who am I. He forced himself up and raised his head to look at Onassis. His eyes were filled with disbelief. 5 years ago, the other party was still a child. Holding a book called The Pink Elephant and the Colorless Rain, he asked him to teach him philosophy. He gave some vague answers that he did not care about. He might not even know if his explanations were right or wrong, but Onassis accepted them happily. Back then, Onassis even mocked Onassis's naivety in his mind. How could such a person survive in the wizarding world? Sooner or later, he would be pushed to the shore by the waves. But now, Onassis had used his naivety to trample on the pride that he had once thought he had. I lost. As soon as Suya Tutai gave up, the judges floating in the air immediately raised their hands and signaled the end of the match. At the same time, they quickly arranged medical teams to treat Suya Tutai. Suya Tutai only coughed up a mouthful of blood, which seemed to be a minor injury. However, according to Onassis's previous opponents, if they were not treated in time, their insides would be completely destroyed. Onassis watched as Suya Tutai was carried away by the medical team. When they disappeared into the distance, he muttered to himself, "I've shown you the path ahead. Can you find yourself?" Onassis left through the contestants' passage and headed to the backstage. When he was about to leave, he looked back at Angor. Angor was looking at him as well. When they looked at each other, Onassis seemed to have thought of something. His lips twitched, and in the end, Onassis bowed to Angor and left. "I think he's talking to you?" Greya asked curiously. Angor nodded. "What did he say?" Angor considered for a moment. Listen to the sound of cloud vines blooming in the distant stars. Greya pondered for a while but still couldn't understand. What does that mean? Is it some kind of philosophy? It's something Tegra wrote in the voice that cannot be heard. Is Tigra also a mortal philosopher? Greya asked. Angor shook his head. Tegra was a sheriff. This book is a way for him to record all the cases he solved after he retired from his post. The more Greya listened, the more confused she became. In other words, this was a detective novel. Then why would Onassis say a sentence from this book, and what did that sentence mean? Can you hear the sound of cloud vines blooming on the other side of space? Angor chuckled at Greya's question. Greya hesitated. It depends on what spell you use. If you set up a wizard's eye, Angor cut her off. There's no preset condition, no wizard's eye, and no spell. That's impossible. Greya shook her head. Then do you think the cloud vines will bloom? Will they make any noise when they bloom? If there's no natural disaster, maybe they will. Of course they will. You haven't seen them yet. Why do you think they will bloom? Angor asked again. Greya was even more confused now. Are you influenced by Onassis or something? Alright, I don't intend to engage in a philosophical debate with you. Just tell me the answer. Angor shrugged. My presence will be detected. This is actually a philosophical question of idealism. At the end of The Voice That Cannot Be Heard, Tegra confessed that he had once released a female criminal. The female criminal killed her husband because her husband had brutally abused her for 10 years. The female criminal's favorite flower is the cloud vine. It's a type of flower that rarely blooms. Rumor has it that it only blooms on the ground where corpses are buried. In the beginning, this female criminal was a weak woman. She was a trembling flower bud under the tyranny of her husband. When she experienced torment, she finally exploded. When she killed her husband, she transformed, and the cloud vine flower bloomed. Tegra took pity on the female criminal and finally let her go. After the female criminal left the small town, Tegra sighed. I hope I won't hear the sound of cloud vines blooming in the distant stars. What Tegra meant was that he didn't know if this female criminal would commit another crime. She was already far away, and no one knew what would happen on her side. However, Onassis extended this sentence to another kind of idealistic philosophical problem: existence is perceived. I don't know where you are. I only know you. As long as I know you're here, the probability will collapse. Perhaps Tegra was referring to himself or Angor as a cloud vine flower, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that I knew you were silently blooming in an unknown place. Greya seemed to understand something. Is he telling you that he'll surprise you when you meet him again? Angor shook his head. Or maybe he's just saying that he'll continue blooming in an unknown place, just so that we can meet again. Shaylay didn't really understand what Angor was talking about. Sir, you don't know him. Why is he looking forward to meeting you? Angor shrugged. I don't know. After they left the Tower of Infinity, Greya was still thinking about Onassis' question. Did you understand him? What about you? Angor didn't answer. Greya didn't nod or shake her head. She frowned. I have a feeling that he's using philosophy as a weapon. But do you really think that's possible? Did I miss something? Angor didn't understand it either. But now he understood why the judges kept giving Onassis a question mark. That was because Onassis's methods were really strange. Still, his existence was reasonable. Perhaps he had really turned philosophy into a weapon in his hands. Perhaps he had even lived his life as a philosophy. For example, when Greya was discussing how to defeat Onassis, she mentioned that they could hide all information about Onassis. But could they really do that? As long as they knew who Onassis was, Onassis would already be there. Speaking of which, it was actually a matter of idealism. Although they were still full of doubts about Onassis, they were certain that Onassis was definitely the biggest dark horse in this rising star competition. Now that Jibra was defeated halfway, Onassis might actually win the championship. While Greya returned to the manor, Angor went to Blossom Pavilion. Sian asked Angor to come with her when she heard that he was going to watch the competition. When Angor arrived, he saw Alan barbecuing meat, while Xian was sitting on a tree branch and kicking her legs. At the same time, she was instructing Genk to train Leon. Or rather, beat him up. When Angor arrived, Genk finally stopped his one-sided torture. Angor thought Leon would feel sad, but he didn't. That was fun. The first thing Leon said when he got up from the ground was, "That was fun." Maybe it was because he enjoyed being beaten up. He wanted to ask if Leon had any special hobbies, but he didn't. But he didn't ask. "Where's Xianxia?" Angor sat down and asked. "Xianxia is taking care of Carveline," said Alan, as Xian pointed to the inner room. Angor nodded. The Blossom Pavilion was quite interesting. Nausicaa was taking care of Shilyu, Xianxia was taking care of Carveline, and Xylem was licking his wounds while waiting for Dark Codex to show up. They were the only ones who had time to spare. Angor looked at Xian. "You asked me to come here after the competition. What's the matter?" "Xian, it's very important. I just want to know the result of the competition." Angor learned that Shilyu was in the same group as Onassis and Suatutai. Now that Shilyu defeated Jibra and advanced to the semi-finals, no matter who won, Shilyu's next opponent would be Onassis and Suatutai. Xian wanted to know how strong Shilyu's opponents were and how she should deal with them. Xian blinked. After all, Shilyu is the only one left in Brute Cavern. She's our only hope. You want her to win too, right? Angor nodded. Of course I hope Shilyu can win. But I don't think she'll win. Why? Because her opponent is Onassis. Is Onassis really that strong? The door to the inner hall was pushed open, and Nausicaa came out in her soft armor. She was the one who asked the question, so she must have heard Angor's words. Angor nodded. He's strong because we haven't found a way to counter his power yet. Nausicaa sat down in front of Alan and lit up her pipe with the help of the sweet fire on Alan's hand. She took a deep puff and blew out a rose-shaped cloud of smoke. The tiredness on her face quickly dissipated. Sweet fire and silver-scale rose smoke. Such a wonderful combination. I feel both lucky and regretful at the same time. Nausicaa looked back at Angor. You can't break his ability, can you? Don't tell me that even you can't see through his abilities? His power is special. Greya and I both have our guesses. But we can't be sure because we haven't experienced it ourselves. Next, he told them his theory. Apart from Alan, who was focused on roasting meat, everyone else was shocked. Philosophy can be used as a weapon? Leon looked at Angor with a puzzled expression. I don't know. Angor hesitated. But why can't it? In this beautiful world, anything one thought, even if it was just a mysterious concept, could be turned into reality as long as there was a medium to carry it. Why couldn't philosophy work? Of course, this was only Angor's speculation. To carry philosophy, the medium must be something unknown. Therefore, this was still an unknown. It doesn't matter if we use philosophy as a weapon, but is there really no chance of winning at all? What if Shilyu turns the water inside Onassis into lava? Can she defeat him? Xian asked from Shilyu's perspective. This move of Shilyu's was indeed very powerful, especially against water-type wizards. It was very effective. However, most supernaturals would always maintain defensive spells. As long as it was a non-water-type defensive spell, it could stop Shilyu's attack for a short time. All he needed was a short window of time, and Shilyu would be defeated. Unless Shilyu used a water-type defensive spell. This wasn't realistic either. Now that the Rising Star competition had reached the semi-finals, which of the top-ranked contestants hadn't been dug up by the public? Even though Shilyu refused all interviews with magazines because she slept for a long time, her ability had already been exposed. In this case, any opponent of hers was very clear that they should try their best not to use water magic against Shilyu, as it was tantamount to courting death. He's strong because you can't underestimate him. When you face his existence, he will be able to wield his philosophical sword and pull you into his rhythm. Indeed, his strength did not come from himself, but from the message he wanted to convey. When you face his existence, you may be surrounded by his pervasive philosophy. Nausicaa exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed. So if we want to defeat him, we have to face him head-on, apart from overwhelming him with our power level. It was unrealistic to ignore the existence of Onassis. In that case, the only way was to face him and defeat him at his pace. You mean, to defeat Onassis in his area of expertise? Xian asked. Nausicaa nodded. That's right. Maybe we can only defeat him if we engage in a philosophical debate with him and use our minds to argue with him. That being said, Onassis had practically turned himself into a living philosophy book. If one wanted to defeat him in a debate, one would probably need to accumulate a lot of knowledge and a lot of philosophical knowledge. So Salem's Codex Dark might have a chance to defeat him. One is a rational thinker who stands on a scale, while the other is an idealistic thinker who stands at the center of the world. Maybe they can really compete. Xian suddenly felt disappointed. Too bad our opponent this time isn't Codex Dark. It's Xianxia. A person who spent most of her time sleeping. What kind of accumulation could she accumulate in her? Sleep, Nausicaa sighed as well. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't work out, we'll just lose. Angor agreed. Xianxia was already doing a great job to reach this point. Xianxia defeated two of the strongest apprentices in Brute Cavern, Nanagi and Vice. This was enough to show how strong she was. Too many monsters have appeared in the Rising Star competition this time. Asaz is one thing, but now there's Onassis, who has strange abilities. Xian sighed and glanced at Angor. But no matter how strong they are, Angor still managed to outshine them. Regardless of whether it was forming a friendship with Odirklas in the Abyss, advancing to an official adept, or becoming a member of the Research and Development Department, any of these matters were more important than becoming an insignificant champion of the Rising Star tournament. And Angor was on their side. Brute Cavern still deserved all the glory. Xian felt a lot better after thinking about this. Alan, who had been focusing on the barbecue, couldn't help but join the conversation. They left the old Earth together. Why was there such a huge gap between them? He really wanted to know what Angor had gone through in the past few years. How did he become so strong in such a short time? Because of Angor's name, the quiet yard became lively all of a sudden. Angor pinched his nose. He didn't understand why they were talking about him all of a sudden. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Alan even told stories about how he traveled with Angor in the old Earth. Angor cleared his throat and changed the topic. I'm just one step ahead of them. When they reach this level, they'll do better than me. For example, if Onassis became a wizard, his abilities would become even more unfathomable. Carveline, on the other hand, would become much stronger when she unlocked more shepherd god robe forms. Angor was happy to see them grow. At least he could see that the wizard world of the southern wizarding region would have a bright future with these people around. You're only talking about them. You didn't say anything about yourself. I think when they become wizards and walk into the mountains, you'll already be standing on top of the mountains, looking for the path to reach the stars, said Xian. It was only a guess, but as long as Angor didn't die, it was highly possible. Xian's words made everyone feel a little sad. The gap between them and Angor would only grow bigger as time went by. With this thought in mind, no one said anything else. After a long while, Xian broke the silence. Instead of continuing this topic, she changed the topic and asked, by the way, how is Xianxia doing now? She's awake now. I wouldn't have come out if I didn't do that. But if she's not in a hurry, she's probably spacing out for at least half an hour, said Nausicaa. The time Xianxia spent awake was usually 4 to 6 hours a day, excluding the half hour she spent in a daze. The amount of time she could effectively use every day was still too little. Xian jumped down from Gank's shoulder and walked into the room. Since she's awake, I'll go check on her and tell her about tomorrow's battle. After Xian left, they didn't talk about Angor again. They only chatted for a while before going their separate ways. After leaving the bar, Angor headed back to his manor. On his way, he took out his transmitter and contacted Antonio. Can you talk to someone for me? Angor asked. Not long after he put down the transmitter and arrived at the manor, someone already arrived on a flying vehicle despite the warning of a rune detector. Mr. Pat. The newcomer spoke in a joyful tone. After he shouted, his speed also increased a bit, causing the metal magic energy behind him to flash even more red. When the newcomer approached Angor, his eyes shone with joy. Even on the flying vehicle, Angor could see that he was walking on air. As he approached, the rune detector behind him also moved closer. Angor finally spoke to the rune detector. "I called him here. You can all leave now." The eyes on the metal balls looked at each other to confirm Angor's identity before flying away in different directions. Angor waited until the rune detector was gone before he looked at the newcomer. It was a strange-looking young man who was wearing skull-shaped accessories all over his body. Even the buttons on his boots were made of creepy skulls. Unfortunately, he was flying too fast and did not activate his defensive barrier. His hair was messed up by the wind like a chicken's nest. The change in his hairstyle immediately turned him from a strange teenager into a Chinibu teenager. "Glenn," Angor called out the name. The person he asked Antonio to contact was Glenn. However, Antonio told Angor to find out where Glenn was and that he would meet him when he had the time. As it turned out, Glenn came here first. Moreover, they came so quickly. Angor gave Glenn a suspicious look. Did this guy have nothing to do? Why did he look like he had nothing better to do? Last time when Angor was teaching a class at Xianxia Comprehensive Academy, Glenn also came. After several days of teaching, Angor could tell that Glenn was not interested in alchemy, so it was a waste of time for Glenn to attend the class. "Mr. Pat, I heard from Mr. Antonio that you wanted to see me, right?" Glenn bowed respectfully and looked at Angor. His expression was normal, but there was something strange in his eyes. He looked like those crazy fans Angor saw at Tower of Infinity. "Nothing. I just want you to help me find someone." "Of course, I'll pay for it." 5 minutes later. After exchanging contact information, Angor watched Glenn leave and sighed in his mind again. This guy really had a lot of free time. He told Glenn to give him an answer in 2 or 3 days, but Glenn told him that he would give him an answer by tomorrow morning at the latest. He clearly looked very active, but how could he be so idle? Angor shook his head. He sent a message to Alan in Fragrant Tavern and returned to his manor. He was here to see Glenn because of Alan. Not long ago, when they were chatting in the Fangling Pavilion, Leon asked Ellen curiously, "Why didn't I see your sister Erin?" Leon saw Alan and his sister before Mara took them away from Pat Manor. However, Alan went to Candy House because of his talent in cooking, while Aline went to White Coral Floating Island Academy with Mara. Since then, they parted ways. Leon didn't know about this, which was why he asked this question. Alan's expression suddenly turned gloomy after he explained the situation. "I wasn't planning to come to Floating Mech City. But Grandpa Mara sent me a message saying that my sister Aline is going to participate in the Rising Star competition, so I came here. But I didn't see her here. I asked someone to look for her, but they didn't find anything either. I tried to ask Tower of Infinity, but their staff wouldn't tell me anything. I don't know if she's here or not." Alan was thinking that he might have missed his sister, or that his sister was still in White Coral Floating Island Academy instead of Floating Mech City. He was thinking in a positive way, but he did not dare to think in a negative way. Alan sighed and suddenly realized that Angor, the special judge, was sitting right in front of him. A special judge was an official of Tower of Infinity. Maybe he could find Aline through Angor. So, Alan quickly asked Angor for help. This wasn't a big deal for Angor. Besides, he had a good relationship with Aline, so he agreed to help Alan. Of course, he knew the staff of Tower of Infinity. He even had some connections with Beast Emperor Lawson, who stood at the very top of the organization. But he didn't want to ask them for help just to find an apprentice. So, he contacted Golem. When he returned to the manor, he saw Greya training Toby while Shaylay was staring at Toby, who was now in his griffin form, with a blank look on her face. Greya was whispering something to Shaylay while training Toby. It seemed she wanted Shaylay to sense Toby's current emotions. Angor walked closer and listened carefully. As expected, Greya was telling Shaylay to record Toby's resentment. Angor watched quietly until Toby turned back into his bird form and collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Then Angor approached him. "How's it going?" Angor asked Greya. "We've only just started. What can we do?" Greya gave Shaylay an admiring look. Still, Shaylay's ability to sense emotions is very useful. Angor looked at Shaylay. "I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to find Rhea in the meantime." Shayla was less afraid of the unknown after spending a night here. Besides, Greya already told her why Angor brought her here, so she wasn't as afraid of Angor anymore. Not at all. I'll be happy if you can give me a little reward, Mr. Pat. Shayla gave Angor a flirtatious wink. If it was Shayla's teacher, the water pattern witch, who gave Angor a flirtatious wink, Shayla's eyes would be filled with all kinds of emotions. But Shayla's tear-stained cross under her eyes only made Angor feel ridiculous. I'm just kidding, Shayla quickly added when Angor didn't say anything for a while. Of course. You're a magician, and you're missing something. That's right. Shayla was surprised by Angor's nod. But before she could feel happy, she heard the latter part of Angor's sentence. You mean I'm missing a magician's item? Shayla wagged her finger. No. You can't show a magician's item to others. As she spoke, Shirley took off her hat and tapped her fingers. Like this. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 pure white pigeons flapped their wings and flew out of Shirley's hat. One of them landed on the teapot floating around Shayla, while the other landed on Shayla's shoulder. Shayla narrowed her eyes. You know, I'm hiding a magician's item all over my body. You can't see it from the outside, but that doesn't mean I don't have one. If that's the case, I'll let it go. Shayla was about to ask Angor what he was going to give her, but Angor suddenly said, never mind. Shayla quickly explained, actually, I'm only hiding 2 pigeons. Nothing else. Really, there's nothing else. Of course, Shayla knew that Angor could easily see through all the items hidden in her robe. But now that they were talking about the reward, she had to be thick-skinned. It was true that he could see through Shayla's clothes. However, it wasn't proper for a gentleman to do that since she was a woman. We'll talk about it later. But first, you have to be able to help Toby. The next day, Angor came to Fragrant Pavilion again. The semi-finals of the Rising Star Challenge were held today. Shilyu would fight Onassis in the morning, while Azaz would fight Trom in the afternoon. Angor didn't think Shilyu had a good chance of winning, but he still wanted to check it out. Shilyu woke up early, which was rare. But she still looked a little dazed. Angor asked Shilyu about her strategy, but Shilyu didn't know how to respond. Strategy? I don't know. I've heard about Onassis's power, but I don't know how to fight. Let's see what we can do later. Shilyu's answer suited her personality. As a talent who could manipulate water, she might have inherited part of the will of water. She wasn't someone who liked to fight. Reaching the semifinals was already beyond her expectation. Even if she was eliminated, it was still worth it. Angor didn't say anything else. If he was in Shilyu's shoes, he wouldn't know how to deal with Onassis either. Besides, the outcome of a battle was always unpredictable. It was better to act according to the situation. After finishing the short conversation with Shilyu, Angor went to find Alan. Alan leaned against the windowsill, holding a piece of snow grass that could produce a large amount of cold water in his mouth, staring at the blue sky in a daze. Alan didn't turn around until Angor approached. I've asked someone about Aline. Angor went straight to the point. Alan's eyes slowly brightened up. Where is she now? Is she still in Floating Mech City? Alan asked expectantly. Angor shook his head. I don't know. But as far as I know, Aline didn't join the Rising Star Challenge. Didn't join? Alan was puzzled. Yes. At least, there are no records of her in Sky Tower and Tower of Infinity. Maybe White Coral Floating Island Academy Sky Tower has a record of her. But as you know, we can't share the information of Sky Towers in real time. This was what Glenn told him this morning. Glenn didn't have to lie to him, so Alan was sure that Aline didn't join the Rising Star Challenge. But it was hard to say whether she came here or not. After all, Floating Mech City wasn't just a place for gold flow. People came and went frequently. After Alan received the news, his eyes, which were originally filled with hope, dimmed again. If he didn't hear about Aline's participation in the Rising Star competition, he wouldn't care whether Aline came to Floating Mech City or not. But Mara sent someone to tell him that. Aline's absence made Alan even more worried. Did something happen to her on the way? Seeing Alan's worried look, he took out his transmitter and contacted Glenn. If you're really worried, you can go to this address and find an apprentice called Glenn. He can let you use the signal tower to contact the White Coral Floating Island Academy. You can use that to contact Mara and ask about Irene's situation. He wrote down an address on a piece of paper and handed it to Alan. However, if you want to use the signal tower, you have to pay for it yourself. Alan took the paper and thanked Angor with a grateful look. As a gourmet apprentice who used to work in the Butterfly Tavern, he naturally could afford the cost of the signal tower. Unfortunately, he was not qualified to use the signal tower in the future. Now that Angor helped him get the qualification, he was very grateful. After Alan got the note, he immediately said goodbye and left the Fangling Pavilion in a hurry. Everyone in the tavern, including Silam, came out of their rooms and went to the Tower of Infinity to cheer for Shilyu's match. Angor parted ways with them after arriving at the Tower of Infinity. He planned to watch the match as a special judge. Also, he wanted to know what the other judges thought about Onassis. The highly anticipated semifinals officially began at 10 o'clock in the morning. To Angor's surprise, he saw another familiar face among the judges. It was Mad Bear Sabo, Mitra's student. Sabo moved his floating seat closer to Angor. I thought you'd only come for the final match. I didn't expect you to be a judge today. I'm curious about this Onassis, so I came to watch. Besides, his opponent is from Brute Cavern, so I need to pay more attention. By the way, what do you think of this Onassis? Angor asked Sabo. Sabo sighed and shook his head. His ability is too strange. I don't think it's a talent. I have some guesses, but I can't prove them. Using philosophy as a spear? Angor tried to test. Sabo nodded. Yes. We think he's using philosophy as a means of attack. But this is the first time I've heard of such an ability, so I'm not sure. There are many strange abilities in this world. It's possible that he can wield the spear of philosophy. Just like how no one would know that a plane in a painting can create a world of its own without the help of a magic artist. That's true. But no one has ever done such a thing before. You have to work your way through it alone. Onassis's courage is truly admirable. Sabo sighed. You said you can't confirm his ability yet. Didn't you ask the contestants who are going to fight Onassis? Angor asked curiously. Of course, Sabo replied. But I don't know anything. Speaking of which, that good-for-nothing disciple of mine had fought with Onassis before. You mean Bismarck? Sabo nodded. Bismarck went back to Floating Mech City to participate in the Rising Star competition. But he didn't even pass the preliminary round. The main reason was that he fought Onassis. Bismarck didn't know what happened after his match with Onassis. He only vaguely remembered that he suddenly wanted to seek freedom during the match. And it wasn't the literal meaning of freedom. It meant that he had to get rid of his body and mind. Because at that time, he even felt that his thoughts were not free. If the medical team didn't find him in time, he would have killed himself. What happened after that? Nothing. Bismarck forgot about what happened on the stage after the match. He only had some vague impressions. That's good. He doesn't need to get lost in some random philosophical thoughts. Since contestants usually forgot about what happened on the stage after a match, it was hard to determine their specific abilities. Still, they all knew that Onassis was using philosophy as a means of attack. Maybe Hydra knows something about it? But Hydra always comes to every match, but he rarely talks about Onassis. Sabo glanced at Hydra, who wasn't far away. Hydra's eyes were still closed. However, he seemed to have sensed Sabo's gaze and nodded at Angor as a greeting. Angor wanted to ask more about Onassis' match, but the screen above the stage showed that the match was over. The match ended so quickly that it was beyond everyone's imagination. The originally noisy audience suddenly quieted down, and it was only after a long while that there was an uproar. When Angor looked back at the stage, he saw Shilyu being carried away. Without a doubt, the victor was Onassis. But what happened in the middle of all this? Angor was talking to Sabo, but he was also paying attention to the stage. He clearly saw that after the match began, Onassis did not say a word or do anything, but Shilyu fell to the ground on his own. Angor wondered if Shilyu fell asleep again. But, didn't she take some potion? With that in mind, Angor went to the medical team. When he entered the room, he saw that the doctor had already left. Only Nausicaa and a few other people were there. "How's Xianxia?" Angor asked. Nausicaa frowned. "She's asleep." Sean added at this time, according to the diagnosis, Xianxia is really just asleep and has no other injuries. But, before she went on stage, we saw with our own eyes that Xianxia drank the potion shouldn't have worn off so quickly. Angor checked Xianxia's condition as well. She was just sleeping. But as Sean said, Xianxia shouldn't have fallen asleep so early. There had to be something else going on. Angor considered. "How about this? I'll enter her dream and see what's going on." Xylem, who was holding Dark Codex in his arms, also looked at Angor curiously. "Since when did you learn Dreamwalk? You're learning other classes?" Angor nodded. "Sort of." Xylem was shocked. They already spent a lot of time learning a level 2 cantrip. How could Angor learn a different subject? Angor was not an elementalist, but a dream manipulator, an occult one. The others were also surprised. Angor did not want to hurt their confidence, so he explained, dreams and illusions are similar at the core, which is why they're often connected. As long as you can find the pattern between illusions, it's easier for an illusionist to learn other classes than elementalist cantrips. Is that so? Of course. I don't need to lie to you, Angor said confidently. Xylem was still doubtful, but he had no choice but to trust Angor. If Dark Codex was here, with Dark Codex's knowledge, he might be able to answer his doubts. Unfortunately, Dark Codex wasn't back yet. When he thought of Dark Codex, Xylem was once again immersed in his ego. Angor cast a cantrip that no one could understand. Next, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Xianxia pondered in the center of the chaos world. Although she knew that she couldn't think of anything, she knew that she was dreaming and that this was a dream. The so-called bright dream was actually a clear dream. Those who had lucid dreams could modify their dreams on a large scale and could even do whatever they wanted. For example, a weak person in reality could turn himself into a Superman in a dream. Because of her talent, Xianxia spent much more time in her dreams than in reality. Hence, even though she was not a dream magus, she was still able to master the bright dream technique in her long sleep. Xianxia could do many things in her lucid dreams. The only thing she couldn't do was to think deeply in her dreams. This was a characteristic of lucid dreams for many people. Even if you realized that you were dreaming, you couldn't use all your brain power to think deeply in your mind, unless you were a dream magus. Xianxia knew this, but she didn't have many desires. She also knew that all the glamour in her lucid dreams were fake, so her lucid dreams were always chaotic worlds. She also knew that it was difficult to think deeply in her dreams, but that didn't stop her from thinking. She had been thinking about her dreams for a long time now. She even had a small extravagant hope that one day, if she could think deeply about problems in her dreams, she would be able to leave some of the questions she encountered on the path of becoming a wizard in her dreams. She would not waste time in her dreams. In this way, no one would worry about her training progress. Because of this, Xianxia tried her best to think about her problems every time she entered her dreams. Now, she was thinking about one thing. Why did I fall asleep? She vaguely remembered that she was fighting in the arena. Why did she suddenly fall asleep? Did I not drink a potion? Since there was a limit to how much she could think in her dreams, Xianxia could only analyze what happened before she fell asleep bit by bit. She remembered that she was fighting against a very strong opponent. Even Angor said that she shouldn't underestimate her opponent. She took the match seriously, so she must have drunk a potion before the match. Huh? Who was her opponent in the arena? Xianxia thought for a long time, but she couldn't remember who her opponent was. This was rare. Recalling one's own memories didn't require deep thinking, so it was normal for her to remember. But now, she really couldn't remember who her opponent was. Xianxia had no choice but to put it aside for now and try to remember from some minor details. She remembered that her opponent seemed to be from a not-so-big sorcerer organization. That sorcerer organization once had a very famous sorcerer apprentice, who seemed to have defected. When Xianxia thought of the philosopher Suya Tutai, she immediately thought of another person from his nickname. Philosopher Onassis. Yes, her opponent was Onassis. Next, Shilyu began to think about what happened when she was fighting Onassis. What made her fall asleep? Shilyu thought that she would be stuck in her memories again, but to her surprise, she found that she actually remembered the situation at that time. The details of the match, Onassis' appearance, even the rustling of the wind, the noise of the audience, and the sound of blood flowing in some people's bodies. Shilyu remembered everything. She felt as if she was back in reality. Shilyu thought excitedly. Did I really break through the barrier and can think deeply in my dreams? Shilyu was a person who was used to thinking of the worst-case scenario. She was excited at first, but then she thought of another possibility. Could it be that she had really returned to reality? Did I wake up now? That's why I can think deeply. With this in mind, Shilyu opened her eyes and tried to find out more about her surroundings. As the light shone into her eyes, Shilyu was surprised. Sunlight, she always turned her dreams into a chaotic world. There was no sunlight here. So, she really woke up. Shilyu was slightly disappointed, but she was used to it. Now that she was awake, she planned to check out her surroundings. Since she saw the sunlight, she probably left the arena. Either she had returned to the Fangling Pavilion, or she was carried on Genkar's back and was on the way back. Shilyu opened her eyes and was about to say hello to her friend, but after looking around, she suddenly froze. This place was a vast wilderness. The sun shone down, the clouds moved, and the wilderness alternated between light and dark. Where is this? The air was just right, and the sun shone gently on her body. There was also a gentle breeze that lifted the strands of hair that fell over her shoulders. It was such a pleasant day. But Shilyu couldn't help herself. She still didn't know where she was. She didn't even know if this was reality or a dream. If it was a dream, then it was too real. The cool breeze that brushed past her fingertips, the fluttering of her hair, and the ravine of light and shadow under the cover of the floating clouds, Shilyu had never been able to simulate such a detailed place in her dreams before. Most importantly, she could also think deeply about it. She felt like she was in the real world, but she couldn't say that. But she was still hesitant to say that she was in the real world. She couldn't sense any energy at all. She couldn't sense any mana in the wind, and she couldn't even sense her mind space. She couldn't even control her water. She was as weak as a mortal right now. Or rather, she was a mortal right now. She didn't feel like she was in the real world at all. If this is a dream, I'm still in my own dream, Shilyu muttered. Shilyu thought that if she was in a dream, she could change the illusion around her. Why not try changing the environment around her? But in the end, she failed. She couldn't do anything. Could it be that this isn't my dream? Could it really be reality? Or could it be that I'm actually still fighting with Onassis and have fallen into an illusion created by Onassis? Shilyu's imagination was running wild as she began to think of all sorts of possibilities. While Shilyu was thinking, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from not far away. Shilyu quickly turned around and saw a figure. But then she saw a figure behind her. She didn't know when he appeared, but he was slowly walking towards Shilyu. Without her spirit perception, Shilyu could only see the outline of the figure. When the figure got closer, she finally noticed that it was someone she knew. Angor? You were dragged here by Onassis too? Not long ago, Shilyu was thinking that she might be trapped in an illusion created by Onassis, so she blurted it out when she saw Angor. Huh? Shilyu covered her mouth after she finished speaking. I think I was confused just now. I mean, why are you here? So this wasn't an illusion created by Onassis, but by Angor himself? Shilyu muttered. Angor should be able to create an illusion that could block her energy attacks. Angor chuckled. You think this is an illusion? Isn't that so? Of course not. Angor shook his head. This is a dream. Shilyu shook her head subconsciously. If this was a dream, it was too real. It didn't seem like a dream at all, and if it was a dream. Are you a figment of my imagination? Shilyu lowered her head. I don't like him. Why would I think of him in my dream? Don't tell me you were influenced by Sean? Angor looked at Shilyu and rubbed his forehead. He never noticed Shilyu talking to herself like this before. Moreover, he was talking to himself in front of others. You didn't dream about me. I brought you to my dream, Angor explained. Xianxia gave him a doubtful look. She still couldn't believe it. Angor sighed and explained, I learned some dream tricks, so I built a dream bridge and brought you to my place. Is this really a dream? Xianxia looked at Angor's expression and asked again, is this really a dream? Then why did it feel so real? Her mind was as clear as the real world. It was completely different from her own dream. Was this a dream that only official wizards could create? Of course. This is a dream. What do you think? Xianxia nodded. If this is a dream, then it's great. It's rare for me to be able to think so clearly. Due to her physical condition, even if she woke up in the real world, she would still feel sleepy for a while, and she would only fully wake up after that. In order to have such a clear mind, Xianxia not only had to fight against her dreams, but also her physical condition, which was very hard to come by. If only I could keep dreaming like this. Xianxia sighed. Xianxia was very emotional. Even though she had no power in this dream, her mind was not limited. She could think about many problems and make up for the time she wasted in her sleep. Maybe it won't be long before your dream comes true. Xianxia looked at Angor with a hesitant expression. She enjoyed having such a clear mind, but she still didn't want to run into Angor's dream every day. Angor didn't explain further. This was the dream wasteland, and he only brought Xianxia here to see how she felt about it. Now it seemed that his plan worked well. Xianxia immediately noticed the difference between the dream wasteland and her own dream. As for the dream wasteland, Angor would leave a place for Xianxia when he opened it to the public. As a friend, Angor hoped that the dream wasteland could help Xianxia. I brought you here because I have something to ask you, Angor explained. Xianxia looked at Angor and asked again, are you really Angor? Of course. You're still in the infirmary. Nausicaa, Shan, and the others are all watching over you. I'm in the infirmary? It seems that I have indeed lost to Onassis. Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking, are my injuries serious? No. You don't even have any obvious injuries on your body. Angor shrugged. That's why I'm here to ask about your condition. What happened in the arena? Why did you suddenly fall asleep after taking the potion? I don't know why either. Xianxia considered. I noticed that whenever I think about what happened in the arena, my memory is quickly fading away. What Xianxia told Angor matched what he learned from Sabo. Most people who fought against Onassis would lose their memories of the battle to some extent. Xianxia paused for a moment. But maybe it's because I'm in a dream. My memory of Onassis is slowly covered by a layer of dust. If you're really Angor, you can help me record my memories before they disappear completely. Xianxia tried to recall what happened. Onassis's face was blurred, but Xianxia remembered everything else that had happened in the ring. Including the runes on the ground, the cheers of the audience, and the whispers carried by the wind, Xianxia tried to recall the entire match. She did not find anything wrong. Only the whispers in the wind confused her. The whispers in the wind did not sound like human speech. Instead, they sounded more like information carried by the wind. This feeling was like a person who was walking alone in an alley and smelled the fragrance of flowers when passing by a courtyard. The wind carried the fragrance out of the garden, and the pedestrian could not help but stop and think about it. That was what happened to Xianxia. However, what the wind carried to her was not the fragrance of flowers, but a whisper. The content of the whispers was a single sentence. The earth governs the growth of all things. The cycle of the sun and the moon indicates the passage of time. The lighthouse represents the valley. The stars indicate the distance. The wind brings the frost. The fire takes off his clothes. What about you? Xianxia continued, I began to think about it. Then, I felt my body turning into a feather and falling down from the sky. It felt so good. It was like I found a place to belong. When Xianxia regained her consciousness, she was already in a dream. So I don't know what exactly happened. But I'm sure it was the words that brought about the subsequent waves. Angor nodded after listening to Xianxia's explanation. The whispers that Xianxia spoke of came from the Faith of Oblivion, an ancient book on religion. The book described all kinds of religions that existed throughout the history of Fey Continent. These religions had basically been annihilated. They had either been gradually forgotten by the flow of time or destroyed by the people who had gained intelligence. On the surface, it was a study of religion, and it did talk about the origin, meaning, and some religious ideas. However, for the upper nobles of the Fey continent, it was more like a political science book. After all, religions could also be considered as a way to manipulate people's minds. It could be used as a reference for governing people. There was no doubt that it was Onassis who had whispered those words. It came from the doctrine of the Hall of Valor, which meant that one should recognize one's true self and release one's natural instincts in order to unleash one's inner courage. Onassis quoted this sentence without any intention of changing it. He wanted Xianxia to recognize her true self and release her natural instincts. The so-called true self was Xianxia's desire to release her true self. She would naturally feel comfortable as if she had found a place to belong. Meanwhile, her body would return to its original place. Even the potion would not stop her from doing so. This was Onassis' style, which was to use philosophy as a weapon. But this time, Onassis's plan was much simpler. It used Xianxia's weakness to easily break down her defenses. The arena matches were not worth watching, but he used the easiest way to end a battle without spending too much effort. This was the best way both from a strategic and personal point of view. Furthermore, it could be seen that his horizons had already surpassed those of his peers by a large margin. As long as he had enough experience, he might become a wizard even earlier than Jibra. At the very least, in terms of thinking, he already had the qualifications to do so. Xianxia asked curiously, "Is that a philosophical statement? Did he defeat me with philosophy, as he did with the others?" Xianxia had already learned from Shan that Onassis's method of attack was philosophy. That was why he asked this question. Angor nodded. Yes. But this time, he didn't speak directly. He used another method to send the message. This method of transmitting information also proved that the battle with Onassis was much more dangerous than they had imagined. They could make their presence known without any warning. Then, will his attacks cause any harm to me? Xianxia asked worriedly. Will I become more sleepy than before? Don't worry, I've said it before. You're not hurt. What he said won't do you any harm. It doesn't matter whether you remember it or not. If Xianxia didn't remember, it would be the same as returning to the past. It was fine if he remembered. Unless Onassis was the one who said it, the meaning of this sentence would not affect Xianxia too much. Of course, it would be a different story if Xianxia took the initiative to study the meaning of the words, and she actually did it. Xianxia sighed in relief after hearing Angor's words. As long as it didn't affect her in the future, it was fine even if she lost. Her goal this time was only to obtain the qualifications to enter the Endless Corridor. She had already achieved her goal long before the end of the preliminaries. Being able to make it to the semifinals was already an extraordinary performance. Xianxia was actually more interested in this dream than the outcome of the match that had already been decided. She really wanted to know how Angor managed to make the dream so real. Angor only smiled at the question without saying anything. Xianxia would learn the truth soon enough. There was no need to rush now. Next, Angor used the power of the Dream Gate to send Xianxia out of the dream wasteland. Nausicaa and Shan quickly looked at him when he woke up. Xianxia will wake up soon. Why don't you ask her about the details? Xianxia opened her eyes as soon as Angor spoke. When she connected to her mind space, she sensed her abundant mana pool and the ability to manipulate water. She was back in the real world. Xianxia sat up and looked at Angor. Was the dream real? Angor nodded. Xianxia nodded. In other words, she really did talk to Angor for a long time in her dream. This was the first time she experienced something like this. After that, Xianxia told Nausicaa about Angor's conclusion. Everyone was relieved to hear that Xianxia was fine. But just in case, they decided to take Xianxia back to Fragrant Pavilion to rest. Angor didn't go with them. He planned to stay in the Tower of Infinity for a while. After all, he was quite interested in the match between Azaz and Trom. He didn't plan to stay idle either. He wanted to find a quiet place to rest and check on Freud's research in the Dream Wasteland. But before he could enter the Dream Wasteland, he received a message on his phone. After reading the message, he decided to leave the Tower of Infinity in the end. Soon, he arrived at the signal tower of Floating Mech City. As soon as he arrived, he saw Glenn sitting in the main hall, looking bored. Next to Glenn was a chubby boy with a blank expression. It was Alan. What's going on? It was Glenn who sent the message to Angor. He knew something was wrong. Glenn's eyes brightened up when he heard Angor's voice. I'm not sure, Mr. Pat. I contacted the signal tower for him, and he'll be fine when he comes out. Angor looked at Alan and saw that the boy was looking at him with a blank expression. Alan came to the signal tower to contact Mara and ask about Aaron. Could it be that something had happened to Aaron? He hesitated for a moment and used a calming cantrip to wake Alan up from his stupor. Before Angor could ask, Alan told him the whole story in a low voice. Mara was right. Aline did come to Floating Mech City to participate in the Rising Star competition. However, she went missing not long after leaving White Coral Floating Island Academy. Missing? White Coral Floating Island Academy can teleport to Floating Mech City. You mean she went missing after coming to Floating Mech City? It was Glenn who spoke first. Alan nodded. According to her friends, she said she wanted to go out for a walk on the night she came to Floating Mech City, and she never came back. It had been more than a month since Aline arrived at the city during the month of rain. In other words, Aline arrived at Floating Mech City around the same time as Alan. However, Alan never saw Aline. He wondered if Aline didn't come to Floating Mech City, or if she didn't participate in the competition at all. If it wasn't for Angor's help, Alan wouldn't have known that Aline was missing. More importantly, Aline went missing in Floating Mech City. When she went missing, I had already started looking for information about her. But there was no news of her at that time. It's been more than a month now. Can you still find her? The more Alan spoke, the more depressed he became. His eyes were filled with sorrow that could not be erased. Angor looked at Alan's absent-minded face and sighed in his mind. He understood Alan's feelings. If he tried to find Aline as soon as he arrived at Floating Mech City, he might be able to find her. But it had been more than a month. It was almost impossible for him to get any information about Aline. Mara didn't come looking for Aline? Angor asked. Aline's friend told Grandpa about it half a month ago when he came back to White Coral Floating Island Academy. He's been saving magic crystals so that he can find a prophet to predict Aline's location. He just saved enough money a few days ago. However, there weren't many prophets around. There was only one Professor Anglo in White Coral Floating Island Academy. But Anglo had gone to Starliege Temple to study, so Mara could only find Anglo's student, an apprentice prophet. Of course, even if Anglo was still around, Mara probably didn't have enough money. That apprentice prophet took the magic crystals, but he didn't get anything. Alan put a hand on his forehead and looked worried. Grandpa Mara said he's coming to Floating Mech City to look for Aline. I told him not to. I'll look for her myself. But where am I supposed to find her? Alan's eyes reddened. He almost cried. Although he hadn't seen Aaron for a few years, their feelings for each other didn't fade with time and distance. As long as there was a chance, Alan would contact Aaron through various means. Even if it was just a message from someone, Alan would be happy for several days. Before going to Dark Castle, Felicia told Alan to stay in Candy House to train. However, since Alan knew that Aline was going to participate in the Rising Star competition, he followed Carveline and the others to Floating Mech City despite the risk. But now, the Rising Star competition was about to end. Not only did he not see Aaron, but he also received such bad news. This was the first time Angor saw such a sad expression on Alan's face. Alan was a carefree glutton, and this was the first time Angor saw him so sad. After all, Aaron was his friend. He thought for a moment and said, "How about this? The finals of the Rising Star competition would be held in 2 days. I'll go back to Brute Cavern after the finals, and I'll find a friend who's good at prophecy. He can help you check Aline's condition." He didn't want to waste his time searching for clues. Still, he could ask Dodoro to help him find out where Aline was when he returned to Brute Cavern. Alan looked at Angor gratefully. He knew that Angor had already done everything he could to help him. Now that Angor was willing to find a prophet for help, Alan was very grateful. "I'll pay for the prophecy." Angor nodded. He didn't think Dodoro would ask him for money anyway. However, Angor also knew that in an era where people were fickle, the more free something was, the more likely it would attract people's attention. I don't think we need a prophecy, said Alan. Let me help you. If she went missing in floating mech city, there must be a way for her to disappear without a trace. Alan looked at Alan in surprise. He didn't expect Alan to help him. As a matter of fact, Alan didn't really want to help Alan either. Alan glanced at Angor from the corner of his eyes. If Angor was willing to help Alan, it meant that they were quite close. If he could help Alan, he might be able to get closer to Angor. Besides, Angor was Alan's idol. Angor's identity alone was worth the effort. Thank you so much. Alan couldn't find Aline because he didn't know how to find her. Alan had been living in Floating Mech City since he was a kid, which meant he was a local official. With his help, Alan might be able to find Aline's whereabouts. Glenn said indifferently, don't worry, whether there's any news or not. I'll give you an answer in 2 days. Next, Alan told Alan about Aline's whereabouts. Before this, Alan only needed to know Aline's nickname in the Rising Star competition. But now, he was going to cast a wide net, and he needed to know Aline's face. Angor also used an illusion to show Alan's face. Angor flew toward the Infinity Tower. On his way, he was still thinking about Aline's disappearance. By chance, they left Pad Manor together in a carriage and entered the unpredictable wizarding world. If nothing happened along the way, they would probably enter White Coral Floating Island Academy together and start their new lives. Their fates were different in the end, but Angor still hoped that Alan, Aline, and himself could all survive in the wizarding world. Now, he could only hope that Alan would bring him good news. Time flew, and another semi-final match was about to begin. Demon Gourmet vs Phantom Deer. Angor wasn't interested in this match as much as the Onassis match. He only came because of Demon Gourmet Azaz, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. For this reason, he didn't come as a special judge. Instead, he sat beside Greya and watched the match from the audience seat. He didn't know much about gourmet classes. If he wanted to know more about this Demon Gourmet, Greya would be his best source. When the two contestants came onto the stage, Angor didn't notice the gloomy Azaz first. It was Phantom Deer Trom. Trom was wearing a deer antler hat and deerskin underwear. He didn't look like a wizard, but more like a hunter who lived in a frigid place. There was still some childishness on his face. Angor guessed that he was only about 15 years old. Being able to reach this level at such a young age meant that Trom wasn't to be underestimated. However, Angor didn't pay attention to Trom because of his age. Earlier, when Silum was about to leave after his match with Sheely, Angor noticed a pair of sad eyes staring at him. Angor turned around to look at the person who was staring at him. He discovered that the owner of the sorrowful eyes was a young man wearing a deer antler hat. From the looks of it, it was none other than Illusion Deer Trom. Angor didn't know who Trom was, nor did he know why Trom was looking at him like that. However, Angor sensed something familiar from Trom's energy signature. He couldn't remember where he sensed it before. I knew it. Greya's voice reached his ears. Hey, let's do it, she said. Greya frowned and stared at Azaz with a serious look. It was rare for her to look so serious. Angor followed her gaze. He didn't look at Azaz because he was too focused on Trom. Now, he frowned as well. This was because Azaz also had a very familiar fluctuation on his body. Unlike Trom's energy, Azaz's energy signature allowed him to quickly identify the source of the energy signature. Demon? Angor muttered in surprise. Greya looked at him. You sensed it too? Oh, I almost forgot. You caused quite a stir in Razudran, and it hasn't stopped yet. Greya nodded. That's right. It's the power of a demon. Angor had seen many demons in his life. Dead or alive, as big as a mountain or as small as a flower spirit. He even saw quite a few demons who were close to him, such as the half-blood demon Kanan and the flame demon Gravu. Because of his familiarity with demons, he immediately sensed the source of Azaz's aura. It was definitely from a demon. You're right. Azaz never hides his identity. People call him the Demon Gourmet. Angor looked at Greya. But this aura is a bit strange. It seems to be from him, but it doesn't seem like it. Is he a descendant of a human and a demon? If that's the case, the Supreme Cult would have done something about it already, Greya said. He must have sacrificed a demon. sacrificed a demon? Angor knew that some wizards kept imps as slaves. But this was the first time he heard of someone sacrificing a demon. Demons were natural enemies of humans, and they rarely got along well with them. Angor was an exception. When he opened his shop in Razutran, there was a super powerful being nearby. Greya spoke with a grim look. Sacrificing a demon is an unorthodox cuisine. A long time ago, the Candy House had a very close relationship with a great being called Lord Fallen Star. Lord Fallen Star had once mentioned about sacrificing demons. This sect originated from the Northern Territory sorcerer world. Gourmet adepts had always been weak in combat. This was a well-known fact in the adept realm. Some gourmet wizards tried their best to figure out a way to increase their combat power. In the end, they came up with an idea, which was to offer sacrifices to the demons. Using delicacies as a sacrifice to the devil, he could obtain great power through the devil. Sacrificing a demon was similar to worshipping a demon god, but they were fundamentally different. Once one worshipped a demon god, it was equivalent to handing over their future to the demon god, and they would never be able to step onto the path of truth. Although demons were also very cunning and evil, even more bloodthirsty than demon gods, sacrificing demons would at least not cut off their future. That sounds like Xianxia's ability, Angor said. Xianxia could summon otherworldly spirits to fight for her, borrowing the power of the otherworldly heroic spirits to increase his own combat strength. Indeed, they are all relying on external objects. But Xianxia's lineage is very orthodox. She can control all the otherworldly spirits she summons, so they won't do anything to harm her. But sacrificial demons are different. Demons are not so easily manipulated, not to mention that demons have a natural enmity with humans. Unlike demon gods, demons wouldn't cut off one's future. However, they would use all kinds of methods to tempt one, twist one's mind, and force one to drown in the cycle of greed and lust. Once you gave up and started dancing with the demons, what difference would it make if you cut off your future with demon gods? As for persevering, according to Lord Fallen Star, the gourmet world in the Northern Territory could be considered as a dark gourmet world. Gourmet wizards were treated as heretics by all other wizards in the Northern Territory. From this, it could be deduced that there were very few gourmet wizards who could persevere under the temptation of the demons. Actually, no matter how bad you become, most wizards don't have the time to care about you. In the wizarding world, there are no boundaries between good and evil. It doesn't matter if you're indulging in lust or delaying your research. Greya paused and looked at Angor. But the gourmet wizards who offer sacrifices to demons are hated by other wizards. Do you know why? When he recalled Carveline's expression, he already had an answer. Cannibals. Greya revealed a disgusted look. Angor was also thinking the same thing. And they're not ordinary humans. Ordinary food was not enough to satisfy a demon's appetite. Humans, especially extraordinary magi, were the best ingredients for the demons. Angor had met demons before, so he knew that not all demons liked to eat humans. However, if a contributor used humans as food, wouldn't it serve as a way to separate the gourmet wizards from other wizards? Of course, the cunning demons would never get tired of it. Turning humans into food. Ironically, gourmet wizards are the ones who taught demons this trick. Greya looked at Azaz on the stage. Carveline's situation explains everything. If Azaz's demon has learned how to turn humans into food, it means he's already feeding on them. Greya gave Azaz a vicious look. I will not allow such a depraved gourmet wizard to exist in the southern wizarding region. Greya knew too well that once demon sacrifice became a trend in the southern wizarding region, it would be a great blow to the gourmet wizards. Gourmet wizards would probably fall even further than they were now. Angor saw Greya's murderous intent, and he also understood her concern from her words. However, when he looked at Azaz, he had a different feeling. Azaz's body was emitting a gloomy demonic aura, but his expression was unusually calm as if he was standing under the warm sunlight. I don't think Azaz is a depraved wizard, Angor said in a soft voice. Greya couldn't help but look at Azaz's eyes. Azaz looked like a man in his late 30s, but his eyes were as pure as a teenager's. Compared to his real opponent, Trom, his eyes were even purer. Eyes can be faked, Greya said. But why would he? Angor asked. There are plenty of people who are fiercer than him in the Rising Star match. Azaz wouldn't know that a gourmet wizard was trying to kill him, so there was no need for him to disguise himself. As they spoke, the countdown officially ended. Azaz and Trom were now facing each other. After Aziz started, a dim shadow slowly rose from his body and finally appeared behind him. It was a strange-looking demon shadow. Angor looked at the demon shadow in confusion. Why is it just a shadow? Where's the demon? Because normally, demons won't enter the real world. They hide in the crevices of darkness like insects, leaving only a shadow that can use demonic energy outside, Greya explained. As long as a demon stayed in a space crack, it would be able to escape from the world's consciousness. Angor suddenly realized something. If I'm not mistaken, Carveline was the only one who got hurt since the beginning of the Rising Star competition. Everyone else is fine, including Shaylee. Greya narrowed her eyes. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to excuse the demon? I don't know if Azaz is corrupted or not. Maybe he's faking it, just like you said. But since he didn't cause any problems to his opponents, Carveline must be special. What's special about her? I'm just thinking that Carveline got hurt because she faced a demon. Faced a demon? Greya wasn't stupid either. She immediately understood what Angor meant. Indeed, Shaylee didn't get hurt during the competition. If Azaz wanted to pretend that he didn't sacrifice a demon during the Rising Star competition, he shouldn't have turned Carveline into a living ingredient. Unless there was a grudge between him and Carveline. But according to Xianxia, Azaz and Carveline never met each other before. It was unlikely that there was a grudge between them. If that was the case, why would Azaz turn Carveline into a living ingredient? Maybe it was because Carveline went to face a demon herself. Perhaps Azaz didn't want to turn Carveline into a living ingredient. However, in order to win quickly, Carveline turned her shepherd god robe into a time witch robe. The space-time sorceress robe allowed Carveline to traverse through the void for 60 seconds, regardless of distance, and pursue the target she had locked onto. Unfortunately, Azaz's true body was hidden in the void. Demons were naturally stronger than humans. A low-tiered demon could reach the level of a wizard, while a mid-tier demon was as strong as a truthfinder wizard. Therefore, even if the demon Aziz sacrificed was only a low-level demon, Carveline would still fall for it. Greya frowned. Now that she thought about it, Angor's guess was probably true. It's possible that Carveline was turned into a living food ingredient because she faced the true body of the devil. She asked for it. But that doesn't mean Azaz wasn't tempted by the demons, Greya said. But that doesn't mean Azaz is corrupted, Angor agreed with Greya. That demon has the ability to turn humans into living ingredients, which means that Azaz taught him this ability. Azaz must have something to do with it, Greya insisted. Angor did not argue. He was only making a logical deduction based on the facts at hand. He would never intervene in the matter. After all, this was a battle between gourmet wizards. He continued to watch the competition. When Greya and Angor were chatting, they were already fighting each other. He had to admit that Azaz had a good foundation. As a gourmet apprentice, without the help of the demonic energy, coupled with various means such as elemental spells and bloodline abilities, he already had the ability to fight against an ordinary rank 3 apprentice. If he used the power of a demon, he would be even stronger. On the other side, Angor was also surprised by Trom. Angor knew that Trom was a bloodline wizard as soon as he saw him. Among the 3 major factions, the bloodline faction was definitely stronger than the mystic faction and the elemental faction in terms of combat power. However, Trom's strength was already enough to make the audience gasp in shock. Greya, who was paying close attention to Azaz, also looked at Trom from time to time. It was because his strength was too strong. His seemingly ordinary punch was actually able to smash a hole in the arena. The arena was not as sturdy as the one in Infinity, but it could still withstand a full-strength attack from a half-step wizard. A light punch was enough to create a hole in the arena, which meant Azaz's strength had already surpassed the limit. If he used all his strength, he could probably reach the level of a wizard. Not only was he strong, but he was also incredibly fast. This was especially true for his jumping ability. Every time he jumped into the air, there would be a strong sonic boom. It could be seen that his speed was astonishing. Angor did not see how strong Trom's body was, but if he could withstand such speed, he could not be weak. Angor began to wonder if Keely lost to Trum last time because Trum actually defeated Keely. This Trum guy is almost as strong as a real wizard before becoming a wizard. That's amazing, Greya exclaimed as well. Indeed, Angor agreed. Greya tilted her head and looked at Angor. But he was still not as strong as Angor. Before becoming a wizard, Angor's body was already as strong as a wizard's. Now, Greya could feel the heat coming from Angor's body even if he did not actively release his power. A bloodline wizard was not as strong as him. Greya sighed. It was best not to compare in this world. The more she did, the sadder she would feel. Which organization is he from? Greya asked curiously. He was about to take out his communicator when a strange voice came from beside them. Hey, you're right. You're right. Trum is from the Moonfrost Union. He was trained by the Union, not by any other wizard organization under the Union. This voice came from behind them. It was somewhat sharp and had a strange tone to it. Angor and Greya turned around and saw a man wearing a flat hat and leaning on a crutch behind them. However, it was not him who spoke. It was a pure white snow raven perched on the cane. A humanoid puppet. A familiar? No, an alchemy familiar? Angor looked at the man carefully and realized that he was not a living person. As for the snow raven perched on the cane, it was also an alchemy familiar. When talking to Greya earlier, Angor was sure there was no one around. This alchemy familiar must have just arrived. Since there were no living creatures around, and there were too many people in the arena, they did not notice it at first. That is indeed my alchemy familiar. Oh, I should call you Mr. Hyperdimension now. The snow raven gracefully extended its wings and bowed to Angor. You are. Angor frowned. Even if the creature answered Greya's question, it was still rude to show up so abruptly. Before the raven could answer, Greya narrowed her eyes. You're Queenie? The raven chuckled. Greya, your memory is as good as always. It's you. 30 years ago, when you were eating in my restaurant, I saw the snow raven. Greya relaxed her tense shoulders after confirming Angor's identity. Angor looked at Greya's reaction and knew that they were close friends. I can still remember the Snow Night secret tree pastries you made back then. When can I try it again? Let's talk about it after I gather everyone in the restaurant. But even if I can make it now, you're just an alchemy familiar. You're right. I'm not in Floating Mech City right now, so I can't. The raven sighed. Greya looked at Angor and said, let me introduce them to you. This raven belongs to Queenie, one of my customers. You can call her Pseudo. That's her family name. Sundo? You're the Pale Witch? Snow Raven nodded. It's my honor to be recognized by you, Mr. Superdimensional. Sundo is my senior. Just call me by my name. Of course, Angor had heard of the Pale Witch before. She was from Moonfrost Union. She was only a level 1 wizard, but she was one of the core members of the organization. As for why, it was hard for outsiders to know, but her reputation had long been spread by outsiders. Since you asked for it, I'll call you by your name. Don't get mad. Snow Raven winked at Angor. Angor chuckled. Why are you here? Greya suddenly asked. Are you here for Angor? Angor couldn't help but look at Snow Raven when he heard Greya's question. On the surface, Angor didn't seem to have any grudges against Moonfrost Union. However, the fact that he survived the Abyss Plane and returned to the wizarding world had aroused suspicion among the leaders of Moonfrost Union. Sundo was one of the core members of Moonfrost Union. It was highly likely that she was here for Angor. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Snow Raven, or rather, Queenie, shook her head. I'm not here for Angor. Besides, Mr. Monkey already went to Ice Gorge to confirm the rumors. There's no need to be so nervous. Mr. Monkey already confirmed the rumors, but if you didn't become a member of the research department, he might still use force. Angor's current identity was known to all supernaturals. He was now a core member of Brute Cavern. Monkey's plan didn't work, and he had no hope of becoming a legendary wizard. He was still at the same level as Rain. Therefore, Monkey couldn't risk offending Rain just to get rid of Angor. Queenie didn't seem to care about her identity at all. She directly told him the key point. Even someone as powerful as Rain would find it inappropriate to say such things. But Queenie didn't seem to mind it at all. Angor's heart skipped a beat. I'm not here for you, but I'm sure someone from Moonfrost Union will come looking for you. Maybe Sennifer or Samantha. Queenie paused. But I don't think they're here to deal with you. They're probably here to invite you to the headquarters of the Moonfrost Alliance. After all, Master Monkey promised to give you the highest reward of the Moonfrost Alliance, the essence of Frost and the Moon chapter. You don't want it, do you? Angor did not answer. These were things that happened later, and he could not give an answer now. However, Snow Raven's attitude made it clear that she wasn't here for Angor. If you're not here for Angor, then why are you here? Greya asked in confusion. The hat puppet behind Queenie suddenly moved and pointed at the ring. Queenie chimed in, didn't I just say that Trum is from Moonfrost Union? Can't you connect the dots? You have something to do with Trum? Queenie nodded. Yes, Trum is my cute disciple. For some reason, Angor felt a chill running down his spine when he heard the word cute. Poor kid. Greya looked at Trum, who was still fighting on the stage. Poor kid. Greya knew Queenie's personality too well. Queenie was a woman with a wicked sense of humor. Her so-called care was always a trap. Poor kid? I think so. He's doing well under my tutelage, right? Queenie sounded proud of herself. Greya shook her head. Now I know why Trum is so strong. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to endure your torture. Thanks for the compliment. I'm not complimenting you. I'll take it as a compliment. Queenie didn't mind at all. She jumped down from her cane and landed between Greya and Angor. She stared at the stage as she said, too bad my lovely student is going up against a gourmet this time. Or it would be so much better. You're looking down on gourmets? Of course I do. It's just that, Greya didn't mind Queenie's words. Trum might win easily if he's fighting another gourmet apprentice. But I'm not so sure about Azaz. Greya already wanted to kill Azaz, but objectively speaking, as long as Azaz borrowed the power of a demon, Trum would not be able to stop him. You think gourmet apprentices can fight well? I don't buy it. As soon as Queenie's voice fell, she heard the surrounding audience gasp in disbelief. Queenie looked at the ring again and saw Trum's body flying out of the ring. Thanks to the antlers of his antler hat, his feet were still on the ground. Even so, the judges floating in the air were already whispering to each other. This was the first time something like this happened in a Rising Star competition. They were discussing whether they should consider Trum's loss. Queenie widened her eyes. Huh? What just happened? Queenie seemed to be surprised by something else, but Angor could tell that there was also a hint of surprise in her voice. Why was she so happy when her student was about to lose? Azaz found an opportunity and used a gourmet trick, Stink Bomb, to catch Trum off guard. Although the Stink Bomb only lasts for a moment, when Trum couldn't control himself, Azaz used his right hand to borrow the power of the devil and sent Trum flying with a single punch. Greya's expression was a little grim. She was answering Queenie's question, but the aura Azaz released when he used his demon power made her very worried. It didn't feel like the aura of a low-tier demon. What kind of demon did Azaz use as a sacrifice? Angor also fell into deep thought. He also sensed the presence of the demon energy. Why did he feel something familiar about it? Demon power? Queenie looked back. How did a gourmet wizard get his hands on demon power? Only a few people in the southern wizardry region knew about the demon sacrifice. Queenie didn't know about it either. In exchange for food, Greya gave a simple answer without telling him the truth. Something like Xianxia's power? Signhouse power came from Xianxia, a gourmet who also used food to summon heroic spirits. Greya nodded. Queenie suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Such power exists. No wonder you think so highly of the fiend gourmet. While they were talking, the judges didn't announce the end of the match, which meant Trum could keep fighting Azaz. The audience sighed in relief. It wasn't easy to see such an exciting match in the semi-finals, and it would be a shame if it ended like this. Trum finally climbed up from the edge of the stage. When everyone looked at Trom, shock flashed through their eyes. Trom's clothes were completely shredded, revealing his skin underneath. At this moment, there was a horrifying wound on Trom's chest. It was a fist imprint. Most importantly, next to the fist mark was a black burn mark that was tinged with red. Coupled with Trom's fair skin, the terrifying black fire wound was a terrifying sight to behold. That fire contains demon power. Did Azaz sacrifice a fire manipulator demon? Greya whispered. There are many fire manipulators. Which one is it? Fire manipulator? Pyromancer? Or a pyromancer? A mature flame relay demon is an intermediate demon with the power of a truthfinder. Why would it accept a mortal wizard's offering? Greya wondered. It's a pyromancer, Angor suddenly spoke up. A pyromancer? Are you sure? Greya jerked her head around. Angor nodded. I know a fire rune demon. But he's still in his infancy, so I can only call him a young demon. But it has the same fire energy. He didn't see a pyromancer. He knew a pyromancer. Both Greya and Queenie noticed this detail. However, Greya didn't ask about it. Instead, she mumbled to herself, how is that possible? A pyromancer is going to sacrifice a gourmet apprentice? The pyromancers she didn't know about were usually called messengers of fire. Pyromancers, on the other hand, were called nobles of fire in the abyss plane. This was indeed the case. The flame-patterned demons were the nobles of fire. Not only were they the nobles of fire demons, but they were also the nobles of all demons. There were pyromancers in the inner layers of the abyss plane. Why would a gourmet wizard sacrifice a pyromancer like that? Greya couldn't believe it. But Angor couldn't be lying. What exactly went wrong here? Greya decided not to think about it for now. She would watch the match first. Trom stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned red because of the fire on his chest. Demon fire. Trom had been living in the abyss for a long time, so he was familiar with the power of demons. He gave Azaz a questioning look. Why did you use demon fire? Azaz said softly, I only borrowed his power for a moment. Him? Who are you talking about? A demon from the abyss? Azaz did not answer Trom's question. He lowered his head in an apologetic manner. I have an agreement with him, so I can't tell you. Since Azaz did not want to talk about it, Trom did not press further. Besides, this was not the time to ask. Trom looked down at his chest. The pain was so intense that he began to spasm. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and slowly exhaled. Originally, I had planned to use its power when I challenged him. But now, I think I need to get serious. Demon fire is something I need to take seriously. With that, Trom's limbs began to change. His hands turned into fluffy deer hooves. His thighs grew thicker, his calves thinner but stronger. His feet also turned into shining hooves. When all his limbs were done, a cold mist began to surround Trom's body. It looked like a cloud of mist that surrounded his feet and hands. At the same time, the frost energy slowly froze the burning sensation on his chest. Since it could not be healed in a short time, he had to put it aside for now. Azaz didn't attack Trom while he was changing. This improved Trom's impression of Azaz. Even if Azaz did attack him, Trom had a way to deal with it. Since Azaz was acting like a gentleman, Trom gave him a warning before making his move. I'm coming. Watch out. With that, Trom stomped on the ground with his hooves. A crisp sound was heard when he exerted his strength. The stage under his feet seemed to be covered by a layer of ice. Trom's stomp shattered the ice. Trom charged at Azaz like a cannonball, creating a huge sound barrier. It wasn't until Trom moved that everyone noticed that there was a huge hole in the arena where he had been standing. It was filled with shattered ice, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. It turned out that the arena under Trom's feet wasn't covered in a layer of ice, but directly turned into ice by Trom. The fact that Trom was able to punch holes in the arena showed that he was very strong. However, even a water-type apprentice would need to cast at least a level 3 cantrip to do what Trom did just now. Trom, on the other hand, clearly didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. He simply stomped his foot and turned the arena into ice. It wasn't a trick, which meant that it was Trom's own power. It hadn't been displayed before, so it must be the power of his half-beast form. What kind of demonic bloodline did this terrifying power of ice originate from? While everyone was speculating, Trom and Azaz had already started fighting. Black flames flickered on one side and frost on the other. With the occasional rumbling sounds, it was like a song of ice and fire. As a gourmet wizard, Azaz's strategy was to distance himself from a bloodline wizard as much as possible. However, after borrowing demonic power, it was more suitable for him to use it in close combat. However, Azaz hadn't learned how to fight in close combat. He could only barely cope with Trom's overwhelming attacks. Azaz also had to be very careful. When blocking Trom's attacks, he had to use demonic power to neutralize the frost brought by Trom's attacks. Otherwise, that terrifying frost energy would have immediately drilled into Aziz's body when Aziz had carelessly touched it. It was like maggots crawling into his bones, causing him endless pain. After fighting for about 3 minutes, Azaz felt that he couldn't keep up with Trom's speed anymore. The more Trom fought, the stronger and faster he became. If this continued, Azaz wouldn't be able to block all of his attacks. Once his body was frozen, it would be hard to say what would happen. Azaz tried to escape from this painful stalemate. Trom noticed this too, but he wouldn't let Azaz escape so easily. Instead, he moved even faster. He even used frost to form a wall so that Azaz couldn't escape. Seeing this, Aziz gritted his teeth and called out in his heart, "Sebastian, I still need to borrow your power." Soon, a distant voice that seemed to come from the depths of darkness came back. "Dear Maloris, of course. As long as your food is good enough, I will naturally give you something in return." Azaz calmed down a bit after receiving the reply. Since Sebastian had promised, Azaz didn't hold back anymore. He instantly took out half of the demonic power in his body. The demonic power formed a black and red ball in his hand. A terrifying aura immediately spread in all directions. Even those sitting outside the defensive barrier could feel the aura of power that made them tremble. Trom, who was close, felt it the most. Looking at the demonic power that had gathered to the extreme in Azaz's hand, a trace of unease flashed through his eyes. When cracks appeared on the black and red ball, Trom's unease reached its peak. He didn't hesitate to run away. The moment Trom turned around, a violent explosion and an extremely deep darkness instantly enveloped the arena. Everyone only saw that Trom seemed to have been hit in the back and was sent flying. As for the result, it was shrouded in darkness. No one could see it. There was silence in the auditorium. Everyone was shocked by the sudden scene. That terrifying aura was still rippling around them, causing them to shut their mouths tightly. Even their breathing had slowed down. The 10,000 people in the arena seemed to have stopped at this moment. In this silence, even the rustling of clothes could be heard. After who knew how long, a sharp voice broke the silence. "Trom isn't dead, is he?" Although it was a question, there was an inexplicable sense of joy in it. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a snow crow flying in the air. It stared at the arena with a happy expression. The person who spoke, the bird who spoke, was it? Who was this bird? Did it have a grudge against Trom? Otherwise, why was it so happy? Similar doubts appeared in everyone's minds, but they didn't last long. They were most focused on the arena. Gossip about love and hate was interesting, but they could slowly dig into it after the competition. Right now, the competition was more important. However, the arena was still shrouded in darkness. No one could see what was going on inside. What had happened inside? How was Trom? Even the judges were whispering to each other. At the same time, they were looking at the adept-level judges, hoping that they could come up with a conclusion. The wizard judge pondered for a moment and shook his head. Everyone knew that Trom hadn't lost yet. The match was still going on. But what was going on inside the stage covered in darkness? Azaz raised his head and looked at the other side. Even if Trom wasn't seriously injured, he should have been affected by the explosion. But when Azaz looked over, he saw that Trom wasn't injured at all. Instead, he was wrapped in a glowing white deerskin. The deerskin had neutralized all the power of the demon fire. When the demon fire burned out, the deerskin remained unharmed. Seeing this, Aziz's eyes flashed with surprise. "What's going on?" "I knew it. Even 1,000th of my power can't be neutralized so easily. I see now. A deep voice reached Azaz's ears. The one who spoke was the demon hiding in the void, Sebastian. What's that? Azaz asked. The skin of an ancient phantom beast that lives in the abyss, Sebastian explained. Since it lived in the abyss for so long, it meant that it had the power to resist all kinds of dangers in the abyss. And the most common terrifying power in the abyss was the power of demons. It made sense that the deerskin could resist the power of demons. With this deerskin, it's going to be very difficult. Azaz frowned. Demon fire doesn't work on him. Even if I use the power of demons on my body, I won't be as strong as him. So I have no choice but to surrender? He didn't want to give up. As long as he became the biggest winner of the competition, he could make a request to the leaders of Floating Mech City. Then he could. Azaz didn't want to think about it because Sebastian could read his mind. My dear Maloris, is there a misunderstanding? Did I say that my demon fire doesn't work on him? Sebastian's voice reached Azaz's ears. The message conveyed by the voice made Azaz feel like he saw a devil in black, sneering at him from the depths of the darkness. Aziz shook off the illusion in his mind. You mean the devil's fire is effective? Of course, the demon power I lent you is not even 1,000th of its usual concentration. You can now withstand 1% of my concentration. When the time comes, even if you have the fur of an ancient phantom beast, you won't be able to withstand the burning of this concentration. Azaz's eyes flashed with joy. Please grant me strength. Sebastian said, Of course I can give you power, but my lovely Mylolise, have you forgotten something? Azaz, after the competition is over, I'll make food offerings as soon as possible. It's good that you didn't forget, but... Sebastian's laughter had a trace of cruelty. This time, I want food made by living people, such as the little illusion deer opposite you. I really want to try, what is the taste of a human who is fused with the ancient mirage beast bloodline? At the end of his sentence, there was a moist sound. Apparently, Sebastian was licking his lips with his tongue. Azaz's face immediately became gloomy. Impossible. Don't refuse so early. Don't you want to win the championship? Won't you be able to fulfill your wish after you win the championship? After a burst of strange laughter, Sebastian's voice suddenly lowered. Then, can't you let the human wizards restrain me? Isn't that your wish? Azaz's expression was a bit ugly. What? Do you think it's strange that I know your wish? You didn't dare to think about it, so I was very curious about what you wanted to do after you won. So when you were asleep, I quietly probed into it. Sebastian laughed heartily, as if he didn't care at all that Azaz wanted to restrain him. As long as you beat him, you can take a crucial step toward your wish. Don't you look forward to it? As long as you make him into food, you'll be one step closer to restraining me. Aren't you tempted? And only once. I'll only taste food made by a living person once. Azaz said coldly, Do you think I'll believe the words of a demon? Sebastian said, Why not? I've exchanged my surname with yours. I've used the surname Mylolise for thousands of years, and now I've given it to you. Everyone will lie to you, but I won't. Azaz sneered. Sebastian could clearly feel that Azaz's heart didn't waver at all. Your cheap mentor, Tubail, rejected me with such righteous words at first, but then he also fell into my arms. Sebastian said, Since you're willing to inherit the contract with me from your mentor, why don't you follow your mentor's example? Mentor fled to the southern region because he joined you, and then he wouldn't have died here. But Tubail didn't regret it until he died. Sebastian said, You've received his inheritance, so you should inherit all his will. I won't inherit his will, and I'll never sacrifice a living person to you as food. Azaz said, I'd rather admit defeat. If you lose, you can't restrain me. Azaz said, It doesn't matter, because you can't get rid of me either. Sebastian. Basil. Basil used to be Azaz's surname, but now it was swapped with Sebastian's. Therefore, when Azaz said Basil's name, his mood was extremely complicated. Sebastian didn't care about Azaz's attitude and just kept chuckling. His laughter kept echoing in Azaz's mind. Azaz opened his eyes and ignored Sebastian. Instead, he looked at Trom. Although the cunning demon had tricked him and didn't borrow his power, he still had some remaining demon power. Azaz planned to fight again. Trom didn't seem to have any external injuries, but maybe he had used up a lot of energy and could give him an opportunity. Thinking of this, Azaz started to move. The conversation between him and Sebastian had seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it had only been a second or two. Trom was blown up by the black and red ball. Although he was covered by the deerskin, Azaz took the initiative before he could come back to his senses. A black and red ball floated in front of Trom. Seeing this, Trom finally came back to his senses and fear flashed through his eyes. He subconsciously picked up the fur in his hand, wanting to avoid being attacked by the demon fire again. However, when the black and red ball exploded, Trom didn't feel any impact. Instead, he smelled a familiar pungent smell. Stink bomb? Azaz had used the same stink bomb this time, a rare offensive trick of the gourmet class. However, in order to prevent the stink bomb from being destroyed, Azaz mixed a black and red spice to make Trom think that it was the demon power from before. As expected, Azaz didn't suspect anything in his haste. Not only did he not attack the stink bomb, he even took out the deerskin to cover it. However, the deerskin was very resistant to energy, but it couldn't resist the smell. Trom cursed in his heart. As the smell of the stink bomb spread, he felt his vision blur. If he didn't use a defensive spell, he would completely suffer the effects of the stink bomb. It could make him lose all his senses and lose control. Trom was in this state of losing control. If Azaz used the black and red ball again, he would be dead for sure. Trom anxiously waited for his defeat. But when he opened his eyes from the maelstrom created by the stink bomb, he found that he wasn't seriously injured. Only the frost that had frozen the wound on his chest had been smashed open, and there was a slight pain. Other than that, there was no other injury. Azaz, on the other hand, was covered in a white frost aura that couldn't be dispelled even by the remaining demon power. When Trom lost control, Azaz took the chance to attack Trom's chest. Trom wasn't seriously injured, but Azaz himself was hit by the frost aura. Without more demon power, Azaz couldn't break through the frost on Trom's body. My stupid student is going to win. How boring. It'll be great if he loses. A sharp voice came from the raven's beak. Greya glanced at Queenie. She wasn't joking. Queenie really wanted Trom to lose. Greya couldn't help but look at Trom on the stage. She felt sad that he had such a terrible teacher. Well, it doesn't matter if he wins. I'm happy when I think about him not being able to fulfill his 3-year promise. Queenie seemed to have thought of something and returned from her disappointment to happiness. What promise? Greya knew it was another one of Trom's promises, but she still couldn't help asking. Queenie looked at Angor, who was lost in thought. Actually, Trom admires Angor a lot. Angor looked at Queenie again. He admires you so much that he wants to defeat you. Of course I support him. So I made a promise with him. If he can defeat you in 3 years, I'll get him a chance to enter the moon emblem. If he can't do that, he'll have to accept a small punishment. Queenie didn't say what the punishment was, but Angor knew it couldn't be a small punishment. He agreed? Greya couldn't believe it. If he wants to defeat Angor in 3 years, he has to become a wizard first. But I don't see any sign of that happening. Why would he agree? Even if Trom really wanted to do that, it would take a long time to prepare. Even if he was lucky enough to break through, he still needed some time to stabilize his strength. There was no way he could defeat Angor in 3 years. Would Trom be stupid enough to agree to such an impossible promise? He agreed. Greya wondered if she heard it wrong. Even the target of the challenge, Angor, raised an eyebrow. But I didn't tell him that Angor has already become a wizard. You know how slow the Abyss Plane is. Greya didn't know what to say. Of all the people she knew, Queenie was the only one who dared to trick her own students so blatantly. Since the result is decided, I'll leave now. I don't want to see Trom's smug face. The raven circled around in the air and looked at Angor. Angor, I look forward to our next meeting. Don't forget about the Moonfrost Union's reward, Frost Essence and Moon Emblem. I'll be waiting for you at Moonfrost Union. After saying that, the snow crow circled up and flew away from the arena. Just as Queenie had said, Trom had the absolute advantage when the black mist dissipated. Without the help of his demon energy, Azaz would have a hard time defeating Trom, not to mention that Trom was using his half-beast bloodline ability. After a while, Azaz gave up. And so, the semi-finals came to an end. Trom and Onassis advanced to the next round. The final match would be held in 3 days, during which the winners and runners-up would be decided. Angor saw Greya placing a mark on Azaz's body, but Azaz didn't notice it at all. "I'll go deal with Azaz first. If you're going to Brood Pavilion, tell Xianxia that I'll be there later. I'm free now. You don't mind if I tag along, right?" Greya nodded nonchalantly. "Come if you want." With that, Greya vanished into thin air. Angor quickly followed Greya's aura. Greya reappeared in a plaza outside the Tower of Infinity, followed by Angor. "He's still inside the Tower of Infinity. Let's wait for a bit." Greya found a random bench near the fountain and sat down. Greya sat down and began to think. She kept replaying the fight between Azaz and Trom in her mind. While Greya was lost in her thoughts, Angor's voice reached her ears. "I don't think he's acting today." His voice was very recognizable. Even the sound of running water from the fountain did not drown out his voice. Instead, it made his voice even clearer. Greya did not say anything, but she agreed with Angor's words. The match did not look like an act. Since Azaz sacrificed himself to a demon, he can do whatever he wants in the southern wizardry region, where no one knows about demon sacrifices. With the addition of the demon's power, and the possibility of sacrificing a fire-patterned demon, how could he lose? I saw Trom's match and compared him to Carveline. I think Carveline will win. But Azaz defeated Carveline and lost to Trom. That doesn't make sense, does it? Greya gave Angor a thoughtful look. So you still think Azaz isn't corrupted yet? I just think that Azaz and the demon who sacrificed him don't have the same ideology. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exhausted his demon energy in the second half of the match. If Azaz could keep using his demon energy, it wouldn't be hard for him to defeat Trom. Greya nodded. You're right. Azaz's body was able to handle the demon energy, but he didn't use it again. That's not right. But there might be something we don't know. We'll ask him when we catch him. Greya considered. Anyway, since Azaz's demon already knows how to turn living people into food, Azaz and the demon must have reached some sort of agreement. According to Greya, they still needed to deal with Azaz. But compared to killing Azaz mercilessly, Greya took a step back and planned to capture Azaz first. Angor only spoke up for Azaz because of Azaz's pure and innocent eyes. As for what to do with Azaz, that was Greya's business. Angor had no say in it. So, what's your plan about Queenie? When are you going to Moonfrost Union? Greya changed the topic. Not now. I still have a lot of things to do, Angor answered without hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't trust Queenie. He knew that even Monkey wouldn't do anything to him if he went to Moonfrost Union. However, he still had some concerns. He still had Alucia's body, which Monkey wanted so much. Besides, the demon god's avatar was also in there. He didn't want to set foot in Moonfrost Union's territory before he dealt with those two bodies. The Glory of Frost contains all kinds of rare treasures that Moonfrost Union used to conquer other worlds. There might even be mystery items with hidden glows. Aren't you interested? Greya continued, the Crescent of Moon is the secret storehouse of Moonfrost Union's knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge in there, and even lost recipes. Can you resist such temptation? I'm not interested. I'm fine with it. By the way, I'm not interested in recipes. If you can help me find some lost recipes, I'll cook anything you want for free, said Greya. He considered for a moment and realized that this was much more tempting than the frost essence and moon. Greya's food was sometimes more effective than potions, and it rarely had side effects. If he could eat them for free, it would be a great deal. I'll think about it. But I'm really busy right now. I'll go to Moonfrost Union when I have time. Greya was about to ask Azaz to help her find some lost recipes when she sensed that Azaz had left the Tower of Infinity. He's out. Greya put on a serious look. It's time to meet him. 10 minutes later, at Champagne Road. Azaz didn't belong to any formal wizard organization. He was more or less a wandering apprentice. Since he didn't have a wizard station in floating Mech City, he was temporarily staying in an inn on Champagne Road. There were many taverns and inns on Champagne Road, so many apprentices usually gathered here. From day to night, this street was always in a state of restless revelry. It was the same at this time. Especially the nearby Muyuan wine bar, which was the source of all the excitement. When Aziz passed by Muyuan bar, he could see the lively scene inside through the door. There were also all kinds of discussions coming out. Normally, Azaz would go in and have a drink. But he wasn't in the mood right now. For one thing, his hands were still numb from the frostbite. They were healed. For another thing, he lost the match. He couldn't control Sebastian anymore, which made him feel frustrated. Why are you so upset? Do you really want to control me that much? I'll be very sad. We exchanged names. I heard that in some human countries, when a female marries a male, she'll change her name. In that case, our relationship is even closer. Sebastian's ethereal voice entered Azaz's mind. First of all, there's no gender difference. Also, in some countries, when a woman marries, she doesn't exchange her name. Instead, she just adds a new one. Azaz paused and continued, plus, you have my name now. Doesn't that mean we can control each other when it comes to names? Of course, Sebastian wouldn't tell Azaz that he had nearly 20 names, which meant he inherited the heritage of the fire rune demon. Azaz didn't want to talk to Sebastian, but Sebastian continued, if you're really upset, why don't you come in and have a drink? They're talking about other people, but they're talking about you too. Maybe you'll feel better after hearing their flattery? I don't want to hear it. Just a drink then? Nope. Azaz still refused. He was a bit confused. Why did you suggest wood bar all of a sudden? What's wrong with this place? Is there a friend inside? Of course not. But there's a very delicious ingredient inside, Sebastian said. Ingredient? What ingredient? Sebastian didn't answer. Instead, he whispered in his mind. A living ingredient. There are delicious ingredients in Kehara bar? Azaz estimated that Sebastian must have taken a fancy to another human, and a powerful one at that. The most powerful person in the Kehara bar was undoubtedly the owner of the bar. The owner of the bar was an official wizard. Even if he wasn't, there was no way Azaz would cook a human. Azaz shook his head and ignored Sebastian's temptation. He quickly walked forward. Soon, he arrived at his temporary lodging. It was a mortal's lodging. Although the owner was a mortal, he must have a supernatural background to run a lodging in floating Mech City. The supernaturals who stayed in the lodging were all well-behaved. However, since it was a mortal's lodging, the building materials were quite ordinary. Relatively speaking, the lodging had poor defense. And it was not well hidden. Azaz did not mind. For some reason, he did not use food to make money, so he did not have many magic crystals. It was good enough that he did not wander outside the city. At least he still had a place to rest. Azaz dragged his tired body upstairs. When he reached the floor where his room was, Sebastian's eerie chuckle sounded in his mind. Looks like you have a visitor today. A visitor? Azaz hesitated and looked at the end of the corridor. The innermost room on the 4th floor was his room. The door of the room seemed to be closed, and there was no visitor that Sebastian mentioned. Then, Azaz's heart skipped a beat. He kept a calm face and spoke to Sebastian in his mind. You mean, there's someone in my room? My dear Maloris, you know that I'm not in the world you're in. I don't know if there's anyone in your room, but the lamp you lit with demon fire on your bedside table has gone out. Sebastian's words were undoubtedly telling Azaz that even if there was no visitor in the room now, someone must have entered his room. Azaz suddenly felt a bit nervous. Who would enter his room? He did not know anyone in floating Mech City. Or rather, he did not have any friends in the wizarding world. Under such circumstances, the person who had been to his room was definitely not a friendly visitor. They must have other intentions, or even malicious intentions. But he did not offend anyone in floating Mech City. Could it be an opponent who had been defeated by him? Azaz hesitated for a moment and decided to go over to check on the situation. But the next second, Sebastian said, the demon fire extinguished for less than a minute. If you go now, the visitor should still be in the room. That's right. Although my demon flame is only a diluted energy, the strength of the person who can extinguish it is definitely not inferior to the opponent you met on the stage today. In other words, if Azaz entered the room now, he would have to face an opponent who was at least as strong as Trom. The other party must have broken into his room with malicious intent. Aziz's hands were still injured, and he had no demon power to use. He would definitely be at a disadvantage in the battle. Thinking of this, Azaz retreated without hesitation, preparing to leave this place first. But just as Azaz was about to turn around and go downstairs, a young and slender girl with heavy makeup appeared at the corner of the stairs. Where are you going? Azaz? The girl was smiling, but there was a faint murderous intent in her eyes, which sent chills down Azaz's spine. My dear Maloris, if you don't want to die, I suggest you run away now. This woman's aura is not ordinary. Sebastian's voice came again. There was no reason for Sebastian to lie to him, so Azaz believed him and ran in the opposite direction without hesitation. There was a glass window on the other side of the 4th floor. As long as he jumped out of the window, there would be Rune eyes patrolling outside. Aziz's movements were extremely fast, but when he was about to reach the glass window, a shadow appeared in front of the glass window as if it had teleported. It was the girl from before. I knew it, the girl sneered. You didn't even know who I was when you saw me. So you ran away. Are you feeling guilty for what you've done? As the girl's voice fell, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from her body. Aziz had originally wanted to retreat and escape, but under this aura, he couldn't even move. His eyes were filled with shock. He had to use all his strength to speak. You're a wizard? Only Magi could have such a terrifying aura. The girl was Greya. She was smiling, but her eyes were cold. Who are you? I don't know you, and I don't know what you're talking about. Aziz's words sounded like a quibble in a desperate situation. However, he was indeed confused and had no idea what was going on. Sebastian's eerie laughter echoed in his mind. Demons never ask for a reason when they kill. When humans kill each other, the so-called reason is just an excuse. Did you see her eyes? She just wants to kill you. No matter what you say, she'll kill you. I can help you. Sebastian's tempting voice echoed in Azaz's mind. Promise me that you'll turn her into food, and I'll lend you my power to defeat her. No. Azaz refused immediately. She's going to kill you. I'm just helping you. Eating her is just a trivial matter. Azaz hesitated. Yes, the girl wanted to kill him. He wouldn't lose anything even if he agreed to Sebastian's request. But did he really have to do this? The image of his mentor, Tubal, appeared in Azaz's mind. That miserable appearance was the price Tubal had to pay for colluding with Sebastian. He had inherited Tubal's heritage, but he didn't want to inherit Tubal's stubbornness. If you can't make up your mind, how about this? Sebastian's voice came again. She's very strong. Even if you borrow my power, you won't be able to defeat her. But you can use your demon power to open a tunnel and send her to my real body. You don't have to worry about the rest. What do you think? I'm doing this for you. Azaz remained silent for a moment. You just want to turn her into food. You'll leave the rest to me. Of course. I'm not a chef. I can just eat raw meat. But after tasting Azaz's food, Sebastian didn't want to go back to the days when he had to eat raw meat. Sebastian asked, what do you think now? Azaz didn't answer. Sebastian chuckled. Fine. You'll beg me when you're about to die. But I won't pity you like I do now. Azaz's consciousness returned to reality from his mind. Looking at the girl in front of him, his attitude softened again. Even if you want me to die, at least tell me the reason so that I can die with a clear understanding. Greya gave Azaz a cold stare. Don't you know it? When you sacrifice a demon, all gourmet wizards in the southern wizarding region will become targets for the entire wizarding world. Azaz was surprised. He thought the girl just wanted to kill him for no reason. But after listening to her explanation, he realized something. Why did his teacher, Tabel, die? He was hunted down by a group of wizards in the northern region and suffered serious injuries. He managed to escape to the southern wizarding region, but he still couldn't escape death's tentacles. Offering human sorcerers as sacrifices to the demons was the reason why Tubal was being hunted down. Because Azaz understood this, he hadn't really thrown himself into Sebastian's arms until now. I did sacrifice a demon, but I didn't submit to it. Greya sneered. You think I'll believe that? Azaz was being honest, but with the demon's power as a disguise, even truth detection spells could fail. I'm telling the truth. I only believe what I see. Your existence is a hidden danger. With that, Greya ignored Azaz's words and attacked. She could always ask Azaz if he was telling the truth after she took him back. Greya reached out a hand to capture Azaz and bring him back to her manor. But before her hand could touch Azaz's chest, a demon head made of dark fire suddenly emerged from Azaz's chest. Greya felt a sharp pain in her hand before she lost consciousness. The scene in front of him gave Aziz a fright. At that time, he didn't think of anything and didn't do anything. It was Sebastian who took the initiative to release the demon fire from his body. Moreover, the level of that abyss devil fire surpassed all the abyss devil fires Azaz had ever controlled. This was probably the real power of Sebastian's body. Greya didn't expect Azaz's demon to protect a human sacrifice. She had never heard of such a thing before. That's why the demon took advantage of her carelessness. When this strange black flame entered her hand, it immediately began to spread wildly. A sore and powerless feeling came from her hand. Greya immediately sensed that the black fire was trying to turn her into a living food. Greya was a little annoyed. How dare you say you didn't dance with a demon when you're already like this? She didn't even want to capture Azaz now. She was going to kill him. But first, Greya had to get rid of the black fire on her. Greya tried to get rid of the flames on her, but the flames were like maggots that latched onto her bones. They were hard to get rid of. Azaz heard Sebastian's voice. What are you waiting for? Azaz turned around without hesitation. Greya saw him, but she couldn't go after him because of the demon fire. She could only watch as Azaz ran further and further away toward the stairs. Just as Azaz was about to escape, the creaking sound of the door opening suddenly entered everyone's ears. After the sound of the door opening, Azaz suddenly realized that the corridor in front of him seemed to be shaking unrealistically. Since it was too urgent, Azaz ignored it and kept running downstairs. However, not long after he ran down the stairs, he turned a corner and was about to go down to the 3rd floor. He finally realized that he wasn't on the 3rd floor. He was still on the 4th floor. He went down 1 floor. Why was he still on the 4th floor? Was this an illusion? Azaz looked around and confirmed that he was still on the 4th floor. Nothing had changed. The girl from before was still fighting the demon fire on the other side of the corridor. The only thing that had changed was that the door to his temporary room had been opened. A figure was walking out from the open door. The man walked out of Azaz's room and closed the door behind him. Then, he slowly walked toward Azaz and Angor. As the person came closer and closer, Aziz's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. When Sebastian mentioned that someone might be in his room, Azaz thought he was talking about the woman who stopped him. But it turned out to be Angor. Azaz had been living in Floating Mech City for a long time. He knew who Angor was. But this was the first time he saw Angor with his own eyes. He didn't expect to see Angor walking out of his room. Azaz was also reminded of the strange scene he saw earlier. Angor was famous for his alchemy skills, but he was also an illusionist. He went downstairs, but he suddenly appeared on the 4th floor. Was that an illusion created by Angor? Azaz couldn't help but recall the creaking sound of the door opening earlier. Sound illusion? It didn't matter if Azaz was right or not. But judging from the situation, Azaz was sure that Angor did something. In other words, Angor was in cahoots with the girl who stopped him. Azaz felt his palms sweating. He already had a hard time dealing with that girl. Now that Angor was here, he had to face 2 wizards at the same time, which was even more impossible. Besides, Angor was a member of the research department, which enjoyed the best treatment in Floating Mech City. Angor only needed to give an order, and Azaz would have nowhere to hide in Floating Mech City. It was clearly flowing fire day, but at this moment, Aziz felt as if he was in a bitingly cold winter. From inside to outside, he was completely cold. Facing two official magi, do you feel despair? Sebastian's voice echoed in Azaz's mind. My dear Maloris, don't forget that I can be your shield. As long as you agree to my conditions, I'll help you deal with them. It was very likely that this was his moment of life and death. At this moment, Aziz was somewhat hesitant. Maybe he should agree to Sebastian's request. You clearly didn't do anything wrong, but you became the target of these people's unscrupulous behavior. Don't you feel bad? No one in this disgusting world will understand you. Other than me, only I will treat you well and make you better. So, you have to trust me. Sebastian seemed to see Azaz's hesitation, and the temptation in his words became even stronger. Which do you think is more important, your life or your worthless will? Throw yourself into my arms. We are allies who trust each other. The demon in the depths of the darkness spread out his hands, as if waiting for Aziz's embrace. His scarlet eyes flashed with warmth, but under this warmth, there was treachery and hypocrisy. But it had to be said that this demon's confession was more affectionate than any other. He had even made all kinds of arrangements after Azaz responded to him. But what Sebastian didn't expect was that the scale in Azaz's heart returned to its original point after a long time of wandering. No, Azaz said firmly. It was as if all his previous efforts to entice her had been in vain. Why? Sebastian's voice became cold. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Aziz still insisted on that illusory obsession. Azaz didn't answer. He did hesitate for a moment, but the hesitation slowly disappeared after Sebastian spoke. In particular, Sebastian's words, "The worthless will you cling to," had awakened Azaz. Sebastian was only a demon after all. Perhaps to him, that bit of persistence was indeed meaningless. But it was different for Azaz. This was the foundation for him to become a supernatural. It was the belief he established when he embarked on the path of wizardry. If he couldn't even hold on to his belief, how could he still pursue the so-called truth? You're hopeless. Sebastian humped coldly. Then wait for your death. Azaz retreated from his consciousness. He held on to his belief, but he also knew that he had to live to have a belief. What he was doing now was just waiting for an opportunity. He knew that Angor was an academicist. If he could explain it to Angor, there might be a chance. If he couldn't, Azaz didn't know what choice he would make. Maybe he would be forced to change his belief, just like his teacher who died early. Azaz opened his mouth to explain when Angor slowly approached him. But before he could say anything, the girl on the other side spoke in a grim voice, "Kill him for me, Angor." Angor happened to pass by Azaz. His footsteps paused as he looked at Azaz. Azaz was still panicking at first, but he soon calmed down and spoke with difficulty, "I didn't dance with a demon." Angor looked at Azaz. Greya kept saying that demon energy could prevent the result of truth check, but sometimes it wasn't necessary at all. Azaz's eyes had been so pure ever since he stepped onto the stage. There was a trace of naive stubbornness in them that was never covered by the haze. Azaz was getting more and more nervous when he saw Angor looking at him. He was afraid that Angor would kill him in the next second, just like the girl said. Even though Angor's eyes were calm all the time. Those few seconds when his heart was hanging in the air were perhaps the most nervous moments of his life. Maybe it was a long time, or maybe it was just a moment. Azaz didn't see Angor making a move. Angor only glanced at him and walked past him to Greya. "I'll let you decide what to do with him later. Your situation is more serious than his," Angor said as he walked past Azaz. "But like I said before, you can try to listen to his explanation." Azaz sighed in relief when he heard Angor's words. In that short moment, he even thought about whether he should turn to the embrace of the demons. If there was no one in this world who trusted him, what was the point of holding on to his beliefs? But Angor's words made him give up on that idea. Angor didn't say that he trusted him, but he at least gave him a chance. Greya didn't respond to Angor's words. She didn't have time to waste. Demon fire was still eating away at her body. She had seen many types of demon fire before, but none of them gave her such a strong sense of invasion. Greya had a feeling that if she let her guard down for even a second, the demon fire would break the balance and completely take over her body. Angor walked to Greya as she tried to deal with the demon fire. It's not that easy to expel the fire of a fire-marked demon. Let me do it. Sebastian, the demon hiding in the dark void, said that he wanted Azaz to wait for death, but he didn't withdraw his gaze. At first, Sebastian didn't care about these two official wizards who had suddenly appeared. His last tribute, Tabale, had been wanted dead by many wizards when he was still in the Northern Territory wizard world. Sebastian had seen much grander things than this. He even felt a little happy about it. Maybe he could use the pressure from these two wizards to force Azaz to start offering human food. Unfortunately, Azaz was a stubborn man who refused to budge even in the face of death. Sebastian didn't pay much attention to the two wizards. However, when he heard Angor's words, the demon in the dark looked a little surprised. The fire of a flamespring demon wasn't that easy to expel. How could he tell that he was a fire-patterned demon? Flamespring demons were nobles among demons. They were rare and rarely appeared on the surface of the Abyss Plane. Few wizards in the southern wizarding region had ever seen a flamespring demon in their exploration of the Abyss Plane. Even fewer could tell the difference between a flamespring demon and a flamespring demon. How did Angor know about this? After all, even Azaz and Tubal didn't know Sebastian's exact race. While Sebastian was still wondering, Angor volunteered to expel the demon's fire. Sebastian didn't think that his flame could be expelled so easily, but the truth was the opposite of what he thought. In the blink of an eye, the demon's fire on the girl was guided to Angor's palm. It wasn't extinguished. Angor was holding it? This made Sebastian unable to sit still. The fire that he had secretly released was released by his main body. In other words, it wasn't weakened. He believed the fire wouldn't kill the girl, but it would at least leave a layer of skin on her. How did Angor manage to hold such a powerful flame? Sebastian's curiosity was raised to the highest point. He couldn't help but cast a trace of demonic energy on Azaz's eyes. He wanted to carefully observe this wizard that he had never paid attention to before. Azaz was also puzzled at this time. Why would Sebastian suddenly send down the power of the demon? While Azaz was still wondering, Sebastian's voice suddenly echoed in his mind again. So it's the flame mark of Odurkla's. Interesting. Someone managed to get the mark from it. Odurkla's was a fire dragon, which was only one step away from becoming a lord. Its level was much higher than Sebastian's, which was why Angor could easily expel the demon's fire. Of course, Sebastian wasn't in the wizarding world right now, so he couldn't control the demon's fire inside Greya's body. Angor's fire was expelled because of the mark. So how did Angor know he was a flamespring Azaz? He's Angor, right? Azaz nodded. As long as it didn't involve sacrificing humans, Azaz didn't mind talking with Sebastian. Angor. What do you know? Azaz remained silent for a moment. I never paid attention to him. I only know that he's from Brute Cavern, and his teacher is Phantom Master Sunders. And then? I don't know. Sebastian chuckled. I can read your mind. You're hiding something. But it doesn't matter. I'll give you a chance. I can save you, and I won't force you to sacrifice a human this time. You can't help me without asking for something in return. I do have a request. I want you to use your demon energy to create a tunnel and drag this Angor guy into the void. I'm interested in him, and I want to talk to him. What's the difference between that and sacrificing a human? Of course. At least I won't eat him, said Sebastian. After Sebastian finished speaking, he added in his heart, with Odurkla's flame mark, he didn't dare to eat it. He still couldn't bear the backlash of the flame mark. But to me, it's the same as sacrificing a human. Azaz didn't want to talk about it anymore and left his mind. Angor finally managed to expel the demon's fire from Greya's body. Thank you. Greya sighed in relief. Without Angor's help, she would have died in this place. It took her a lot of effort to find a suitable body for her soul. If she lost it, it would be difficult for her to find another one. Angor didn't respond for a while. Greya looked at him in confusion. She saw Angor staring at the dancing black flame in his hand. The flame was constantly changing its shape. Sometimes it was chaotic, and sometimes it took the shape of a demon. It looked terrifying. After a while, Angor sighed again with a regretful look. "What's wrong?" asked Greya. "The nature of this fire is very suitable for refining some alchemy tools with the attribute of fear. Unfortunately, the demon's consciousness is still lingering in the flame, and I can't control it." Angor wanted to collect the flame, but the demon's consciousness was too strong. "It'll be great if it's ownerless. Killing the demon would make the flame ownerless." However, it was not easy to kill a demon hiding in the void, let alone a fire rune demon. Angor sighed again. He reached out his hand and clenched it. Surrounded by green runes, the black flame turned into sparks and disappeared into the air. Greya looked at Angor speechlessly. She thought there was something wrong with the demon's fire, but it turned out Angor was only thinking about alchemy. Although the flame looked good for cooking, Greya got rid of the irrelevant thoughts and decided to deal with Azaz first. Greya pulled a long face and walked to Azaz's side. She didn't try to hide her murderous intent at all. Azaz felt as if a sharp sword was pointed at his forehead. Greya just got tricked. Of course, she was furious. She knew it wasn't Azaz who tricked her, but the demon behind him. However, as a tribute, Azaz had something to do with it. Greya really wanted to kill Azaz right here and now. Azaz felt like he was going to fall into the abyss of death in the next second. Angor suddenly cleared his throat. Greya glanced at Angor and didn't do anything. She respected Angor's decision, and she also wanted to hear what Azaz had to say. When the aura disappeared, Azaz panted heavily and gave Angor a grateful look. "Let's go back first. This isn't a good place to talk." Angor glanced around the corridor. Most of the doors were closed, but he could still hear heavy breathing coming from some rooms. Greya nodded. To prevent the demon from coming out again, she used a special method to seal Azaz. But Greya didn't think too much about it. Sebastian's power was already at its limit, unless he could cross into the wizarding world from the void. If Sebastian really came to the real world, Greya wouldn't have to worry about him. This was floating Mech City. She couldn't let Sebastian do whatever he wanted. After sealing Azaz, Greya nodded to Angor. "Let's go." Inside the quiet study room, Sunders quickly wrote down a new chapter on the topic titled Energy Rules in the Wizarding World and the Energy System of the Dream Wasteland. He put down his pen and looked at Angor. "You said an apprentice sacrificed a demon?" Angor nodded. "Not only that, but it's also very likely to be a fire rune demon." Angor told Sunders about his experience in the Abyss Plane, so Sunders knew that fire rune demons were nobles among demons. When they reached adulthood, they could even reach the level of a supreme demon. A fire rune demon and a gourmet apprentice. Interesting combination. Sunders tapped his desk with his knuckles, and the thick pile of papers on his desk disappeared. He stood up and said, "Let's go and have a look." Angor only came to see Sunders as a safety precaution. After all, there was a fire rune demon behind Azaz's back. Of course, it would be a different story if the fire rune demon was a supreme demon. However, a supreme demon shouldn't have the time to waste on a gourmet apprentice. When they arrived at the hall, they saw Greya sitting on a sofa with a gloomy expression. She was holding a glass filled with green liquid. Sherry stood behind Greya and looked at Azaz curiously. Aziz, on the other hand, was restrained and sat on a chair on the other side. He lowered his head in silence. He glanced at Shirley, who was trying to act like an ostrich at first and pretend not to see anything. When Angor narrowed his eyes, Sherry sighed and left the hall. She was really curious about the truth behind all this. After Sherry left, Angor and Sunders took their seats. Greya finished her glass in one gulp and exhaled a puff of black smoke and icy mist. "This is the last glass of ice Baroness Felicia made. I was planning to drink it after I came back from the nightmare. I didn't expect that I almost fell for it today. I can only drink it in advance." "Did you get anything out of her?" Greya shook her head. "I didn't have time to ask. I was too busy trying to get this body to work." Greya looked at Azaz. Aziz was obviously nervous, especially when he recognized that the man in the black gentleman's suit was Saunders. His legs were already trembling. "It's your turn to speak. You said before that you haven't danced with demons. I'm sure you know the consequences of sacrificing a demon." Greya sneered. You better explain yourself. You know what's going to happen to you. Maybe it was because of the ice baroness. Grea's anger had subsided a little. She sounded much calmer than before. After a long period of silence, Azaz finally spoke slowly. I'm from Vinspires. Once, Vinespires was a supernatural city that was as famous as Floating Mech City. However, after the Bloody Night Butcher incident 2,000 years ago, Vinespires lost its glory overnight. Although things were slowly improving now, it was still incomparable to the past. Unlike Floating Mech City, Vinespires had a large number of wandering wizards, which meant that the city was more free and undisciplined. This caused Vinespires to be constantly on the verge of chaos. In recent years, Voidwalker Aesop settled down in Vinespires, which helped the city to calm down a little. Azaz was born in the new era after Aesop's arrival. Since he was born in Supernatural City, he had been exposed to the wizarding world since he was a child. However, his parents were mortals, so he never had the chance to test his talent. When he was 15, he met a man who came to Vinespires to recover from an injury. The man was called Tubal, who claimed to be a wandering cook. Azaz had inherited his father's tavern, and under the circumstances where business was not doing well, he had become Tubal's disciple by chance, learning how to cook and run a tavern. After interacting with Tubal, he found out that Tubal was a gourmet wizard. Since Azaz was recognized as a gourmet, Tubal accepted him as his student. Tubal treated Azaz well. However, Azaz did not agree with Tubal's idea of making gluttons. At that time, Azaz did not know that Tubal had already fallen from grace. It was only when Tubal's body was about to disintegrate that Azaz learned the truth. Tubal came to Vinespires to recover from his injury. Azaz did not know what kind of injury he was recovering from, but it was a fact that Tubal's body was always weak and he often vomited blood. Tubal also made all sorts of healing gluttons, but they were all useless. When Tubal felt that there was no hope for him, he told Azaz the truth. Tubal came from the Northern Territory, a wizarding world that was infinitely far away from the Southern Territory. He was attacked by a group of wizards because he sacrificed a demon. He escaped with injuries, and under the guidance of a demon, he secretly came to the Southern Territory from the abyss. When Tubal told his story, he was full of hatred for the wizards who attacked him. He glorified himself as a pitiful person who was suppressed because his ideas were questioned. But Azaz knew exactly what the truth was. Before Tubal died, he asked Azaz to accept his ideas, but Azaz refused. Tubal was angry, but he was already on the verge of losing his mind. He did not want to kill this student of his for years, so he said, "You can choose not to accept my ideas, but you have to help me sacrifice a demon. Otherwise, once I die, my soul will be devoured by the demon." Azaz did not want to see Tubal's soul fall, so he agreed to Tubal's request after some hesitation. He continued to sacrifice to the demon, and that demon was Sebastian. "What about Tubal's soul?" Grea asked. Azaz remained silent for a moment. "My teacher lied to me. He already signed a contract with the demon. When he died, his soul would belong to the demon. Even if I continued to sacrifice to the demon, his soul would still be devoured by the demon." However, Azaz had already started to sacrifice to the demon. Even if Tubal's soul was devoured, he could not save himself from the demon. When Azaz was collecting Tubal's belongings, he found more than 200 human skeletons in Tubal's basement. They were all killed by Tubal and sacrificed to the demon. Looking at the piles of white bones, Azaz trembled at the thought of them being used as food to sacrifice to the demons. He was haunted by nightmares for several months. From then on, Azaz swore that he would never use humans as food for the demon. Even when Sebastian tried all kinds of ways to tempt Azaz and even changed his surname so that he could gain more power, Azaz still did not relent. This was his belief, and it had been going on ever since. Azaz's story was finished. Angor was sure that he did not tell the truth, but he believed it to be true. Also, Azaz's story explained why the demon he sacrificed knew how to turn humans into food for the demon. It was not Azaz who taught him this. It was his teacher, Tubal, who taught him this. He looked at Grea for her opinion, but the woman seemed to be thinking about something. He then looked at Sunders through their spirit bond. "Do you think Azaz is telling the truth?" "Yes," Sunders answered without hesitation. Demon energy could hide from detection spells. However, Sunders could clearly sense that there was no such thing on Azaz. In fact, Sunders could even see the outline of the demon through Azaz's eyes. When Greya recovered from her thoughts, Angor pulled her into the spirit bond and told her about Sunders' conclusion. Azaz doesn't look like he's lying. But he did offer a demon as a sacrifice. He said he'll stick to his beliefs, but who knows what will happen in the future. Either way, he's still an unstable factor. Greya was right. If Angor was in Greya's shoes, he wouldn't feel at ease knowing that someone who could drag the entire gourmet school down. What do you think is the best solution? Sunders suddenly asked Greya through the spirit bond. Without a doubt, the best solution is to make him disappear forever. And the only way to make him disappear was to kill him completely. But the demon won't die if you kill him. The demon can continue to tempt someone else, especially if the demon is already in the southern region. Greya wanted to tell Sunders to kill the demon as well. However, demons were always cunning, especially when they hid in the void. Wizards couldn't really locate them and kill them easily. If it was that easy, the northern region wouldn't have such a bad reputation in the culinary world. Unless the demon crossed the boundary and came to the real world. However, the demon didn't plan to do that. Otherwise, Azaz wouldn't have been captured. Then what should I do? Greya frowned. There are many ways, of course. But if you want to find a permanent solution, you'll have to think about it yourself. But I'm curious. Why would a fire rune demon choose an apprentice as a sacrifice? Sunders looked at Azaz. I want to talk to the fire rune demon you offered as a sacrifice. Fire rune demon? Azaz heard Angor mention the fire rune demon before, but he didn't realize Angor was referring to Sebastian. Looks like he didn't even tell you his race, Sunders spoke in a soft voice. Azaz remained silent. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, a black fog suddenly drilled out of his body. This black fog transformed into the phantom of an evil demon. It looked like an elegant noble, but it had demon horns on its head. There was a faint black mist on its back, revealing a pair of demon wings. Human, how do you know that I'm the firemarked demon? An ethereal voice came from the demon phantom. As a noble among demons, why did you choose an apprentice as your tribute? Sunders did not answer the question. His eyes were filled with curiosity. I thought that humans would pay more attention to etiquette than demons, and only answer questions when asked, right? The strongest among humans. Sebastian stared at Sunders through the shadow. A demon discussing etiquette with a human? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard today. Greya suddenly sneered. Demons have etiquette too, but it's only for the strong. Sebastian glanced at Greya. You're strong, I'll admit. However, the void is still my territory. I'm not going to do anything to you. But you're telling me because you're scared? Sunders leaned on the sofa lazily. I just wanted to say that we have nothing to do with each other. Even if I can't defeat you, it's impossible for you to kill me. Sebastian still maintained his etiquette. He didn't look like a demon, but like a noble. But he was telling the truth. It was impossible for Sunders to kill Sebastian. Sebastian might look like he was always behind Azaz, but in reality, he was far away in the boundless void. Sunders could only see his silhouette, but they could not locate him. Even if he did, Sebastian's mobility in the void was definitely better than a wizard's. Sunders was no exception. This was why Sebastian was not afraid of Sunders at all. Angor spoke, do you want to know how we know you're the firemark demon? Sebastian looked at Angor. He was only a shadow, but Angor could still see the glint in his eyes. Owner of Oderklas's mark. I'm interested in you too. Can you tell me? So you know Oderklas as well. Do you know Tanding? Angor touched the mark on his ear. A green rune quickly covered the mark. Do you know Tanding? Tanding? Sebastian frowned. I know many names, but I don't know which one you're referring to. Both Sebastian and Greya looked at Angor in confusion. Who's Tanding? Is Tanding such a common name among demons? Angor mumbled. Tanding is a fire servant. A fire servant. In the dark void, Sebastian's pupils constricted as if he had thought of something. However, in the real world, he still didn't move. Fire servant demons are just a bunch of slaves of fire. As a fire-mark fiend, he would never remember the name of a servant. Angor gave the shadow a meaningful look. The demon tried to hide it well, but Angor still noticed the slight change in its tone. Although he said he didn't know him, perhaps he already knew him in his heart. Angor did not want to waste any more time. He rubbed his finger, and an illusion of a demon appeared in front of him. However, the demon looked more like a human. It was wearing a long red robe, and Angor could not see its face clearly. Sebastian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the illusion. It might look ordinary, but as a fire-marked demon, Sebastian knew who it was. Tanding. Butler. The demon slowly revealed the identity of the fire servant. Angor could not see the demon's expression, but the long pause was enough to tell him that the demon's emotions were fluctuating. After a long time, the demon came back to his senses. How did you meet him? You know Butler Tanding, right? I met him in the Abyss Plane, of course. You asked me why I know about the fire-marked demon. Do you know it now? The demon remained silent for a moment. So, you've met the child flame demon, of course. That bastard hasn't evolved yet? Angor knew he was talking about Greywood. Gregory's biggest obsession was to reach maturity. That was why he came to Angor's shop to use Ocean Rime when he was in Residran. Not at first, but I think he did. Angor confirmed. Ocean Rime was only suitable for water-type creatures, and Gravu was only a young fire demon, so it would not work on him. However, Gregory was nourished by the soul of the fallen Lord of Flameless on Yuantan continent, so he should be close to evolving. Greya did not understand the conversation between Angor and Sebastian at all. However, she did not want to interrupt them now, so she kept listening with a frown. How did you meet him? Sebastian still did not believe that Angor knew Gregory. Gregory was a true descendant of the Firemark Lord. I've answered 3 of your questions. You mentioned etiquette before. Now, it's time for you to answer. Angor paused and continued, why did you choose Azaz as your tribute? Azaz was curious about this as well. Sebastian chuckled. I'm not a human. I need a reason to do everything. Besides, it was never my choice. Do you think it's the gods who choose their followers, or the followers who worship them? Although Sebastian said so, Azaz was probably the only one who believed him. Angor's nonchalance meant that he did not care about Azaz as much as they thought. If he really did not care about Azaz, Greya would not have to endure Sebastian's demon flame. Angor only asked this one question. The other questions were asked by Sunders and Greya. Sunders was focusing on the demon, while Greya was hesitating about how to deal with Azaz. The demon's answer was quite cunning. It seemed to reveal a lot of information about itself, but none of it was important. As for Azaz, the demon didn't care much about him. Next, it was the demon's turn. He still wanted to know the relationship between Angor and Greywood. But this time, neither Angor nor Sunders said anything. The demon's answers were all secrets. They could speculate, but it was not like they could answer all questions. The demon could only leave with a regretful expression. After the demon left, Aziz still looked uneasy. Although he had already told the truth, it was a fact that he had sacrificed a demon. He did not know what would happen to him. Even if he joined Sebastian now, he did not think he could escape from someone as powerful as Sunders. Azaz could only wait for Greya's decision. The hall was filled with silence. However, Angor and the others were still chatting happily inside their spirit bond. What do you plan to do with Azaz now? Sunders asked again. This time, Greya did not say that she would kill Azaz right away. She was right. Azaz could be killed easily, but the demon would not. Since the demon was already in the southern wizarding region, he could easily tempt other gourmet wizards to sacrifice himself. Could the next gourmet adept be like Aziz, who persisted in his beliefs and persisted in resisting the demons? Greya did not believe it herself. Most gourmet wizards in the southern wizarding region had no concept of sacrificing demons, so they were easily tempted by them. Greya did not dare to talk about the consequences of sacrificing demons. Not only gourmet wizards would hear it, but other wizards would as well. If they knew that sacrificing demons would harm non-gourmet wizards, it would only increase the pressure on gourmet wizards in the wizarding world. She was now in a dilemma. She could not kill Azaz, but she could not leave him alone either. If you really want to kill him, you have to kill the fire-marked demon behind Azaz as well. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles, Angor said. Greya understood this as well. More importantly, even if the fire-marked demon showed up, she might not be able to defeat it. Let me think about it. Greya suddenly felt troubled. She had put herself in a difficult position and could not get out of it. While Greya frowned, Angor began chatting with Azaz. Maybe Angor's voice had a soothing effect, or maybe Azaz knew that Angor had spoken for him several times, so he did not dare to refuse Angor's invitation. He only talked about simple topics such as Azaz's life in Vinespears, Azaz's opinion of Tobar, gourmet wizards, and so on. At first, Azaz didn't know what Angor was trying to do. But as the conversation went on, he realized that Angor was trying to figure out his personality. Greya even stopped thinking and quietly listened to the conversation. He wasn't sure if his answer would satisfy Angor or not, but he still chose to follow his own values. As time passed, Angor showed a satisfied look on his face. He asked Aziz because he wanted to see Aziz's own values, thinking about the world, and the bottom line of a person from some trivial things. So far, Azaz had been doing well. He even seemed to be more of an academic light wizard. However, he still lacked some common knowledge about the wizarding world. This was to be expected since he was born in Vinespears. He had a teacher, but he did not have much time to learn. He still preferred the mainstream of Vinespears, wandering wizards. Angor considered for a while before he asked the last question. Was it your idea to talk to Carveline? Aziz was tense. When he heard the question, he was in a daze for a long time before he came back to his senses. Carveline, what's the matter? You don't know about Carveline? Azaz nodded. I only met her once in the Rising Star competition. I don't know anything else about her. Could it be that you've forgotten what you did to her in the arena? What did I do? Azaz was puzzled. He tried to recall, but he did not do anything. Angor and Greya exchanged a look when they saw Azaz's confused expression. Azaz was not pretending. He really didn't know about Carveline. Angor's guess was correct. Carveline was unlucky. She used a space-time witch costume to travel to the void, and Sebastian attacked her in the process. Now, all suspicions about Azaz were gone. Greya looked at Azaz and seemed to have made up her mind. Wizards don't care about good and evil. They only care about their own interests. Maybe you've chosen to sacrifice a demon because you don't like it. However, it is very likely to harm the interests of the Magi. You won't forget your teacher's example. Tobar became a target in the northern region, which was why he fled to the southern region. Because sacrificing a demon would affect other people's interests. I don't care about sacrificing a demon. But if you choose to sacrifice a demon, you might harm the entire southern region's food industry. Greya's words were harsh, but it was possible. So, I brought you here today. Don't think that you're innocent. The moment you made your choice, you lost the right to be pitted. Because demons and humans are never on the same side. Greya paused for a long time. The next step was obviously to deal with Aziz. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on this sentence. Greya's harsh words seemed to have already determined the outcome. Azaz felt desperate and helpless. He did not even know how to refute Greya's words. They were harsh, but they were also true. When Azaz thought he was about to be sentenced to death, Greya's words took a turn for the better. But you did make a passive choice. And Greya considered for a moment before she continued, I saw your determination, and your conviction. You kept your faith under the temptation of a demon. That's something I admire. Because of that, I'll spare your life. I'll give you a chance. Greya gave Azaz a chance to choose. Die now, or join my Barbie's restaurant and become my employee. Greya didn't want to let Azaz leave so easily. No one could tell what would happen in the future. Perhaps Azaz would succumb to the demon's temptation and succumb to it. The only thing Greya could do was to keep Azaz by her side. At least, Greya could keep an eye on Azaz whenever she wanted. She would treat it as a research project and observe it for a long time. Azaz did not expect Greya to give him such a choice. Greya saw Azaz's silence and thought he was unhappy. She paused a little and continued, I know people who stay in Vinespears for a long time like freedom. But that freedom is just self-indulgence. It's not real freedom. But I can understand. I won't tie you down forever. At least, I'll treat you well when you become my employee. When I'm sure you won't be swayed by the demon's words, I'll give you the freedom you want. Will you? Will you? When Greya repeated it for the second time, Azaz finally realized what was going on and quickly nodded. I will. He finally realized that the woman in front of him was the legendary steel Barbie, Greya. When he was young, his dream was to study at Candy House and become an employee of Barbie's restaurant. However, he did not dare to do that because of the demon's sacrifice. But now, just when he thought he was about to fall into the abyss of death, things took a turn for the better. The dream of his youth had once again appeared in front of him in a way that he had never expected. Of course, he was happy. Since Azaz decided to join Barbie's restaurant, he decided to stay with Greya. The first thing he did was to return to the inn where he was staying and pack his things. Both Greya and Angor followed them. They weren't there to keep an eye on Azaz. They were going to visit Fangling Tavern since Azaz's inn was near Wooden Bar. Since Greya promised Alan yesterday, she wouldn't ignore Carveline's matter. On the way to Champagne Road, Azaz also understood that when Carveline entered the void, she had been turned into a living food by Sebastian. No wonder when Sebastian passed by the Muyuan bar, he deliberately said that there was a delicious living ingredient inside. Angor thought Sebastian was talking about the owner of Wooden Bar, but it turned out to be Carveline. It was because of Carveline that Alan found Greya, and Greya decided to keep an eye on him. He wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing. At first, he thought it was a bad thing. But now, joining Barbie's restaurant was more like a blessing than a curse. Greya and Angor went to Wooden Bar together. Azaz planned to go with them and apologize to Greya. However, Greya didn't allow him to go since it was about the demon's sacrifice. When Azaz returned to the inn alone to tidy up his things, the demon, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke again in his mind. She's the gourmet wizard you always admire? Azaz ignored it and kept packing his things. She tried to kill you in the beginning. Aren't you worried that you'll be in danger if you follow her? Azaz still didn't get an answer. You humans are really strange. Why are you staying with someone who once threatened you? And you're willing to do it. If I were you, I'd find a chance to kill her. Azaz finally spoke. According to your logic, I should kill you right now. My dear Maloris, when did I ever threaten you? Anytime. Sebastian chuckled. You misunderstood me. I'm just waiting for you to hug me. We've exchanged names before. Azaz sneered and said nothing. Sebastian's purpose was to make him fall. Maybe it was his bad taste, or maybe he had other purposes. But since Azaz had chosen to persist, he naturally wouldn't give up halfway. Well, although I hate that woman, it's okay for you to follow her. Sebastian suddenly lowered his voice. His voice was ethereal, and now it was like the sound of a fly. He whispered in her ear, she will let you grow up and know who really cares about you. The devil's laughter slowly faded away. Aziz's expression remained unchanged. He lowered his eyebrows and continued with his work. After confirming that it was a demon's doing, Greya found a way to free Carveline from her body. While Greya was treating Carveline's injuries, Angor was watching Genk and Leon's sparring session on the training ground. During this period of time in the Rising Star tournament, Leon's progress was very fast. This kind of improvement was not only in one's strength, but also in one's outlook. Nausicaa, Sean, Xylem. Each of them had been in the wizarding world for a long time. They were the ones who led Leon into the real wizarding world. A month ago, Lion was still a talented mortal. Now, he could be considered a qualified sorcerer's apprentice. In Floating Mech City, Leon did not waste a single second. Now, after training with Genk, he would go to the Sky Tower and climb it. The stronger contestants were all paying attention to the Rising Star tournament. Those who were still climbing the Sky Tower were all as strong as Leon, so Leon was having a lot of fun every day. Not only would he get points, but he would also get magic crystals. Why not? Bang! 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 The door to the yard was pushed open. Fatty Allen came in with a worried look on his face. Good timing, Alan. I just bought some roast meat. I've been waiting for you. Xian waved the meat in her hand and beckoned Alan over. Alan had a lot on his mind right now. He really wanted to refuse. However, he promised to take care of the food yesterday. There was no reason for him to go back on his word. He sighed and accepted his fate. He picked up the meat and sat down beside the fire. However, Alan was obviously not in his best condition today. He didn't succeed even once when he released sweet fire and creamy wind. Xian looked at Alan's anxious face and asked, "Still no news about your sister?" Xian had heard about Alan, so she knew that Alan was worried about his sister. "I contacted Grandpa through the signal tower today and got some news. But, it's not good." Alan gave a simple explanation. "Huh? Your sister went missing in floating mech city?" Xian was surprised. "There are so many rune eyes in the sky. They must have seen her, right? Glenn is helping me find my sister through the rune eyes." "Ah. Shit. I overdid it." Alan could not finish his sentence when the meat on the fire gave out a burnt smell. However, this burnt smell was not unpleasant. It still carried a sweet burnt smell. However, Alan insisted on throwing away the burnt meat, insisting that it could not be eaten. Xian tore a small piece and tasted it. It still tasted good. However, gourmet wizards had their own pride. They would not allow any flaws in their food. Alan began to roast the meat again. This time, he put his mind to it. "By the way, when did Alan's sister go missing?" Xian looked at Angor and asked, "When did she go missing?" "The month of rain." "That's when. I think I was already at Floating Mech City." "Do you know what Alan's sister looks like?" "Maybe I've seen her before." Alan was still focused on the barbecue, but Angor believed that he heard Xian's question. Since Alan didn't stop Xian, Angor snapped his fingers. An illusion of Aaron immediately appeared in front of Xian. "I thought she'd be a fat one too. I didn't expect her skin to be so white and beautiful, and her body to be so hot. Most importantly, she's so tall. I don't like her." Xian, who had been maintaining her lowly appearance, mumbled enviously. "Have you seen her before?" Angor asked. Xian shook her head. "I don't think so." Ellen, who had been listening with his ears pricked up, drooped down at this moment. Angor was about to remove the illusion when he heard a voice coming from the second floor. "I think I've seen that woman before." Alan instantly raised his head and looked at the second floor. It was Xylem, who was sunbathing on the balcony with Codex in his arms. He had been listening to the conversation in the yard, but he didn't pay much attention to it since he didn't know Alan that well. However, the illusion created by Angor reminded Xylem of a certain memory. Are you sure you saw my sister? Where did you see her?" Alan couldn't help but ask. Xian also looked at Xylem curiously. "Are you telling the truth?" Xylem confirmed his memory again and nodded. "It should be her. I saw her on my way to Floating Mech City." "On your way to Floating Mech City? You didn't see her in Floating Mech City?" Alan wondered. Xylem nodded. "I was dozens of kilometers away from Floating Mech City, but I could already see it from afar. I saw a female apprentice flying toward us from Floating Mech City. That's her in the illusion." "What was she like? Did she say where she was going? Also, who are you with?" Alan's questions were like a barrage of cannons. "I don't know her. Why would I ask her where she was going?" Xylem was speechless. "I just passed by her. I didn't pay much attention to where she was going. But I didn't see anything strange on her face. She looked quite relaxed. Also, she was alone." Xylem paused and finished the last piece of information. "She was in the early part of the month of rain. About 1.5 months ago. That was when Aline went missing." If Xylem saw Aline then, does that mean Aline didn't go missing in Floating Mech City? She went outside the city? But why did she go outside the city? Angor frowned. If Aline went missing in Floating Mech City, Alan might have a way to find her. But according to Xylem, Aline left Floating Mech City already. If she never came back, Who knew where Aline went in this big world? Alan didn't know what to do. He didn't even notice that the roast meat in his hand had turned black. Like I said, if you can't find her, I'll ask my friend to make a prophecy for you when I get back to Brute Cavern. Alan could only hope. He gave Angor a grateful look. Thank you so much. Before he could finish his sentence, his transmitter suddenly lit up. After he lowered his head and finished reading, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Glenn said that he has some news. I'll go check it out now. Alan quickly stood up and thanked Angor and Xylem again. He then turned to Sean. We'll talk about the roast meat when I'm back. Sean nodded. She understood Alan's impatience. Alan quickly walked out of Fangling Tavern. Sean looked at Alan's back and sighed. I hope his sister is still in Floating Mech City. If she really left the city, it would be troublesome to find her. Half an hour later, Greya came out of the inner room with Xianxia. She's awake? Angor asked. Carvaline's living ingredient status is gone. She'll be fully recovered in a few days. Greya nodded. I'm going to check on Azaz. Before Greya left, Xianxia suddenly spoke up. Lady Barbie, since Carvaline has recovered, I'll pay the price as promised. May I know what you want me to do? Greya glanced at her. We'll talk about it later. Just keep it in mind. With that, Greya turned around and left Fangling Tavern without saying another word to Xianxia. Time flew, and it was the second day. Angor spent the whole night discussing the energy structure of the Dream Wasteland with Sunders. He was about to return to his room to do more research on polymorph when he suddenly received a message from Glenn. 20 minutes later, he arrived at Red Flower Lane. Red Flower Lane was located at the edge of the main city district. It was a street of mortal shops, which contained many daily necessities and mortal residences. It was also the place with the highest vegetation coverage in Floating Mech City. Angor found Glenn inside a small, secluded grove. Glenn was sitting on top of a tree, thinking about something. Alan, on the other hand, was looking around anxiously. When he saw Angor, Alan's eyes brightened up. Where's the rune detector? Angor asked. He received a message from Glenn, hoping that he could help him open a magic energy eye. I have it. Glenn jumped down from the tree and handed a silver metal sphere to Angor. Angor took it and checked it while asking about the situation. Glenn explained, here's the thing, back to yesterday evening, Glenn used his connections to search for traces of Aaron from all sides. After spending an entire day searching, he finally caught a glimpse of Aaron in the records of a mystic eye. Back then, Aaron had appeared at the entrance of Red Sunflower Lane. Judging from the direction she was heading, it seemed that she was going to enter Red Flower Lane. We asked around the entrance of this street and found a member of the law enforcement team nearby. Through his memories, he confirmed that he saw Irene enter Red Sunflower Lane in the early part of the month of continuous rain, Ellen added. However, when they entered the Red Sunflower Lane to continue searching for Aaron, they encountered a problem. Red Flower Lane was located in the Mortal District, and there were only 10 rune detectors patrolling the area. They checked the rune detectors and found that none of them recorded Aline's whereabouts. Just as Alan was about to visit the Red Sunflower Workshop, Glenn discovered that something was wrong. There were 11 records of the magic energy eye in the Red Sunflower Workshop. The flowing fire moon had only reduced the number of mana eyes in the Red Sunflower Mill to 10. Perhaps Irene had gone to the only mana eye they had missed. They continued to investigate and found that the magic energy eyes of the Red Sunflower Workshop were not fading, but one of them was broken. At the end of the month of continuous rain, the Rising Star Tournament had just begun. Many contestants came from all over the world, and there were quite a few people like Shirley, who wanted to see the world in chaos. As a result, there were fights on the streets every day. Because the fights were too frequent, the mystic energy eyes, which were responsible for recording and enforcing the law, naturally became the target of displeasure for both sides. Therefore, the percentage of mystic energy eyes used up during that period of time was very high. Since the Red Sunflower Workshop was located in the mortal area, it was fortunate that only one of the 11 magic energy eyes was broken. And what Glenn and the others were looking for was this damaged magic energy eye. Although this magic energy eye can no longer be used, according to the machinery law, the damaged magic energy eye will be brought to the processing plant to be reforged. It still can't be leaked outside, so I had to secretly take it out from the treatment plant. At this point, Glenn lowered his voice and said, "There are shadow stones in the magic energy eye. There should be a memory core inside. Maybe we can find the record of the month of continuous rain. But, I'm not an alchemist, and the magic energy eye is very precise, so I can't simply take it apart. Besides, I didn't want other alchemists to know that I took it out secretly, so I had to contact Mr. Pat." After Glenn finished speaking, he raised his head and could vaguely see the situation of the magic energy eyes flying outside through the lush shadows of the trees. "We should have gone to find Mr. Pat. But when I stole the magic energy eye, its energy was still running. The treatment plant noticed that the eye was missing, so they sent a lot of magic energy eyes here to track it down. When I turned off the energy of the magic energy eye, they already locked onto the area. We had no choice but to hide here and wait for Mr. Pat." Glenn looked worse than usual. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot to help Alan. Alan also looked at Glenn with an embarrassed expression. "I see. I just need to remove this thing and take out the memory core of the rune eye, right?" Angor decided to get straight to the point. "Yes." Glenn nodded. "Sure." Angor didn't waste any time and began to inspect the magic energy eye with his spirit feelers. Speaking of which, Angor was quite interested in this wizard eye alchemy tool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Red Sunflower Workshop in such a hurry. While Angor was inspecting the magic energy eye, the searching magic energy eyes outside discovered the small forest. Considering Angor's status, even if he was discovered by the magic energy eye, nothing would happen. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Angor still used an illusion to conceal the area. It took Angor half an hour to understand the basic structure of the magic energy eye. As expected of a unique tool from Floating Mech City, the magic energy eye was extremely complicated and ingenious. Angor couldn't help but admire it. Among them, the energy furnace, lightning zone, signal tower, and logic core were the most complicated. The signal tower even had a backup energy source. If Glenn was asked to dismantle the magic energy eye, the signal tower would send out a message to contact the main signal tower and activate the energy furnace and lightning zone, which would cause the magic energy eye to explode. Therefore, a non-professional who tried to dismantle the magic energy eye would not only put himself in danger, but also be discovered. Glenn found Angor in the right place. However, Angor didn't dare to touch the area around the signal tower. It was too complicated, and he would need professional tools to completely dismantle the magic energy eye. Fortunately, the memory core that Glenn was looking for was not near the miniature signal tower block. Even if Angor dismantled the memory core, it wouldn't attract any attention. The inspection took half an hour, but it only took Glenn 2 minutes to actually dismantle the memory core. After obtaining the memory core, Glenn immediately began to rummage through the memories inside. Unfortunately, without the help of the logic core, Glenn had no choice but to look through the image stones inside the memory core. Luckily, they were looking for recent memories. It only took Glenn about 20 minutes to find the early part of the month of rain. Ellen had already moved to Glenn's side and began to look at the photographic records of the last month. Since Angor was already here, he didn't plan to leave right away. He might as well wait and see where Aline ended up. A gentle breeze brought the mottled shadows of the trees down. Angor enjoyed his leisure time. "Found it." Aline came to the area patrolled by the rune eye. Alan's surprised voice broke the mood. Angor also looked at the image displayed by the memory core, which showed a recording. It was obvious that the mystic eye was patrolling high up in the sky. People came and went in Red Sunflower Lane. Because most of the residents were mortals, it looked like a mortal market. Irene had inadvertently walked into this place. Due to her outstanding appearance and temperament, Alan noticed Aline as soon as she appeared in the image. The rune eye didn't pay much attention to Aline either, but its panoramic recording showed Aline's movements. After arriving at the Red Sunflower Workshop, Irene only went to one place. After exiting that place, she left the Red Sunflower Workshop. And this place was an inconspicuous little shop. Nightmare Stone Shop. Angor was standing under the shop's signboard with Alan and Glenn behind him. "That's where my sister came from." "Nightmare Stone Shop? There shouldn't be anything fishy about this shop, right?" Alan guessed. It's a mortal shop, and there are only a few mortals inside, Glenn said. Besides, your sister only went in for a look and left. Maybe she's here to buy something. My sister doesn't need any resources. Why would she buy something from a mortal shop? Alan was still doubtful. Let's go in and ask. Angor pushed the door open and entered the average-sized shop. They couldn't tell what the shop was for just by looking at the shop signboard. When they entered, they saw that the shop was selling plaster stones. The air was filled with the smell of plaster stones. Plaster stones used to have a heavy, sandy smell. Perhaps because of the addition of perfume, the smell was not bad. However, the smell was so strong that it reminded them of noble ladies in royal banquets who wore heavy makeup. Yes, plaster stones were used as a base for women's makeup. In mortal kingdoms, commoners only used the most primitive plaster stones, which not only damaged the skin but also had an unnatural color. The plaster stones, on the other hand, were extremely expensive. They could not only maintain the skin but also make it smoother. They were used exclusively by nobles. This nightmare stone shop sold plaster stones, which were specially made. The shop had the characteristics of various countries, such as soft gold used by the royal family of Iran, Sweet Dream from Yali Duchy, Water Demon from Merino Duchy, and so on. Angor even saw plaster stones from the old earth. It was obviously a shop for ladies. Angor's group attracted the attention of all the customers and workers inside. However, they quickly lowered their heads when they noticed the aura around them. Mortals and supernaturals both lived in floating mech city, but there was an uncrossable barrier between them. This was not only in the living area, but also in their daily manners. Angor's group was obviously supernaturals, so the workers and customers didn't dare to look at them. A plaster stone shop. My sister used to like plaster stones, but that was before she came to the wizarding world. Alan muttered. There were a lot of witches in the wizard world, and there were also witches who loved beauty. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any fragrance-tasting association. Therefore, the witches naturally had a lot of makeup materials on their skin. Although Alan hadn't been there before, he knew a little about it. Ointment stones were for mortals. Why would Irene still come to the ointment shop? Facing Alan's doubts, Glenn couldn't help but ask, have you never experienced the bitterness of not having magic crystals? Do you think all the apprentices are like you, able to earn money by making food? Many apprentices were unable to make ends meet. Every time you go on an adventure, learn something, buy materials, research spells, you need a lot of magic crystals. Some official wizards don't even have enough magic crystals, let alone apprentices. Glenn's ridicule had obviously brought him into the picture. Even if he had a good background, a good teacher, and a good relationship with the higher-ups of the Tower of Infinity, that didn't mean he was rich. If he wanted magic crystals, he would have to do quests or collect materials carefully. Alan joined the candy house as soon as he entered the wizarding world. Felicia also took him in, so he didn't need to worry about materials at the Butterfly Tavern. All he needed to do was to make food and make money. She really doesn't know the hardships of mortals. Glenn sighed in his mind. As far as Glenn knew, Irene didn't have any special skills. Besides, Irene had just become a level 2 apprentice and needed to stabilize her strength. She had limited magic crystals, which were not enough for her training. She wouldn't spend them on makeup. So, it's perfectly normal for her to spend mortal money to visit a plaster stone shop. Glenn paused for a moment. Also, there are quite a lot of collectors among wizards. There's a woman in the Rising Star competition who likes to collect hats. They don't care about ordinary items or supernatural items. So, even if your sister has enough magic crystals, she can still visit a plaster stone shop. Maybe she's just a collector of plaster stone powder? Alan was speechless. He couldn't help but look at Angor. Is Glenn telling the truth? Are magic crystals really that hard to earn? Maybe? Angor hesitated. Glenn put a hand on his chest as he listened to the conversation between the two rich men. He felt a little breathless. Angor cleared his throat and changed the topic. But that's not the point. We're here to talk to Irene. Alan also stopped thinking about why Irene came to the plaster stone shop and why magic crystals were so hard to earn. He strode to the counter and began to talk to the shop assistants. Or rather, he questioned them. The two shop assistants were so scared that their faces turned pale and their voices trembled. Alan used a poor illusion spell to simulate Irene's appearance. He asked several questions, but the shop assistants kept their mouths shut and shook their heads. "You don't want to talk?" Alan asked with a grim look. The shop assistants kept shaking their heads. Angor sighed and walked to the counter. He tapped on the counter with his finger and sent a strange illusion energy into the shop assistant's forehead. Under the effect of the illusion, the pale-faced shop assistant slowly calmed down. "It's not that they don't want to talk. You scared them. Even if they do, they're too scared to remember." Glenn also stepped forward. "Besides, they're mortals. Their brains have blocked most of their unnecessary memories. It's normal that they can't remember." After hearing this, Alan seemed to understand that he was a little too impatient. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, opened his mouth again, and asked in a calm tone. "Have you seen her?" Again, Irene's illusion appeared in front of the shop assistants. Angor also used an illusion spell to stimulate the shop assistant's memory. The two shop assistants looked at each other, and one of them said, "I think I have some impression of him." "Is she a customer who wants to buy sea night dew?" the other shop assistant asked. Yes. I think it's her. I remember that her looks and appearance are very outstanding. Her temperament seems to be that of a great wizard." The two shop assistants verified each other's words, and very quickly, they reconstructed the situation at that time. Erin had indeed been to the shop before. She wanted to buy a type of stone paste called sea night dew. It was a special paste found in the Damayas Islands. It had a light taste and a refreshing feeling that matched the sea. However, there was no sea night dew in the shop when Irene came. This was because the vast majority of the stone cream powder was the thick type. 9 out of 10 customers would buy the thick type, while the sea night rain dew was a very rare light type. The sales volume was very low. After selling it a year ago, there was no more stock. Irene saw that there was no sea night dew, so she left without buying anything else. Angor looked at Alan. "They're telling the truth." The shop assistants were all mortals. In front of Alan and the others, they could tell at a glance whether they were lying or not. Obviously, they weren't lying. Besides, it made sense that Irene wanted to buy sea night dew. Sea night dew was produced in the Damayas Islands, which was very close to White Coral Floating Island Academy. Perhaps Irene had been using sea night dew all these years, and she would naturally come to look for plaster stone powder. Since they weren't lying, the search for Irene had reached a stalemate. Irene didn't come to the shop for anything special. Judging from the shop assistant's conversation, this shop was normal. There was still no clue about Irene's disappearance. Alan's face was gloomy. Now that he had fallen into a dead end, could it be that he could only rely on the prophet wizards? Just as they were about to leave, one of the employees suddenly thought of something. "Oh right, I just remembered something. This lady asked us a question before she left. She asked if there were any other places nearby where she could buy sea night dew." "Alan, then what did you say?" "I said Floating Mech City doesn't sell sea night dew, but Paladova should have it. They left the Nightmare Stone shop." Paladova. Alan fell into deep thought. "Where's Paladova?" Angor asked Alan curiously. "Paladova is a city in Everin, near the North Sea," Alan answered politely. Speaking of which, in the early part of the month of rain, Floating Mech City happened to be near the North Sea, which means it's very close to Paladova. After Glenn finished speaking, Alan stretched out his fist and clapped his hands, pretending to be enlightened. "Then that's right. My sister might have gone to Paradova." Siloam saw Irene leaving Floating Mech City. Before leaving, Irene came to this shop that sold stone paste powder. The Rising Star competition was about to begin. Irene wouldn't leave Floating Mech City for no reason. Even if she did, she must have gone somewhere near Floating Mech City. Considering what the shop assistant said, Irene might have really gone to Paladova to buy sea night dew. Paladova was very close to Floating Mech City, so she could go there and back in one day. Everything was connected, and Alan was now 70 to 80% sure that Erin had gone to Paradova. Alan finished his analysis and Alan agreed. Yeah, she might have gone to Paladova. But just as you said, if she went to Paladova to buy the stone paste powder, she would definitely be able to return within a day. But she hasn't come back yet. I'm afraid. Although Glenn didn't say the exact results, how could Ellen not understand that Aaron hadn't returned for so long? It was very likely that something had happened on the way. Alan's expression turned ugly. Maybe Aaron is just lost. Alan chuckled. He didn't expose Alan's lie. Anyway, I need to go to Paladova first. Inside the dream wasteland, Sin Demon's lab. He checked Freud's progress and saw that Freud's research on Sin Fiend had reached the level of number 13 in just a few days. That was quite fast. Sin Demon number 13 was now working on its combat skills, and Taurus would be fighting it. After making sure that he wasn't needed, Angor returned to the upper floor of the lab. He picked up Freud's latest report and began reading it. It was a summary of the previous 12 Sin Demons, as well as the problems they encountered during their research. Freud had been in the wizarding world for a long time, and he was more knowledgeable than Angor when it came to research subjects and experiments. Angor couldn't help but nod as he read the report. Half an hour later, Angor put down the report. According to the report, Freud was now in charge of the Sin Demon's lab. The man had done a good job in handling the experiments. The only thing that still required Angor's help was capturing and suppressing the Sin Demons. But there was always a way to solve these problems. Someone knocked on the door while he was thinking. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Freud came in wearing a white lab robe. I was just thinking about you. Angor gestured for Freud to sit down. How's Sin Demon number 13 doing? Freud nodded. It's done. Sin Demon number 13 can use its voice to attack its enemies. It's a special ability. However, it's a pity that according to the people who passed the preliminaries of the evil hunting group, no one is compatible with Evil Demon number 13. Apart from Sin Demon number 13, are there any other suitable ones? Angor pointed at the report on the table. Yes. 7 of them can strengthen their bodies, such as speed, and agility. As long as the Dream Realm residents have enough willpower, these Sin Demons will be able to fuse with them. To put it simply, it wasn't easy for Sin Demons with special skills to find a suitable target. However, Sin Demons that focused on strengthening their bodies were easier to fuse with. Of course, this so-called compatibility was only a virtual concept. Even if it was a Sin Devil with special skills, anyone could fuse with it. However, it was difficult for a Sin Demon to fully utilize its power because it didn't fit the target's attributes. More than half of them? That's not a bad idea. When the evil hunting group is fully established, it will be considered a considerable force. Freud nodded. Indeed. However, our experiments are still lacking. Lack of data on demon hunters? Angor already noticed this when he read the report. The report was very complete, but it only established a file on the Sin Fiend. There was no mention of the demon hunters from the other system. Yes, even if the sinful demon has studied number 13, the demon hunter who was possessed by the sinful demon hasn't been born yet. It can't record any information about the demon hunter. This means that these reports are only on the surface without any soul. All the experiments they did earlier were to serve the situation after the evil demon entered the body. Could the demon hunters control the degree of release of the sinful demons? Could the combination of demon hunters and sinful demons create a physical archive? Could demon hunters and sinful demons achieve a long-term symbiotic relationship? All these questions required the demon hunters to answer. I see. It's time for the demon hunters to show up. Angor nodded. How are you going to do it? And who should do it? Saber Knight and Sinful Demon number 7. Sinful Demon number 7 was the one Angor tested last time. When it opened its mouth, Angor could see countless fangs inside, which made it look like a chrysanthemum monster from afar. The Sinful Demon didn't look good, but Angor had to admit that it matched Saber Knight's fighting style very well. Saber Knight was a typical defensive fighter, while Sinful Demon number 7 could use its tentacles to defend and counterattack. Once they fused, Saber Knight would become the number 1 meat shield in Foundation City. Angor already tested it himself, so he knew how powerful Sinful Demon number 7's tentacles were. What about Knight Saber Knight? Angor agreed with the arrangement. However, sinful demon number 7 was already extremely ugly in its current form. Would Night Saber Knight agree to fuse with it? After all, the demon hunters would definitely change their forms when they fought in the future. Night Saber Knight already agreed. Freud was glad that Sibel wasn't a person who cared about appearances. Alright then. Let's try to seal sinful demon number 7 inside Night Saber Knight's body. Next, Angor and Freud talked about the recent experiments and asked about Rab. Rab was the only one who could inherit the power of Sinful Mist. According to Freud, Rab was already taken to Sinful Mist's lab. He already knew a thing or two about the sinful demons, and he was currently working as a research assistant beside Freud. Do you think Rab is qualified to inherit the power of Sinful Mist? Angor asked. Freud thought for a while and nodded. I think so. I don't think Rab's personality is a problem for now. Moreover, according to my observation, he is a very responsible person. I think he's as worried as Monroe about the sinful mist affecting the citizens of Foundation City. Monroe was the city lord of Foundation City, so she was naturally worried that the sinful mist would bring harm to the city. But Rab was only an ordinary citizen of Dream Realm. It was interesting that Rab was as worried as Monroe. Why? Angor was curious. Because to him, First Heart City is probably the paradise of his dreams. Besides, there are people he cares about here. Rab cared about his younger brother Rado the most. He wanted to give Rado a better place to live. First Heart City was a place that he had always dreamed of going to. Rab didn't want any outside forces to destroy the city. That was why he unleashed his power at the edge of a dangerous cliff. Rab is the most suitable candidate for the power of Sinful Mist. But he's still a bit unstable since he just came into contact with the Sinful Mist. Let's keep an eye on him. Angor had already decided to give Raba the authority over the evil mist. But since Freud said so, he would have to wait for a while before deciding to leave everything to Rabu. Freud was about to leave and inform Night Saber to prepare for the fusion. Before Freud left, Angor suddenly thought of something. You've been in the wizarding world for a long time. What do you know about Paladoa? Paladova? That's a city in Everin, right? Freud carefully searched his memory. I passed by Paladova when I went to Floating Mech City a few years ago. Back then, the architecture of the city was still alternating between old and new. Now, I think it's completely unified with Everin's style. What do you want to know, sir? I just want to know if there are any supernatural organizations in the city. Supernatural organizations? The only supernatural organization in Everin is Floating Mech City. That's why Everin is supported by Floating Mech City. As for other organizations, there might be some unknown wizard clans. But I don't know much about them. Angor nodded and asked Freud to leave. He wanted to ask about Paladova because of Aline. According to Glenn, Paladova was very close to Floating Mech City during the early part of the month of rain. There should be no danger along the way. Angor wanted to know if there were any unusual places in Paladova. But it didn't seem like there was anything unusual about Paladova. Then, it was very likely that Erin had encountered something, or met someone, on her way back. Now that Alan went to Paladova alone, Angor wondered if he could find Aline's whereabouts. Angor sighed. Aline was his friend, and he still hoped that she was safe. He cleared his mind and contacted the authority tree to prepare for the upcoming fight against the Sinful Fiend. An hour later, the observation room of the Sinful Fiend's lab was filled with researchers. The researchers who participated in the Sinful Fiend research looked both hopeful and worried at the same time. Soon, the first active Sinful Fiend fusion would take place inside the observation room. They had done a lot of preparations, but no one knew if something unexpected would happen. After all, they were going to face an incredibly powerful Sinful Fiend. The researchers had no choice but to check for any possible loopholes in the plan to ease their anxiety. Freud knew what they were thinking, but he didn't say anything else. Anything he said right now would only put more pressure on the researchers. After a few minutes of silence, the silver-white metal door slowly opened. Angor walked in from outside. Angor nodded to them and approached Freud. "How's Saber?" Freud pointed at the observation room. "He's already inside. It should be fine." He looked at the observation room. It was an oval-shaped room with only a single chair in the center. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a beam of light from a fluorite at the top of the center, which happened to be within the range of the chair. Saber Knight was currently sitting on the chair. He wasn't wearing his usual knight's armor. Instead, he was wearing white tights that revealed his shoulders. Without the cover of the armor, one could clearly see that Saber's arms were very muscular. His chest muscles were almost bulging out of his tight clothes. If it wasn't for his white beard, it would be hard to tell that he was an old man just by looking at his figure. Perhaps because he had experienced a lot, Sabel was not nervous at all. His expression and eyes were calm. Everyone could tell that this calmness was definitely not a deliberate act. However, it was impossible for Saber to remain calm at such a critical moment. The reason why he was able to remain calm in the face of a landslide was entirely because he had reached a point where he could control his emotions freely. It was best to leave the responsibility of becoming a sinful demon to a level-headed knight like Saber. Saber's calmness not only reassured Freud, but also eased the researcher's anxiety. "Since Saber is fine, let's begin," Angor said. Following his order, the researchers quickly got to work, and something happened in the observation room. The doors around the room were opened, and black mist slowly drifted in. It was actually a diluted sinful mist, which was used to maintain the sinful demon's form. The mist wasn't too thick, so everyone could still see Saber's face under the fluorite. Following the rumbling noise, a sinful demon slowly rose from the platform. It was sinful demon number 7, the one named Sharptooth Sunflower. In order to suit the emotions of the sinful demon, the researchers placed the seats in the observation room opposite the platform where the sinful demon was transported. In other words, Saber's back was facing the sinful demon Sharptooth Sunflower, so no one could see its face. Saber couldn't see Sharptooth Sunflower, but he could hear the terrifying screams coming from behind. Since he couldn't see the demon's face, Saber couldn't help but move a little. However, Sabel's strong self-control allowed him to suppress the uneasiness in his heart and sit down again. Seeing this, Freud couldn't help but look at the researchers. "So none of you have read Neve's Tower of Atonement. A cat in the dark will turn into a mountain beast, while a tiger in front of you is just a tiger." Freud's Cat and Tiger story came from Tower of Atonement. It described how humans feared the unknown more than the real danger. A little kitten hiding in the dark, because it was not perceived by humans, the human brain could even imagine it as a mountain behemoth if there was any movement. In the end, it was possible that the kitten would be scared to death. But when you see a tiger in front of you, when you capture its form, even if its lethality is much greater than that of a kitten, it is still just a tiger. The researchers thought that it would be better if Saber's back was facing the sinful demon so he couldn't see what it looked like. But in fact, this made Saber very uneasy. Fortunately, Saber was able to suppress the physical and psychological discomfort. If it were Taurus, he would have been pissed off. The researchers lowered their heads, not daring to refute Freud's scolding. In the observation room, Sharptooth Sunflower was moving very slowly. It could only approach Saber bit by bit. If it were anyone else, this speed would be no different from torture. However, Saber was able to face it calmly after suppressing the anxiety in his heart. At first, Sharptooth Sunflower was in the dark and couldn't be seen clearly. But now, under the illumination of the fluorite, everyone could see its ferocious appearance. Even the researchers who studied it every day couldn't help but close their eyes. It was just too ugly and disgusting. The huge oval meat plate was full of tentacles that could make people with trypophobia collapse. In the center of the tentacles was a large mouth filled with slightly curved teeth. The teeth rotated in a ring, one ring after another. The deeper they went, the denser they became. From afar, it looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. Perhaps because Saber didn't resist, Sharptooth Sunflower didn't attack. It just slowly extended its tentacles to Saber's body. The wet feeling made Saber shudder. The barbed tentacles finally reached Saber's mouth. Saber still didn't move. When the tentacles were stuffed into Saber's mouth, a cold aura flashed. The ugly Sharptooth Sunflower began to squeeze into Saber's mouth. The scene was very shocking. Sharptooth Sunflower was much bigger than Saber, but now it looked like a parasite that was drilling into Saber's body. The entrance was Saber's mouth. Although the researchers had been studying sin demons, they actually didn't know what the so-called sin demon invasion looked like. This was the first time they saw it. Almost 90% of the researchers held their chests and vomited. The scene was too scary, such a big body, but it drilled into Saber's body through such a small mouth. Not to mention anything else, just the thought of the touch was extremely disgusting. Originally, some researchers wanted to merge with the sin demon to see, but after this, no one mentioned it again. They looked at Saber Knight with admiration. However, the researchers misunderstood. They still subconsciously thought of the sharp-toothed sunflower as a living creature. Although it wasn't a problem to call them living creatures, sin demons were actually made of sin fog. The scene of the sharp-toothed sunflower invading Saber was terrifying, but in fact, its tentacles, body, teeth. The moment it entered Saber's mouth, it had already turned into black fog. In other words, it looked scary, but Saber just swallowed the fog. When the sharp-toothed sunflower completely disappeared, the air was silent for a few minutes. Then, Saber fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Are you all right, Saber?" Outside the observation room, the researchers all looked at Saber worriedly. As they leaned against the window and called out to him, Saber suddenly looked up and let out a thunderous roar. His eyes had turned completely black, and his skin was wriggling like a worm. His mouth grew bigger, and long tentacles replaced his tongue. Also, Saber was mutating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The researchers had never seen anything like this before. They were so scared that their hearts almost stopped beating. Freud pushed the researchers away and looked into the observation room. "He's been invaded by a sin demon." Angor knew what Freud meant. It was time to suppress the sin demon. Only by doing so could Freud regain his sanity and become a real demon hunter. Angor was the only one who could do such a thing before Rabba gained the power of evil mist. Angor didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and contacted the Tree of Authority to find the Sin Fog Authority. Then, he began to suppress Saber's sin demon. Everyone only felt a breeze blow past them. Sibel, who had fallen into madness, suddenly stopped moving. With a thud, he fell unconscious on the ground. His body, which had already mutated earlier, was slowly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Angor opened his eyes. "I've done it. Now we just have to wait for Saber to wake up." The researchers sighed in relief when they saw that Sable's body had returned to normal. Recovering his body size is also one of the signs of success in suppressing the sinful demon, so when Saber wakes up, we will know whether he really succeeded or not. Angor heard the researchers whispering to each other. The researchers weren't sure about Sable's condition yet, but Angor could tell from the Tree of Authority that the demon inside Sable's body had been successfully suppressed. Still, he was waiting for Sable to wake up. Although Sin Demon had been successfully suppressed, how much of Sin Demon's strength could Sibel unleash? Could Sable keep his composure under the temptation of the demon? Angor needed to test all of these. Sable remained unconscious for an entire day. When he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the second day. When Sable opened his eyes in the darkness, he felt a buzzing noise around his ears. He carefully checked his ears and realized that the noise didn't come from outside. Instead, it came from inside his body. However, it only lasted for a few seconds. When Sable fully woke up, the noise was gone. Sibel propped himself up with his hands and sat up. When he sat up, he noticed that he could control his body better. He looked at his hands with a hesitant expression. After thinking for a while, Sable swung his fist forward. Boom, as expected, the sound of something breaking through the air echoed in the narrow space. Sable could already create such a sound with his fists, but he had to use a lot of strength to do so. Now, he only swung his fist lightly, and the sound was as loud as when he used all his strength. So he wasn't hallucinating? He could control his body better now, and he could use more strength. Suddenly, Sable heard the sound of glass being knocked on. He looked up and realized that he was still inside the observation room. A group of researchers were watching him from outside the glass wall of the observation room. The person knocking on the glass was a young researcher wearing glasses. "How do you feel, Knight Sable?" Sable looked around. The black mist was gone, and so was the sharpened sunflower. He quickly realized what was going on when he thought about how powerful his body was. He must have fused with the sharpened sunflower. His mind was still working, which meant the fusion was a success. Night Saber? A puzzled voice came from outside. Are you all right? An embarrassed expression appeared on Sibel's face. He raised his head and said, Sorry, I was thinking about something. I now feel very strange. My body has become very strange, but it's not bad. I can feel that every joint in my body seems to have changed, and an endless stream of energy is being produced from within my body. All the researchers were overjoyed. Sibel's logic seemed to be working fine. His words also indicated that the fusion did not fail. Can you fully control your body now? Sure. Sibel clenched his fists and said firmly. Next, we'll send a team in to record the data of your body. I hope Night Saber won't resist. Not long after, a group of people entered the observation room. Walking at the front was a man with a horned helmet and a sickle on his left foot. This person was none other than Torres, the one who was at odds with Saber. Torres brought the 6 researchers before Saber. The closer he got, the more Torres could feel the surging power. He looked at Saber with envy, but he did not show it on his face. Torres glanced at the trembling researchers behind him and said to Sable, Don't move around. These researchers are as timid as needles. They're already trembling in fear when they come in to examine you. Torres was here to protect the researchers. To be more precise, he was here to give them courage. After all, they witnessed Sibel's mutation. It was terrifying. Although Sibel seemed to have returned to normal now, who knew if something would happen again? Night Sibel knew what the researchers were worried about, so he remained in his chair and did not move an inch. He simply allowed the researchers to examine him. During the examination, the bespectacled researcher, Colliers, asked him some questions. They were all basic questions, but they also included Night Sibel's own memories, as well as what he had done in the past. This was a test of Sibel's logic, mind, and memory. Both Angor and Freud were sure that Night Sibel did not change at all. However, such a procedure was necessary for the experiment. It was not only a record, but also a way for the researchers to calm down. Colliers asked almost 50 questions in a row, and the answers were all in line with their best assumptions. In other words, Night Sibel's mind should be the same as before. At this time, the researchers who were recording the body's data had finished their work. They nodded at Krells and stepped aside. Colliers asked the most important question. Night Sibel, can you sense the sharp-toothed sunflower now? Or in other words, can you use its power now? Sibel considered for a moment. Let me try. Sibel closed his eyes and allowed his mind to sink into the endless darkness. When he was in the state of thoughtlessness, he once again heard the buzzing sound that had flashed by when he had woken up. Following the trail of the voice, Sibel felt his consciousness gradually arrive at a strange space. It was like a cave, with a gigantic monster at the center. It was the sharp-toothed sunflower that made the buzzing sound. Sibel's consciousness stood in front of the sharp-toothed sunflower. It was like comparing a giant to a baby. A random tentacle from the sharp-toothed sunflower could crush Sibel's consciousness to pieces. However, the sharp-toothed sunflower didn't move. It wasn't that it didn't want to move, but that it couldn't. A majestic, godlike power completely restrained the sharp-toothed sunflower. The only thing it could do was make a buzzing sound. Sibel could sense the sharp-toothed sunflower's anxiety and fear. Clearly, it was terrified of the power that restrained it. Once the sinful demon is sealed in your body, you'll be able to use its power. Sibel recalled Freud's words. Since the sharp-toothed sunflower was sealed in his body, did that mean he could use its power now? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Sibel immediately felt an unprecedented amount of power gushing out of the sharp-toothed sunflower's body like a torrential flood. Sibel exited the dark sealed land and opened her eyes abruptly. A vast and boundless aura instantly emanated from his body. The surrounding researchers were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. The only one still standing was Torres. However, even Torres was shocked by what he had just witnessed. In the past, the difference in power between Torres and Sibel was negligible. It could even be said that as long as Torres restrained his personality, he was stronger than Sibel. Now, however, he could clearly feel the difference. When he faced Sibel, just the power alone was enough to suppress him. As Sibel released the sharp-toothed sunflower's power, the whites of his eyes and pupils turned pitch black. Sir Saber, can you still hear me? Claire's was clearly frightened. Sibel nodded. Don't worry, I'm fine. But. Sibel paused. When I gained power, I also felt the sharp-toothed sunflower's consciousness. Just as Sibel received the power, he seemed to hear sharp-toothed sunflower murmuring in his ear, "This is power. Do you feel it? Do you want to gain more power? Then release it. Release it." Sibel's words stunned callers. In other words, the sharp-toothed sunflower is tempting you to release more power? Saber nodded. Since he sensed the sunflower's consciousness, he tightened the channel of his power to prevent himself from falling into the sunflower's trap. When Sibel retracted his power, his eyes returned to their normal state of black and white. At the same time, he did not hear the sunflower's voice again. Clearly, the sunflower's consciousness was only able to break the seal when Saber released his power. I understand. I'll make a note of it. Krause and the other researchers also got up from the ground, patted the dust off their bodies, and left the observation room. Outside the room, Freud spoke in a soft voice, just like Cell, the sinful fiend is being suppressed. However, it knows that as long as the demon hunter releases more power, the seal will loosen, and it will eventually take over the demon hunter's body. So when Saber released his power, the sinful fiend immediately tried to tempt him. Angor shook his head. If Saber Sunflower had a clear consciousness, it should have shown its intelligence in the previous tests. But it didn't. This means the sunflower didn't have such a strong consciousness before entering Saber's body. The voice Saber heard was just the sunflower using Saber's consciousness to think. The sinful fiend is using a human's consciousness to think? The researchers who overheard their conversation were shocked. Angor nodded. He already had such a theory when he saw Cell's condition. Now, it seemed to be very likely. That's what the sinful fiend does when it first enters Saber's body. I believe the sinful fiend's mind will evolve on its own. When that happens, it won't even need Saber's consciousness to think on its own. Angor's words were like a warning bell that rang in everyone's ears. It was already hard enough to deal with a mindless sinful fiend. If Angor was right and the creature could learn and evolve, it would be even more terrifying. As long as Saber Knight doesn't succumb to temptation and stays true to his heart, it will still be under our control even if it evolves into a logical consciousness. Freud tried to comfort the others. Everyone was silent. They understood Freud's words, but they also understood the importance of the demon hunters. The demon hunters carried hope and despair at the same time. They were the front line of the defense of their homeland, but they could also become the bottom line of the destruction of their homeland. The relationship between the demon hunters and sin demons would determine the future. Next, let's test Night Saber's strength. Freud nodded in agreement. His improvement is obvious to all. However, if you want to turn it into actual combat power, you still need further training. Freud turned to Torres. From today onwards, you'll be accompanying Sibel in her training. In the past, he would have been more than happy to duel Sibel and avenge his humiliation. But now, Sibel had become a demon hunter and was much stronger than before. Actually, Torres was only going to be Sibel's sparring partner or even a punching bag. But since it was Freud's order, Torres couldn't disobey. He looked at Angor for help. I'm sure I can't beat that old bastard. How about I fuse with a sinful demon too? Torres looked at Angor expectantly. He really wanted to try fusing with a sinful demon. No. Angor shook his head. Torres was still a soul in the real world, so he wasn't really a resident of the dream realm. Angor wouldn't let Torres take the risk before conducting a systematic study. No way. I can't beat him, and I'm not going to torture myself. Torres couldn't help but protest. It's just an auxiliary training. I'm sure Knight Sibel knows what he's doing. Torres couldn't fuse with a sinful demon, and he didn't dare to refuse Freud's order either. He was destined to be a punching bag for some time. Sibel used to be the leader of the sinful hunters. Now that he was a demon hunter, it suited him better. However, due to the importance, danger, and uncertainty of a demon hunter, no one dared to attempt a second sinful demon fusion right away. The researchers agreed that they should first collect the information about the demon hunters and sinful demons from Knight Sibel. After that, they would slowly expand the number of demon hunters. Apart from getting used to his new strength, Sibel also had to undergo several rounds of psychological intervention every day, just in case he was tempted by the sinful demon. Since Angor no longer needed to deal with the sinful fiend, he once again returned to the real world without doing anything. However, he didn't completely let go of his job. Sealing a sinful demon into one's body was considered a unique power system in the Dream Wasteland. Every day, Angor and Sunders would discuss how to build another power system in the Dream Wasteland. They also wanted to know if they could bear the unknown authority of the new power system. After all, Freud failed when he tried to carry out the change in the weather. In order to prevent the power from leaking out, they had to make sure everything was safe. According to Sunders' own calculations, he should be able to create a new power system based on primal mana. However, this was only his own idea. Who knew what the unknown authority that constructed the power system would be like? For example, Sunders thought it was just a small power that could change the weather. However, it also involved the laws of nature, seasons, wind, thunder, rain, and other elements. There were still many factors to consider. Time flowed by, and another day passed. Angor was still in his study, trying to figure out the upper limit of the new power system. Someone knocked on his door while he was lost in his thoughts. When he opened the door, he saw butler number 1 knocking on his door. "Mr. Pant, someone's looking for you." "Looking for me?" Angor frowned and released his spirit feelers outside the matter. When he saw who it was, he understood what was going on. A moment later, Angor arrived at the main hall. Angor glanced at Greya, who was sitting across from him. "What are you doing here?" "I'm from Candy House, so I'm here to show some concern," Greya replied while stuffing some unknown food into her mouth. Angor didn't know what to say. "I don't think you're here because you want to hear some gossip." Greya wasn't the only one who came. Shayla was behind her as well. Thank goodness Azaz wasn't here. Angor sighed in his mind and ignored Greya. Instead, he looked at the man in question. "Did you find anything during your trip to Paladoa?" It was Alan. 3 days ago, Alan went to Paladoa alone after learning that Aline might be looking for the Sea Night Dew. He didn't hear anything from Alan. Angor assumed that Alan was here for Aline, which was why he decided to ask Angor directly. Alan shook his head and nodded. "I did find some clues about my sister in Paladoa. But I lost them again." Alan explained everything to Angor. After arriving at Paladoa, Angor immediately went to the shops that sold stone paste powder and asked them one by one. There was only one shop in the whole of Paladoa that sold Sea Night Dew. When he went to the shop to look for it, the clerk didn't hide anything and directly told him that Irene had indeed come to buy Sea Night Dew a month ago. However, Aline left after buying the Sea Night Dew. Since the shop assistant didn't lie, Alan had to leave the shop and see if he could find Aline anywhere else. It took Alan 2 days to find Aline, including using the government's resources, and he finally found another clue. It was a young man who gave him the clue. After arriving at Paladoa, Aline found a tour guide and asked him to take her to a stone paste powder shop. And the tour guide was the young man. According to the young man, Aline didn't leave immediately after buying the Sea Night Dew. Instead, she asked him to show her around Paladoa to see some interesting sights and shops. The young man tried his best to earn more money. He spent the whole day wandering around with Irene. In the end, they stopped near Desolation City. The young man didn't want to go to Desolation City because it was full of wanderers who often committed crimes. Besides, he was born in Desolation City and had enemies with some of the people there. He didn't want to be targeted. Even if they didn't do anything right now, they might do it later. The young man told Aline not to go to Desolation City, but Aline seemed to be very interested in the place. She asked the young man to wait for her outside while she went inside. After that, Aline went missing. Aline didn't pay the young man a tour guide fee, so he waited for 2 days before leaving. He was sure that Aline didn't come out after entering Desolation City. Alan paused for a moment before continuing, "So, I judged that Desolate City was most likely the place where Aaron went missing." At this point, Alan stopped. Angor pondered. As far as he knew, Aline wouldn't stand the young man up for some mortal coins. Something must have happened to Aline, and she couldn't pay the young man a tour guide fee. He thought Aline went missing. On her way here. But now, it sounded like she went missing in that so-called Desolation City. What's this Desolation City? He still didn't know where it was. The Desolation City is the old city of Paladoa, Alan explained. Elrond's cities were built with concrete and steel, as well as steam-powered machines. They were obviously different from other countries. However, this was not the case for all Elrond's cities. Elrond's rapid development only happened in the last century. Many cities still retained the style of the previous era. The buildings of the previous era, on the other hand, were filled with the smell of decadent religion. The king of Elrond strongly urged the cities to reform. As a result, many cities had two different styles of architecture. One was a newly built concrete forest, while the other was an ancient Byzantine-style building. Paladoa city was divided into the New City and the Desolation City. The New City was the main city, where most of Paladoa's citizens lived. The Desolation City, on the other hand, was the Old City, which was mostly abandoned. Only a few homeless people and poor people lived here. So it's in the middle of a new era. No wonder most of the cities in Elrond were covered in smog. Is there anything special in the Desolation City? Angor asked. Alan shook his head in disappointment. No. I walked around the city, and it's peaceful. I saw some crimes here and there. But just like the young man said, it's full of homeless and poor people. It's inevitable. But my sister wouldn't owe the young man a tour guide fee. She must have gone missing after entering the city. I'm thinking, maybe she ran into some kind of enemy in the city. This was why Alan came to find Angor. Since he knew where Aline went missing, it was very likely that Aline ran into some kind of enemy in the city. Even if there were no traces of battle, there must be some energy ripples left behind. If the incident happened recently, Alan could check it himself. But since it had been more than a month, he could only rely on Angor. Alan gave Angor a pleading look. Angor considered for a moment. He could go to Paladoa, but he needed to know more about the situation first. If there are still people in the city, did anyone see Aline? If there was a battle a month ago, someone should have seen or heard about it, right? Alan said, there wasn't a battle, but a tramp said he saw Aaron. Alan paused for a moment, as if he was considering something. After a while, he said, that tramp's eyes were flickering, and he was full of lies. I was in a hurry to find my sister, so I didn't pay attention to him. In short, Ellen didn't know if what the tramp said was true. What did he say? He said that when he was sleeping in an abandoned building that day, he saw a woman with a very good temperament go in the direction of the parish. Parish? Angor looked at Alan in confusion. Alan explained, there are also various areas in Desolate City. The parish is the area of ancient religious activities. There are churches and worship halls inside. I also went to take a look, but there was no trace of Aaron, so I think that tramp is lying. In order to find Aaron, Ellen used gold coins as a bounty. The tramp must have lied for money. Angor understood what was going on. After Aaron entered the Desolation City, it was as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. If the barren city was where Aaron had gone missing, then there might really be remnants of energy there. It seemed that Xiaochen would have to go to Desolate City to take a look. The Desolation City parish of Paladoa? Someone suddenly spoke up when Angor was about to go to Paladoa. Angor and Ellen turned around and saw one of the two witches who had been watching them quietly. It was Shaylay, an apprentice that Ellen hated so much. Hey, Shaylay, do you have any questions about this place? Angor noticed that Shaylay's eyes were unfocused, as if she was trying to recall something. Greya was also looking at Shaylay curiously. She was just bored and wanted to kill some time by listening to some gossip. Could it be that Shirley knew something? After a long while, Shirley came back to her senses and saw that everyone was looking at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something? She didn't look like she was pretending. Clearly, she just mumbled something under her breath. You were questioning the Desolation City parish, Ellen said in an annoyed tone. Did I say that? Shaylay mumbled to herself. Seeing Ellen's confident look, she considered and said, fine. Maybe the place you mentioned reminded me of something, so I just repeated the name of the place. You've thought of something? What is it? Angor asked. Shirley shrugged. It's not a big deal. It's just that some time ago. Well, maybe a few years ago, I was invited to perform in the capital of Rome. What's with that look? Shayla gave Ellen a disdainful look. I'm the most famous magician in Everin. I've been performing before I joined the wizarding world. Ellen muttered in a low voice, what magician, swindler? Shirley didn't care about the title of swindler. Instead, she raised an eyebrow. You could say that. Anyway, when I went to perform in Everin, I saw a bounty notice posted on the bulletin board. The content of the bounty says that a shocking case has happened in Padua's desolate city parish. We hope that someone can provide us with clues. A bounty notice from a mortal city several years ago? He didn't think it had anything to do with Aline's disappearance. However, as an extraordinary, Shirley would think of an inconspicuous bounty when Alan told her about this matter. Perhaps it was also a kind of omen. With that in mind, he continued to ask, what's the big case? I think it was a case of missing persons. About 20 people from a certain religion disappeared overnight. Missing persons? A religion? Ellen's ears perked up when he heard the word missing. Yes. I think it was a small and unpopular religion. There were only about 30 people who believed in it. But after so many people disappeared overnight, the rest of the Germinal organization members left the religion. Some said that it was the revenge of an evil god. Others said that the Germinal organization took them to their divine kingdom. Either way, it was unreliable. If there really was something wrong, Floating Mech City would have taken over. I don't think it has anything to do with your sister's disappearance, do you? After listening to Shayla's explanation, Ellen also believed that Aline had nothing to do with the case. He still believed that Aline might have run into some supernaturals in Paladoa. Many contestants who participated in the Rising Star competition went to Floating Mech City from all over the world. Maybe some of them did it. Angor suddenly looked at Shayla and asked in a strange tone, what did you say? Germinal organization members? What do you mean? Shayla was surprised. That's what they called it. I think they believed in something called Germinal organization. They called themselves Germinal organization members. Germinal organization. Germinal organization. Angor repeated the name in a low voice. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Germinal organization? Greya noticed Angor's serious expression and knew something was wrong. Angor shook his head. Nothing. I just thought of something, and I need to confirm it. This was a basement in the suburbs. The surroundings were dark and silent. Only at the innermost part of the basement, there was a faint yellow fire burning. It was a simple altar filled with candlesticks. The candles burned quietly, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of burned candles. In front of the altar, a middle-aged woman with a plain headscarf knelt on the ground and prayed silently. In front of her, in the middle of the altar, there was a round stone with a carving on it. She was whispering softly to the carving. Her words were mostly praying for a miracle and offering her faith. After she finished, she bent down and leaned her forehead against the floor. Her hands slowly stretched out in front of her as if she was crawling. Then, she suddenly stood up and knelt on the ground. She raised her head and chanted in a strange tone. As she finished her sentence, a sudden breeze blew through the sealed basement, and the flames on the candlesticks flickered. After a few seconds of silence in the breeze, the middle-aged woman sat on the ground and sighed softly. It's a pity that after the bishop went to the kingdom of God, the rest of the prayer lost its meaning. Otherwise, how could there be such a small breeze? I remember the bishop said that only the power of death can irrigate the bursting of the sprout seed. Now that there is no complete prayer, maybe the sprout seed God will only notice me, a lowly believer, when I'm about to die. The woman stood up with a sigh. Sigh, if it weren't for the bishop's wish, I would have left this world long ago. The woman shook her head, stood up, and walked step by step into the darkness. After a while, the sound of a door opening and closing could be heard in the darkness. The woman's footsteps were getting further and further away. Obviously, she had left the basement. Not long after she left, the candles on the altar flickered again. A young man in a black gentleman's suit slowly appeared in the flickering flames. The young man looked in the direction of the basement door and whispered to himself, "The sprout seed God, do you think it's a real God?" The young man's eyes flashed with sarcasm, and he turned to look at the statue on the altar. It was a round stone with a budding sprout carved on it. When he saw the sprout, the young man's eyes flashed with seriousness. It's really it. A gust of wind blew and extinguished the candle flame on the altar. As the darkness invaded, the young man's figure slowly disappeared. Paladova, the entrance to the barren city. The desolate city and the new city were separated by a river. The middle-aged woman who had been praying in the basement was wearing a mask. She walked through the smog-shrouded new city and came to the river. Because the construction of the new city required large amounts of metal materials, the wastewater that had been treated with metal was all poured into the river. The originally clear river water had now changed its appearance. Various colors converged. Due to the dumping of unknown garbage, thick bubbles floated on the surface of the river. The stench was overwhelming. When the middle-aged woman walked across the bridge and saw the disgusting color in the river, her eyes flashed with anger. God of germination, quickly bring your devout followers to the God Kingdom. This world has been polluted by the steel monsters, and there is no longer a place for believers to live. She yelled at the bridgehead bitterly. There were not many people around her, and the few people there were only vagrants. When they heard the woman's roar, they did not even raise their heads. This drama had been going on for 5 years. Every time she crossed the bridge, she would do this. He was tired of seeing and listening to her. He didn't even want to look at her. She was a lunatic who believed in a cult. After crossing the bridge, the middle-aged woman's eyesight became slightly better. However, when she looked at the abandoned buildings, she could not help but shake her head. These buildings used to be beautiful. They were all her childhood memories, exquisite and prosperous under the blue sky and white clouds. But now, they were all overgrown with weeds, and there were holes everywhere. These holes were all the stones that the vagrants had taken down and secretly sold for money. The beauty had disappeared. Perhaps only the arrival of the God of germination could save this filthy world. She slowly came to the parish with a sorrowful heart. The parish was the most dilapidated place in the desolate city. Because the king of Iran country did not care about religion, the place that was destroyed the most in every city was the place of religion. Before the desolate city was abandoned, the parish had already suffered a disaster. Although there were many holes in the houses outside, at least a few buildings could be seen intact. However, it was different here. Almost all the buildings were damaged. They were either missing roofs or half collapsed. Only a small church in the far corner could be somewhat maintained. This small church was built 7 years ago. However, 5 years ago, there was a big case there. More than 20 believers went missing, causing the small church to be abandoned. The middle-aged woman staggered forward in the dilapidated walls. Her goal was the small church. She pushed open the door of the church. With a creak, dim light entered the church. She could see that it was empty inside. After entering the church, she naturally went to the courtyard by the side door of the church. She fetched a bucket of water from the well in the courtyard and dipped a pure white cloth in the water. Then, she slowly wiped the circular stone on the altar of the church. This stone was the same as the one she worshipped in the basement. There was a germination pattern carved on it. She wiped it very carefully. She wiped it all over the place. As the water soaked the stone, mesmerizing patterns slowly appeared on it. She looked at the patterns on the stone and her eyes flashed with satisfaction. This was a rain-patterned stone. The rain-patterned stone's characteristic was that when it came in contact with water, it would show colorful patterns. The rain-patterned stone was not considered a precious stone, but it was very popular among children. When the bishop chose to carve the pattern of the germination god on this rain-patterned stone, she was against it because it was too cheap. However, the bishop said that this rain-patterned stone was a gift from the germination god. She did not believe him at all. However, after carving it, she realized that the bishop might be right. Because after it came in contact with water, the patterns on the stone matched perfectly with the germination god's pattern. 5 years ago, the bishop was summoned by the germination god. Before he went to the god's kingdom, he reminded her that she must come back often to clean this rain-patterned stone. It was because of the bishop's instructions that she stayed and did not go to the god's kingdom. Now that she thought about it, she regretted it. After she finished cleaning the stone, she rubbed her sore waist. Today's task was completed. According to the cleanliness level, she could come back a week later to clean it again. Thinking of this, she prayed to the germination god one last time and prepared to leave. However, just as she turned around, she realized that there was another person standing not far behind her. It was a young man dressed like a noble. He was wearing a black gentleman's suit and a hat. His back was facing the door, so she could not see his face clearly. She could only vaguely see a pair of blue eyes that looked like the sea. The middle-aged woman was startled. She put her hand on her chest and said, Who are you? When did you come in? The young man took off his hat, revealing his short golden hair. His hair was a little soft, and it swayed slightly with the movement of the hat and the wind. The young man put the hat on his chest and introduced himself. I'm Angor. Pardon me for being rude, but may I ask you something? Maybe it was because of the young man's politeness, or maybe it was rare for someone to come to the Germinal Church. The woman hesitated for a moment and nodded. Before I ask, may I know how to address you? Angor asked politely. You can call me Katrina. Facing a handsome and courteous man who seemed to be a noble, Katrina also tried her best to show her manners. However, after living in the lower class for so many years, her formality and tone were not stylish at all. It was only comical. Katrina felt a little awkward. However, the young man in front of her didn't change his expression at all. He was still smiling gently, which made her feel a little better. Miss Katrina, all the other churches in the area are a little shabby. How come this one is still in such a perfect condition? Katrina frowned. The Germinal Church was very famous in Padua because of the missing persons case. She wondered if the young man was trying to find fault with her. However, the young man didn't sound like someone from Irong, and his clothes didn't look fashionable like Irong people either. Maybe he's a traveler? Maybe he doesn't know about the history of the Germinal Church. With that in mind, Katrina decided to explain to Angor about it. It was rare that someone didn't accuse the Germinal Church of being an evil religion. As a devout believer of the Germinal Church, Katrina hoped that more people would worship the Germinal god. Angor pretended to be enlightened. So it's a newly built church? The place where the missing persons case happened? Katrina shook her head. Don't believe the rumors. It's not a case of missing persons. Oh? They were taken to the divine kingdom by the Germinal god. They didn't go missing. Katrina felt a little emotional. Angor pretended to be surprised. Divine kingdom? Did the Germinal god create a miracle? Yes. And I saw them being taken to the divine kingdom with my own eyes. They didn't go missing. Katrina said proudly. Katrina told Angor everything she saw, including her own situation. When she finished, she felt that something was wrong. She always kept these things to herself. Even when the royal guards came to ask her about it, she didn't say a word. But for some reason, she wanted to talk to this young man more than ever. But when he thought about it, everything seemed normal. Perhaps it was because she was the only believer of the Germinal god in the human world. She was too lonely and needed more believers to accompany her to worship the Germinal god? When Katrina thought about it this way, she felt that it was more reasonable. Really? Are they going to the kingdom of God from here? Angor slowly walked to the spot where the rainwater stone was placed. This rainwater stone, they went to a divine kingdom? Katrina nodded. That's right. When they left, this rain-patterned stone should have been very beautiful, right? Katrina nodded again, a look of confusion flashing through her eyes. Of course, I personally wiped the rain-veined stones. At that time, it glowed with new life. It was so beautiful that it didn't seem to belong to this world. Angor quickly understood what was going on. He did not dwell on the matter of missing or going to God's kingdom. Instead, he changed the topic and said, Ms. Katrina, this rain-patterned stone is really beautiful, especially when it is soaked in water. The pattern seems to contain wonderful words. It's a perfect work of art. Didn't anyone else come here to see it? Katrina didn't understand why Angor suddenly asked about the rainmark stone. However, she only wanted to recruit Angor as a believer of the Germinal organization, so she did not doubt Angor's words at all. The rainwater stone was placed here when the bishop was going to the kingdom of God. When they reached the kingdom of God, there were rumors that a large number of people went missing here, so no one dared to come here. Of course, no one else saw this treasure. The rainwater stone was worthless in Glory Kingdom. But since Angor was praising it so much, Katrina naturally followed his words and called it a treasure. Oh, really? Angor was surprised. So, apart from the devout believers who went to the kingdom of God, only Katrina and Katrina were here. You mean only me and Miss Katrina were lucky enough to see it? Katrina nodded. Yes. Are you sure? No one else has seen the rain-veined stone, especially the rain-veined stone that shows the perfect pattern after being immersed in water? Angor stared at Katrina. His blue eyes seemed to have some kind of magic power, which made Katrina slowly fall into a trance. After a while, Katrina hesitated and said, "It seems that a woman came here before." Katrina recalled the time when she came to the Germinal Church and cleaned the rainwater stone according to the bishop's order. After that, she chanted a prayer and left. On her way out of the church, she walked past a woman in luxurious clothes. Few people came to the parish, and the woman was heading toward the Germinal Church. Katrina wanted to ask what the woman was doing, but the woman had an unapproachable aura. In the end, Katrina did not ask. The rainwater stone will show up for at least half an hour after it's submerged in water. If I'm not mistaken, the woman will see the rainwater stone when she enters the church, right? Katrina asked. Angor narrowed his eyes, which were filled with a hint of uneasiness. He knocked on a stone pillar with his knuckles, and an illusion of a woman appeared in front of Katrina. It was Alan's sister, Aline. Is she the woman you're talking about? Angor cast a nightmare illusion on Katrina as soon as he entered the church. Under the effect of the illusion, Katrina's eyes were already in a state of confusion. No matter what strange things happened, her brain would come up with a corresponding logical explanation, so she would not doubt anything. Even if she saw an illusion, she would not find it strange. Katrina carefully observed the woman in the illusion. As she walked closer, the woman's eyes moved along with her, which made her look very real. Yes, I remember her. Katrina nodded. She's the woman I saw when I left. I knew it. Angor sighed in his mind. He looked at Katrina again. One last time. Apart from you, me, and her, did anyone else see the patterns on the rainwater stone? Katrina shook her head. No. I'm the only one who would do that. Even if someone came to the church when I wasn't around, they wouldn't do it. Angor nodded. Good. As soon as he said that, Katrina heard a rumbling sound. When she looked up, she saw the rainwater stone on the altar being shattered into dust by Angor's punch. As if that wasn't enough, he also sent some of the dust into the void. Even if someone found the remaining dust, they would never be able to piece it back together. Why did you break it? The rainstone was the only reason why Katrina was still in the human world. Perhaps it was because seeing the rainstone shatter, Katrina was greatly affected. Even if she fell into a nightmare hallucination, she did not immediately imagine that she would do something out of line. Angor did not answer Katrina's question. Instead, he looked at her. You said you wanted to go to the Holy Kingdom with the bishop. But he gave you a task and asked you to come here often to clean the rainwater stone. Shouldn't you be happy that the rainwater stone is gone? Without the bishop's task, what reason do you have to not go to the Holy Kingdom? Thank you for your answer today. As a gift, I'll send you on your last journey. Angor did not forget his manners. Before Katrina could say anything, she felt a sharp pain in her head, and the next second, her eyes lost their usual vigor. Her beautiful dream of going to the Holy Kingdom was gone forever. 22. He looked at the body on the ground and felt pity for it. In the end, he let out a sigh of relief. Katrina might not have done anything evil, but she chose to trust the Germinal organization. Angor sent Katrina's body into the void to erase all traces of her existence. Then, he took one last look at the small church and shook his head as he left. Not long after he left the church, a beam of light flashed across the foggy sky. Like a falling meteor, the light fell from the sky and landed in front of Angor. When the light faded away, Angor saw a giant rose-patterned teapot behind it. Water kept flowing around the base of the teapot. Strangely, the water didn't drip down. Instead, it kept the teapot floating in the air. An otter poked its head out of the teapot and made some gurgling sounds. There were 3 people on the lid of the teapot. Greya was sitting on a luxurious chair. Shayla was standing behind Greya in her magician costume. Alan was trembling on the ground while hugging the lid of the teapot. When the teapot landed on the ground, Alan quickly jumped down from it. Shayla's teapot was terrifying. Alan wasn't afraid of heights. It was just that he was placed right next to the air vent of the teapot. Steam kept coming out of the teapot, and he couldn't even dry himself faster than the teapot. They were flying high in the sky. The cold and his wet clothes almost froze him to death. After Alan jumped down from the teapot, he immediately used fire magic to dry his whole body, and then used the cleaning spell. Only then did his trembling body feel slightly better. Even so, Alan's lips still looked a little black. "You're so weak, Alan. As an apprentice gourmet, many ingredients are stored in the air. What if you can't handle the high temperature?" Shayla seemed to care about Alan's condition, but there was a cunning look in her eyes. "I think you should hurry up and choose a bloodline fusion. That way, you can at least handle the high temperature." Shayla followed Greya down from the teapot. When they landed, the teapot slowly shrank and returned to its normal size, floating around Shayla again. Shayla walked to Alan and pondered. "You still have my dagger in your pocket. Taking advantage of this saber fate, let me give you some advice. According to your body shape, I recommend that you integrate the Sky Island mermaid blood, then you don't have to worry about the high temperature, and your physique can also increase." Ellen turned around and glared at Shirley. "It was you who arranged for me to be in the vent. Also, the beast cutter isn't your knife, it's mine. Moreover, don't think I don't know that the Sky Island mermaid bloodline can only be used by females. You recommend the Sky Island mermaid bloodline instead of the succubus bloodline." Shirley's eyes lit up. "So you like the succubus bloodline? That's not a bad choice. I have a secret recipe for assimilating the succubus bloodline. I can tell you in secret I don't like the succubus bloodline." Alan pointed at Shayla and wanted to curse, but since Greya and Angor were around, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Alan turned his head away and quickly walked to Angor. "Mr. Pat, do you have any news about my sister?" Alan asked anxiously. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at Greya. "Why are you and Shayla here?" Shayla quickly took a step back to show that she had nothing to do with this. Greya chuckled. "I'm just curious. Why did you suddenly change your expression and come here alone? Is there a powerful enemy here? If so, I can come here to help you." Greya looked around as she spoke. There wasn't any so-called support in her eyes at all. Curiosity was written all over her face. Obviously, she was here to gossip and not really to provide support. Angor sighed. "You misunderstood. There's no powerful enemy. It's just what?" Greya's eyes glinted. She didn't believe for a second that there wasn't anything fishy about this. She still remembered Angor's surprised expression when he heard the word germinal believer. Angor's surprised expression was mixed with a sense of disbelief as well as a sense of trouble. This germinal believer couldn't be an ordinary person. "It's just..." Angor purposely paused for a moment before continuing, "There's something I'm worried about." Greya gave Angor a meaningful look and didn't ask anything else. Alan couldn't help but walk to Angor's side. He didn't dare to speak, but he kept staring at Angor with pleading eyes. Angor considered for a moment. "I do know something about Aline." Alan's eyes glowed. "My sister. Where is she now?" Angor remained silent. Alan seemed to understand something, and the light in his eyes slowly dimmed. He asked in a low voice, "Is she still alive?" Angor didn't stay silent for long this time. However, his answer only made Alan even more confused. "I can't answer that. I can't." "Why?" Greya and Shayla were wondering the same thing. "Do you know about the Path of Infinity?" Angor asked. Alan nodded. The name came from plane fusion. There were 3 stages of plane fusion: Garden of the Garden, Path of Infinity, and Moment of Plunder. The Path of Infinity was the second stage of plane fusion. The Path of Infinity is the most dangerous stage of plane fusion. We can't gain anything from it. But it's actually the most profitable of the three stages. Inside the endless darkness, the world's consciousness will consume its origin energy to create a passage that connects two realms. The passage was created by the world's consciousness at the cost of its origin energy. It contained many mysteries that allowed one to see the unknown. For example, he could sense more distant planes, materialize the coordinates of the planes, and even rely on a trace of aura to find the aura of the main world in the passage between the two sides. It was precisely because it was accessible in all directions that the planar path was endlessly derived from it. That was why it was called the boundless path. The path of infinity was full of opportunities, but only legendary wizards were qualified to enter. Anyone below that level had no chance of surviving. Alan didn't understand why Angor suddenly mentioned the path of infinity. What did it have to do with his sister? Angor briefly explained the nature of the path of infinity. You can think of it as your sister entering the second stage of plane fusion. What do you mean? Sir, your sister went to a very dangerous place. A place where non-legendary wizards can't survive. Shayla quickly spoke up for Angor. So, your sister can't be alive. However, in this extremely dangerous place, there is a way out. You can think of it as the path of infinity, which means your sister has a slim chance of surviving. Mr. Pat can't tell you the answer directly. If he doesn't tell you, there's only one outcome for your sister, death or life. But once the answer is revealed, your sister's chances of survival will collapse infinitely until it's close to zero. Am I right? Shirley looked at Angor. Not entirely. Not entirely, but at least she wasn't wrong. Alan felt dizzy. So you're saying my sister's chances of survival are close to zero? I don't know. Angor wanted to nod because he knew Aline must have gone to that place. But in the end, he didn't have the heart to tell Alan that he didn't know. Then can you tell me where my sister went? Angor quickly answered with a serious look. Don't ask. Don't think about it. Don't guess. Don't try to find out. Greya almost jumped out of her skin when she heard his vague answer with a serious expression. She thought Angor was going to tell her some kind of gossip. But judging from Angor's expression, it was more like a thunderstorm. What should I do then? Alan muttered. Angor walked to him and patted his shoulder. Here's my advice. You only need to know one thing. Your sister might still be alive. What you need to do now is to train and wait. Alan could see how serious Angor was. Angor didn't want to talk about it too much. What did it involve? How long do I have to train before I can go find my sister? When you're strong enough to enter the path of infinity, you'll be qualified. When it was time to leave, Alan still expressed that he wanted to stay in Paladoa for a while longer. Alan didn't say what he was going to do, but he didn't dare to look at Angor in the eyes. It was clear that he still wanted to keep looking for Aline. Angor gave Alan a meaningful look but didn't say anything. He simply nodded and turned away. There was nothing wrong with Alan's choice. If it were anyone else, they would probably be puzzled when they learned that the person closest to them had disappeared and they couldn't ask or explore. Angor didn't know what Alan would find, but he knew it was impossible to find Aline. Unless he could find another rainmark stone that looked exactly the same as Aline's and bring him into that unknown world. As Katrina said, there was only one rainmark stone. Therefore, Angor didn't stop Alan from staying. As long as Alan didn't know what was going on, he wouldn't be able to find Aline even if he stayed in Paladoa for 100 years. On their way back, they didn't take Sholi's teapot. Instead, they rode on Angor's gondola. While Sholi was still admiring the gondola, Greya gave Angor a curious look. Is that place really that dangerous? Of course, Greya was referring to the place where Aline went. Angor described it as the path of infinity. Do you think it's dangerous? Angor asked. Of course. Greya did not hesitate. No one in the southern wizarding region could survive the path of infinity. It was a dangerous journey. The place Aline is going to is even more dangerous than the path of infinity, Angor added, and much, much more dangerous. Greya narrowed her eyes. She already knew the answer, but she still couldn't believe it. Earlier, Alan asked Angor when he could go after Aline. When you're qualified to enter the path of infinity. Greya knew that if she wanted to enter the path of infinity safely, she had to at least become a legendary wizard. Even if Angor became a legendary, he would only say that. Qualified. Being qualified didn't mean you could solve the problem. Just like the Rising Star competition, even Lion, who had just stepped into the wizarding world, was qualified to participate. However, qualifications were one thing, and being able to walk to the end was another. Legendary wizards were only qualified. From this, it could be seen that the place Aaron had gone to was extremely dangerous. Still, Greya did not understand why the southern wizardry region was so dangerous. Could it be a hidden space that had yet to be discovered? Where is there? Greya asked again after a moment of hesitation. Last time when Greya asked, he did not give up. Since Alan was here, Greya decided not to pursue the matter further. Now that Alan was staying in Paradova, Greya asked again. Angor didn't answer Greya's question right away. Instead, he glanced at the other person on gondola. Shirley seemed to be admiring the gondola as she kept praising it. However, he could clearly see that Shirley was eavesdropping on them with her ears perked up even though she wasn't paying attention to them. I never thought that something like this would happen in the southern domain. But now it's here. Angor spoke slowly. It seemed he was going to tell Greya what he was hiding. Shirley's ears perked up even more. She was really curious. What kind of story was this? However, Angor seemed to be teasing her. He only gave her a vague premonition. It's related to something important. We'll talk about it when we get back. Shirley's excitement instantly plummeted to the bottom of her heart. She didn't know what to say. Either you don't tell me, or you'll just tell me everything. Now you're running away because of my curiosity? Damn you, she wanted to scream in her mind, but she couldn't express it yet. She had to keep her act of praising the gondola. Greya glanced at Angor and nodded. All right. Since Angor promised to tell her, he wouldn't go back on his words. If it was something important, it would be inappropriate to talk about it in public. It only took the gondola 10 minutes to travel from Padua to floating Mech City. If they were somewhere else, Angor would have slowed down and enjoyed the view in the sky. But it was different in your own country. Because there were too many steam train lines here, the cities were undergoing vigorous reforms. This was not a bad thing, but the price people had to pay for convenience was that the air would not be good for a short period of time. There wasn't much to enjoy along the way. Angor ordered the gondola to speed up and return to floating Mech City. When they returned to the manor, Angor and Greya both disappeared. Shaylee stayed in the yard with a curious look in her eyes. Inside his study room in Gravity Garden, Sundar sat in front of his desk and looked at Angor with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Why are you so serious? Sundars was still studying the power system of the Dream Wasteland when Angor suddenly came to him and asked him to come to Gravity Garden. Greya also came with Sundars. Greya was sitting on a bookcase not far from Sundars while looking around the garden with great curiosity. Something did happen. Angor quickly told Sundars about his relationship with Alan and Aline, as well as Alan's sister's disappearance. And? Sundars asked, is there something else behind Aline's disappearance? Sundars knew that Angor was not the type to make a fuss. His serious attitude meant that there was more to this than met the eye. However, Sundars did not understand. What kind of inside story would an ordinary apprentice reveal? The next second, he answered Sundars' question. On top of that, he directly dropped a shocking bomb. It's related to a mystery item. A mystery item? Both Sundars and Greya looked at Angor in disbelief. A small case of missing persons was actually related to a mysterious object? Is it unclaimed? Greya couldn't help but ask with obvious greed in her eyes. Yes. Angor nodded again. Do you know where it is? Greya's eyes brightened up. Yes, sir. I don't know where it is, but the Order faction should know. Order faction? Greya was puzzled again. What kind of organization was that? If they knew where the mystery item was, wouldn't they go there? Sundars was also puzzled at first. But when Angor mentioned the Order faction, he immediately understood. You mean? Sundars' eyes were dark and serious. Angor nodded. Yes. It's a mystery item that's out of order. Sundars had heard about the types of mystery items before, so he quickly understood what was going on. Chaos meant that the mystery item was completely out of control. It was very difficult to control such mystery items. As long as someone met the requirements, the mystery item would go out of control and continue to spread. It was extremely dangerous, and there was no limit to how dangerous it could be. But, why is there such a thing in the southern wizarding region? If there was a mystery item that had gone out of control nearby, how could Ivory Kingdom continue to develop and develop? Sunders was not convinced. Why would floating Mech City wander around? Angor explained, mystery items are called mystery items because they are completely unknown to us. Things that are too far away for us to reach in our entire lives might only take a blink of an eye to them. You can even say that they are right in front of us. Angor's words were vague and contradictory, but Sunders still understood them. So you're saying that the mystery item is not in the southern wizarding region? Angor considered for a moment. Or you can think of it as a dream realm. It's not here, nor is it far away. It's everywhere. As long as you meet the requirements of the dream realm, you'll enter it. Sunders seemed to have thought of something. Greya, on the other hand, had no idea what Angor was talking about. What are you guys talking about? What's going on? Also, what's with that mystery item? Angor didn't explain. Instead, he took out a notebook and handed it to Greya. This handbook was his own record of the classification of mystery items. It clearly stated the meaning of controllable, half out of control, and completely out of control. At the same time, it also recorded some information about the source world, such as the Order Guild and the mysterious hunter, whose job was to recover uncontrollable objects. Greya was confused at first, but she soon frowned when she read the rest. She didn't expect a mystery item to be so terrifying. Most of the mystery items that went out of control cost the lives of mystery hunters. And mystery hunters were usually at the legendary level or above. If Aline's disappearance really had something to do with the mystery item, then Angor was right when he said only legendaries were qualified to look into it. Greya put down the letter and asked with a serious look, "How did you know Aline's death is related to the mystery item?" Sunders trusted Angor's judgment. But he was also curious about how Angor found out. "Do you still remember the Germinal Organization believers Shirley mentioned?" Angor asked slowly. "Of course." Greya nodded. Angor immediately went to Padova to look for Aline's whereabouts after hearing Shirley's words. "As you know, when I was in Dark Castle, I met a legendary wizard who accidentally came to the southern region." "Frost," Saunders said, nodding his head. Greya knew who Frost was. She was busy studying the Feast of Purification and never met him in person. "He's actually a mysterious hunter. All the information I know is from him. Frost gave me a few examples when he talked about mystery items that have gone out of control." Angor recalled that night in his mind. A mystery item that went out of control was affected by something similar to a virus. Frost used the Undead Rebirth box as an example to explain what an uncontrollable item was. However, the box was only one of many examples. There are different types of uncontrollable mystery items. Angor recalled Frost's words. For example, mysterious hunters can recover ordinary uncontrollable items. After that, there are uncontrollable objects that can't be solved. If you're strong enough and lucky enough, you can recover them. But the chances are very low. Usually, mysterious hunters will choose to run away when they encounter an uncontrollable item. Then, they'll report it to the Order Keeper and ask for their opinion. Of course, they'll just ignore the item and issue a warning to the public. Finally, there are uncontrollable items. The recovery rate is close to zero, and every unsolvable runaway item has annihilated miracles. Destroyed a miracle? Do you mean? Greya's voice trembled. A miracle is what you're thinking about. If you want to live, don't ask, don't think, don't guess, and don't try to figure it out. Angor slowly looked up at Greya and said something she already knew. If you want to live, don't ask, don't think, don't guess, and don't try to figure it out. This was what Angor told Alan before. Greya gulped. You're saying Aline's disappearance is related to an uncontrollable item? Angor looked at Sunders, then at Greya, and slowly nodded. When Frost was explaining what an unsolvable lost control item was, he said that there was a file of a lost control item that was sealed as a taboo by the Lawful Guild. That lost control item was called Germinal. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd went silent. After a long moment of silence, Greya finally broke the silence with her hoarse voice. This thing called Germinal is the culprit behind Aline's disappearance? Then, what does it have to do with the Germinal believers? Did it become a god? If it wasn't a god, why would there be believers? I don't know if it became a god or not. However, there was no lack of mavericks in this world. Some mavericks were positive, but some mavericks were not so good. In the Source world, there was a group of people who called themselves the believers of the Germinal organization. They believed in an uncontrollable object and assimilated the disorder of the Germinal organization as their God's kingdom. When they enter the uncontrollable rhythm, they call it the prayer to divine kingdom. Clearly, these Germinal believers have spread to the south. I don't know if there are any other Germinal believers in the south. But not long ago, Aline's disappearance caused a huge sensation in Padova. They were all caused by them. An uncontrollable mystery item didn't have to be far away from you. As long as you went around it, you would be safe. For most uncontrollable items, as long as you met the conditions, you would enter the uncontrollable rhythm and be assimilated by it. For example, the conditions for the uncontrollable items to enter were actually quite simple. If you were far away, you just needed to do certain actions or say certain words, and you would be pulled into the uncontrollable rhythm. The condition for the Germinal believers to enter was to recite a certain syllable. The syllables were very long, and they didn't seem to be connected at all. If you didn't know the arrangement of the syllables, it was almost impossible for the Germinal believers to enter. However, the Germinal believers used the syllables as a prayer and spread it around. The rain-patterned stone that Katrina had previously wiped actually contained the complete prayer. However, Katrina didn't recognize it because it was written in supernatural language. She thought it was just a pattern. However, Aaron's luck was very bad. After Katrina wiped the rainstone, she entered the Germinal church during the appearance of the prayers and saw the rainstone. Also, he was sure that Aline had read the same prayer again. When Aline finished the prayer, she was immediately pulled into the uncontrollable rhythm of the Germinal believers. Before she even realized it, she was dragged into the world of the Germinal believers. In Frost's words, it was, "Welcome to my nightmare." Nightmare. It sounded like a coincidence, but it was the truth. Perhaps Aaron didn't expect that her disappearance, or rather, the reason why her life stopped, was all because she wanted to buy a box of talisman powder on a whim, right? Many things in this world happened so suddenly that you didn't know how to react. Life and death could happen in the blink of an eye. No one could predict that a small thought that flashed through one's mind would change the trajectory of one's life. BQ both Sunders and Greya understood why Angor was being so serious about this matter. If Germinal believers were to spread throughout the southern wizarding region, it would be a devastating disaster. A human's curiosity was even greater than a cat's. Curiosity could kill a cat, but it could also kill a human. Just like Aline. She was killed by her own curiosity without knowing it, let alone other people. There were too many hysterical people in this world. If they knew about the Germinal organization, they could do something in secret. With the strange and powerful radiation of the Germinal organization, it could even destroy a civilization. Try not to tell anyone about this, Sunders said in a serious tone. As the Order faction said, don't talk about it, don't think about it, don't guess, and don't investigate or spread the news. Greya nodded in agreement. Not even wizards can do that. Anyone who could become a wizard could control his or her emotions. However, there were also a lot of bad people among the wizards. If they had to choose between good and bad purely because of their snobbishness, it would be fine. These people knew what was best for them, and they would definitely not choose to spread the news about the Germinal organization. However, if they were completely corrupted and knew about the Germinal organization, it would be tantamount to giving up the fire of civilization. I understand. But it seems Germinal believers have already shown up in the southern wizarding region. I did destroy a rainmark stone, but we don't know if there are other Germinal believers in the south. Therefore, it did not seem to be a good thing for him to remain completely silent. Sunders considered for a moment. When we get back, you can ask Maya or Dodoro. Tell them to use prophecy spells to see if there are any more germinal believers in the southern wizarding region. If there are, you can choose to tell some people. If Sunders was sure they would not tell anyone about the germinal organization, he could choose to reveal it to them. Angor agreed with Sunders' suggestion. After confirming this plan, the atmosphere fell into silence. Both Sunders and Greya needed some time to digest the news. Perhaps the severity of the situation was too much for them to handle. Then I'll go back now, Angor said. Sunders nodded and sent Angor and Greya out of the gravity garden. Are you sure Alan can't find any information about the germinal organization in Paradova? Greya asked Angor as they walked away. I should be able to find it, but without the prayer, it's useless even if I find it. Angor considered. Even so, it's not a good thing for him to keep looking for germinal believers. He might accidentally spread the organization further. If Alan could not find Aaron, he would definitely ask around for information about the germinal organization, which would increase the influence of the organization. Greya considered for a moment. When Alan comes back, I'll do something about it. Alan was a member of Candy House, and Greya sympathized with him. However, she did not want him to become an accomplice of the germinal organization. At this moment, the figure of Butler No. 1 appeared in the distant corridor. That's all for now. Let's talk about something else. Greya also saw Butler No. 1 and understood Angor's concern, so she stopped talking about the germinal organization. How's Toby doing after Shirley helped him? For the past few days, Toby would only sleep in Angor's room at night. During the day, he would train with Greya while Shirley analyzed Toby's emotions. Greya's frown eased a little when she heard Toby's name. He's doing well. Shirley's ability is very effective. Furthermore, as Shirley pointed it out, Toby also began to notice some abnormalities in his emotions, which allowed him to slowly regain control of his emotions. But Greya suddenly changed her mind. At this rate, Toby will have to face the seal very soon. The seal was something Frost set up to suppress Toby's resentment. Once Toby faced the seal, it would mean that he was about to break free from the suppression. No one could predict what would happen and what the result would be. However, Greya knew that Toby would reach this step sooner or later. She still felt a little worried when she thought about the possibility of something bad happening. No matter what, Toby has to go through this. I'm sure he knows what he's doing and will choose the right time to face it. Even if he can't, he still has us, right? Angor asked. Greya nodded. All she could do now was to strengthen Toby as much as possible so that he could face his true self, the serpent bird of jealousy. When Angor arrived at the yard, he saw Shirley talking to Toby with a big smile. She looked very kind, but Toby had a cautious look on his face. Whenever Shirley moved closer, Toby would take a step back. When Toby saw Angor, he quickly flew to him as if he saw his savior. Toby kept whispering in Angor's ear while complaining. Angor looked at Shirley, who was still wearing an innocent look. I promised you that if you can really help Toby, I'll give you an item that suits your magician status. But if you want a space storage, I can change the reward to something like that. Toby told Angor that Shirley approached him not because she was friendly, but because she wanted his snowy feather. Snowy feather was a space storage item Angor crafted for Toby. It contained all of Toby's treasures, such as dried fish and clothes. This was why Toby was so cautious around Shirley. Shirley gave him an embarrassed look. No need. I already have a space storage item, gulp. I just think Toby's feather is pretty. That's all. Obviously, Sherry was lying. But Angor didn't mind. Shirley was a liar by nature. Unless it was a special situation, most of her words were lies. Still, Angor couldn't just let it go like that. Toby was still looking at him with a sad face. So he decided to remind Shirley not to think about the snowy feather. Shirley might be a naughty girl, but she knew when to stop. Since Angor promised to give her a magic item, she had no choice but to accept it. And that was the end of the matter. Next, Greya began to train Toby as usual. Not long after the training began, a sudden gust of wind forced both Angor and Greya to stop and look at the direction of floating Mech City. To Shirley, the gust of wind was nothing more than a simple breeze. But to Angor and Greya, it was a strand of elemental energy that escaped from the city. And the source of the energy came from the main city. The energy is a bit chaotic. I can't see what's going on, said Greya. Greya said. She could spend some time to find out more details, but she didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. Angor nodded. Judging from the intensity of the energy, I think there's a fight between apprentices. Just like last time, Shirley almost flooded half of the street. But this time, it wasn't any worse than Shirley's. It was probably another group of potential apprentices causing trouble. It was only a small matter for both Angor and Greya, so they didn't really care about it. Greya's training went on as planned. Angor watched for a while and decided to return to his room. Before he could leave, someone knocked on the front door of the manor. Under the guidance of butler number 1, Azaz, who was wearing a black wizard robe, walked in. Since Azaz decided to join Barbie's restaurant, he would stay with Greya in a temporary magic hut built by the lake. After Aziz came in, he was already familiar with the scene before him. He already knew who Toby was and why Greya trained him, so he only bowed to Angor and Greya before returning to his room. You don't usually go out. Why are you out today? The first phase of Toby's training just came to an end. Greya looked at Azaz curiously. When Azaz didn't know Greya, he hated her a lot. However, when he learned about Greya's identity, he began to respect and worship her from the inside out. He even felt like a fanatic. Azaz said very respectfully, I originally planned to continue studying the restaurant's recipe that Sir gave me, but I have a competition today, so I can only put it aside for the time being. A match? Angor suddenly remembered that Azaz only had one match left after losing to Trom. You and Shilyu are fighting today? Shilyu? You mean Dripping River? Azaz nodded. Yes, I'm fighting her today. Which one of you won? Angor was curious. I lost. Azaz looked a little embarrassed. Angor was a little surprised. According to his estimation, Azaz should have a better chance of winning. Unless you didn't use your demon energy? Azaz nodded. Greya already told him that he could use his demon energy, but it was best not to use it in a match like this. This was the best way to avoid bringing trouble to the gourmet wizards. I see. Angor realized that it was impossible for Azaz to defeat Shilyu without using his demonic energy. However, Azaz was still ranked 4th in the Rising Star competition. Considering how rich Tower of Infinity was, Azaz would surely get a handsome reward. Moreover, it also showed the other faculties the strength of the gourmet faction. After asking about the match between Azaz and Shilyu, he asked about the other matches as well. Keely fought against Carveline, and Keely won. Carveline had just recovered, and her body was not yet at its peak. Plus, she had encountered a demon when she used the Time Witch costume, which left her traumatized. In the end, Keely did not have to expend much effort and won easily. As for the match between Jibra and Suatutai, it was rather dramatic. Jibra didn't show up, so Suatutai won. No one knew why Jibra didn't want to participate in the competition. They could only assume that he was still recovering from his injuries after losing to Shilyu, or that he didn't want to participate in the Rising Star competition because he lost to Shilyu. In the end, it became a battle between Keely and Suatutai to determine who would be the 5th. At this point, Aziz suddenly paused. However, the Dark Fire Witch did not participate in the competition between the Dark Fire Witch and the Philosopher Scholar today. Keely didn't go either? Dark Fire was Keely's nickname. Aziz nodded, and sighed. Yes, not only did he not participate in the competition, he even fought with the Son of the Sea in Fragrant Square just now. Keely and Jibra got into a fight? Angor suddenly remembered the strange wind. Was it caused by the battle between Keely and Jibra? Angor considered for a moment and figured out what Keely was thinking. When Keely fought against Trom, she surrendered because Jibra lost to Shilyu. If she wanted to fight Jibra in the arena, she had to surrender. But Jibra didn't show up. As a result, Keely's opponent became Suatutai. How could she tolerate this? Since she couldn't defeat Jibra in the arena, it was only natural that she would choose to fight Jibra in private. Keely was an autistic girl. She might have some concerns on normal days, but when she was angry, she wouldn't care about time or place. And then? Angor asked, what happened to the fight between Keely and Jibra? Aziz shook his head. I didn't go to Aroma Square. It's already flooded, and the enforcers have sealed off the area. I don't know the details. Aziz glanced at Shaylee, who was still standing in the distance. Last time, Shaylee only almost drowned an entire street. But this time, the battle between Jibra and Keely did drown the entire square. Angor nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at the direction of Aroma Square. He didn't pay much attention to the wind because he didn't want to waste his energy. But since he knew it had something to do with Keely, he decided to check it out. His eyelids twitched when he saw what was going on. From Aziz's description, Angor already knew that things were getting out of hand. But when he looked closer, he realized that it wasn't as simple as that. The fragrant square had almost disappeared. Apart from the statue of an ancient fragrant air master alchemist, only his head was exposed. The rest of the square had turned into an ocean. Floating Mech City had already taken measures to keep the water within a certain area, but it was still a shocking sight. Fortunately, Aroma Square was a gathering place for aroma masters. Everyone there, from the shopkeepers to the passers-by, were supernaturals. Unlike Shaylee's incident last time, many mortals didn't die. But Aroma Square was a gathering place for aroma masters. The loss would be far greater than what happened to Shaylee. From now on, all aroma masters in the southern wizarding region would blacklist Jibra and Keely forever. The last time Shirley had caused a ruckus, she had barely managed to deal with it with the help of the water pattern witch. At first, Angor thought that since they were friends, he would give it a try if he could help Keely out like Water Witch did. But when he looked at the scene, he felt a headache coming on. Even if he was willing to help, those aroma masters wouldn't let Keely get away with it. Of course, Jibra would do the same. Angor kept looking around, trying to find Keely and Jibra in the middle of the sea. But he didn't see either of them. He only saw countless enforcers cleaning up the mess, as well as wizards in aroma masters' robes stomping their feet and cursing. It looked like Keely and Jibra were both captured by Floating Mech City. Angor rubbed his temples and decided to ask about it after some consideration. He took out his transmitter and tried to contact Antonio. Antonio was the guardian spirit of Floating Mech City, but he still had a lot of authority in Floating Mech City. In fact, Antonio was the representative of the entire research department. Before he could reach out to Antonio, Sunder suddenly showed up in the yard. "Professor?" Angor looked at Sunders in confusion. What did he want? "Cantor's here," said Sunders. Not long after that, a long-awaited guest arrived at the manor. It was the master of Lilith clan, Cantor of Night. When everyone saw Cantor, their eyes flashed with doubt. Even Sunders gave him a strange look. His curly beard was a bit messy, and the tip of his blue-black wizard hat was flat. His wizard robe was full of scratches. Most importantly, there was a cat hanging on each of his white eyebrows that reached his chest. One of them was the familiar black cat Luna. She was clawing at White Eyebrow in fear. The other cat was also black, but its black was like a ball of burning black fire, full of aggressiveness. Luna was hanging from Cantor's other eyebrow, and it swayed along with Cantor's movements as if it was on a swing. "Cantor, you." Sunders frowned as he looked at Cantor's condition. He did not know what was going on. Greya laughed out loud. Shaylee and Azaz tried to hold back their laughter as well, but they didn't dare to laugh in front of a Truthfinder wizard. Cantor gave Greya an annoyed look. "What's so funny?" Cantor grabbed the two cats by their necks. "What? Why don't you get down?" With a swing of his arm, Cantor threw the two black cats to the ground. Luna looked around as soon as it landed. When it saw Angor, its pupils, which had already turned into vertical slits, quickly dashed toward Angor and hid behind Angor's feet. It did not even show its tail. The other cat was not as frightened as Luna when it landed. Instead, it walked around elegantly like a king inspecting his territory. Finally, it sat on the high wall. The cat did not come to Angor's side, but it had been looking at Angor the most since it came to the manor. Angor wondered if it was because of Luna or because of Angor himself. Angor looked at the black cat and realized something. Cantor tidied up his messy clothes and spoke to Sunders with a frustrated look. Something went wrong. Something? Sunders looked away from Cantor and stared at the black cat on the wall. Is it because of her? Cantor nodded and looked at the black cat. Don't you want to be a cat? Turn back now. The black cat didn't move. Cantor released his aura on the cat, which made it tremble in fear. It looked like the cat wanted to fight back, but it still turned into a puff of smoke in the end. When the smoke dispersed, Shayla and Azaz both looked at the cat in shock. The black cat grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a young girl. She was wearing a dark blue dress with a red bow on her head and a broom with a nightlight attached to it. There were wounds on her face. She turned her head to one side without any expression. Illusion? No, it's transfiguration. Netherworld Fire Witch? Shirley softly called out her nickname. She was Cantor's disciple, Keely. What's going on? Sunders didn't pay much attention to what was going on outside. He only came to greet Cantor after receiving the message. Cantor sighed and looked around. He didn't say anything when he saw Greya, Shayla, and Sunders. Sunders nodded. Let's talk inside. A moment later, Cantor walked into the hall. Cantor sighed and looked at Angor. I came to Floating Mech City to congratulate Angor and thank him. Angor had become a wizard and a member of the research department, which was why Cantor had to pay him a visit. Also, Angor kept his promise and gave one of the transfiguration worms to Keely. These were the main reasons why Cantor came to Floating Mech City. However, Cantor didn't expect that his disciple would cause such a big trouble not long after he arrived at Floating Mech City. Cantor knew Keely too well. She couldn't defeat God of Sea Flunza yet, so she decided to go after Jibra first, even if Jibra was innocent. At first, Cantor didn't mind since Keely and Jibra had fought each other too many times. However, this time, they decided to fight in a place where alchemists gathered. By the time Cantor arrived, Aroma Square was already flooded with people. Keely was already captured by the enforcers, and Cantor had to pay a big favor to take her away. However, this wasn't the end of it. Everyone knew how much damage Aroma Square had suffered. Cantor took Keely to the Fragrant Square to check out the situation. Along the way, they ran into Xianxia, who took Jibra to the square as well. Xianxia was Flunza's disciple and Jibra's senior. She was a level 1 wizard and had a good reputation in the southern wizardry region. Since Cantor and Xianxia were there, Keely and Jibra didn't do anything rash. As long as Keely didn't provoke them, Jibra would just ignore her. However, they didn't stay quiet for long. While checking the damage at Aroma Square, Keely said that Jibra should be the one to take the most responsibility, since he was the one who should take the most responsibility. She and Jibra almost got into a fight again because of this. After a while, Cantor finally stopped Keely, but he still ended up in the same situation as when he first showed up. Keely also turned into a black cat and refused to cooperate with Cantor. Jibra should take 90% of the blame. I didn't attack those shops at all, Keely spoke up again. Everyone knew that Keely was telling the truth. Jibra did summon a huge wave of water when he attacked. However, they couldn't look at this matter in isolation. Alchemists wouldn't care who took the most responsibility. They only wanted compensation. Cantor and Xianxia had to discuss how to split the blame, or the leaders of Floating Mech City would decide. Why don't you think about who should take the most responsibility first? Cantor grumbled. I'll figure it out myself. How are you going to do that? Luna? Cantor chuckled in anger. Luna, who was lying on the sofa beside Angor, trembled a little. She quickly hopped behind Angor's back, leaving only half of her face exposed. What about the damage at Aroma Square? Angor asked curiously. It hasn't been decided yet. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Cantor sighed. Although it was a high-end fragrance shop, it was bound to have protective measures. They had only lost low-end incense stores in this battle, but even so, the final compensation would definitely not be low. Considering how rich Lilith clan was, they should be able to afford it. However, the most important thing right now was not the compensation. It was the attitude of the alchemists. This was Floating Mech City, a place where alchemists gathered. Keely and Jibra once again caused trouble at the alchemists' gathering place. At that time, if Keely, or Lilith's house were to be rejected by the alchemy circle, it would be a big deal. That was why Cantor came to Sunder's Manor as soon as possible. Now that Angor had become a member of the research department, he might be able to change the attitude of the alchemists. Angor didn't refuse Cantor's request, but he didn't refuse either. I'll go to the research department later. I'll try my best. Cantor nodded. Thank you for your help. I was going to thank you, but now I'm asking for your help. As they spoke, they heard a series of clanking noises coming from outside the hall. A moment later, butler number 1 lifted the curtain and flew inside. Master, there's a guest outside who wishes to see you, butler number 1 spoke in a metallic voice. Guest? Everyone couldn't help but look outside the manor. From Angor's perspective, the guest was a woman. She was wearing a pure white dress with golden edges, which looked like the robes of a priestess. She had a voluptuous body and a beautiful face. Her long blonde hair cascaded down her back, giving her a sensual yet lazy look. However, it was worth noting that in the center of her exposed collarbone, there was a pale golden scale. The scale was releasing a faint aura of the ocean. While everyone was looking at her, the woman noticed their gazes and flipped her long hair with a charming smile. Why is she here? Cantor's voice brought everyone back to reality. She's Xianxia? Angor asked the same question. He had never seen mulberry leaf before, but the scale meant she was from Song of the Deep. Also, the fact that she noticed their gazes meant she was at least as strong as a wizard. When Cantor mentioned Xianxia not long ago, Angor immediately thought of the witch known as Golden Umbrella. Cantor nodded. Yes. She's Witch Mulberry Leaf. Keely frowned when she heard Mulberry Leaf's name. Cantor saw Keely's expression and knew what she was thinking. He said helplessly, only Witch Mulberry Leaf. In other words, Jibra wasn't here. Even so, Keely still didn't feel happy. After all, Mulberry Leaf was God of Sea Flunza's disciple. Let her in, Sunder said to butler number 1. Compared to the other members of Song of the Deep, Mulberry Leaf enjoyed a good reputation in the southern wizarding region. Cantor didn't object. He also wanted to talk to Witch Mulberry Leaf about the issue of responsibility. Not long after, Xianxia, who was dressed in luxurious and sexy clothes, walked in from outside. As soon as she came in, she greeted everyone with familiarity. Both Cantor and Sunder seemed to know her well. At least on the surface, they seemed to be on good terms. Although Xianxia was greeting Cantor and Sunders, Angor could feel Xianxia's gaze on him. Xianxia walked up to him while he was still thinking about it. I've always heard of the name of a super-dimensional wizard, but today is the first time I've seen you. You're even younger and more handsome than I imagined. Xianxia winked at him and whispered into his ear, if you're looking for a partner, you can consider me. With a burst of laughter, Xianxia sat down. Witch Mulberry Leaf came at the right time. I was just thinking about how to divide the responsibilities. Cantor spoke first. Xianxia waved a hand. We'll talk about Jibra's trivial matters tomorrow. I'm not here to talk about those troublesome things. May I ask why you're here then? Sunders asked. Xianxia glanced at Angor. About the super-dimensional wizard, of course. Angor was only planning to listen to the conversation. He didn't expect Xianxia to bring him up again. Because of me? Angor was a little confused. This was the first time they met. What could it be? Yes. Speaking of which, my professor has been praising you a lot, especially for your alchemy skills. Angor already had an idea of what Xianxia wanted to say. I've heard that a super-dimensional wizard once created an alchemy tool related to ocean wizards. Xianxia said a lot of praises and finally said what he wanted to say. If you want to buy ocean rhyme, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Don't be so quick to refuse. I don't know. Have you heard of Spivey? Of course, I'm not talking about the famous Spivet who showed up in the Rising Star competition. If it wasn't Spivet, Flora's disciple, then it had to be him, since Xianxia was talking about him. Spivet, a crafty wizard from 5,000 years ago. Angor knew about this legendary wizard, but he didn't understand why Xianxia mentioned him. Xianxia quickly explained, not long ago, when I was traveling, I accidentally stumbled upon an abandoned laboratory. The previous owner of this place was Spivet. Wizards often traveled around the world. Sometimes, when they suddenly had an idea, they would choose to build a temporary laboratory for themselves. For this reason, abandoned laboratories were often found all over the world, including the realms beyond. Most of these laboratories were empty, but there were still some that could be used to gain benefits. For example, there were experiment data, experiment plans, and even supernatural tools left behind. Many apprentices could advance to higher realms by using the teeth of wizards. If the teeth of a legendary wizard were used, the benefits would be even greater. Therefore, even if it was just an abandoned laboratory, it was still very valuable. Xianxia continued, "My luck wasn't bad. I found an item in this abandoned laboratory. According to the records, it should be an alchemy item used by Master Trickery. I can use this item to trade with you." "What item?" Angor was curious about the item Xianxia was talking about, regardless of whether he was going to trade or not. Since she was willing to trade with such an item, she must be very confident about it. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. "An auxiliary item for illusions. Are you interested, superdimensional wizard? An item used by a legendary wizard, and an illusionary one at that?" Angor and Sunders exchanged a surprised glance. Sunders was also surprised by what he saw. Although the great wizard of deceit was not an illusionist, it must be extraordinary to be able to be carried by him. Moreover, Xianxia said that it was used before. Sunders suddenly thought of something. "Used item?" he thought to himself. Could it be? Angor didn't know what Sunders was thinking, but he knew the item had to be very valuable. He considered and asked Xianxia, "Since you said you want to trade, you should at least show it to me, right?" Xianxia's gaze slowly swept across the crowd with hesitation in his eyes. "If you don't think this place is suitable, we can go somewhere else." "Like the market?" This was Sunders' manor, his private property. Xianxia had come alone, and there was no one else around. Wizards were not easy to deal with, so it was normal for her to have some concerns. Hearing Angor's words, Xianxia took a step back. "We don't need to go to the market. This place is fine. I trust you, superdimensional wizard. You're a representative of the research department, after all." Without hesitation, Xianxia took out a small box from her storage space. It wasn't big, but it looked like a jewelry box. "The deal this time was approved by my mentor. I'm sure he'll be happy if the deal works out," Xianxia said again. First, she flattered Angor, then she pointed out that her professor, God of Xianxia, already knew about this. It was clear that she still had her concerns. But since she had already said so, even if everyone had the intention to snatch it, they probably wouldn't really do anything. "Whether the deal works or not depends on whether it's suitable for me." Angor didn't give a definite answer, but he didn't know what he was thinking. Then, "Superdimensional wizard, please take a look." With that, Xianxia slowly opened the box. Sunders and Cantor stepped back as well, leaving Angor and Xianxia to sit opposite each other. The box released a faint light, but nothing else happened. It was quiet and peaceful. However, both Angor and Sunders sensed an obscure energy wave coming from the box. It was an illusion wave, no doubt. Angor picked up his monocle, which could block energy waves, and peered inside the box. Through the monocle, Angor clearly saw the item inside the box. It was a small house. To be precise, it was a model of a small wooden house. At first glance, it looked like Master Mitra's elixir hut. It was small, but it wasn't too shabby. On the wooden walls of the wooden house, there were very beautiful decorative patterns. On the windowsill of the wooden house and beside the stairs outside, there were clusters of blooming flowers. They were brightly colored and emitted a pleasant fragrance that made people unable to help but close their eyes and indulge in them. He didn't know how to use the item yet, but from what he knew, the item could already affect people's five senses with illusions without being activated. He knew that this was definitely an illusion-type item, and its effect should be quite good. "Is this the item Grand Wizard of Trickery left behind in Seagull Plain?" Sunders' voice suddenly came. He knew who Master Crafty Wizard was, but he never read the letter before. Cantor also thought of something. "A letter from Seagull Plain? I remember there was a record that Spivet got an illusion-type item in his early years, which allowed him to find his true self from confusion. But it only mentioned this, and didn't say who the item ended up with." Xianxia said, "The item you're talking about was left behind in an abandoned laboratory by Spivet. I found it by accident thousands of years later." After a pause, Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right, this is the illusion item that Spivet always carried around with him." Heart room. So it's the House of Heart. Sunders nodded. So it's the House of Heart. You know about it too, Professor? Angor asked curiously. Sunders nodded. The Heart Room is an alchemy item created based on the Mind Illusion School. It's an excellent support item according to the records. Yes. It's one of the top 3 alchemy items created by Mind Illusions, Xianxia added. Xianxia chimed in, "I haven't seen your ocean rhythm yet, but I've heard Jibra talking about its effects. I'm sure the Room of Heart and Ocean Rhythm are both equally useful items." Angor looked at Sunders, who nodded to show that Xianxia was right. In terms of support effects, Room of the Heart was comparable to Ocean's Rhythm. That was why Xianxia was so confident in his offer. That's true. But don't overlook the fact. Among the 3 major organizations, occultists have the least number of occultists, and illusionists are also one of the few. Even if you're an illusionist, there are even fewer people who specialize in illusions. Ocean Rhythm, on the other hand, is targeted at sea wizards. It was much bigger than the Mind Illusion School, which was a branch of the Illusion School. Even if you're not a sea wizard, every wizard in the 3 major organizations knows how to cast a water spell, and Ocean Rhythm is good for them. Sunders pointed out the problem. In terms of support effects, Mind Illusions and Ocean Rhythm were similar. However, Mind Illusionists were rare, while sea wizards were a dime a dozen. You're right, Mr. Phantom. But Heart Room isn't just for Mind Illusions. Xianxia spoke slowly. It's the most effective for Mind Illusions. The Ocean Rhythm is also most effective against ocean magi, isn't it? Angor still couldn't figure out what they were talking about. So, what's the effect of the House of Heart? He asked while they were talking. So, what's the effect of the House of Heart? Sunders already said that Heart Room was a powerful support item, but Angor still didn't know how it worked. Xianxia didn't keep her in suspense and directly said the answer: the House of the Heart can let you face your inner demons. Mind illusionists usually had to study and analyze people's minds in the early stages of their training, so they were more or less limited by their human nature. For this reason, almost 90% of mind illusionist apprentices would develop some kind of obsession in their minds. Obsessions turned into demons, becoming inner demons. Inner demons wreaked havoc and turned into demons. Heart Room, on the other hand, could directly face demons, amplify them, and even defeat them. For a hallucination sorcerer, this was a very powerful support. However, it was only limited to mind illusionists. Other wizards could use it as well, but only mind illusionists would make their inner demons so powerful. Even if Mind Room wasn't for other wizards, they could still defeat their inner demons as they grew stronger. This was why Sunders said Heart Room was the most useful item for mind illusionists. Mind illusionists don't have as many sea wizards as you do, but the most important thing is to find the right one, right? Xianxia spoke. Sunders didn't refute Xianxia's words. She was right. Ocean Rhythm couldn't be used to its fullest potential in Angor's hands. The House of Heart might not be the best for Angor, but it was related to illusions after all. Compared to Ocean Rhythm, the House of Heart was much better. What do you think, Dimensional Wizard? I believe you know better than me what kind of position the House of Heart has in the entire illusion department. So, are you willing to trade with me? Angor looked at Xianxia's expectant gaze and considered. The Heart Room wasn't really useful to him. He didn't specialize in illusionary mind. He still had some obsessions in his mind, but they weren't uncontrollable. However, he did have some ideas about the Heart Room. When he heard about the Heart Room's effect, he immediately thought of Toby. If Toby could use the Heart Room to deal with his resentment, it might be a good thing for him. Considering Toby's potential, Angor hesitated. However, after some consideration, he decided not to do it. Xianxia couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Angor shaking his head. She believed that Angor would accept the deal as long as he offered the Heart Room. That was because there was no reason not to trade. It was a win-win situation. Tree Spirit did warn Angor not to trade the Ocean Rhythm, but the Room of Heart was on the same level as the Ocean Rhythm, so it was not a bad deal for Angor. I don't specialize in illusionary mind, so the Heart Room is useless to me. Angor didn't show any emotion on his face. It wasn't that he didn't want to trade the ocean rhythm. The ocean rhythm was meant for Lady Mirror. Of course, he could always craft something else for her. However, the most important thing was that Ocean's rhythm had Lady Mirror's custom-made benefits. There were too many figures in the ocean rhythm. If someone found out about it, Angor wouldn't be able to survive. This was why Angor had to refuse. But the rhythm of the ocean won't be of much use to you, right? I think it's a win-win situation. Xianxia didn't give up. Sometimes, being possessed will even obstruct the path of advancement. You can actually consider it. Cantor couldn't help but say. What he said was true, but he also had some thoughts in his heart. If Angor agreed to trade with Xianxia, he might be able to use the heart room for Keeley. Keeley had too many inner demons. Sunders didn't mind. He didn't know why Angor didn't want to trade, but the heart room was Angor's, and he had the right to decide what to do with it. Well, the House of Heart isn't a bad choice, Sunders added after some consideration. Since Mr. Phantom and Mr. Eventide have said so, why don't superdimensional wizards consider it? Xianxia said again. Angor glanced at Sunders. It sounded like Sunders was trying to persuade him to trade. But Angor could tell that Sunders' tone was different from usual. Something fishy was going on. He fell into deep thought. From Xianxia's point of view, Angor seemed to be hesitating. She sighed in relief. She did not want to lose this deal. What Xianxia didn't understand was that Angor had already made up his mind not to do the trade. He was only thinking about Sunders' strange attitude. Meanwhile, Keeley watched them from afar. She didn't forget the time she spent with Angor in the purification garden. At that time, they were still at the stage of helping each other, but now, the gap was too big. Keeley lowered her head and stroked Luna, who had come to her side without her noticing. She sighed. The silence did not last long. Soon, Angor regained his senses. When he spoke again, his tone was not as cold as before. I still don't want to trade. Xianxia's heart sank when he heard Angor's words. However, Angor quickly changed his tone. But since you suggested it, I have to reconsider the deal. I can't make a decision on whether to trade or not. But I do have a small request. Go ahead, Xianxia said. I want to experience this room of heart. At least, I need to know its true effect before I decide whether to trade or not. Angor paused. When Xianxia frowned, he added, of course, to be fair, I'll also activate Ocean Rhyme and let Xianxia experience it. That way, we can all compare the two items in our minds. Xianxia didn't want to accept Angor's proposal at first, but Angor's words made her hesitate. Indeed, Jeebra's words were only superficial. If she could experience Ocean Rhyme herself, she would know whether the item was worth it or not. Xianxia also thought about it carefully. Both the Room of Heart and Ocean Rhyme were strategic support items. The Room of Heart was not a single-use item, but a contribution to the entire Mind Manipulator class. Angor didn't mind experiencing it once. The Ocean Rhyme was the same. It didn't work on only one person. Instead, it could greatly improve the abilities of all oceanists. With this in mind, Xianxia nodded. Sure. After Xianxia nodded, they immediately prepared to exchange their experiences. After all, Xianxia had come alone. In order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening while he was experiencing, they had to sign a contract before exchanging experiences. Angor did not refuse and signed the contract with Xianxia. Due to the contract, everyone left the hall, leaving only Angor and Xianxia alone in the hall. Next, they entered the Room of Heart mode. Following a flash of red and blue light, Xianxia fell into the roaring sea, while Angor found himself standing in front of a quiet house. The Room of Heart was right in front of him. Unlike the model he saw before, the Room of Heart now looked like a real house. It was at the end of the path, right in front of him. Angor already saw how powerful the illusion was. Now that he was in the real place, he could see it even more clearly. A gentle breeze blew across his face, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. He couldn't find any trace of the illusion at all. It was as if everything was real. As Angor looked around, he saw a shadow reflected on the window of the house. It seemed that there was someone in the cabin. It seemed that when he was pulled into this place, the House of the Heart had already materialized the obsessions in his heart. Angor was curious. Who was the shadow inside? There were only a few things he was obsessed with. Which one could it be? Angor really wanted to go inside, but he didn't. Instead, he turned his back to the house and looked outside. Good thing it's an illusion. It's perfect, but it's not hard to escape. Angor slowly closed his eyes. Soon, his body began to ripple as if it was distorting the light and space around him. Soon, Angor's figure completely disappeared from sight. When Angor opened his eyes again, he saw Xianxia sitting in front of him with his eyes closed, immersed in the ocean rhythm. The Room of Heart was on the table in front of Xianxia. Angor looked at Xianxia and the Room of Heart. It's a little tricky, but I can't do anything about it. I can't trade the ocean rhythm. Angor took out 2 items from his bracelet. One was a cube lock that looked like a 3-dimensional geometry, while the other was a conch that gave off a mysterious aura. Meanwhile, Cantor was also trying to figure out Angor's final decision. Ocean rhythm is good, but I think House of Heart is more suitable for Phantom Island. Cantor tried to ask, will he accept the trade after the experience? I don't know what he's going to do, but I'm not sure. But Angor has his own ideas. Once he makes up his mind, he won't change it unless he has a good reason to do so. So he's still going to refuse? Cantor didn't say anything, but his silence already gave him his answer. Are you really going to refuse? Does ocean rhythm have other effects? Otherwise, why would he refuse? Cantor murmured to himself. Or is it because the ocean rhythm is his first high-level work, and the first time he made it is very memorable, so he decided to keep it as a treasure? As Cantor was guessing, he suddenly felt something. He frowned and looked in the direction of the hall. I think I just sensed a new energy. Something's wrong, Cantor said. The energy didn't look like an illusion like House of Heart, nor did it feel like the waves of ocean rhythm. Instead, it felt isolated. It was as if the energy was trying to hide something. Did something happen in there that needed to be covered? Did Angor do something bad? Cantor wondered. But Angor had already signed a contract with Sunders, so he shouldn't have broken it. Sunders grinned. No, he won't. Angor won't do anything out of line because of the contract. Cantor agreed that Angor wasn't someone who would go back on his words. But what was that energy? Back in the hall, Angor was putting away the geometric lock and dream whelk. As Cantor expected, Angor would not break the contract since he and Xianxia agreed to keep their promises. Angor didn't do anything out of line. He didn't attack Xianxia or steal the dream whelk. But that didn't mean Angor was going to wait like an idiot. He still did one thing. While Xianxia was immersed in the rhythm of the ocean, he pulled the Room of the Heart into the wilderness of dreams. He didn't plan to do this at all. However, he couldn't help but wonder if Sunders was trying to tell him something because of his unusual tone. House of Heart was a good choice, but he couldn't use ocean rhythm to trade for it. But why did he mention it? Was there a way to solve the problem? Next, he thought about the Dream Wasteland and the infinite alchemy he could use. The Dream Wasteland belonged to the Dream Realm, but its rules were more realistic. It had both the impermanence of the Dream Realm and the properties of objects in reality. Infinite alchemy was a common concept. Although infinite alchemy had yet to be realized, the principle behind it was to throw alchemy materials from the real world into the Dream Wasteland. Because the properties of the alchemy materials were the same as those in the real world, alchemy operations could be carried out. Even if the alchemy failed, he wouldn't fail. The core of infinite alchemy was the dream whelk from the Moonlight Coast, which was considered the most useless mystery item in the world. Using the whelk, Angor could throw an object from the real world into the dream wasteland for further research. Angor quickly understood the situation. Why not use House of Heart in the dream wasteland by using infinite alchemy as an analogy? There was no object, but according to the rules of the dream wasteland, it had the same properties as the real world. So House of Heart could do the same thing in the dream wasteland. However, it wasn't easy to secretly use the whelk on House of Heart without arousing Xianxia's suspicion. After some consideration, he came up with the idea of mutual experience. Only when Xianxia was immersed in the ocean rhythm would Angor have the chance to do something. Also, to prevent Xianxia from noticing the aura, he used a geometric lock he created to prevent the aura from leaking out. It only took him 1 minute to do all this. When Angkor was done, Xianxia, who was sitting in front of him, slowly retracted his ocean rhythm and opened his eyes. After Xianxia opened his eyes, he was dazed for a moment. All the memories that were blocked during the experience came back to her, which made her feel as if she was dreaming. When she came back to her senses, she pondered over the content of this experience. Her eyes flashed with surprise, and she could not help but sigh in her heart. She finally understood why the tutor praised the rhythm of the ocean so much. Xianxia had used a lot of ocean-type alchemy items, and many of them were stronger than ocean rhythm. However, there wasn't a single piece of equipment that could reach the level of ocean rhythm in terms of utility and support. Angkor's ocean rhythm was definitely one of the top 3 ocean-type alchemy items. It could improve the entire class of ocean-type alchemy. Song of the Deep was known as the Holy Land of Ocean-type Wizards, but that was only because Song of the Deep's headquarters was located in the ocean. However, if Angkor could acquire ocean rhythm, it would become the Holy Land of Ocean-type Wizards. It was a strategic item that could change the current situation of Song of the Deep. Xianxia even believed that her professor didn't know enough about such an item. Now that she knew how powerful ocean rhythm was, Xianxia was even more eager to get it. She replaced ocean rhythm with House of Heart, which meant she would gain a lot from it when Song of the Deep recognized the item. However, Xianxia kept a calm face despite her impatience. It was a good experience. I think I know why Jibra is so fond of it. The Room of Heart is good too. Angkor smiled back. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the House of Heart. He picked it up and inspected it. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the House of Heart, he said, "Unfortunately, I didn't last long in the vast sea before I fell into the sea. I wonder, if I can stay in the water longer, can I make it back to the land?" Angkor pretended to check the ocean rhythm as well. Endless possibilities. As long as you can stay in the water long enough, you can make it back to the land. But that's not the only solution. You mean there's another solution? Of course. Angkor thought to himself, you can also meet a group of naked male idols, as well as a goddess of ocean based on a mermaid princess. Then I'd like to try it. Angkor only smiled. After Xianxia finished talking about ocean rhythm, he asked, I just calculated. I should have stayed in ocean rhythm for less than 2 minutes. I didn't expect that when I opened my eyes, the super-dimensional wizard came out before me. In other words, Angkor spent less time in the House of Heart than he did in the ocean rhythm. Xianxia was puzzled. Like I said, the House of Heart is useless to me. I have an obsession in my heart, but it's only the pursuit of the truth. I don't have any powerful inner demons, nor am I possessed by any kind of evil. I just opened the door and closed it again. Xianxia didn't doubt Angkor's calmness at all. As far as she was concerned, Angkor didn't look like someone possessed by evil spirits. It's not very useful to a super-dimensional wizard, but it's still useful for illusionists, isn't it? Xianxia knew that Angkor still didn't think highly of the House of Heart. In order to reach a deal, Xianxia quickly increased the value of the House of Heart. It would be best if she could use the value of the House of Heart as a whole to change Angkor's opinion. Angkor nodded. You're right. It's very useful for illusionists, especially mind illusions. Xianxia decided to strike while the iron was hot. Then what do you think, super-dimensional wizard? Why don't we make the deal now? Angkor hesitated and shook his head under Xianxia's expectant gaze. I've already experienced it, but I still don't want to make the deal. Why? Xianxia stood up. It is indeed very useful for illusions. However, although I am an illusionist, I am not a person who is inclined towards illusions. You should know that my main focus is on tooling, Angkor lied through his teeth. No one would know the truth anyway. Furthermore, what he performed better and was more famous for was indeed alchemy, not illusions. Also, the House of Heart is more inclined toward mind illusions. I'm sure. You know that mind illusions is one of the most difficult illusionists to learn. I already spend too much time on tooling, and I don't have time for mind illusions. I've thought about it and decided not to make the deal. Mulberry Leaf left with a regretful look. Cantor returned to the hall and looked at Angkor. It's just as Sunder said. You refused. The heart room isn't useful to me. I don't want to consider it for now. Cantor looked at Angkor's serious face and believed him. However, he didn't notice the grin on Sunder's face. I was going to let Keely try the heart room if you got it. Looks like I won't have the chance now. I don't need it, Keely refuted. It's useless to me anyway. Cantor believed Angor's claim that the heart room was useless to him. However, Cantor couldn't help but say, you have too much obsession. Don't keep it to yourself. You have to face it. I'm facing it right now. So, you're going to fight with Jibra? That's how you deal with it. Cantor scolded Keely, but Keely only looked away without saying a word. Cantor saw Keely's mother, Heidi, in this girl. His heart, which was originally filled with dissatisfaction, softened at this moment. It's not a bad thing to have obsession in your heart. However, your obsession should be the driving force for you to move forward, and not an inner demon that stops you from moving forward. I just hope you can see it clearly. Cantor's calm made Keely calm down. She knew that Cantor was right. She didn't know what else to say. I'm not going to trade the heart room anyway. Don't even think about it. Just because you can't experience it now doesn't mean you won't in the future, Angor suddenly said. Maybe you'll get to experience it soon. What? You still want to trade? Cantor looked at Angor in confusion. Are you just going to keep Miss Mulberry Leaf hanging? Angor shook his head. No, I'm not. Then what do you mean? Cantor paused as he thought of something. Are you going to make it yourself? After Cantor finished speaking, he felt that he was right. Angor was an alchemist himself, and he already experienced the effects of the heart room. He could do it himself. However, it was hard to say whether the final product would be a superior replacement for the House of Heart or an inferior replacement. But if he could really craft it, it should be effective for both the upper and lower ranks. The Dream Wasteland wasn't fully open to the public yet. Even if it was, he didn't want to reveal the core function of the Dream Whelk and the secret of infinite alchemy. Then I'll be looking forward to it. If you really succeed, Keely can be a free test subject, Cantor said. Although Keely's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, she didn't refute this time. Angor nodded with a smile. Of course. Now that Xianxia's matter had come to an end, they returned to their previous topic. Apart from talking about what Keely had done, they also talked about other things. Maybe it was because he was now a wizard and officially joined Cantor's social circle, which allowed him to see the real side of Cantor. Cantor looked like a strange old man who was not very talkative, but he was quite honest. Compared to the taciturn Sunders, Cantor was more talkative. However, Cantor didn't talk about gossip. Occasionally, he would bring up some strange topics, such as Angor's guide to Monument Loop. But most of the time, he only talked about his personal experiences and personal experiences. Angor learned a lot from this. The atmosphere in the hall gradually changed from the solemn atmosphere of the matter between Keely and Xianxia to a warm atmosphere. However, there was one particular topic that stopped them. While talking about his experience in Dark Castle, Angor mentioned someone, Kimberly. When he heard Kimberly's name, Cantor's smiling expression suddenly changed. Whatever Angor said next, Cantor simply ignored it and stared into the distance with a blank look in his eyes. I guess we're done for today, Sunder said. Angor nodded. Cantor probably couldn't have a serious conversation right now. You have something to do as well, right? Go ahead, Sunder said to Angor in a meaningful tone. Angor looked at Sunder's thoughtful eyes and realized that Sunders already knew about his use of the Dream Whelk. It was Sunders who told him about it anyway. Anyway, I need to talk to Antonio about Keely, Angor said. See you later. With that, Angor turned to leave. Since he promised Cantor, Angor didn't contact him through the transmitter. Instead, he went to the research department as soon as possible. After meeting with Antonio, he quickly explained his purpose of coming here. Antonio remained silent for a moment. Mr. Pat, why don't you take a look at Xianxia Academy first? He didn't know what Antonio meant, but he still followed the man's advice and came to Xianxia Academy. Half an hour later, Angor arrived at the research department. What he saw at Xianxia Academy helped him understand Antonio's intention. Currently, Ashley's Fragrance School was in an uproar because of this matter. Fragrance Square wasn't just a gathering place for fragrance alchemists. It was also a symbol of spiritual sustenance. What Keely and Jibra just did was like a slap to the face of the alchemists of Fragrance School. Besides, most fragrance alchemists were demanding that Jibra and Keely be banned from floating Mech City so that they wouldn't be able to buy anything related to fragrance alchemists anymore. They didn't care whether Jibra or Keely was the one who did the most damage. As long as they knew who they were, they would be fine. Moreover, the biggest point of contention was that they were only banning the two of them, and that they were banning the Magi organizations behind them as well. Clearly, the fight between Jibra and Keely had angered the fragrance alchemists to no end. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tried to ban a major organization like Song of the Deep. Angor couldn't help but ask Antonio, "Is there any way to resolve this?" "I don't think so. Considering the current situation in Xianxia Academy, I don't think so. However, it's only in the Fragrance School for now. It hasn't spread yet. But if no one stops it, it's going to happen in the future. They were only trying to ban fragrance alchemists. If it spread, the entire alchemy community would be banned. Is there a way to stop it?" Angor asked. Antonio nodded. "If you need it, I can stop it." "Thank you so much," Angor said gratefully. "It's my duty to serve the research department," Antonio said. With Antonio's control, Alchemist Fragrance's emotions should not be affected anymore, but it was very difficult to control her emotions. Angor didn't have any other choice. At least, he had to control it to a certain extent first. As for the rest, he would have to slowly remove it. He did what Cantor asked him to do with Keely. With Antonio around, Angor's emotions wouldn't spread. As for fragrance alchemists, Angor would have to wait until Cantor and Xianxia came to an agreement tomorrow to see if fragrance alchemists would accept it. Now that everything was settled, Angor returned to his manor. The first thing he did was to enter the Dream Wasteland. Earlier, he secretly used the Dream Whelp to drag the Heart Room into the Dream Wasteland. Now was the time to test it out. Inside a secret room on the upper floor of Bastard's lab, Angor looked at the Heart Room on the table. The Heart Room looked exactly the same as the one he saw in Xianxia's hand. It also had a faint illusion aura around it. Angor didn't need to test it to know that the Heart Room was useful. However, although the House of Heart was useful, it was still unknown whether it would work on Toby. Angor still needed to test it out himself. Without hesitation, Angor activated the Heart Room. A faint red light enveloped him, which made him feel weightless. When he woke up, he was already standing in front of the Heart Room. Just like before, the Heart Room was at the end of the winding path. Angor could already smell the fragrance of flowers before he got close. It was a scent that could soothe one's nerves. However, he wasn't nervous at all, so the scent didn't affect him at all. He walked along this narrow path that was dark on both sides, leisurely walking towards the House of Heart that stood in the depths of darkness and chaos. As he walked, the darkness on both sides of the path seemed to be stained by a halo, slowly shedding its dim outer layer, faintly revealing a blurry outline. "That's a natural illusion," Angor commented as he looked at the blurry silhouettes around him. He kept moving forward. Not long after, his footsteps came to a halt. Once again, he saw a shadow flashing by the window of the Heart Room. "That's the obsession in my heart, right?" Angor pondered and kept moving forward with a hint of curiosity in his mind. As he got closer to the Heart Room, the vague outline of the room began to take shape. As soon as he reached the door of the Room of Heart, everything around him changed. Instead of standing in front of the Heart Room's door, he found himself standing in front of an intricate wooden door. He was no longer standing on a winding path. Instead, he found himself in a luxuriously decorated hallway. It was as if he went from outside to inside in an instant. Angor looked around with a strange glint in his eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with this hallway. This was the hallway on the second floor of Pat Manor, and the door in front of him was his room back in Pat Manor. Did the Heart Room simulate my room? He reached out a hand and touched the runes on the door. They feel real. Maybe it's an illusion that's trying to trick my memory. Or did he extract my memories from my heart? He didn't spend too much time thinking about it because it wasn't his main concern today. He pushed the door open with his hand. When the door was pushed open, he expected to see his obsession sitting inside, but it was not the case. It was empty inside. There was no one at all. Angor walked in. The layout of the room was exactly the same as his own. Angor felt as if he had returned home. First, he sat down in front of his desk and began to read some books. Then, he wandered around the room for a while before heading to his bedroom. There was still no one in the room. However, there was something strange about the room. It was the mirror placed beside the bed. The mirror looked fine at first glance. But when he looked further, he noticed that the mirror did not reflect the bed in front of him. Instead, the mirror was filled with darkness, as if it was a door of darkness. Looking at the mirror, Angor seemed to recall something and put on a serious expression. Is it him? Angor muttered to himself and slowly walked toward the mirror. Before he touched the mirror, he heard a voice behind him. Are you sure you want to go? The voice was a little deep, but Angor was familiar with it. He paused and looked back. He didn't know when, but there was another person at the door of his bedroom. It was someone wearing a wine-red gentleman's suit. He was tall and slim, with fair skin, golden hair, and a pair of eyes as blue as the sea. He was handsome, noble, and elegant. However, when Angor looked at him, he felt like he was looking into a mirror. The person in front of him was himself. Only his clothes and eyes were different. His eyes were darker, as if they were reflecting the dark universe. Who are you? Angor hesitated. My obsession? Or is it my obsession? You can think of it that way. You came here to see me, right? Angor spoke calmly. Then what is it? Angor pointed at the mirror in his bedroom. You know the answer, right? It's you too. But it's another you. Angor stepped back and sat on the sofa. Are you sure you want to face him now? You should know that he's already gone beyond the rules. He might be looking at you. Instead of trying to figure out the unknown, why don't you talk to me? Angor paused and pointed at the door. Of course, you can leave at any time. Seeing this, Angor already had an answer in his mind. Inner demons were not easy to deal with. This person was definitely not one. And just as he told Xianxia, he did not have an inner demon that could turn into an obsession. This Angor in front of him was probably a combination of emotions, memories, and obsession. Because of the man's identity, Angor could guess why he would stop him. However, Angor did not listen to him. He still walked toward the mirror. As he expected, he did not see anyone in the mirror. Instead, he saw the familiar darkness and the nightmare aura that was about to rush out of the mirror. As expected, the mirror had something to do with Xianxia. Angor once had a dream. In the dream, he saw another him in a mirror in his room. But it was not him in the real world. It was the other him in the nightmare realm. In the House of the Heart, he had actually simulated this mirror. Was it because this was the biggest worry in his heart? Angor did not stay in front of the mirror for long. Even if it was just a mirror simulated by the Room of Heart, as his obsession said, the existence in the nightmare realm had already gone beyond the rules. Perhaps it could sense him. Angor was not ready to face it yet. So, he stepped back. So you've made your choice. So, do you want to talk to me? Angor sat on the sofa with a glass in his hand. However, the glass was not filled with wine. It was pure white liquid that gave off a strong milky smell. Angor shook his head and walked to the door. No. You didn't want to come out in the first place. Didn't you know there's no need for us to meet? Since he did not have an inner demon, Angor did not care about the man created by his obsession. He did not need to talk to the man because he knew himself too well. No one knew his emotions, desires, and obsessions better than him. Red Angor smiled, raised his cup, and nodded at Angor. Then his figure slowly disappeared. After leaving the Room of Heart, Angor sat in front of his desk in silence. What he told Xianxia wasn't exactly a lie. He always believed that the Room of Heart wouldn't do him much good. Ever since he was a child, Angor was taught by John to always reflect on himself. This was why he was always careful about what he thought and did. He knew that he had an obsession, but there was no such thing as an inner demon. However, his experience in the Room of Heart surprised him a little. As he expected, his obsession didn't have any inner demons that could topple mountains and overturn seas. However, he was still worried about something he didn't want to touch, such as the mirror. His other obsessions might not turn into demons. However, the world in the mirror and the people in the mirror were very likely to become his inner demons. This was something he had to pay attention to after experiencing the Room of Heart. He didn't talk to his obsession, but he did learn something from it. The obsessions in the Room of Heart were formed by emotions, desires, and memories. If Toby entered the Room of Heart, the resentment inside him would probably materialize as well. In other words, the Room of Heart might be useful to Toby. However, he didn't dare to let Toby try the Room of Heart right now. Angor, the Red Spectre, was just his obsession, so he could come and go as he pleased. Angor didn't know what would happen if there was an inner demon inside the Room of Heart. He decided to do some research first. In the middle of Sin Demon's lab, Freud was checking the latest reports sent by the researchers. It was all about Saber's body. Freud was making some calculations on a piece of paper while recording the data. Halfway through, Freud's ears suddenly twitched. He looked at the young man who was looking at the report curiously and cleared his throat. "Hey, Rab, are you interested in the data?" The young man was Rab, who had a high compatibility with the power of Sin Mist. Rab had been following Freud around for the past few days and had gradually learned about the sinful demons. He was already at an age where he was curious about everything. After learning about the sinful demons' research, he had always wanted to participate in it. However, even though Freud had given him the title of a research assistant, he had only allowed him to observe and not touch anything. This made Rab feel a little disappointed. "I'm interested." Rab nodded without hesitation. Freud handed the paper to Rab. "I'll leave the rest to you. You've been reading it for a few days, so I'm sure you've gotten the hang of it. If you don't know, you can ask someone else. For example, Krells." Freud pointed at a young man with glasses not far away. Rab's eyes lit up. "Good. However, Sir Disson, are you really asking me to do the calculations?" Freud nodded. "Of course. I hope you won't disappoint me." Rab nodded vigorously like a loyal dog. Freud stepped aside and allowed Rabu to continue with the calculations while he instructed the other researchers to do their work. Then, he quickly left the room. It didn't take long for him to reach the upper level of Sin Demon's lab. Freud pushed open a door on the upper floor and saw Angor sitting in front of a desk with his back to the window. The sun was shining brightly outside, which cast a beautiful golden shadow on Angor's face. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Freud approached him. He came here in a hurry because he received Angor's message. Angor nodded. He didn't talk about the Room of Heart right away. Instead, he asked about the Sin Demon's research progress. "According to our tests, Night Saber's body is doing very well. His mind is stable as well. He can already fight while not in a high state. Using Night Saber as an example of a Sin Demon entering his body is a success. However, Saber is old and experienced. It's reasonable that he can subdue the Sin Demon. As for the others, it's hard to say. I don't think they're strong enough yet." "Strong enough?" Angor thought of something. "Good. I have a task for you." Angor pointed at the Room of Heart on the desk. "This thing might be able to solve your current problem. People who were selected to join Sin Demon Hunter training camp must have been selected beforehand. If they could use the Room of Heart to help them become real demon hunters, they might be able to become real demon hunters sooner." Angor explained the function of the Room of Heart in detail, as well as its origin. Freud wasn't surprised to hear that Angor stole the Room of Heart from him. He had studied the dream whelk longer than Angor, so he knew the properties of the whelk very well. If he could control the dream whelk's landing point, he would find a way to drag all the most famous alchemy items in the wizarding world into his dream. However, this was just a thought. Even if he could get his hands on those famous alchemy tools, he would never be able to obtain them. He couldn't use the dream whelk to drag the items into his dream without warning. Freud shook off his complicated thoughts and focused on the Room of Heart again. He had to admit that the Room of Heart came at the right time. If he could really let people see his true colors, it would be very beneficial for him to become a demon hunter. Only those who had a strong will would be qualified for the job. "I'll leave the Room of Heart to you for now. Let the people from Sin Demon Hunter training camp try it out," Angor said. This way, Angor would be able to collect a lot of data. Of course, most of the people in Sin Demon Hunter training camp might not be mentally fit, but they wouldn't go crazy yet. But it didn't matter. Once the Sin Demon entered their bodies, it would become their inner demons. When that happened, the Room of Heart would come in handy. Angor could also use this chance to see if Toby was suitable for the job. After handing over the House of Heart to Freud began to construct a new research project with the House of Heart as the center. Angor went to check the data of the Sin Demon experiment and watched the fight between Sibel and Taurus. To be more precise, Taurus was getting beaten up. Satisfied, Angor left the dream wasteland. Day and night had begun to change in the real world. Angor checked the time and saw Cantor and Keely heading to Aroma Square to negotiate with Xianxia. He wondered what the result would be. However, he was more concerned about something else than the result of the negotiation. Angor left the manor. Thunder and lightning were pouring down from the sky. Amidst the thunderous roars, there would occasionally be electric snakes moving about. The sky fortress made of steel was shrouded in this violent curtain of rain. However, the terrible weather did not dampen the enthusiasm of the people. Today was the last day of the competition, which was also the most important day of the competition. After nearly a year of preparation, the final match of the competition would be held today. Since Angor accepted the task of being a judge, he had to see it through to the end. Greya and Angor left the manor together. There was still some time before the competition began, so they did not hurry. Instead, they flew to the Tower of Infinity at their usual speed. Angor was protected by a purification field, which prevented the rain from entering his body. Greya, on the other hand, was holding a black umbrella in her hand. She looked quite relaxed as the rain fell. "The sound of rain hitting the umbrella is my favorite," Greya suddenly said. Angor's mind was pulled back to reality by Greya's voice. He looked at her curiously. "When I was young, before I was identified as a talent, I lived in a mortal kingdom. It's a small town that has 3 rainy seasons in a year. Almost half the time of the week, it's cloudy and rainy." Greya's eyes looked a little misty in the rain. "When I was born, my legs were broken. I couldn't walk. My father always carried me outside, and whenever it rained, I would hold the umbrella for him. Since then, I've always loved the sound of rain falling on the umbrella. It gives me peace of mind." Greya spoke in a sentimental tone. Angor was a little surprised that Greya would suddenly talk about her past in front of him. He didn't think wizards were the type to talk too much to strangers. Greya's words were probably an indirect way of showing her friendship with Angor. "You feel safe because the sound reminds you of your father's warmth?" Angor asked. Greya chuckled. "Maybe. I didn't ask about it, and I don't want to." "What happened next?" "What do you mean?" "Like, what happened to your father?" "He died not long after that," Greya answered calmly. "He wasn't killed by anyone. It was just an accident. When he was out hunting, he accidentally slipped and hit his head. I remember that it was also raining heavily that day." He looked at Greya and did not know what to say. Should he comfort her? Or should he apologize for asking about her past? Greya noticed Angor's strange expression and chuckled. "It happened hundreds of years ago. I would have forgotten about it if you didn't ask. As a magus, the longer I live, the less emotional I feel. It's rare to see something that can trigger my emotions, so I like to think deeper." Greya paused and turned around. "So, you don't have to worry about my feelings." Angor gave Greya a meaningful look and nodded without saying anything else. Greya enjoyed listening to the sound of the rain. They remained silent until they reached the Tower of Infinity. The rain was still pouring, and the thunder was still rumbling. But no matter how loud the rain and thunder were, they couldn't drown out the clamor around them. This was the final match of the Rising Star tournament, after all. The rain couldn't stop the crowd's enthusiasm. The match hadn't started yet, and there were many people who hadn't bought their tickets yet, but the crowd outside the Tower of Infinity had already drowned out the thunderstorm. Under such circumstances, Greya couldn't enjoy the sound of the rain falling on her umbrella anymore. She returned to her normal self from her emotional state. "Why didn't I see Sherry and Asas today?" Angor noticed that Greya had woken up from her meditation. Azaz came to the Tower of Infinity early in the morning. Sherry went to see her teacher. Angor took a moment to realize that Greya was still working on her alchemy item. She also accepted the task of being a judge. If everything went well, she would come out during the final match. It made sense that Sherry went to see her. By the way, Alan came by this morning, Greya suddenly said. He came to see you, but I told him to go back. Angor was still in the dream wasteland this morning, so he didn't know about this. He came back from Paladoa? Did he find anything in Barren City? Greya shook her head. I think he went to look for the Germinal Church, but he didn't find anything. He must have come to find you to ask about his sister. Don't worry about him. I've told him not to ask about the Germinal organization anymore, said Greya. When he hasn't seen the abyss, the more you don't want him to get close, the more he'll stare at it. Angor considered. Alan is a member of Candy House, so you should know him better than anyone else. If he can control himself well enough one day, you can tell him the truth about the Germinal Church. Greya nodded. Indeed, it was better to let it go. However, Alan had to have the courage and ability to accept the news first. Greya couldn't help but glance at Angor. She remembered that Alan and Angor came from the same ship. They were about the same age, but their experiences and attitudes were completely different. As they chatted, they arrived at the Tower of Infinity. After entering the tower, he parted ways with Greya. Since Angor was a special judge, he had a special passage for judges, while Greya went to the Infinity Arena first. The hall outside was very lively. People were coming and going, and there was a lot of noise. However, when Angor approached the passage for judges, the hall instantly quieted down. The resident judges should have arrived long ago. Only Angor and the other special judges would use this passage. But Angor was the only one here. After walking for a while, Angor saw someone leaning against a wall not far from him. Angor paused for a second when he reached the man's side. Angor's footsteps drew the boy's attention from his book. When his blurred eyes focused, the young man's face was brimming with an innocent smile. Mr. Superdimensional. Angor looked at the open door beside him, which led to the backstage of the contestants. There was only one match today, so this young man was one of the contestants. Philosopher Onassis. Angor didn't expect to run into the man again today. I saw you before the cloud vines bloomed, Angor recalled Onassis's whisper last time. Onassis was surprised at first, but his eyes soon brightened up. You still remember that, mister? Of course. I'm looking forward to hearing the sound of the cloud vines blooming under the stars. Onassis lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Angor smiled and prepared to walk around him. He didn't know Onassis that well, so there was no need to waste time on small talk. When Angor walked past Onassis, Onassis suddenly looked up and said, Actually, I'm waiting for you here, sir. Oh? Angor looked at Onassis. He didn't ask why Onassis came here. You're waiting for me? Do you need something from me? Onassis hesitated for a long time before he spoke again. Sir, have you heard of the theory of isolated islands? Angor raised an eyebrow, gave Onassis a meaningful look, and nodded. Onassis looked at Angor with curiosity. Do you think the theory of isolated islands is correct, sir? The theory of isolated islands was put forward by Betergorith. Betergorith was a wandering poet from Felon Continent. He accidentally became a student of a philosopher and began to study classical Felon philosophy. Betergorith's philosophy was more inclined toward nature and humanities. He was a man of action and knowledge, so after completing his studies, he often traveled to other places to prove his theory of mind. Later, this philosophical poet, who was unwilling to be left alone, traveled to the Fey continent. By chance, he became a superhuman. Hundreds of years later, he founded a famous organization. Utopia Academy. That was the organization Onassis belonged to now, which was also a famous gathering place for light wizards in the southern wizardry region. After becoming a wizard, Betergorith spent less time studying philosophy. But he would still raise some philosophical questions from time to time. For example, he once brought up a very famous theory, the theory of isolated islands. Humans were the only isolated island among all the other races in the endless world. It sounded lonely, but what Betergorith was trying to say was that humans were the most unique race in the universe. This was an argument that all magi had once agreed upon. As intelligent beings, humans born in the wizarding world were the only ones in the entire plane. This sentence might be correct if one looked at it from a single perspective. But what if there was more than one universe? Would there be humans in other universes as well? Currently, wizards couldn't consider such a question. The concept of the universe itself represented the limit of a wizard's thinking. They hadn't even finished exploring their own universe yet. How could they think about other universes? If Angor did not meet John, he would agree with this theory. However, John's appearance broke Pythagoras' theory of being an isolated island. John was also a human, but he did not belong to the wizarding world. Not only did he not expect Onassis to question the ancestor of Utopia Academy, but he also did not know why Onassis would suddenly ask him such a question. There must be a reason why an isolated island can survive for so long. Onassis had a look of disappointment on his face. So, my lord, you also think that the island theory is correct? Before there are any exceptions, I will not question this theory, because all hypotheses are hypotheses without theoretical and empirical support. Angor considered for a moment. I'm more curious about why you suddenly asked me this question. Onassis said, the butterfly of fate, in my deep slumber, cast a reflection into the lake of my heart. Onassis's words were difficult to understand, but they fit his habit. It came from a novel called The Butterfly. It was a revenge novel, and the content of the story was not important. The main point of the story was to describe a foreboding dream that pushed the story forward. People often thought of fate as a string, and the butterfly pulled the string to move different destinies. When the butterfly brings the thread of fate to your dream, then you will have the dream of foreboding. In order to push the plot forward and allow the protagonist to have a god's eye view, the author used this phrase to refer to foreboding dreams. That was one of the clues that ran through the butterfly. Onassis's answer meant that he had a premonitory dream? I see. But I'm afraid the butterfly lost its way in the strange dream, Angor said. Unfortunately, I can't give you an answer. Onassis looked very disappointed. He muttered to himself in a low voice, I thought I could make the drifting island find the mountains. Why must an island find its way to mountains? Well, an island can have its own mountains too. Angor turned around and walked deeper into the corridor. Philosophy is complicated, but sometimes you don't need to think too much to answer a question. If you want to know the answer, why don't you go look for evidence? Go to the depths of the vast world, to the end of the general plane, and see if you can find any evidence to support your theory. As Angor's figure disappeared into the darkness, his voice grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. Onassis looked at the corridor in disappointment, shook his head, and returned to the backstage. The competition was coming. He did not care about the result, but Professor Rabble would be happy to see him win the championship. On the other side, Angor was heading to the judging room with a gloomy look on his face. If Onassis asked him something else, Angor would probably not know the answer. But this time, he asked about the island theory. Angor knew that the island theory could be correct if the scope was defined. But it was definitely wrong to say that humans were an island. There were only a handful of people in the entire southern wizarding region who could answer Onassis' question, and Angor was one of them. For Onassis to be able to ask him this question so accurately, it meant that his premonitory dream was correct. It had to be said that Onassis's obsession with philosophy was very deep. Even though she was not a prophet, she was able to influence the mysterious dreams of precursors through her obsession. Maybe Onassis really wanted to live his life as a philosopher. Onassis might not be able to find any evidence to support John's theory for now, but John's stubbornness still made Angor cautious. It seemed he needed to strengthen John's defenses. It would be best if prophets could not find out anything about him. Angor arrived outside the judging room as he pondered. He was about to push the door open when a voice came from behind. I suggest you don't go in. The judges inside are yelling about meaningless things. It's better to get some fresh air outside. Angor turned around and saw a door leading to a balcony open. A veiled water pattern which was looking at him from the balcony. Arguing about meaningless things? Angor muttered and reached his spirit feelers into the judging room. A moment later, he shook his head and walked to the balcony. The water pattern which was right. They were indeed arguing about meaningless things inside. How many floors should the endless corridor be open to the new stars, Lawson had already decided on the number of floors that would be open to the top 15 contestants. However, Lawson didn't explain how the floors would be arranged between the 15th and the 100th. He only gave a general idea, which was between the 100th and the 200th floor. The judges meant that the number of contestants would be reduced according to their ranking. But which floor? Or on an individual basis? How about the difference? That was what they were arguing about. Angor didn't think it was necessary to be so calculative. But Angor wasn't from Floating Mech City, so he didn't need to join the fight. Arguing about 1 or 2 floors? So boring. Farina leaned against the railing. As a water-type wizard, she enjoyed such a stormy day. Is being serious a way to be responsible? Angor asked. They're not being serious. Since they decided to open the endless corridor for the purification garden, they might as well give us a level standard. That's just being stingy. Farina shook her head. Let's not talk about them. I have something to do with you. Something to do with me? Angor was surprised. Yes. Farina blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Are you going to make a guess? Angor was about to say something when his transmitter suddenly lit up. He hesitated for a moment and turned it on. The image of an old man with orange hair slowly appeared on the screen. Angor, I have something to tell you. Hey, Water Witch, you're here too. Weren't you in seclusion? When Farina saw the old man, she muttered, looks like I don't have to say anything. Then she replied, don't forget that I'm also a special judge, Mitra. It was potion maker Mitra. Special judge? Oh, I remember now. Is the final match of the New Stars competition today? No wonder I didn't see Aaliyah and Toya when I came back from the lab. Let's not talk about that. Mitra turned to Angor. Angor, I just received a message. Bogula has come out of the pandemonium. Right now, he can barely be considered a truth-finder sorcerer. A hint of regret flashed across Mitra's face. There was no point in advancing to the truth level in Myriad Sound's demonic abyss. Angor furrowed his brows. It was not good news for him that Bogula had come out of seclusion. However, you don't have to worry. He shouldn't be able to find trouble with you for the time being. Mitra didn't explain why Bogula wouldn't bother Angor for the time being. He only gave a vague explanation and turned off the communicator. After ending the call, Angor looked at Farina in confusion. That's what I wanted to tell you. Farina spoke up. Mitra is right. Bogula won't be able to do anything to you for now. Mitra is Bogula's teacher, so he can't tell you the truth. But I can tell you that Bogula was badly injured in Myriad Sound's demonic abyss. He lost his mind and was taken away by Lawson. Lost his mind? Angor still didn't understand. I didn't see the details, but I heard from Melanda that Bogula's mind was damaged. After Farina finished speaking, she sighed and said, that's true. After all, he went to the Myriad Sound's demonic abyss. Anyone who goes there with the power of an ordinary magus would go crazy. Myriad Sound's demonic abyss was created by a mystery item, which could stimulate one's inspiration and potential and help them create their own spells. It could also help one become a truth finder. However, Myriad Sound's demonic abyss was a very dangerous place. It wasn't wise to go there just to become a truth finder. Lawson is keeping Bogula in check, so Mitra is right. You don't have to worry about him for now. But I heard that Bogula created a very powerful spell in Myriad Sound's demonic abyss. You still need to be careful if Lawson releases Bogula. Angor nodded. Bogula chose to go to Myriad Sound's demonic abyss on his own, but it was Sunders who forced him to do so. Angor didn't know if Bogula would go against Sunders. But considering Bogula's strange habits, Angor was sure that Bogula would go against him. Angor couldn't let his guard down just yet. Next, Angor and Farina talked about something else, such as Farina's recent training experience. The rain kept pouring down, but it didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the citizens of Floating Mech City for the Rising Star competition. As the cheers grew louder and louder, the final match was getting closer and closer. Time to go. The match is about to begin. Farina and Angor returned to the judging room. There were a lot of people in the judging room. This was the first time they saw so many judges after the Spring Dance vs. Deceiver match. When they came in, it was still noisy inside. However, the voices of dispute were softer, and there were more complaints. It seemed the prizes for the top 15 contestants had been decided, but some people weren't happy about it. Angor listened to their discussion and learned that the final plan was to reduce the number of contestants by 1 block. There were 4 blocks, each of which allowed the contestants to enter the endless corridor. The upper limit was the 140th, 160th, 180th, and 200th floors respectively. This was a little better than the number of people they were competing for before. Angor did a quick calculation. Nausicaa was ranked 98th, so she could enter the 140th floor of the endless corridor. Salem's ranking kept dropping until he was ranked 63rd, but he could still enter the 160th floor of the endless corridor. As for Xianxia, she was ranked in the top 10, so she didn't get the reward. Thinking about it, it should be even higher. It might even reach the 300th floor. But considering Xianxia's sleepy personality, she probably couldn't reach the 100th floor even if she went to the endless corridor. As Angor pondered, the Infinity Arena had entered the final stage of preparation. Following the announcement from the arena, the judges in the judging room began to leave one after another. Only a few special judges did not move. Just like the Spring Dance vs. Deceiver match, the special judges would enter the arena through the teleportation platform in the center of the judging room. It was a ritual, but it was also embarrassing. The Rising Star match. This was the biggest match in the Southern Wizarding region recently. After building up its momentum for a year, the match on the last day almost reached the level of Infinity. The biggest stage in the Tower of Infinity, the Infinity Arena, was packed with people inside and outside. This was probably the first time in nearly a century that so many supernaturals gathered together. Although these extraordinaires were basically only apprentices, it was still very shocking. It was as if they could see the glorious future of the Southern Wizarding region. When all the seats inside the Infinity Arena were fully occupied, a bell rang inside the arena. Following the clanging sound, the entire Infinity Arena turned pitch black. The uproar in the audience paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this pause, a glowing screen descended from the center of the arena. At the same time, a crisp and beautiful female voice rang in everyone's ears. The Infinity Arena is about to begin. Counting down from 5. As the 5-second countdown ended, the dome of the Infinite Arena slowly lit up with the light screen as the center. When the light reached its limit, everyone could finally see the inside of the Infinity Arena. Under the dome was a barren world. According to the usual procedure, the contestants would draw lots in the backstage, and the winner would choose the arena. However, the narrator did not follow the procedure. Instead, he said, "Next, it's the special judge's turn." As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation portal in the middle of the judging room began to light up. The judges went up one by one according to the order. Angor had already experienced it once, so he was a little calmer. However, he still felt a little embarrassed when it was his turn. Angor was the last judge to go up, so he received the most attention. When Angor appeared above the Infinity Arena, everyone only saw a black shadow flashing by. Last time, he was wearing a noble robe made of jade, which made him look cold and distant. This time, Angor only wore an ordinary black robe, which made him look much more low-key. Angor did not stay in the air for too long. He looked around and went to his floating seat. When he sat down, he could still hear the audience talking about him. But he didn't really care about what they were talking about. After all the judges were seated, the narrator's voice sounded again, because today's match is the finals of the Rising Star competition. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, the venue this time will be chosen by the judges on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, all the judges started whispering to each other. They obviously didn't expect this to happen. Although they were a little confused, now that everyone was looking at them, someone had to stand up and pick the flute. There were many apprentices among the judges. Naturally, they did not have the qualifications to participate. Thus, everyone looked at each other and finally fixed their gazes on the special judges. There were adept-level judges among the permanent judges as well. However, these people were officials of the Tower of Infinity, after all. To avoid suspicion, it was best to leave the selection to the special judges. There were only a few judges, and everyone was looking at Hydra at the start. Hydra was one of the 18 observers of the Starliege Church, so he was the best candidate. I've already preset my position. Even if I don't use my ability, the snake in the tree will collapse all the other probabilities, Hydra said calmly. As a prophet, Hydra's every action could trigger a reaction from the school he believed in, the snake in the tree. As everyone remembered, Hydra paid special attention to Onassis. Just as he said, he already had a preset position. Since Hydra didn't want to do it, they had to look at the other judges. Since Simone was here to replace Grisius, his status was actually the lowest among the judges. Everyone was looking at the two members of the research department. How about you, Angor? Sabo, the permanent judge, suggested. Now that he was a new member of the research department, he had a high status in the city. However, Angor shook his head. He only wanted to be a spectator today. He didn't want to be in the limelight. Time waited for no one. In the end, Farina, the water pattern witch, accepted the task. After confirming that Farina would do it, a Rubik's Cube appeared in front of her. The cube had many small boxes, each of which represented a property of the Infinity Arena. Farina tapped the Rubik's Cube, and the spinning Rubik's Cube stopped. 5 small squares fell from the air. The first box was blank. The second small box was a blue symbol. The narrator read out the meaning of the symbol in a soft voice, ocean. The third and fourth boxes were blank. Finally, a symbol appeared on the 5th box. This time, it was a strange symbol of a long-horned head. The narrator quickly explained, trolls. With the appearance of all 5 panels, the venue of the Infinity Arena's finals was revealed, the Berserk Sea of Trolls. The audience didn't know what to do when they saw the name of the arena. However, the group of judges had strange expressions on their faces. Even Farina had a strange look on her face. What's wrong with this place? Angor asked curiously. His floating seat was very close to Farina. There's nothing wrong with it. But it hasn't been shown for many years. Farina sighed. Trolls are the most difficult obstacle in the Infinity Arena. It doesn't matter if it's on land. But if it's in the ocean, it must be those sea trolls. Each sea troll was at least as strong as a level 3 apprentice. Some of them were even stronger than that. However, since this was a competition for new stars, wizard-level sea trolls would not be used. Even so, a level 3 sea troll would still cause a lot of trouble for the contestants. Not only did they have to fight against their opponents, but they also had to deal with the dangers of the sea trolls. Compared to the hairy grass field and the strong wind that Angor got in the Rejuvenation Circle dance against Deceiver, this match was completely different. I can only wish them good luck. Farina shrugged. Due to the appearance of the cards, the Infinity Arena began to change. The entire dome was covered by a blue light. Angor could hear the sound of gears turning inside. Several minutes later, with a click, the blue light on the dome slowly disappeared, revealing the scene inside. The barren plain turned into an ocean. The sea looked calm, but the sky was covered with dark clouds. The air was heavy, moist, and oppressive, as if a storm was coming. There were 2 rocks on the surface of the sea, about 10 meters away from each other. The reason why everyone noticed the reef was because there was a door behind the reef. Obviously, the contestant's entrance was on the reef. Contestant, Trom. The voice beside him appeared at the same time as the words on the screen above his head. As his voice faded, the door behind Reef opened. A young man wearing a deer antler hat walked out from behind the door. The boy, who looked about 14 or 15 years old, was none other than the illusory deer, Trom. When Trom stepped out, the door slowly disappeared and reappeared behind another rock. Trom stood on the reef alone with a solemn expression on his face. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a difficult situation in the competition venue. Trom looked around. The gloomy sky was still calm, and he couldn't see any trolls yet. However, the fishy smell in the air made him feel a little uneasy. Rom couldn't help but close his eyes and spread out his spiritual tentacles, wanting to sense the situation in advance. The narrator spoke in a clear voice, "Looks like our phantom deer Yen is being cautious. He's facing a troll after all. However, if I try to sense the ogre now, even if I really do sense it, will it increase the pressure on me or relieve it?" Trom could also hear the voice of the narrator, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he continued to patrol the area. Let me give you a friendly reminder. The trolls are sleeping in a special form. They will only wake up when the match starts. I'm afraid that Huan Lu Yan won't be able to find them now. Instead of paying attention to the situation behind the scenes, why not pay attention to your cute fans? The narrator's teasing voice made Trom's expression freeze. He could pay attention to his fans' emotions if he was in a normal arena. But he couldn't see what was going on outside the dome. How could he do that? He wasn't as narcissistic as Spring Dance, who could show off in front of nothing. Trom stood in place, unmoved. The narrator sighed in disappointment. Outside the arena, the judges' seats. Why do I feel like the narrator is being mean this time? Maybe it's a different narrator? Farina heard his muttering. That's not a bad idea. At least the audience looks better. After teasing Trom, the narrator said in a serious tone, next is the second climber, the philosopher. The screen also showed the word philosopher. At the same time, inside the infinite arena, a door was pushed open about 10 meters away from Trom's rock. Onassis, who was about the same age as Trom, silently walked out from behind the door. Onassis was still dressed in an old, grayish-black adept's robe. His expression was rather dull, and his body naturally radiated the sour aura of the academies. It was completely incompatible with his somewhat immature face. After Onassis walked out, he did not show any emotions to the people around him. He stood on the reef obediently and looked at Trom, who was not far away. He nodded slightly. The ocean currents will carry my greetings to you, Onassis whispered. The sea breeze brought Onassis's words to Trom's ears. However, Trom didn't understand. He didn't understand. Fortunately, the narrator spoke at this moment. The philosopher, Yama, is as ritualistic as ever, but equally cryptic. The narrator said, did Bolov's catchphrase come from this morning or night? Was it a sarcasm to Trom, or was it a genuine greeting? Perhaps only the philosopher himself would understand. Many people still didn't understand the narration, including who this Bolov was. It was also a question mark. Farina considered herself to be a well-read person, but she was also confused. Angor lowered his voice and explained, Bolov is the villain bandit in the book, Nightfall Crown. The book told the story of a merchant who obtained the greatest treasure of the Lost Kingdom, the Nightfall Crown. The merchant tried their best to keep it a secret, but the famous bandit Bolov still found out about it. As the saying went, possession was the original sin. During a banquet held by the Merchant Guild, Bolov snuck in and made his move. He disguised himself as the host of the banquet and entered the venue. His opening speech on the stage was, the ocean currents bring my greetings to you all. Good morning. At the end of the book, Bolov not only obtained the Nightfall Crown, but also sunk an entire ship full of people into the sea. He was the only one who managed to escape on a small boat. He was the only one who managed to escape. Looking at the sinking of the second ship, terrified and desperate laughter came from the ship. The strange bandit said the last sentence of the book, the ocean current brings my greetings to all of you. Good night. I see. Farina was enlightened by Angor's explanation. Therefore, the explanation of the narration made sense. Did he say Bolov's catchphrase came from morning or night? Which meant good morning before the tide or good night before the curtain call in the book. Just like the narrator said, this Onassis guy's way of speaking is too obscure, Farina commented. Not only that, but she also felt annoyed. She felt like an academic wizard was showing off in front of her, but the wizard was still being serious. That's his style. Too bad not everyone can accept it. Angor looked at the dome. Trom obviously couldn't accept it. Trom pulled down his antler hat on purpose. 2 pieces of hair covering his temples were tucked into his ears, as if he didn't want to listen. Trom didn't seem to mind Onassis' action, but he didn't respond. He knew Onassis well enough to know that almost everyone who responded to Onassis was driven crazy by him. Trom didn't know what the power of words and philosophy was, but he still tried to avoid it. Onassis didn't show any discomfort when he saw Trom's behavior. He just sighed softly. Another person who has fallen to the path of folly. After sighing, Onassis raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if he could see through the hazy sky and see what was happening outside the dome. Yen the philosopher is looking outside. Is he looking at his worshippers? But that doesn't seem to be his usual style, the narrator said. I'm curious. Who's the philosopher looking at? Could it be the legendary philosopher who had a love-hate relationship with him? Onassis could also hear the voiceover, but he clearly had no intention of responding. Instead, he slowly retracted his gaze and focused his attention on Trom. There was only 1 minute left before the match began. The countdown timer appeared on the screen. Both Onassis and Trom were in the final stage of preparation. With a chuckle, the narrator said, "Be prepared for the appearance of the giant demon. Good luck to the two of you." The match began. The narrator warned them that the mind troll would show up at any time, but the atmosphere was still as calm as ever. However, the dark clouds above their heads grew thicker, and the air became more suffocating. Mobile reading. I heard that your strange power comes from philosophy. I'd like to see it for myself. After saying this to Onassis softly, Trom spread his legs like a horse and dipped his palms into the sea. At first, there were only slight ripples on the surface of the sea. But with a gurgling sound, light blue water energy gathered on the surface of the sea with Trom's palms as the center. With a loud rumble, a hurricane carrying a large amount of water energy rushed up from the surface of the sea. The energy that rushed out of the water turned into a shuttle-shaped water bullet in front of Trom. It streaked across the surface of the sea and rushed towards the reef where Onassis was. The shuttle-shaped water bullet looked like an ordinary water arrow, but the power it carried was beyond everyone's imagination. Even though it didn't touch the surface of the sea, there were continuous explosions in its path. Curtains of water were lifted up by the wind carried by the shuttle-shaped water bullet. Visually, it looked like countless bombs were exploding on the surface of the water behind the shuttle-shaped water bullet. The shuttle-shaped water bullet was extremely fast. Before most people could react, it had already appeared in front of Onassis. The shuttle-shaped water bullet was definitely not a level 1 water arrow. It was definitely a level 3 attack. Onassis hadn't used any defensive spells yet. How would he block it? While the audience was guessing, the shuttle-shaped water bullet had already hit Onassis. At first, some people exclaimed, thinking that Onassis would be at a disadvantage right from the start. However, in the next second, the people who exclaimed covered their mouths and looked at the arena in disbelief. The shuttle-shaped water bullet hit Onassis, but it seemed that Onassis had turned into water elemental. The shuttle-shaped water bullet passed through his body and shot towards his back. It looked like a very ordinary exchange, but it showed the strength of both sides. Trom was clearly a bloodline user, but the shuttle-shaped water bullet he released was so powerful that it was almost as powerful as a water apprentice. It seemed that it was a new cantrip model that had never been seen before. It shouldn't be an original, just an improved one. But this also showed Trom's control of water. It was the same for Onassis. He wasn't a water apprentice either, but he had turned into water elemental. Even among water apprentices, only the best of the best would have the chance to learn this spell. Even in the judging area, some people whispered suspiciously, "Are these two really not water-type acolytes? Let's not talk about Trom's improved water arrow. What's with this water avatar of Onassis?" Onassis's ability to transform into a water avatar meant that he had an absolute advantage in this underwater arena. Someone couldn't help but look at Farina. Although Farina was famous for her alchemy skills, her nickname was the Water Pattern Witch, which showed that she was a water wizard. Farina pondered for a moment and shook her head. Water avatar? Specious. It looked like the water elemental incarnation, but it did not have the strong energy characteristics of the water elemental incarnation. Instead, it looked like it had fused with the water. However, this fusion was only Farina's guess. She was more concerned about Onassis's movements at the beginning of the match. When Trom used the shuttle-shaped water bullets, Onassis did not do nothing. His mouth moved as if he was mumbling something. Farina's attention had been on Trom, so she could only vaguely make out that Onassis had said something about water. Farina looked at Angor. "Do you remember what Onassis said?" "Water is a human's assistant," Angor said in a small voice. "Isn't that from Wizard Linghai's handbook?" Farina frowned. "That sentence can make him merge with water." "Is it really as we guessed?" "What is it?" Angor asked curiously. Angor's eyes flashed as he listened to Farina's explanation. He wasn't the only one who believed that Onassis could turn philosophy into power. As long as it was a philosophy, it could become his weapon and shield. But everything can be called philosophy. If he really can use philosophy as his power, even if he's limited right now, he'll become unstoppable once he grows up, Farina said. While they were talking, a new change occurred on the stage. After Onassis transformed into his water avatar, he dodged the shuttle-shaped water bullets. However, everyone thought that this was just a one-on-one battle. They didn't expect Trom to have another trick up his sleeve. The shuttle-shaped water bullets flew across the water, but there was another force coming at Onassis from under the water. However, while the water bullets were aimed at Onassis himself, the force under the water was attacking the reef under Onassis' feet. Onassis didn't suffer any damage after the loud explosion, but the reef under his feet was completely gone. That wasn't the end of it. As Onassis slowly landed on the water after dodging the explosion, a figure suddenly appeared behind him without warning. It was Trom. Trom had used the sound of the explosion and the water curtains created by the shuttle-shaped water bullets to silently appear behind Onassis. Trom's admirers immediately cheered when they saw this. Trom had a very powerful bloodline. When fighting a non-bloodline wizard in close combat, his chances of winning skyrocketed. A strange white illusion appeared around Trom's hands, which he then struck at Onassis' back. However, Onassis was still in his water avatar form. Trom's hands didn't cause any real damage to him. Instead, they pierced into Onassis' body. Trom wasn't surprised at all. His left hand turned fiery red, while his right hand turned cold. One hot and one cold. The two extreme elements clashed in Onassis' body. Onassis, who had been calm all this while, also lost his composure for a moment. He frowned slightly as he was sent flying. He landed heavily on the surface of the water, creating a loud sound and creating ripples. Trom had gained the upper hand, but he didn't let his guard down. Onassis floated up from the water again, and he didn't seem to be injured. At this moment, a breeze blew past. Onassis, who was still in his water avatar form, had some ripples on his body. This was a very small detail, but Trom noticed it. Because of the rhythm of the ripples, the breeze carried with it a strange message. It was a message that made him think he could hear someone whispering in his ear. Trom frowned. He didn't care about the whispers and decided to pursue. He turned into a meteor again and charged at Onassis, who was standing on the water. The intense battle only lasted for a short time, but it still attracted a lot of cheers from the audience. However, at the judges' table, especially the special judges, they all frowned. Trom's 3 attacks at the beginning of the battle were quite ingenious. The shuttle-shaped water bombs, underwater attacks, and the water curtain were all effective. However, they were too loud. Also, he seemed to have forgotten something. The name of the arena was called the Sea of Restless Trolls. Such a loud battle would only attract the sea trolls who had just woken up from their slumber. Although the sea was still calm, there were already faint bubbles slowly rising from the bottom of the sea. At the same time, more dark clouds were gathering in the sky. He looked at the dark sky and the damp air. "They're here." Trom continued his pursuit. He was extremely fast and appeared near Onassis in the blink of an eye. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he threw a punch at Onassis. Onassis didn't dodge. He allowed Trom's punch to hit him. Trom's eyes flashed with joy. Onassis wasn't a bloodline user. With his current physique, he definitely wouldn't be able to take this attack. However, something strange happened in the next second. Just as Trom's fist was about to make contact with Onassis's skin, a golden halo blocked Trom's power. Trom felt as if he'd hit a soft cover. Not only did the power he'd gathered not cause any damage to Onassis, it even condensed and bounced back at Trom. When Trom sensed that something was wrong, he immediately turned his hands into a beast. Half of the bounced power was neutralized by his hands that had turned into deer hooves. Even so, Trom was still sent flying. In the air, Trom finally found his balance and regained control of his body. At this moment, the way he looked at Onassis had a hint of awe. He hadn't sensed any energy reaction from Onassis' body. How did that golden halo appear? Was it an instant spell? Was it a defensive spell? Trom couldn't figure it out, but now wasn't the time to think. he planned to try again. Although Trum had thrown a punch at Onassis, he hadn't actually used the power of his bloodline. This time, he planned to use the power of his bloodline. Trum had many thoughts, but to others, he didn't hesitate at all after being sent flying. He immediately launched a second wave of attacks. A beast-shaped phantom slowly appeared behind Trum. It wasn't clear what the phantom looked like, but even through the dome of light, everyone could sense the terrifying power of this phantom. Trum's speed was already very fast before, but with this beast phantom, his speed reached a peak. Like a falling meteor, Trum repeatedly launched close-range attacks at Onassis at an extremely fast speed. However, Trum's attacks were all intercepted by a ray of golden light and bounced back. Since Trum was prepared, he wasn't affected by the recoil at all. In fact, he was able to dodge the recoil at an extremely fast speed. The audience was very excited. They thought that Trum would beat Onassis up, but the judges were not optimistic. Judging from the rebound power, this illusion deer's bloodline is very powerful. But now, he's just consuming energy for no reason. The philosopher's energy fluctuations haven't changed at all. Kamoini, the special judge from Edge of Night, shook his head. If Trum continued like this, philosopher would easily win without even doing anything. It wasn't just Kamoini who thought so. Most of the judges present thought so as well. This included Farina. However, Farina did not care who won or lost. She was more interested in the details of their battle. Did you see the golden light on Onassis? Farina asked Angor curiously. Angor shook his head. The golden light seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. However, it was actually attached to Onassis's body, protecting him from all physical attacks and rebounding them away. Maybe it's another philosophical trick, Angor hesitated. This unknown force was similar to the philosophical method Onassis had used during his competition with Suyututai the last time. Both of them were mysterious existences that could not be understood. Farina knew what Angor meant. She also watched Onassis's matches and made similar guesses. However, she was still a little confused. Before Onassis unleashed these techniques, wouldn't they always recite some profound philosophical words? I don't think I saw him do anything. Angor knew about this. He learned something from Shilyu when she fought Onassis. But before he could explain, someone spoke first. Words aren't the only way to convey information. This was a voice with a strange intonation. It sounded a little cold, but when one thought about it carefully, there was a kind of oppressive and uncomfortable feeling, as well as a kind of uneasiness. It was as if he was on a ship sailing on Devil's Sea. He had to face the surging tides of the sea and the unpredictable weather. There was only one judge who could make people feel uneasy in such a simple conversation. One of the 18 observers of Starleech Church, guardian of the Dead Sea, Hydra. Hydra's 3 heads still did not open their eyes. However, the middle head slowly turned around and looked at Farina. It was the same head that spoke just now. A way to convey information? Farina mumbled. She did not fully understand. The observer should be referring to the ability of Onassis to manipulate philosophy. In essence, it's the transmission of information. As long as someone receives his message, the structure of his philosophy will be established, Angor said. As for the way to convey information, you can use words, such as the philosophical knowledge he always talks about. But there are other ways as well. Farina looked at Hydra, who nodded to show that Angor's explanation was correct. Farina started to understand a little, but she was still a little confused. If he has to receive a message in order to use his abilities, then how did Onassis send the message just now? Hydra also looked at Angor, as if waiting for his answer. Maybe it's through voice transmission, or through other objects. For example, the sound of waves, the sound of ocean currents, or the howling of the sea breeze. Angor considered for a moment before continuing. When Onassis is on the stage, he's already a source of information that keeps spreading information to the outside world. By the time Trum noticed Onassis, he had already started receiving the information. Hydra chuckled and nodded. You're right, hyperdimensional wizard. If we use philosophy as a means of attack, we'll be able to do it. If you use philosophy to attack philosophy, Onassis can be seen as a manifestation of philosophy. Anyone who goes against him is facing a living philosophy. When Trum and Onassis entered the arena, Trum was already affected by Onassis' influence. Farina frowned. So Onassis's ability is unbreakable? There are ways, Hydra said. First, we can block the information. It's easy for us to do, but Trum might not be able to do it. Second, Onassis is just an apprentice. Even if he turns himself into a philosopher, his power will still be limited. As long as an attack exceeds Onassis's limit, he will be able to break it. That being said, no one knew what Onassis's limit was. The disturbance in the outside world didn't affect the competition. The battle in the dome continued. Trum's energy was constantly being depleted, but Onassis was calm. He felt that something was wrong. If he continued attacking, he might run out of energy first. After thinking for a moment, Trum made another weaker attack. This time, he didn't dodge the rebounding force. Instead, he followed the rebounding force of the golden light and did a backflip. He landed steadily on the first rock. Trum looked at Onassis with a solemn expression. There seemed to be an impenetrable barrier around Onassis. If he didn't think of a way to break through, he wouldn't have any hope of winning. What should he do? As Trum's mind raced, he didn't notice that the air around him was getting more and more humid. Onassis, on the other hand, looked around in confusion. The atmosphere is getting more and more oppressive. I feel uneasy. Should I end it like this? How should I end it? Various philosophical texts flashed through Onassis's mind. However, just as Onassis was thinking, the light dimmed even more. It was as if day had turned to night. When his line of sight changed for a split second, he suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound. At the same time, a bolt of lightning flashed across the dark horizon. White light filled the sea. The heavy air seemed to be ignited. Trum was already in a tense state. The thunderous roar startled him, and his expression changed slightly. He looked up abruptly. Suspicion flashed through his eyes as he looked at the moving clouds in the sky. On the other side, Onassis's expression changed too. It wasn't because he was scared. His eyebrows were twitching, as if a great terror was approaching. In that instant, neither of the contestants looked at each other. Instead, they were on guard against the surging sea. Rumble. Thunder rumbled once again, accompanied by lightning. The lightning happened to land behind Onassis. The flash of white light allowed Trum to see the blue lightning on the sea clearly. However, compared to the sizzling lightning on the sea, Trum was more concerned about something else. A huge wave more than 10 meters tall appeared behind Onassis without any warning. However, the most frightening thing was not the huge wave, but the vague and terrifying figure within the huge wave. Because the thunder and lightning were too loud, Onassis didn't notice what was going on behind him at first. It was only when he saw Trum staring at his back with his eyes wide open and his pupils constricted into a thin line that Onassis realized what was going on. When he looked back, the monstrous wave had already appeared in front of him. Accompanying the huge wave was a roar that reverberated through the sky. In Trum's vision, the monstrous wave instantly swallowed Onassis. However, Onassis did something, and his figure suddenly became illusory. It was as if he had turned into an illusory body. His physical body did not exist in reality. The monstrous waves and the terrifying water-type energy did not have any effect on Onassis. However, this was not the end. The giant wave was just an appetizer. The terrifying figure in the giant wave was the main course. Because the surroundings were too noisy, Trum could no longer hear the specific sound. He only felt a ringing in his ears before the 20-meter-tall wave suddenly exploded. The explosion of the huge wave not only caused the water to splatter everywhere, but also sent Onassis, who was in it, flying. Trum could clearly see that Onassis was injured for the first time as he flew out. Blood flowed from his mouth and his face was frighteningly pale. Onassis was smashed into the sea like a cannonball. As the water vapor spread and Onassis sank, Trum finally saw the figure that had been hiding behind the giant wave. It was a huge humanoid demon with only half of its body exposed in the sea. From its waist to its head, it was 10 meters tall. It could be predicted that if the torso hidden under the sea was included, this terrifying figure would be at least 20 meters tall. Its skin was blue and covered with grayish-black circular scales. Its facial features looked like a human's, but they were distorted and magnified countless times. It looked extremely ugly and ferocious. There were 2 demon-like horns on its head. This also represented its identity, Sea Troll. those without horns were humans, while those with horns were demons. This was the clear difference between a troll and a giant. This sea troll held a weapon that looked like a spiked club. There was a hole in the club. It was clear that this was the weapon that destroyed the giant wave and sent Onassis flying. Trom swallowed his saliva. This sea troll was too terrifying. Even if he knew that it was only a rank 3 acolyte, that powerful strength and terrifying aura definitely surpassed all the acolytes Trom had seen so far. After sending Onassis flying, the sea troll turned its gaze to Trom, who was standing on the reef. It roared and swam towards Trom. Seeing this, Trom immediately retreated. He wanted to distance himself while thinking of a countermeasure. However, when Trom turned his head, he noticed that a small island had appeared behind him. There were 2 symmetrical rocks on the island. Trom was stunned for a moment. He looked at the 2 rocks and immediately realized something. He stopped retreating and turned back in another direction. At the same time, the island slowly floated up. When it completely floated up, one could see that it wasn't an island at all. It was a gigantic head. And the so-called rocks on the island were nothing more than sharp horns on the head. This was still a sea troll. The 2 sea trolls swam towards Trom at the same time. The sea trolls were huge and looked very clumsy. However, they were still marine creatures. They were like fish in water. Their speed was shockingly fast. They quickly closed in on Trom. In particular, the sea troll that had appeared behind Trom appeared not far from him in an instant. Trom looked at the boundless sea in front of him. He knew that he couldn't escape. He stopped and turned towards the sea troll. Right now, there were only 2 choices in front of him. He could either end the match quickly or defeat the sea troll. The prerequisite for ending the match was for Onassis to admit defeat, or kill him. This was actually very difficult. Forget about defeating Onassis. Trom didn't think that he could even fight Onassis while under the influence of the 2 sea trolls. Other than that, he could only defeat the sea trolls. If it was just 1 sea troll, it would be fine. But 2. Trom didn't know what to do. Just as Trom was hesitating, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Trom looked over in confusion. At some point, Onassis had floated out of the sea and was facing off against the other sea troll. Trom was stunned. The 2 sea trolls were originally attacking him. If Onassis attacked him as well, Trom would have no choice but to admit defeat. However, Onassis didn't do that. This surprised Trom. He didn't know if Onassis was being stupid or really wanted a fair duel. But at least Trom didn't have to face 2 sea trolls now. It was a bit easier. Because of the sounds of battle between Onassis and the sea trolls chasing Trom couldn't help but look back in confusion. Seeing this, Trom thought, chance. Trom took a deep breath. His body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bloodline release, Trom's 4 limbs instantly turned into an animal. His muscles swelled and his feet turned into hard deer hooves. A white mist slowly seeped out of Trom's limbs. However, the white mist didn't really seep out. Instead, it circled around Trom, making him look ethereal, as if he were in the clouds. The white mist was extremely cold. The frost power of the white mist could be seen from the ice that spread out under Trom's feet. After his 4 limbs changed, Trom immediately started moving. Like a real deer, he quickly ran across the sea on all 4s. Every time his hooves touched the surface of the sea, the white mist would turn the surface of the sea into white ice. Trom didn't have to worry about falling into the sea at all. Trom was already fast. When he turned into a deer and ran on all 4s, he was even faster. Ice of various shapes was left behind on the undulating sea. It extended all the way to the sea trolls. The sea trolls had been watching Onassis's battle on the other side. It didn't turn around until it felt a bone-piercing chill. When it turned around, the first thing it saw was a happy deer pouncing at its face. In the audience's eyes, Trom jumped up. The white mist around him turned into icicles. Following Trom's movement, they stabbed into the sea troll's left eye with terrifying force. Even though the sea trolls quickly closed their eyes, they were still too slow. With a boom, the sea troll's eyeball exploded. Red and white sticky tissue covered Trom's face. Trom didn't stop. Using the sea troll's nose as leverage, he ran toward its right eye. This time, the sea trolls were prepared. they closed their eyes in advance. Although Trum didn't succeed in bursting its right eye, he managed to leave a wisp of white mist in its right eye. After doing this, Trum dodged the water-type energy leaking from the sea troll's body and started fighting it at close range. Only in close combat did Trum truly understand how terrifying the sea trolls were. The sea trolls' bodies were terrifying. They weren't stupid either. Every time Trum stopped at a fatal spot on its body, the sea trolls wouldn't be stupid enough to slap itself. Instead, they would use powerful water-type energy to wash Trum away, forcing him to constantly change his position. During this process, the sea trolls started attacking Trum. No matter how fast Trum was, he couldn't compare to the sea trolls' wide-range attacks. He was hit several times. Thankfully, Trum was in his half-beast form. He wasn't seriously injured. However, if this continued, Trum would be at a disadvantage. Concern flashed in the eyes of Trum's admirers in the audience. Those who bet on Cybri and chose Trum to win also frowned. However, their presumptuous guess didn't become reality. As time passed, Trum didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in his fight with the sea troll. Instead, the sea troll's movements became more and more sluggish. In the end, Trum had the absolute advantage. When Trum crushed the sea troll's other eye with a stomp, the huge sea troll screamed in panic and confusion. In the end, it slowly fell into the sea. Only then did everyone notice a detail. There were many white frost marks on the sea troll's body. Its skin was covered with frost marks. Moreover, when the sea troll screamed in despair, the audience also noticed that the sea troll spat out a large amount of white frost from its mouth. In other words, not only was the sea troll severely injured on the surface, its insides were also corroded by the frost. The reason for this phenomenon was the white mist surrounding Trum's body. Earlier, when Trum had crushed one of the sea troll's eyes, the white mist had entered the sea troll's body through the eye. Later, when Trum fought with the sea troll, the white mist around him affected the sea troll again. The alternating influence from the inside and outside was the main reason why the sea troll became sluggish towards the end. When the sea troll fell to the bottom of the sea, Trum rolled and landed on the reef. Panting slightly, he raised his head and looked at the other side. He was done here. He didn't know what was going on Onassis's side. What he saw shocked Trum. Onassis hovered above the surface of the sea with a calm look on his face. He was mumbling something indecipherable under his breath. Behind him were broken pieces of the sea troll's body. These limbs floated on the surface of the sea, dyeing the blue ocean red. The audience outside the arena could smell the thick smell of blood just by looking at it with their naked eyes. Clearly, the sea troll on Onassis's side had been dealt with. And Trum could tell that Onassis had dealt with it much faster than him. What surprised Trum was that Onassis didn't ambush him after dealing with the sea troll. Just like before, when both sea trolls were facing him, Onassis could have taken the opportunity to attack him, but he didn't. This greatly improved Trum's impression of Onassis. At the very least, Onassis appeared to be someone who respected a fair duel. Trum stood up and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that we've dealt with them, it's up to the two of us. Onassis heard Trum's voice and slowly raised his head. He did not speak, but as he raised his head, the low clouds suddenly began to drizzle. The rain fell on the undulating sea, and the sound of raindrops could be heard continuously. Amidst the sound of the rain, Trum seemed to hear a whisper. Everything that exists is the law of the combination of matter and energy. All the combination formulas are just for the sake of being sensed. Trum didn't know where the whispers came from, but he had a feeling that Onassis had sent him this message through some means. When the whispers faded away, Onassis's figure changed strangely in Trum's eyes. From the naked eye, Onassis had not changed at all. However, Trum had a vague feeling that Onassis's body was here, but it also seemed to be in the clouds. Trum hesitated and prepared to test him. He slowly activated the blood chi in his body. As the density of his bloodline increased, his limbs became even more ferocious. His muscles also became stronger than before. This process could have been completed in an instant, but in order to tell his opponent that he was about to attack, Trum slowly activated his blood chi. After Trum gave the warning, he bent his body, got on all fours, and quickly ran towards Onassis. As he rose and fell, the undulating sea surface and the long, silk-like drizzle were frozen into form by the white mist that surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, Trom was in front of Onassis. Trom jumped up high, and his four hooves turned into ice blades as he kicked at Onassis. Crack. A layer of light flashed across Onassis's body and deflected all the force. Trom tumbled backward and landed on the sea surface in the distance. As he fell, a puddle of ice formed on the surface of the sea. Trom frowned and looked at Onassis, who was still calm on the other side. The reason why he made such a breakthrough despite knowing that it would be difficult to achieve was because he wanted to test whether the light shield on Onassis could defend against energy attacks. Previously, Trom had mainly relied on his physical strength in close combat. When that didn't work, Trom thought of using energy attacks. But now, it seemed that the light barrier around Onassis could not only defend against bloodline power, but it could also defend against ice-type energy attacks. This result made Trom's expression turn ugly. Neither matter nor energy could affect Onassis's body. Was Onassis's power really that unbreakable? What should he do? Trom knew that if he could not come up with a solution, he would have to surrender. On the judge's seat, Farina narrowed her eyes. Did you notice? Onassis never attacked Trom. Angor pondered for a moment. Maybe it's because of his capacity. Hydra, who was standing not far from them, opened its eyes, revealing a pair of cold, creepy vertical pupils. He gave Angor a thoughtful look and chuckled. You're right, extra-dimensional wizard. I've watched many of Onassis's matches, and I noticed that too. His power was very strange, but the existence of power required a vessel, and this vessel was his physical body. Unfortunately, his body is not strong enough. Therefore, even if he can wave the banner of philosophy and occupy the commanding position of a battle, once he picks up a shield, it will be very difficult for him to pick up a spear, unless he can expand the capacity of the container. Hydra paused, and this is the capacity that hyperdimensional wizards talk about. Farina said, so it's not like Troem doesn't have a chance. If Onassis could not attack and defend at the same time, it would give Trom more space to maneuver. Hydra shook his head. I don't think so. If Trom wants to win, he needs to defend himself against the spear or break the shield. But neither of those are likely to happen, so it won't be easy for him to win. Farina looked at Angor. What do you think? Does Trom have a chance? I agree with the observer. But I don't see them using their trump cards yet. It's hard to tell what's going on in a battle. Maybe Trom really has a way to break the shield. Of course, it's also possible that Onassis will use his spear first. While everyone was discussing, Trom was still thinking about how to get out of this predicament. His first goal was to break through Onassis's light shield. Just as Trom was panicking, he suddenly felt a wave hit the ice under his feet. Because of the wind and rain, the waves were very big, so Trom didn't pay much attention to it. However, when he discovered that cracks had appeared on the surface of the ice because of the wave, he was startled. He turned around and realized why. The waves couldn't break the ice. What caused the cracks was something caught in the waves, the severed limbs of the sea troll. These were all from the sea troll that Onassis had dismembered. Trom glanced at it and was about to turn around, but then, he caught a glimpse of a reflection on a severed limb in the distance. He focused and realized that the reflection was from a weapon covered in spikes. It looked like a mace. Looking at the mace, Trom's eyes lit up. An image appeared in his mind. Not long ago, when the sea troll had appeared, it had blended in with the waves and sent Onassis flying with one blow. Trom even remembered that Onassis's face had been pale and blood had dripped from the corner of his mouth. Trom didn't know about the concept of spear and shield, but he remembered that Onassis had been protected by a light shield. But why had he been sent flying and injured despite the shield's protection? Trom's mind spun quickly. There were only two reasons for this. First, the weapon. Perhaps the weapon that looked like a spiked club had a special effect that could break through the defense of Onassis. Trom shook his head. He wasn't an alchemist, but he still had basic judgment. The mace seemed to be made of sea beast bones mixed with some random metals. He didn't sense any special waves. Other than the material itself, there shouldn't be any other effect. If there really was a special effect, Onassis would definitely have taken it back instead of letting it drift. Now that the weapon was eliminated, there was only the second reason left. Onassis's light shield had a limit to how much damage it could take. The sea trolls were very powerful, Trom could feel it himself. Because of this, he didn't face the sea trolls head-on from beginning to end. The sea troll had used his unparalleled strength to swing his spiked club, creating a force that exceeded the limits of Onassis's light barrier. That was why Onassis was injured? Trom thought about it carefully and felt that this might be the truth. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Onassis would be sent flying by the sea troll. However, after knowing the truth, Trom's expression still didn't look good. In order to break through Onassis's shield and exceed the upper limit of the attacks it could withstand, one would have to at least reach the strength of the sea troll's mace. This wasn't a simple matter. Do I really have to release its power? Trom hesitated. At the judges' table, the judges observed Trom's expression and said slowly, "It seems that Trom has realized the difficulty of the problem. In order to break the shield, one would have to possess power that exceeded the upper limit of what Onassis could withstand." Although the sea troll was only a level 3 apprentice, it had a natural physical advantage. That was why it could break through Onassis's defense. In terms of pure strength, the sea troll was at the level of a wizard. Trom was only a peak-level apprentice. Would he be able to break through Onassis' shield with his wizard-level power? In the infinite arena, Trom exhaled deeply. He seemed to have made a decision. He looked back at Onassis. "I'll be serious now." Onassis stared at him intently. "Originally, I wanted to use this power only when I challenged him." Trom slowly raised his head. He seemed to be able to see the situation outside through the dome. A figure flashed across his mind. It was the person who had changed the entire situation in Razudran. This was the person he worshipped, and also the person he had always wanted to challenge. But now, I have to use it. As Trom spoke, his aura gradually increased. At first, it was still within the range of what everyone could recognize, but towards the end, it exceeded the limit and reached an unknown level. Even the surrounding environment had changed. The powerful aura pierced a hole in the clouds in the sky. As soon as the waves reached Trom, they would be enveloped by a strong white mist and freeze. Before, Trom had only frozen a part of the sea. Now, he completely froze it. With Trom as the center, the entire sea became a frozen kingdom. When Trom's aura reached its peak, his body also underwent drastic changes. His body slowly grew larger and his muscles became more muscular. His exposed skin was covered in snow-white fur. When Trom roared into the sky, a huge phantom appeared behind him. When the audience saw this illusion, they were all stunned. It was a huge elk the size of a small mountain. Clouds swirled around the elk. It was similar to the white mist around Trom, but denser and more ethereal. What surprised the audience the most was that there was a faint 7-colored mist floating between the elk's intertwined horns. In the mist, they could vaguely see the illusion of a city. This was a miraculous beast that could hold up a city. When the elk phantom appeared, almost everyone present recognized its identity. Kashimi. Farina couldn't help but stand up and look at the scene in shock. Kashimi was an elk phantom beast that the Moonfrost Union had raised in the abyss. It could travel back and forth in the abyss. It was so powerful that it wasn't threatened by demons. It could continuously bring resources from the wizarding world to the Moonfrost Union's base. It was a strategic-level phantom beast. It was even the Moonfrost Union's most precious strategic-level phantom beast in the abyss, because, between the two horns of this illusory beast, there was an illusory city. This illusion city could be seen as a wizard market. It was the Moonfrost Union's largest resource distribution center in the abyss. Farina had sat on Kashimi before and even entered the illusion city. She knew Kashimi's status in the Moonfrost Union too well. Farina had always known that Trom had absorbed the blood of a deer-like monster, but she had never thought that Trom had absorbed Kashimi's blood. Is this really possible? How can Trom absorb Kashimi's blood at his current level? Farina frowned. Trom's power was completely different from Kashimi's. If Trom absorbed Kashimi's blood, he would basically explode and die. It's not a bloodline fusion, Hydra said. Farina looked over. It's not a bloodline fusion? Then why can he take Kashimi's form and even have illusions? It's a symbiotic contract, Hydra said. Hydra was a prophetic sorcerer. His words were usually ambiguous, but when he said certain words, there was nothing wrong with them. Farina was also dazed. If it really was a symbiotic contract, Trum could really gain power from Xianxia. However, it was very painful to sign a symbiotic contract, especially with such an ancient phantom beast. The risk of death was very high. Why would Trum choose to sign a symbiotic contract with Xianxia? Hydra seemed to have seen through Farina's confusion. Don't forget who her teacher is. Pale Witch Queenie Soodle, thinking of her name, Farina immediately understood. Queenie was a teacher who was very good at tricking her students. If it was her, it might really be possible. Since Trum has Xianxia's symbiotic contract, he should be able to break Onassis's shield even if he can only control 1% of Xianxia's power. Farina looked at the field. This match is getting more and more interesting. Now that Trum had used his trump card, the situation immediately changed. They just didn't know how much Xianxia's power Trum could control, and how would Onassis deal with it? That's Kasi Somi? Onassis looked at the enormous figure behind Trum, a look of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Yes, it's Kasiyami. It's also my best friend. Because of Onassis' gentlemanly behavior, Trum didn't hesitate to answer. Trum slowly took a step forward. Ice blades gathered like rain again. At the same time, a majestic voice came from Trum's mouth. I can't fully control its power yet. You have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom and Trum's figure suddenly disappeared. While the audience was still looking for Trum in confusion, Onassis was suddenly thrown into the sea from a low altitude, creating a splash more than 10 meters high. It was Trum who had appeared behind Onassis at some point in time. This was teleportation. After Onassis fell to the bottom of the sea, Trum disappeared again. A second or two later, the water splashed again. Onassis had been sent from the water into the sky by Trum. When Onassis lost control of his body and his body kept rising, Onassis once again used the strange speed of instantaneous movement to appear beside Onassis. The phantom behind Trum let out a long hiss. It waved its 4 hooves and stomped on Onassis's chest with great force. Onassis fell into the sea again. This time everyone could clearly see that the golden light around Onassis was slowly thinning. It even started to waver. In the next minute, the arena became Trum's stage. Every time he moved, he didn't create any smoke or fire. He appeared directly beside Onassis. With such a large amount of movement in a short period of time, not only did he teleport, but he also left behind many afterimages in the air, sea, and sea. It was as if many clones had appeared. Under Trum's powerful attacks, the entire sea changed drastically. Water splashed everywhere. The frozen kingdom continued to spread. The ice shards were like knives. The clouds pressed down. Onassis, on the other hand, was like a rag doll. He was constantly attacked, and the golden light on his body grew dimmer and dimmer. The audience was even more excited because of this spectacular counterattack. With a gotcha sound, the golden light that surrounded Onassis completely dissipated. Everyone knew that the absolute defense of Onassis had been broken. This meant that Trum's ferocious attacks had exceeded the limits of what Onassis could endure. They had reached the level of an actual adept. Is this the power of the illusion, dear? Originally, there were many people in the audience who doubted Trum's strength. After all, Trum's previous battles were very strange. The dark fire which had admitted defeat on her own accord, and the demon gourmet's strength had plummeted halfway through the battle. All these strange signs made everyone label Trum as a lucky guy. But now, when Trum unleashed his wizard-level attack, everyone fell silent. Nothing could be faked. Even if Trum was lucky, there was no doubt that Trum was one of the most powerful peak apprentices in the world. After confirming this fact, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This time, there were too many dark horses that had never been seen before, including the 2 in the finals. Whether it was Fantasy Deer or Philosopher, they were both apprentices that no one had ever seen before. The appearance of these dark horses made everyone dazed. But at the same time, having so many dark horses meant that the wizarding world of the southern region was on the rise. Perhaps these dark horses would one day become great wizards whose names would shake the world. Perhaps being born in the same era as them was also a kind of luck. The battle continued. After Onassis's defensive barrier was broken, Trum's attacks didn't stop. Instead, he continued with a series of ferocious attacks. His attacks were infused with endless ice energy, as well as attacks that exceeded the wizard level. Onassis's face grew paler and paler as he endured the ferocious attacks. Many wounds appeared on his body. Following a thunderous roar, Onassis was smashed into the sea from high up in the sky. The spot where he landed happened to be the only surviving reef. When he landed on the reef completely turned into dust, and the ice near the reef also exploded. With a shrill sound that was enough to make one's ears ring, the frozen sea exploded layer by layer until it reached dozens of meters away. Countless ice shards scattered in the air. In the white light, it was as beautiful as falling flower petals. Trom had almost turned into a deer. White mist curled around his hooves like clouds. He stood on the clouds and looked down at Onassis. Onassis's clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Bruises could be seen all over his body. Blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He looked miserable. When the audience saw this scene, their tightened hearts seemed to loosen up a little. In their eyes, the winner had already appeared. Trom thought so too. He let out a long breath. It's over, right? While Trom was thinking this, the situation on the stage changed again. The broken ice seal caused the frozen ocean to surge again. As the waves rolled and roared, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. At first, the whirlpool was only a few meters wide, but it expanded to more than 10 meters, 20 meters, and finally 50 meters. At the same time, a familiar roar came from the center of the whirlpool. When they heard this roar, the audience and the contestants were all stunned. They all thought of the same name, Sea Troll. At the judges' table, Farina spoke in a low voice, "How can there only be 2 sea trolls when they're named after the Sea of Trolls?" However, the appearance of this troll is also a freak combination of factors. Angor nodded in agreement. It looks like Trom didn't notice the seal on the sea trolls. Why didn't he think about it? Why would there be 2 reefs on the surface of the Sea of Trolls? Something must be wrong. In fact, almost all of the official magi on the judging panel had noticed this from the very beginning. There was a sealed sea trolls right below where they were fighting, and the seal on the sea trolls were the 2 corresponding reefs on the surface of the sea. If they didn't break the reefs in time, the sea trolls would stay asleep until the end of the match. But who would have thought that Trom would shatter both reefs in a row? This meant that they had to pay the price of the awakening of the sea trolls. Perhaps it was an unexpected disaster for them. However, this was the charm of the infinite arena. While it provided convenience, it also provided danger and danger. The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. The pulling force was so strong that Trom felt like he was about to be pulled into the abyss even though he was high up in the air. Also, the roars coming from the bottom of the ocean made Trom feel uneasy. Trom knew that this was probably something even more terrifying than the 2 sea trolls they'd met before. The sea trolls were already difficult enough. Trom didn't want to go through them again. He also didn't want to waste his energy on the infinity arena. The best choice now was to end the competition quickly. As long as Onassis was eliminated and admitted defeat, he wouldn't have to face the sea trolls that were about to appear. Thinking of this, Trom turned his gaze to where Onassis had been. Huh? Confusion flashed through Trom's eyes. When he looked over, he only saw a large amount of broken ice. Onassis was nowhere to be seen. Trom turned his head back and forth, trying to find his opponent. Onassis is heavily injured now. He shouldn't have enough energy left to escape. Where could he be? Trom looked around and finally found Onassis's position. However, when he looked over, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his eyes widened. Onassis was still in a miserable state, unable to move. However, under the pulling force of the whirlpool, he was falling into it at an extremely fast speed. Onassis's absolute defense had already been broken. Once he was pulled into the whirlpool, he would most likely die. Onassis's gentlemanly behavior had already earned Trom's respect. Therefore, Trom didn't want to see Onassis die. Admit defeat. Trom couldn't help but shout. As long as Onassis admitted defeat, the competition would naturally end. The judges outside would definitely stop Onassis from falling. However, Trom waited for a while and didn't hear Onassis's reply. He looked carefully and saw that Onassis's eyes seemed to be in a daze. He had lost his usual vigor. Other than his mouth opening slightly, as if he was muttering something, he didn't do anything else. If Onassis didn't admit defeat, then the competition would only end if he fainted. However, although Onassis was in a daze, he hadn't fainted yet. He couldn't concentrate his spiritual power, and it seemed like he couldn't take the initiative to surrender. Trom could only watch as he was pulled into the center of the whirlpool, spinning at an extremely fast speed. As Onassis's figure fell, it was as if he had been swallowed by a giant beast, disappearing into the darkness. Seeing this, Trom's eyes flashed with sadness. No matter what the result of the match was, he had never thought of killing anyone. However, now that Onassis had been pulled into the vortex, the final outcome was self-evident. Sigh. Trom sighed and silently waited for the end of the match. In his mind, Onassis was dead without a doubt. Then, the victor would be him. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not hear the announcement of the end of the match. He raised his head and looked at the screen floating in midair. It still showed that he was in the middle of a battle with Onassis. Could it be that Onassis isn't dead yet? Trom frowned. Only when such a possibility appeared would the competition continue. If that was really the case, then where was he now? Trom looked at the undulating sea. Amidst the waves and the dark clouds, it was very difficult to find someone in the vast sea. Trom still couldn't find Onassis. This made Trom frustrated. Because if he couldn't find Onassis, it meant he was about to face a terrifying sea troll. Trom looked at the increasingly terrifying vortex, his expression uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, Trom decided to retreat tactically. He would leave the vortex first and think about the rest later. Trom stepped on the clouds. With his antler hat, he really did look like an elk strolling in the clouds. However, the elk that was enjoying itself in the clouds didn't complete its retreat plan and stopped halfway. The reason was, a water pillar rose from the sea. It happened to be not far in front of Trom. If Trom had continued moving at his speed, he would definitely have hit this water pillar. Trom could clearly feel that there was surging water energy in the water pillar. If he hit it, the consequences would be unpredictable. Why was there a water pillar in front of him? Trom looked at the vortex in the distance. Was it because of the sea troll? While Trom was thinking, another pillar of water rose from the sea and pierced into the sky. It was still targeting Trom's location. Trom quickly dodged. He also used the white mist on his body to freeze the water pillar into ice. The moment the energy touched it, Trom sensed a dark consciousness in the water pillar. Following this consciousness, Trom saw a huge eye. It was eerily staring at him from the bottom of the sea. At this point, Trom realized that the water column wasn't random at all. He was being targeted. The huge eye at the bottom of the sea definitely belonged to the sea troll. Just then, countless water pillars rose from the sea. Trom quickly dodged, trying to break through. However, these water pillars seemed to be able to capture his trajectory and guess his thoughts. Even if he was moving at a speed that was close to teleportation, the water pillars were still able to stick in the direction he was about to run, forcing him to reduce his speed. In this situation, Trom could only keep dodging. Then, he turned the water pillars into ice and tried to use the frost to attack the sea troll. However, his plan clearly didn't work. The water pillars kept shooting into the sky. In just a few minutes, the area became a water pillar prison. When the prison formed, the water pillars stopped rising. However, Trom was completely trapped in this prison. He couldn't escape. Trom panted heavily. His limbs were trembling. The battle with Onassis and the constant dodging of the water pillars had drained his stamina. However, when the water pillar prison formed, it meant that things weren't over yet. Trom could only pull himself together and continue facing the upcoming danger. While Trom was panting, the surface of the sea suddenly rose and fell again. Just then, with the vortex as the center, a huge head slowly emerged. The troll hiding at the bottom of the sea had finally shown itself. When the upper half of the sea troll appeared, Trom's eyes flashed with shock. This was a terrifying troll he had never seen before. Just the lower half of its body was close to 50 meters. If the entire body was revealed, wouldn't it be a troll that was close to 100 meters tall? Trom had seen many monsters that were 100 meters tall, but it was extremely rare to see a troll that was 100 meters tall. If the troll was over 100 meters tall, it meant that it was at least a wizard-level monster. What did a wizard-level monster mean? Normal wizards wouldn't be able to beat one. Even Truthfinder wizards would find it hard to do so. Monsters were naturally stronger than humans. This troll didn't look like it had reached 100 meters yet, but it wasn't far away. This was a true pinnacle demonic creature. It didn't make any aggressive movements. Just by slowly stretching its huge body already caused waves that were dozens of meters tall to rise. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be if it attacked. Perhaps the sea and the sky would turn upside down, like the end of the world. When the sea troll rose, one could clearly see that it was a troll wearing scaled armor. Its aqua blue skin and white scales made it look majestic. It was holding a trident that was glowing with blue light. Rich water energy was surging around the trident. The image of this sea troll looked like the god of the sea worshipped in many island myths. Roar. After the sea troll appeared, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and let out an earth-shattering roar. After that, the sea troll stared at Trum with a sinister gaze and waved its trident. 3 minutes later, Trum felt a strong recoil and his body was sent flying. He landed on the ice pillar and slowly slid down due to gravity. Halfway through, Trum flipped and stepped on the clouds, dodging the sea troll's trident. With the speed of instant transmission, Trum appeared behind the sea troll. He didn't attack. In the past 3 minutes, he'd attacked the sea troll countless times. In the end, he'd always been sent flying by the recoil. This sea troll's defense wasn't inferior to Onassis. Moreover, its defense was even more uniform. Trum couldn't find an opening. He could only attack if he found its weakness. And its skin clearly wasn't its weakness. Trum didn't attack the sea troll, but he didn't waste time either. Instead, he quickly checked his injuries. Even with Trum's powerful bloodline, he couldn't take the continuous recoil. Thankfully, after checking, Trum was fine. He was just a bit bruised. He heaved a sigh of relief and wrapped a white fur around his body again. This piece of fur came from Kasi Somi's true body. It possessed unparalleled defensive power. The reason he hadn't been injured before was also because of the protection of this piece of fur. After wrapping himself in the fur, Trum looked back at the sea troll. He had to find its weakness and kill it in one strike. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for him if the stalemate continued. Where would its weakness be? Trum looked up and down, his eyes flashing faintly. Eyes? Belly button? Crotch? Or the totem under the armpit? Trum's mind spun nonstop. He quickly analyzed the enemy in front of him. According to Trum's idea, he would receive information from the outside and sort it out. Then, he would analyze the data and deduce the final result. This would take some time. He had to stall for time as much as possible. While Trum was struggling to deal with the sea troll, he didn't know that someone was slowly opening their eyes in the depths of the vast sea. In the endless darkness of the sea, these eyes flashed with a dark and crimson light. Trum's fight with the sea troll wasn't as smooth as he'd expected. The sea troll was a bit slower than him in terms of attack speed, but it could predict the trajectory of an attack like a mind reader. Most of the time, the sea trolls would be able to guess what Trum was thinking. Even if Trum launched a sneak attack, the sea trolls would be able to react immediately, making Trum feel as if his hands and feet were tied. Moreover, the sea troll's attacks were almost wizard level. Trum would lose half his life if he was hit. Thus, Trum could only expend more energy to dodge the sea troll's attacks. Before finding the sea troll's weakness, Trum was stuck in this endless loop. He thought he was stalling, but it was more like he was trapped by the sea troll in an unbreakable loop. As time passed, Trum's energy would decrease, and the sea troll would win more and more. Trum knew this too, but his attacks were ineffective against the sea troll. He couldn't find its weakness either. This made him very anxious. It was easy to make mistakes when you were anxious. For example, at this moment, Trum had dodged slightly too quickly due to his anxiety, and the sea trolls immediately found an opening. The sea troll waved its trident, predicted Trum's movements, and stabbed it down viciously. Trum reacted quickly. He immediately understood the sea troll's intentions. He wanted to change directions, but he realized that countless pillars of water rose from the sea at the same time as the sea troll waved its trident, blocking all his escape routes. Trum blamed himself. He shouldn't have been so anxious, but there was no point in saying anything now. He had to find a way out. He quickly calmed his mind and quickly determined that there was only one way out of this situation. Keep going, only the direction the sea troll waved its trident in wasn't blocked by pillars of water. If he was fast enough, he should be able to escape before the trident fell. After confirming his target, Trom gathered his strength and shot forward like an arrow. The final result proved that Trom's judgment was correct. He had successfully escaped this calamity. However, he was still a little disappointed by the terrifying water energy attached to the trident. Although he wasn't stabbed by the trident, the energy waves produced when the trident fell scraped him. Just the energy wave alone made Trom feel as if he'd been rammed by a herd of demonic bulls. His organs were shaken. This was just a normal scratch. He also had the protection of Xianxia's fur, but it was still so painful. One could imagine how miserable he would end up if he'd been seriously injured. Of course, with Trom's current physique, this injury wasn't a big deal. However, he had another problem. In order to escape the fate of being stabbed by the trident, he'd used up almost 80% of his strength. He didn't have much stamina left. If he still couldn't find the troll's weakness, he could only surrender. Trom's heads of him. Logically speaking, he should be facing this troll together with Onassis after it woke up. But in the end, Onassis had been unable to move and had been pulled into the unknown ocean by the whirlpool. Now, he was facing the troll alone. More importantly, he could tell from the fact that the match hadn't ended yet that Onassis wasn't dead yet. Perhaps Onassis was hiding somewhere, quietly watching him fight the sea troll. He didn't even have to do anything and could easily win. Trom gritted his teeth at the thought. Why did this happen when he was in such a good situation? Wasn't that water pattern witch a little too vicious? Shouldn't the finals be about him and Onassis? Why did he have to draw such a terrifying scene? The more Trom thought about it, the angrier he got. Onassis's face appeared in his mind, then the water pattern witch's face. If he surrendered because he couldn't beat the troll, he wouldn't be able to accept second place in the new star competition. As Trom's thoughts ran wild, he didn't notice that the water vapor around him had inexplicably increased. When the water vapor density reached a certain level, the sea troll suddenly roared loudly. This roar seemed to contain energy vibrations, making Trom feel dizzy. When he came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that he was in a bubble. At some point, the water vapor around him had formed a light blue bubble. Unfortunately, Trom was caught in the bubble. There was familiar water energy on this bubble. It must be the sea troll's doing. Trom could only curse himself for being careless as he quickly searched for a way to escape the bubble. After all, Trom had been in the abyss for many years and had seen all kinds of strange tricks. He was very experienced in battle. After calming down, he quickly figured out how to break out of the bubble. As long as he found the weak point of the energy, he could break the bubble with a fierce attack. Trom spent 2 seconds to find the weak point of the energy. Then, he attacked it without hesitation. But just then, the sea troll's trident was aimed at Trom. The sea troll raised its right hand and stabbed the trident at the bubble Trom was in. Trom had to break the bubble quickly. As long as the bubble was broken, he could escape. But this bubble was stronger than he'd imagined. The moment he touched it, Trom realized this. Even if he used all his strength, it would take him 2 to 3 seconds to break it. According to the sea troll's attack speed, he would definitely be stabbed by the trident in 2 seconds. Thinking of this, Trom gritted his teeth and retracted all the attacks he'd already released. He switched from offense to defense and covered his body with defensive energy. At the same time, he took out Xianxia's fur and put it on. He was prepared to take this attack head-on. Seeing the trident get closer and closer, Trom's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He didn't know if he'd made the right choice, but he really didn't want to admit defeat so easily. Boom! After the huge sound, Trom didn't feel any pain. Had the pain exceeded his brain's limit, so he was numb and didn't feel any pain, or was his body already dead and he was thinking about his soul now, so he couldn't feel any pain? Trom couldn't help but look forward. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything because of the intense white light. However, the white light didn't last for long. It gradually dispersed. At this moment, Trom finally saw the situation before him. He wasn't dead. His body wasn't numb like he'd imagined. Instead, the trident hadn't stabbed him. When the trident was a few meters away from the bubble, it suddenly stopped. At this moment, the audience was also bewildered. What's going on? Why did the sea troll stop? Did the Tower of Infinity interfere? Or is the match over? However, when everyone looked at the screen, there was no sign that the match had ended. This meant that the match was still in progress. But why did the sea troll suddenly stop? The audience had no choice but to keep looking at the stage and wait for the result. The Sea of Trolls. Trom stared at the trident in a daze. The weapon was still some distance away from him, but the gloomy metallic luster still gave off a bone-chilling pressure. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Trom immediately moved. He was curious why the sea troll stopped, but now was not the time to think about it. The best thing to do now was to get away from the water bubble. Trom began to attack the weak spots of the water bubble. 2 seconds later, the bubble burst with a sound. Trom sighed in relief. No matter what happened to the sea troll, he had to leave the area first. Just as Trom was about to retreat, a loud explosion came from behind him. He subconsciously looked back, and when he saw what was happening in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. He finally understood why the sea troll stopped. It wasn't because the sea troll suddenly found its conscience. It was because of an external force. The sea troll's right arm was severed from its elbow joint. The boom wasn't the sea troll trying to attack Trom. It was the sound of the sea troll's severed right arm falling into the water. The sea troll was holding the trident in its right hand. It was precisely because its right hand was broken that the trident had stopped in front of Trom. Trom had many guesses, but he didn't expect such an answer. Now that he knew the truth, he had another question. Why did the sea troll's right arm suddenly break? Was there some unknown danger in the arena? Trom didn't think so either. Floating Mech City's reputation was damaged because of what happened in the Purification Garden. Floating Mech City organized the Rising Star competition to repair their reputation, so they wouldn't do anything to the arena. If it wasn't the arena itself, then it had to be an external force. There was only one external force, which was the battle between Trom and Onassis. Trom himself was trapped and didn't have the time or strength to kill the sea trolls, so there was only one factor left. When Trom realized this, a familiar whisper entered his ears. All darkness that isn't worth mentioning is hiding in the shadow of light. Even the most beautiful person needs ugliness as a foil. Only those who drown in darkness and depravity can enjoy the beauty of light. Trom seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. A human-shaped shadow appeared on the shoulder of the sea troll. The figure's entire body was shrouded in a dark mist. Only his eyes were glowing red. Although this figure's appearance was very blurry, Trom still recognized him at a glance. This was Onassis, who had been dragged to the bottom of the sea by the vortex. Could it be that Onassis had really cut off the right hand of the sea troll and saved him, just as he had guessed? However, did Onassis really have the ability to chop off the sea troll's hand? Even Trom, as a bloodline master, couldn't do it. How did Onassis do it? Trom's mind was in a mess. He didn't know whether he should thank Onassis, or doubt himself. While Trom was still in a daze, the sea troll let out an angry roar. The sound wave created waves in the sea. If someone studied the behavior of trolls and used language proficiency to analyze the sea troll's roar, they would see that the sea troll was roaring, "You filthy worm! Die!" The sea troll's anger reached its peak after losing its right hand. It no longer targeted Trom, but Onassis, who was on its shoulder. The sea troll controlled endless water energy to attack Onassis. Onassis did not seem to have felt anything as he continued to mumble the same sentence over and over again. When the water energy was about to reach Onassis, he whispered, "Drown in darkness and depravity." As soon as he finished speaking, Onassis's scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with a crazed light. Feel the beauty. Onassis's voice suddenly became ethereal because he had already disappeared. When everyone caught sight of his position again, they realized that Onassis was already on the sea troll's left shoulder. At the same time, the sea troll's right arm was cut off from its elbow to its shoulder. Seeing this scene, both Trom and the audience immediately understood. So it was really Onassis who had cut off the sea troll's hand, but how did he do it? Onassis was too fast. Most of the audience didn't see how he did it. The sea troll's right arm was cut off from its shoulder. It cried out in pain as it attacked Onassis again. This time, Onassis continued to mutter to himself unhurriedly, and disappeared again before the sea troll's attack arrived. With the appearance of the red eyes, everyone realized that Onassis was now floating in front of the sea troll. With a splash, the sea troll's left hand fell off. Shock and bewilderment flashed across Trom's eyes. He was shocked by Onassis's powerful battle prowess. He was bewildered because he still couldn't see clearly how Onassis had cut off the sea troll's limb. After losing both of its hands, the sea troll was clearly afraid. Although it was still shouting, its voice was much softer. It looked at Onassis's figure with fear in its eyes. The sea troll didn't attack again, but this time, it was Onassis's turn to attack. Onassis slowly raised his head. His body was still shrouded in black fog. His condition couldn't be seen clearly, but those glowing red eyes were imprinted in everyone's heart, including the sea troll's. A strange laughter came from Onassis's mouth. At the same time, Onassis's figure disappeared again. Trom didn't know what had happened. He could only hear the continuous laughter. At first, it was low, but slowly, the laughter became crazier. Sometimes, it sounded like a lover whispering into one's ear. Other times, it sounded like a madman comforting the world. It was near and far, up and down. Everyone was creeped out by the laughter, even the audience in the outer court. When the laughter stopped, Onassis's figure appeared again. He floated above the sea troll's head. His head was slightly tilted, and his red eyes were filled with madness. It wasn't madness with any impurities. His gaze had been pure since the beginning. Even now, it was pure madness. At first, everyone's attention was attracted by Onassis's figure. But in the next second, everyone looked at the sea troll. Because red lines suddenly appeared all over the sea troll's body. Every time a line appeared, a large amount of blood would burst out. As the red lines spread, the sea troll's entire body was dislocated. Half of its head slid to its shoulders, and its shoulders were cut into several pieces. Countless slashes appeared on its chest, revealing disjointed cracks. After a series of explosions, the sea troll turned into countless pieces of flesh and scattered into the sea. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. In the time it took to laugh, Onassis had actually dismembered the entire sea troll. Dismembered it. In the rain of blood and minced meat, Onassis slowly raised his head. He looked at Trom in the distance and curled his lips slightly. It was as if he was saying, "It's your turn." At this moment, Trom felt like he was being targeted by the terrifying bishop of the demon monastery. His entire back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Trom subconsciously gulped. He tried to keep his voice from trembling. "I admit defeat." Onassis's final rampage sent chills down everyone's spine. This was especially true for those who had fought with Onassis. That feeling was the deepest. Judging from Onassis' display of strength, it would only take a few minutes for him to kill them. Back then, they seemed to have fought back and forth with Onassis. Now that they thought about it, it was probably because Onassis took pity on them. Even Jibra, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest apprentice and the #1 seed in the ranking list, did not think he could defeat the sea monster as easily as Onassis. It was as if Onassis had entered a whole new level. Therefore, everyone could understand why Trom admitted defeat. It might be a blessing to be born in the same era as such, but it was a tragedy to be in the same arena as him. After Trom admitted defeat, the audience fell silent. It was as if they were reminiscing about the match, but also as if they were feeling sorry for themselves. The narrator's voice finally woke them up. The match is over. The champion of the Rising Star competition is a philosopher from Utopia Academy. Congratulations to him. It's a shame that Phantom Deer didn't make it to the end, but his performance was brilliant. Also, congratulations to him for winning second place in the Rising Star competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into cheers. Although the end of the match was a little unexpected, it had to be said that this match had a great impact on them. While the audience was cheering, an elegantly dressed man was standing at the back of the infinite arena. He looked at the sea of jubilation with a complicated look in his eyes. As a former philosopher, how do you feel when you see an old friend win the championship? A cold female voice sounded. The bespectacled, elegantly dressed man who looked like an academic. Professor was none other than the philosophy scholar, Xianxia. When he saw the visitor's face, he bowed. Which mulberry leaf? It was golden umbrella mulberry leaf. She looked at Xianxia curiously. You still haven't answered my question. Xianxia remained silent for a moment. I don't feel anything. He's not me, and I'm not him. Oh? But I remember he respected you a lot when you fought him last time. Mulberry Leaf's eyes glowed. Onassis never respects anyone. He only respects philosophy, Xianxia whispered. Xianxia, philosophy? I remember you like philosophy a lot too. I studied philosophy because I wanted to earn Professor Rabble's trust. It's different from Onassis' original intention. Yes, but don't you carry a philosophy book with you every day? Why don't you try again? Xianxia did not reply, but his eyes dimmed. He used to like philosophy, but he never gained any strength from it, so he switched to another school. However, Onassis' experience told him that philosophy was a powerful thing, and that it was powerful enough to look down on all his peers. This made him feel as if he had experienced an absurd play that misled his life. Which Xianxia waved her hand and turned to leave. I believe you know what to do. Also, no matter what, since you've returned to Song of the Deep, you shouldn't call Rabble Professor anymore. Or, do you still want to go back to Utopia Academy? Mulberry Leaf's words were a question, but she did not wait for Xianxia's reply. She had already disappeared from the arena. Xianxia was left alone. He lowered his head, deep in thought. Probably no one could understand Xianxia's feelings. Probably no one could understand Trom, who had just left the Infinity Arena. Trom had thought that he had a great chance of winning the competition, but this had happened. However, Onassis' strength was recognized by Trom. He had personally experienced the binding of the sea troll. Only then did he realize how powerful Onassis was. If he hadn't admitted defeat in the end, Onassis estimated that he would have ended up like the dismembered sea troll in a matter of seconds. However, what Trom didn't understand was that if Onassis was so strong, why didn't he just show it in the beginning? Why did he have to fight for so long? Trom couldn't help but sneak a glance at Onassis on the other side. They were in the infirmary now. After they rested and recovered, they would enter the final event of the Rising Star competition, the crowning ceremony. Trom's body was being repaired by the medical team. He was injured in many places. Onassis was also surrounded by people, but judging from their conversation, he didn't seem to be injured. The only thing that seemed off was Onassis' mood. His eyes were still frighteningly red. His lips curled into a creepy smile from time to time. It was the kind of smile that sent chills down people's spines. This made the doctors who were examining Onassis confused. However, the medical team was only responsible for physical injuries. They couldn't care less about Onassis' mood. However, this made Trom feel a little strange. He felt that Onassis had become a different person during the final battle with the sea troll. What happened to him? What happened to him? Farina was also muttering the same question in a corner of the judging room. She turned to look at Hydra and asked, "Does the observer know?" Hydra remained silent for a long time. Why do you think something happened to him? He's still him. Yes, he's still him. But he gave me a different feeling. When I first saw Onassis, he looked like an academic, well, a bookworm. But just now, he gave me the feeling of a lunatic, Farina recalled. He's still him, Hydra said, to me, he's still him. Maybe he feels a little different, but the essence of him is still the same. Hydra paused and slowly turned to the other side. Instead of asking me, why don't you ask the dimensional wizard? He might know more about Onassis than I do. Farina followed Hydra's words and looked at Angor. What do you think, wizard pet? Angor considered. Even the observer doesn't know, so how can I? But I can give you an idea. Train of thought? Farina asked. When Onassis showed up for the last time, he said something over and over again. Farina nodded. She still remembered what Onassis had said. All darkness, which is not worth mentioning, is hidden in the shadow of light. Even the most beautiful personality needed to be set off by ugliness. Only those who drowned in darkness and depravity could appreciate the beauty of light. It's from an autobiography, The Long Road Through Day. The author is the main character of the book. He used words to record his life. Usually, autobiographies aren't popular. But this one is very special. It once attracted a lot of attention and was even adapted into a play in many countries. Because the main character of this book is very special. He has dual personality. During the day, he was a priest who listened to the worshippers' prayers in the seminary. At night, he would become a sinful executioner. Every year, at least 4 to 5 people would be executed by him in private. When the author wrote The Long Road of Day and Night, he had already executed more than 100 people. When the author wrote the book, he did not think that his actions were wrong. The people he had killed were all the evil people that the believers who had prayed to him had said were the most evil people. During the day, he would listen to the worshippers' prayers, and at night, he would take over as an executioner. Because of this, no worshippers would report him and let him live a peaceful life. In the eyes of the worshippers, the author saved them. If he did not write this book, no one would know the truth about the souls of the dead. The reason he wrote this book was because he was getting old. Before he died, he wished to reminisce about his life and tell the world that even though he had a split personality, he enjoyed the time he spent in the dark. This would make him appreciate the beauty of the day even more. Walking in the darkness and enjoying the beauty of the day? Farina thought of something. Onassis said something similar. Did he put himself in the role of the main character of the book? Maybe, Angor said. If that's really the case, then the changes in his body might really be the same as the main character in The Long Road Through Day and Night. It might be because of his split personality. Farina realized that if it was because of his split personality, it would make sense. The other judges were also listening to Farina and Angor's conversation. Someone mumbled, I heard that people with split personality often have an extreme personality that completely contradicts their main personality. The main personality will be suppressed by the real world, and the side personality will be born from the suppression. It will completely release its true nature, which is why the extreme personality is born. Sounds like a good idea. On the path of becoming a sorcerer, suppression itself is a hindrance, but suppression is unavoidable. A side personality can solve this problem easily. Be that as it may, it's hard to say if the side personality will listen to you. Besides, split personality is rare. Angor also heard their conversation. He really wanted to tell them that there was a mystery item in the world that could directly create split personality. For example, Frost's Dark Symphony. However, Frost's matter was ultimately a secret. Mystical items were also things that ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with, so there was no need to speak of it. If Onassis really has dual personality, her behavior can be explained. But where did his strength come from? I feel that his strength is many times stronger than when I first met him. It's impossible for his personality to change and his strength to appear out of thin air, someone asked. Many people agreed with this question. The power that Onassis had displayed at the end was almost comparable to that of an official magus. Could it be that after changing personalities, even his power had changed? While everyone was discussing, the head on the far right of the Hydra opened its eyes. This was the first time the right head of the Hydra opened its eyes. It felt different from when the middle head opened its eyes. When the right head opened its eyes, everyone felt a strange sense of insight. It was as if the deepest secrets in their bodies had been seen by someone. The feeling of standing naked in front of others was very uncomfortable. Everyone subconsciously put up their guard. In the eyes of Hydra's right-hand man, everyone was indeed as they thought. There were almost no secrets in his eyes. Apart from the wizards who used special defensive spells, the head could not see anything clearly. The most special one among them was Angor. Angor did not use any spells, but Hydra still could not see him clearly. It was as if there was a layer of green runes covering his body. All prying eyes were blocked by the green veins. Hydra felt a little disappointed. He planned to use his right eye to see Angor's background, but his surprise attack did not work. However, the regret only lasted for a moment. He was only interested in Angor, but not to the point where he had to find out. Hydra slowly looked away and explained to the frowning crowd, "My right eye can see some energy traces. I can answer your questions through my right eye." Hydra explained the reason why he opened his right eye. Everyone still felt offended, but no one dared to question Hydra's identity and status. You're arguing about where Onassis's power comes from. It's simple. It comes from him. He already has this power. He just did not show it at the beginning. Hyde stretched out his scaly hand and pointed at his right eye. That's what my eyes are telling me. Did not show it at the beginning? Does the observer mean he's hiding it? Farina asked. Maybe he is hiding it, or maybe this power can only be used by his other personality. Anyway, he does have this power inside him, and I still can't figure out the source of it. Hydra showed a curious look in his vertical eye. Everyone now understood why Hydra paid so much attention to Onassis's match. This might be the reason. After hearing Hydra's explanation, someone sighed and said, if that's the case, Onassis really deserves to be the champion this time. The young people of this generation are all freaks. The speaker seemed to be talking about Onassis, but he could not help but glance at Angor. Now I can't wait to find out what he's going to ask for. Although the new star contest was supposed to select a new superstar, everyone knew the real reason. It was to make up for the damage done to Floating Mech City's reputation by the Purification Garden. Therefore, the prize for the new star contest was very generous. Even the semi-finalists were given a chance to enter the Endless Corridor. Not to mention, the prize for the champion of this contest was quite generous. Apart from the Endless Corridor, Onassis would also receive other rewards, such as entering the resource vault of the Tower of Infinity and selecting materials. Compared to the magic material vault of the R&D department, it was more than enough for an apprentice. Apart from that, they could also have an exclusive alchemy customization and make a request to the organizer. There was no limit to the scope of the request, but it could only be used once. Of course, if the request was too excessive, the Tower of Infinity would not accept it, and it might even waste the chance. The contestants knew what they should do. Onassis was already the champion, and everyone was looking forward to seeing what he would ask for. Everyone in the judging room was waiting for the award ceremony to begin soon. However, while they were waiting, there was an unexpected incident. The door of the judging room was pushed open, and two witches came in. The one in front was wearing an airtight uniform, but it still failed to hide her curvaceous figure. She looked mature and seductive. However, she was wearing glasses and had her long, wavy hair neatly tied up, which made her look less sexy and more restrained. Behind her was a female apprentice wearing a pure white robe. The two witches quickly entered the room. The judges didn't pay much attention to the apprentices behind them. However, they all lowered their heads to greet the well-dressed witch in front of them. Madame Yada. In Floating Mech City, when people mentioned Yada, they would think of one of the two city lords, the famous Beast Emperor Lawson Yada. The person who was called Lady Yada was actually Beast Emperor Lawson's daughter. She was Melantha Yada. Melantha nodded to the judges with a calm expression and quickly walked toward the special judge. Hello, Wizard Pat. Melantha looked a little embarrassed when she walked past Angor, but she still nodded politely. Outsiders didn't know why Melantha was embarrassed, but Angor clearly knew. Melantha used to work in the Sky Tower of Brute Cavern's underground market as a supervisor for a long time. Angor met Melantha when he was climbing the tower. They didn't have anything to do with each other at first. However, when Baroque plotted against Angor, Angor became wary of Melantha. Now, Angor had become a wizard and a member of the research department. Melantha couldn't help but think about what happened when she saw Angor again. If she stopped Baroque, things wouldn't be so awkward right now. Angor also understood why Melantha was so embarrassed. However, Angor didn't feel much hostility toward Melantha since Baroque was the mastermind behind the scheme. Angor didn't say anything. He nodded politely and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with, Supervisor Melantha?" Melantha said, "I have something to discuss with the observer." Melantha sighed in relief and walked to Hydra's side. Farina whispered to Angor, "Why do I feel that Melantha is a little uneasy when she sees you? Could there be some secret between the two of you?" Melantha was in charge of climbing the Sky Tower in Brute Cavern. "Oh? Is that all?" "Yes." Farina stared at Angor with disbelief in her eyes. However, she didn't ask further because Melantha had already told Hydra the reason for her visit. Melantha didn't lower her voice, so everyone in the judging room could hear her. Sir Observer, there's a situation in Onassis. I hope you can go and help. Melanda's tone was urgent. She was obviously anxious. Something happened to Onassis? Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The award ceremony was about to begin, and the audience in Infinity Arena had yet to leave. They were all waiting excitedly for the final moment. But at this moment, something happened to the champion, Onassis? Everyone now understood why Melanda sounded so anxious. It was indeed an urgent matter. What happened? Hydra's voice was still dull. They could hear something buzzing in their ears. Melanda signaled an apprentice behind her to step forward. Xianxia, you explain to Sir Observer. The apprentice in a white robe didn't dare to look Hydra in the eyes. She lowered her head and quickly explained, Sir Observer, my name is Xianxia, a member of the medical team. Here's the thing. We checked the philosopher and found no injuries. But he's acting very strange. Xianxia told him the whole story. When Onassis arrived at the infirmary, his eyes were still glowing red, and he would laugh eerily from time to time. He was also muttering the words darkness and light that he used in the final match. Originally, the medical team only needed to take care of Onassis's injuries. After checking that Onassis was very healthy, they didn't pay much attention to Onassis's strange behavior at first. But then, something happened. The philosopher seemed to have returned to normal for a moment, Xianxia said. Returned to normal for a moment? Hydra was puzzled. What do you mean? His eyes were no longer red, and he didn't laugh eerily. He even sent out a complete logical message, Xianxia explained. Xianxia explained, however, this only lasted for an instant. Soon, he returned to his crazy self. Hydra pondered for a moment. You said that he sent out a complete logical message. What do you mean? Actually, our medical team didn't pay attention to the philosopher after confirming that he wasn't injured. It was the illusory deer contestant in the infirmary who found out and told us. At that moment, the philosopher sent out a distress signal to the fantasy deer. Distress signal? It wasn't just Hydra. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Xianxia. It was Xianxia's first time being stared at by so many people. Her body trembled slightly as she became nervous. Melanda walked up and explained the rest of the situation for Xianxia. Yes, Trom received his distress signal. Onassis had only been awake for a short period of time, so he used a type of Jabal ciphertext that could transmit mental signals. The original version of the Jabal ciphertext was an oracle that the Abyss demon god passed down to his believers. After many years of modification and evolution, it finally evolved into the Jabal ciphertext that could be used by wizards. Trom stayed in the Abyss all year round, so he happened to know how to decipher the Jabal ciphertext. The information he could decipher was actually not much. At first, it was a simple distress signal. But later, Onassis seemed to have thought of something and added that he wanted to use the reward for the winner of the Rising Star competition. He hoped that the officials of the Tower of Infinity would suppress his inner demons. If it was just a distress signal, no one would care. But since he wanted to use the reward for the winner and made a request to the officials, it had to be taken seriously. After the medical team heard this from Trom, they immediately went to Melanda. Melanda immediately went to the infirmary to check on the situation. She found that Onassis was indeed in a very strange state. If you didn't attack him, he would be completely immersed in his own world. But if he was stimulated by the outside world, he would launch a crazy counterattack. Furthermore, in such a strange state, Onassis would not be able to fully function. The award ceremony would be held soon. If Onassis couldn't participate in the ceremony, the Rising Star competition would end badly. Therefore, Melanda took Onassis's situation seriously. However, she didn't find anything. As for the inner demons that Onassis mentioned, she couldn't do anything. Seeing that the award ceremony was getting closer, Melanda could only hurry to the judging room. She hoped that Hydra could give her some advice. Hydra frowned after listening to Melanda's explanation. Suppressing the inner demon? Let me think. While Hydra was deep in thought, Melanda heard the people around her talking to each other as well. Could it be that the secondary personality took over the physical body and caused the main personality to fall into a deep sleep? Someone muttered. Maybe. Everyone whispered to each other. I was thinking that having a split personality might be helpful on the path of becoming a wizard, but I forgot that it's not easy to control the secondary personality. It's easy to take over the primary personality. I think it's still too early to say. No one knows for sure what's going on with Onassis' primary and secondary personalities. Maybe he's the primary personality now, and the one sleeping is the secondary personality? It doesn't matter if Onassis is the primary or secondary personality. Since we're going to carry out the ritual later, we have to summon the sane personality, not this crazy one. Milanda was confused. What primary and secondary personality? Did they mean Onassis had a split personality? Didn't Onassis say he had an inner demon? Did the inner demon refer to the secondary personality? Milanda thought about it. If it was dual personality disorder, it would make sense. But why was everyone in the judging room so sure that it was dual personality disorder? Milanda was about to ask when Hydra woke up from his meditation. The phantom of a giant serpent appeared behind him, which was the symbol of the serpent in the tree school he believed in. Judging from the appearance of the serpent, Hydra was actually making some kind of prophecy. Milanda looked at Hydra expectantly, hoping that the wizard could give her a solution. Hydra considered for a moment. The serpent in the tree didn't give me an answer. But fate doesn't mean everything. I can go with you. Milanda sighed in relief. Her eyes brightened up. Since Hydra agreed, he followed Milanda outside. When Hydra walked past Angor, he suddenly stopped because his leftmost head moved. It was the first time Hydra's left head moved. Hydra thought for a moment and opened the eyes of his middle head. Superdimensional wizard, why don't you come with us? Hydra's sudden invitation stunned everyone. Milanda, especially Milanda, looked at Hydra and then at Angor. She did not understand why Hydra suddenly asked for Angor's help. Why me? Angor asked directly. Hydra's vertical pupils did not waver at all. He said calmly, after all, it was the extra-dimensional sorcerer who first proposed the theory of dual personality. Perhaps you can also help Onassis' situation. Did Angor come up with dual personality? Milanda stared at Angor in disbelief. Did Angor already tell them about the condition in the infirmary? What was going on? I'm just reading some useless books, Angor said. Hydra said, as long as it is knowledge, it will not be useless. And I feel that perhaps you understand Onassis better than we do. Angor was about to say something when Milanda interrupted him. We're just going to have a look. It should be fine, right? Actually, if anyone here is curious about the situation in Onassis, you can join us. Farina spoke up, great. I'm also curious about Onassis' condition. Milanda's eyes flashed with joy. She had wanted to invite Farina, but Farina was a member of the Research and Development Institute. Her status was very high, and Milanda could not ask her to come. As for Hydra, Milanda went to call her because she was an old friend of Milanda. Now that Farina also wanted to have a look, Angor considered and nodded. As Milanda said, they were just going to have a look. Milanda did say that anyone who was interested could come with them, but only Hydra, Farina, and Angor were going to the infirmary. Soon, they arrived outside the infirmary. The door was closed. The medical team was waiting in the corridor, including the injured phantom deer Trom. Milanda asked the guards outside. She turned around and said, just now, we wanted to test Onassis' reaction, so he attacked us. We locked him in the infirmary to prevent him from hurting anyone else. So far, his condition has stabilized. While listening to Milanda's explanation, Angor noticed that Trom, the young man wearing a deer-antlered hat, was staring at him with a pair of bright eyes. Angor remembered Queenie's words. Trom was also a poor guy who was tricked by his teacher. With that in mind, he nodded at Trom as a greeting. Trom was flattered by Angor's response. He hesitated and tried to approach Angor. But before he could do anything, Angor turned his head away. Milanda opened the door to the infirmary. The medical team stayed outside while Milanda and the others walked in one by one. Trom looked at the figure that disappeared behind the door and sighed regretfully. The first thing they heard after entering the infirmary was an eerie laugh. It was a familiar sound. Onassis also let out a creepy laugh at the end of the final match. After the laugh, Onassis began to repeat the words darkness and light. On their way to the infirmary, Milanda learned from Farina that Angor believed Onassis was suffering from dissociative identity disorder because of this sentence. It came from Angor's autobiography, The Long Road Through Day. Milanda glanced at Angor while listening to Onassis's muttering. Angor quickly grasped the underlying meaning of the words. Maybe Hydra was right. Angor knew Onassis better than the others. There were a few extra people in the infirmary, but Onassis did not pay any attention to Onassis. However, Onassis did not pay any attention to them. He continued to stand in the dark corner, immersed in his own world. His eyes were bright red, and in the darkness, he looked like a crazy vampire bat, giving off a gloomy and creepy feeling. However, no one in the infirmary cared about the creepy atmosphere. Milanda looked at Hydra, who was staring at Onassis with his cold, vertical pupils. He seemed to be observing something. After a while, Hydra spoke in a low voice, his consciousness and his ego are one. I don't see anything wrong. Which means the dimensional wizard's guess is correct. Onassis was suffering from dissociative identity disorder. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve such harmony with his ego. Then, Mr. Watcher, do you have a solution? Can you at least wake up his main personality? Milanda asked. Onassis had already asked the Tower of Infinity for help as the champion of the Rising Star tournament. Just the award ceremony alone could not be delayed. Therefore, Onassis had to wake up as soon as possible. Hydra considered for a moment. Dissociative identity disorder is a part of his ego. It's hard for an outsider to find a way to solve it. But there are ways to wake up his dormant personality. Milanda's eyes lit up. Onassis only told Trom to suppress his inner demons. He didn't say anything about getting rid of them. Onassis said that waking up his dormant personality should be enough. When the Hydra said that it could awaken the dormant personality, Milanda thought that this matter would be solved smoothly. However, to her surprise, the Hydra added, although there is a way to awaken the dormant personality, it may not be suitable for the current situation. Under Milanda's puzzled gaze, Hydra explained the reason. After confirming that Onassis had split personalities, Hydra came up with a solution, spirit intervention. It was to interfere with Onassis's current personality. Either hypnosis or spiritual guidance would work. Hydra only needed to make Onassis lose control of his body and leave a way for the main personality to come out. However, there was a prerequisite for Hydra's spirit intervention. The target's mind had to be logical at least. It didn't have to be mainstream. Even if the target was an extreme lunatic, it would work as long as the target's mind was logical. However, Hydra did a thorough check and found that Onassis's mind was in a mess. Normal spirit intervention was not possible. Of course, if normal methods don't work, we can use force. But that's risky. Onassis's dual personality is sharing the same body. Forcing it will severely damage Onassis's spirit. Hydra paused. More importantly, even if we use force, it will take a long time to sort things out. Milanda understood now. Even if Hydra's spirit intervention worked, it would not be able to wake up Onassis's main personality in a short time. However, the award ceremony was about to begin. Bows were already knocked. If they suddenly told the audience that they were going to change the award ceremony, the consequences would be unimaginable. How long would it take to forcefully intervene? Milanda asked again after thinking about it for a while. At least 10 days. Maybe even a month, Hydra replied. Milanda frowned. If it was only 1 or 2 days, she might be able to drag it out. After all, the contestants needed to rest. This was a valid reason. Even if the audience complained, they could accept it. However, 10 days was too long. They held the Rising Star competition to expand Floating Mech City's influence, and the award ceremony was the best way to wash away the negative comments caused by the Purification Garden. 10 days later, public opinion would have died down, and the promotion would not be as effective as now. Milanda did not care about 10 days at all. Even if they had to give up the award ceremony, they had to finish the ceremony as soon as possible. Of course, giving Onassis's award was their last choice. 10 days is too long. We can't drag it out for that long. Lady Observer is the only method, Milanda. Hydra pondered and said, I can't think of solving it in a short period of time. Melinda was disappointed. Farina suddenly said, the situation is actually very clear now. Onassis's primary and secondary personalities must be at odds with each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for help from the outside world. According to what I know about dual personality disorder, the best way to make the hidden personality appear is to weaken the strength of the personality controlling the physical body. Melinda seemed to understand something. The water witch means, Farina spread her hands and said, beat his secondary personality until he faints. Maybe the primary personality will appear. Melinda thought to herself, are all alchemists this violent? However, even though he was grumbling, this suggestion seemed to be pretty good. Melinda couldn't help but look at Hydra. She wanted to hear Hydra's opinion on the proposal. No. Hydra shook his head and said, I've said it before. Although their personalities seem to be independent, they are actually one entity. Furthermore, they share the same physical body, so you can't completely separate them. Any negative weakening done to Onassis would not only weaken the secondary personality, it would also weaken his primary personality. It won't help the awakening of his primary personality. Farina's method had also been rejected. Melinda felt a headache coming on. Could it be that Onassis was not allowed to attend the award ceremony? However, this would also affect the reputation of the Tower of Infinity. But what if he didn't do that? Melinda couldn't figure it out. She looked at Hydra for help again. I don't have any other way to help him recover quickly. Hydra paused. Perhaps you can ask Mr. Beast Emperor. He might have a solution. The Beast Emperor Hydra mentioned was Melinda's father, Xianxia. He's in the R&D department for some time now. I don't want to disturb him, Melinda said. That being said, Melinda knew that even if she told her father about it, he would definitely force her to interfere. 10 days to half a month it doesn't matter. The Purification Garden was nothing in the eyes of Beast Emperor Luo Senator. The Rising Star competition was decided by the leaders of the Tower of Infinity, not Lawson's idea. He didn't care about his reputation at all. When one reached a certain height, they wouldn't care too much about things that didn't benefit them. Even if it was someone who used to share a bed with him, he could easily abandon them. Melinda's eyes flashed with sarcasm as she pictured her mother. Farina added, Mr. Beast Emperor is busy at the R&D department. I don't think he'll be able to help us for the time being. Farina glanced at Angor after she finished speaking. Beast Emperor was currently paying attention to Evo Sprit's case, and Angor was the one who told him about it. Then, there's nothing we can do. Hydra's straightforward words made Melinda massage her temples. Hydra suddenly turned to Angor and asked, what do you think, hyperdimensional wizard? Melinda couldn't help but look at Angor when she heard the question. Hydra could have come alone, but he brought Angor with him. Now he was asking for Angor's opinion. Melinda thought to herself. Hydra was one of the most powerful prophets in the world. Everything he said and did must have a deeper meaning. Could Angor really solve the problem? With that in mind, Melinda looked at Angor expectantly. Angor didn't answer right away. He only frowned and remained silent. This made Melinda even more hopeful. Since Angor didn't refuse right away, it meant he had a solution. Maybe it won't be useful to a super-dimensional wizard, but if it can be solved, I have the authority to transfer the reward Onassis requested from the Tower of Infinity to you, Melinda said. Angor glanced at Melinda. He didn't ask for anything from the Tower of Infinity. After all, as a member of the research department, he could get more benefits. However, although he did not have any requests, he could leave the opportunity to others. For example, Angor's brother, Leon. A strategic mystery item like the Corridor of Infinity, which even Frost praised, could greatly improve an apprentice's fighting strength. Angor could enter the Corridor of Infinity as a member of the research department, but Leon couldn't. Leon was a battle maniac. He might not understand the value of the Corridor of Infinity now, but he would regret it later. However, if Angor could use this chance to give Leon a chance to enter the Corridor of Infinity as well, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Angor couldn't rely on his family for the rest of his life. Leon needed to grow up on his own. The Corridor of Infinity, on the other hand, allowed Leon to challenge the floors one by one according to his own strength. I do have an idea, Angor said. Melinda looked at Angor expectantly. However, Angor only said that he had an idea. He didn't intend to explain it. I don't know if it'll work, but I can try. Angor stepped forward but didn't attack right away. Instead, he looked at them in silence. He didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he wanted to chase them away. Do you need us to leave? Are you hiding some other secrets? Farina asked curiously. It's not a secret. It's just that the method was taught to me by my professor. I can't tell anyone without his permission. Angor put the blame on Sunders with a serious look. Farina and Melinda exchanged a look. They couldn't find out whether Angor was telling the truth or not, but they didn't think he would lie to Sunders. After all, it was Sunders who taught him a secret method. It was understandable that he didn't want to show it to others. Thinking of this, everyone nodded and turned to leave. I've been wondering, Mr. Observer. Why do you think I have a solution? Angor asked Hydra when Hydra turned around. He didn't plan to come to the infirmary until Hydra told him to. Is it because of prophecy? The Hydra paused in its footsteps. Out of the three heads, the left head turned around and slowly opened its eyes. Its eye sockets were pitch black and it didn't have any eyes. It's not a prophecy spell. The left head spoke, his voice low and hoarse. It was an extremely ancient tone, as if he could feel the passing of time. My left head is the manifestation of my intuition. Intuition won't tell me the answer, but it will guide me. Hydra didn't plan to bring Angor with him. However, when he walked past Angor, he sensed something on his left. Hydra did not know the reason for the strange movement of his left head, but his left head represented his intuition. To Hydra, intuition was sometimes more reliable than prophecies. Since Angor was the source of the intuition, he might be able to help. Therefore, Hydra asked Angor to come with him to the infirmary. As it turns out, my intuition did point me in the right direction. With that, Hydra followed Melinda and Farina out of the infirmary. Angor was left alone in the dark infirmary. Intuition, huh? Angor muttered. He asked Hydra because he was wondering why the Crimson Barrier didn't stop the prophecy spell. He thought the barrier had lost its effect. If it was intuition, then it wasn't really a prophecy spell. The Crimson Barrier really couldn't stop it. After making sure that the Crimson Veil was still working, he shifted his attention back to Onassis. He slowly approached Onassis and did not react. Just like the medical team, as long as they did not show any hostility, he would not do anything. Onassis gave Angor the same feeling as before. Even his aura was as pure as before. If it weren't for the strange expression on Onassis' face, Angor wouldn't have noticed it. Onassis only glanced at Angor with his blood-red eyes and went back to his own thoughts. Just as Hydra said, Onassis didn't do anything else other than respond to the voice. He was just like a quiet lunatic. That's good. No need to talk in a cryptic way, and no need to insist on your philosophy, Angor commented. But before he could finish, Onassis' face turned pale. Onassis muttered to himself in a deranged manner, all the darkness that is not worth mentioning is hidden in the shadows of the light. Alright, I guess I'm wrong. Even if your mind is in a deadlock, your philosophy is still etched in your bones. After confirming Onassis' condition, Angor began to work on his so-called solution. He reached out his hand and snapped his fingers in front of Onassis' face. A strange fluctuation with nightmare aura instantly enveloped Onassis. Under the influence of this strange energy, his scarlet eyes seemed to fall into a daze. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. This was Angor's solution. He would bring Onassis' second personality to the dream wasteland. Once, he used the same method on Roland. However, Rolando's situation was different from Onassis. Rolando voluntarily showed his second personality to the public while his main personality hid. Rolando's second personality was created by Frost's Symphony of Darkness, so it was immune to all mind control and mental interference. Since the main personality did not want to show up, Sunders and the Whisk could not do anything to Rolando's second personality. Onassis, on the other hand, had his second personality take over his body, and the main personality couldn't come out even if he wanted to. But Roland's situation was more serious because he was completely immune to mind control. If Angor could bring Roland's second personality to the dream wasteland, Onassis' situation would be even easier. And he was right. When Angor sent Onassis' second personality to the boundless dream wasteland, Onassis' closed eyes immediately opened. However, Onassis' eyes were no longer glowing red. Instead, they returned to normal. Angor looked at the trajectory of his pupils as if he was still thinking about something. Mobile reading, you're awake? Angor sat down on a chair and asked. Onassis looked around and fixed his gaze on Angor. Did you save me, sir? Is there anyone else around? Angor asked. Onassis thought for a moment and bowed to Angor with a serious look. Thank you, sir. No need. You used your prize for winning the Rising Star competition. How do you feel now? Angor waved a hand and asked casually, How do you feel now? Onassis lowered his head and clenched his fists. Not bad. Good. Get ready then. The crowning ceremony will begin soon. Sir, I'm fine, but I can't sense him anymore. Onassis looked a little worried when he saw that Angor was about to leave. Can you tell me where he is, sir? Him? Angor gave Onassis a thoughtful look. You mean your second personality? Or is it the inner demon that you speak of? Onassis remained silent for a moment and nodded. Yes. Can you tell me why you're looking for him? If he wants to take over your body, he must have done something bad to you. Angor looked at Onassis quietly. Onassis tried to avoid Angor's gaze, but he didn't dare to lie under Angor's gaze. He's me, and I'm him. That's the only reason? Onassis lowered his head again and didn't answer. He considered and changed his approach. You should be able to sense his presence, shouldn't you? If you did, why did you let him go? The narrow medical room remained silent for a long time. In the end, Onassis gave up and answered, his appearance was an accident. An uncontrollable accident. I didn't like him at first, but there are always two sides to every coin. His appearance may have brought me many troubles, but it also brought me great benefits. For example, my understanding of Descartes' philosophy has advanced by leaps and bounds. And Descartes' philosophy is the foundation of my understanding of the world. Cartesian philosophy is a school of philosophy created by the mathematician Descartes. It was different from the classical philosophy of Philon and the natural and humanistic philosophy pursued by Pythagoras. Cartesian philosophy pursued absolute rationality and emphasized the breadth of thinking and the depth of knowledge. It was a philosophy that analyzed everything rationally. It sounded like it had something to do with science. In fact, this was indeed the case. In today's wizarding world, the so-called science was not separated out. Science and philosophy were mixed together. Just like the ancient earth described by John, philosophy and mathematics were mixed together. Both God explained the world and mathematics explained the reasons. It seemed absurd and unruly, but there was a certain logic behind it. Philosophy was a broad concept that encompassed the collision of different thoughts, especially Descartes' philosophy. Among all schools of philosophy, Angor admired Descartes' philosophy the most. Onassis claimed that the cornerstone of his understanding of the world was Descartes' philosophy. This also meant that he was actually a rationalist. It was precisely because rationalists were very tolerant that he could easily analyze the materialism and idealism of philosophy and use their core for his own use. The split personality can lead to the improvement of Descartes' philosophy? Angor tried to figure it out. In other words, your rationality and sensibility are separated by two different personalities? According to Angor's understanding, Onassis' understanding of Descartes' philosophy grew by leaps and bounds by discarding sensibility and taking over the dominant personality. Onassis shook his head. It's not the separation of rationality and sensibility. But you're on the right track, sir. My primary personality has all rationality, while my secondary personality only has impulse. Onassis' answer allowed Angor to fill in a story in his mind. Onassis had split his personality into two by a coincidence. He was a little worried at first. However, his primary personality had complete rationality, which gave him an unparalleled advantage when it came to studying Descartes' philosophy. Therefore, even though he had dual personality disorder, for Onassis, who pursued philosophy, not only did it not block his path, but it also became an existence similar to a golden finger, allowing him to quickly climb to the peak of philosophy. This also explained why Onassis had such a deep understanding of philosophy despite his young age. However, Angor still had a question. If your primary personality has taken over all rationality and benefited you greatly, why do you still care about your secondary personality which only has impulse left? Angor asked. Onassis pondered for a long time before answering. Just as you said, my lord, I can indeed sense the existence of the secondary personality. When I take over the dominant personality, I have the chance to use the power of philosophy to expel him completely. But I can't do that. Onassis raised his head and looked at Angor with shining eyes. Because he represents my recklessness. He represents my irrational emotions. Sometimes, philosophy doesn't just require rationality. It also requires impulse. What Onassis pursued was the pinnacle of philosophy. To him, philosophy had no end, just like truth. To pursue philosophy was to pursue truth. The study of philosophy could not always be done rationally. Many of the arguments of philosophy experts were actually put forward under the influence of anger and impulsiveness. Therefore, it was impossible for Onassis to separate the impulsive second personality from him. This was why Onassis couldn't sense the presence of his secondary personality after waking up, which was why he asked Angor for help. I see. Angor accepted Onassis' explanation. What Onassis said was true. It could be applied to any subject. Absolute rationality was the foundation of research. However, impulse and hot-bloodedness could sometimes help to ignite one's future. Can you tell me where he is now, sir? Onassis asked urgently. Angor checked the condition of Onassis' secondary personality. He's facing away from the sun, heading toward the dark wilderness. Onassis didn't quite understand what Angor meant. Darkness and sunlight? Could it be that this sentence was a philosophical thought? Onassis began to think. But he was overthinking. Angor was only describing a fact. Angor exiled Onassis' secondary personality in the dream wasteland, which happened to be in an area where dark clouds and sunny skies intersected. Onassis' secondary personality didn't hesitate to head toward the dark areas. Seeing that Onassis misunderstood his words, Angor didn't explain further. I can release him at any time. Are you sure you can control him now? The award ceremony is about to begin at the Infinity Arena. No one wants to see anything happen during the ceremony. Onassis nodded without hesitation. No problem. His appearance earlier was an accident. My main personality has taken over all of my rationality, but I still left some of my emotions to communicate with my secondary personality. I was injured during the match against Trom, so I couldn't control my emotions. That's why I released him from the depths of my mind. Now, his emotions were slowly returning to normal, and he was able to suppress his secondary personality. Angor looked into Onassis' eyes and saw that the man wasn't lying. All right. Angor nodded. Onassis sighed in relief after receiving Angor's permission. He looked at Angor with an expectant and curious look. He also wanted to know where his second personality was hiding. Onassis thought that Angor would take out an alchemy item to release his secondary personality. However, he only reached out a hand and knocked on the table with his knuckles, which made a crisp sound. Onassis froze on the spot. The secondary personality that he couldn't sense before appeared in his mind. Onassis didn't try to find out where his secondary personality went. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to suppress his secondary personality. Several minutes later, Onassis opened his eyes. It's over? Angor asked. Yes. Onassis nodded. His pupils were still pure and clear. They didn't turn red. Just as he said, he had successfully suppressed the second personality. Good. Angor stood up. Since Onassis' condition was better, he was going to leave. When Angor walked toward the door with his back facing Onassis, Onassis looked hesitant. Sir, can I ask you a question? Angor stopped and looked at Onassis. Where is the wilderness that Milord mentioned earlier? Onassis thought Angor was talking about something philosophical at first. However, when he received the memory from his secondary personality, he realized that his secondary personality was walking in a vast wilderness with its back facing the sun. The secondary personality didn't have any rationality, but his senses weren't wrong. Onassis shared the senses of the second personality. The vast wilderness was like a real wilderness, as if it existed in a certain corner of the world. But was it really possible for the wilderness to exist? Onassis analyzed the situation and felt that something was amiss. After all, the alternate personality was just a consciousness. It was difficult for it to separate itself from the main body, and it was impossible for it to sense the breeze and the warmth of the sun so clearly. It was as if his subpersonality had an independent body. That was why Onassis was so curious. Where did Angor put the second personality? Where do you think it is? Angor asked another question. It feels like reality, but it also feels like an illusion. Onassis voiced his confusion. Because it's impossible for my alternate personality to create a physical body out of thin air. Angor chuckled. Maybe the cloudvine flower is really blooming under the stars. He used the words from the voice that cannot be heard to answer Onassis. His presence was immediately sensed. Since Onassis had sensed its existence, who could deny its existence? With that, Angor removed the illusion barrier around the room, opened the door, and walked out, leaving Onassis alone to ponder over the question of existence. As expected, he saw Melantha and the others waiting outside the infirmary. Melantha thought Angor would stay inside for a long time, but she didn't expect him to come out in less than 10 minutes. It was surprisingly short. How did it go? Did you still fail? Although Melantha was asking, her spirit tentacles had already reached into the infirmary. Onassis was still thinking about his presence with his eyes closed, so Melantha didn't notice anything wrong. Looks like he's still spacing out. Farina looked at Angor and asked, is there a problem? It's done, Hydra answered before Angor could. Melantha and Farina looked at Hydra at the same time. Melantha spoke in a hesitant tone, the observer means that his primary personality has awakened? Hydra nodded and pointed its left head at Angor. A superdimensional wizard can solve his problem. My intuition was right. Angor chuckled. It's all thanks to my professor's help. Hydra's left head also smiled, but his smile was full of meaning. Was it really taught to you by His Excellency Phantom? Angor blinked. Of course. The left head opened his eyes. The dark eye sockets looked a little scary. I said before that my left head's intuition is very accurate. Hydra turned around and didn't say anything else after leaving this sentence. But Angor knew that Hydra already knew what was going on. He was only trying to shift the blame to Sunders. Since the Hydra's intuition had sensed it, there was nothing he could do. Angor didn't really care. However, the abilities of divination magi were truly annoying. While Angor was talking to Hydra, Melantha and Farina had already entered the infirmary. Soon, they came out, followed by Onassis, who had already regained his senses. This time everyone saw that Onassis's eyes weren't glowing red like before. They were normal colors, and he wasn't mumbling anything strange. Thank you for your help, Mr. Angor nodded. Onassis walked to the back of the medical team and looked at Trom. He said sincerely, thank you. Earlier, when Onassis's secondary personality took over his body, he tried everything he could and only managed to buy a second or two for his primary personality to break free. At that time, the only person around him who noticed his situation was Troem, so he sent a distress signal to Troem. If Trom hadn't reported the situation to the others, it probably wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Therefore, Trom was also someone Onassis needed to thank. Trom scratched his hair that was sticking out of his antler hat and said shyly, nothing. Onassis solemnly took out a crescent-shaped amber stone from his pocket and handed it to Trom. This is my gift of thanks. Trom was a little surprised, but he still accepted it. The amber stone could help wizards concentrate more during meditation. It was considered a rare type of ore. However, they weren't very valuable, which was why Trom accepted them. Seeing Trom accept the amber stone, Onassis lowered his head and murmured, bathing in the moonlight is my gift from afar. Trom didn't understand what Onassis was talking about, but when he finished speaking, Trom clearly felt that the amber stone in his palm seemed to emit a faint but smooth light. It was as if he was really holding moonlight in his hand. While Trom didn't know what Onassis was talking about, Angor understood what he meant. There wasn't anything special about the phrase itself. It was something like give me the osmanthus branch, and I'll give you the moonlight. It also meant grow up separately. Onassis must have approved of Trom, which was why he gave him the moonlight in the name of grow up separately. However, the origin of the phrase was quite interesting. It came from Phantom of Feast, the adult opera Lady Mirror invited Angor to watch at Midnight Sovereign's seductive theater. The plot was so outrageous, and the performances were so bold that it left Angor speechless. Angor didn't expect Onassis to know about the phrase. As expected of a well-read man, he actually found something about, well, philosophy in the opera. With Onassis's awakening, this sudden incident was finally resolved. Both Farina and Melantha were curious about what Angor did to awaken Onassis's main personality, but it was still a matter of knowledge. Knowledge was the most precious thing in the wizarding world. If Angor did not want to talk about it, they had no reason to keep asking. Now that Onassis is awake and Trom is almost healed, it's time for the final award ceremony, said Melantha. She thanked Angor again and repeated her promise. After doing all this, she told Trom and Onassis to wait backstage for the contestants. Then, she went to the Infinite Arena to prepare for the award ceremony. The backstage was in the same direction as the judging room. Since they were going the same way, they left together. Angor, Farina, and Hydra walked in front, while Trom and Onassis followed behind them. Onassis looked at Angor's back and couldn't help but recall what happened earlier. He had a feeling that the field his alternate personality went to was not as simple as it seemed. Where is that place? Onassis followed behind the group, thinking as he walked. While Onassis was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a deep voice. Do you regret it? The one who spoke was the three-headed Hydra. The left and right heads of the Hydra turned at a strange angle, as though it was talking to the person behind it. Onassis was stunned for a moment. He did not react at first, thinking that Hydra was not asking him a question. Until Hydra asked again, you were the champion of the Rising Star competition and received a great reward. But you asked for a meaningless request. Do you regret it? This time, Onassis realized that Hydra was talking to him. Onassis did not know Hydra personally, but he had to answer the question since the man's identity was right there. Onassis considered and shook his head. No, I don't. Hydra asked, why? It's not a meaningless request. If I couldn't suppress my inner demons, my main personality might have fallen into a deep slumber forever. Hydra shook its head again. That won't happen. Your alternate personality doesn't have the ability to think logically. Even without outside help, he will return to his original position sooner or later. Onassis was puzzled. Why was Hydra so sure? But when he thought about the other party's identity, one of the 18 observers of Starliege Temple, his doubts were immediately dispelled. Perhaps it was the prophecy that allowed him to see the future. Onassis pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Even if that's the case, I won't regret it. I can't predict the future. To me, there are countless butterflies pulling the string of fate. I don't know the trajectory of the butterflies, and I don't know if the string of fate will collapse in the middle. Everything is full of unknowns. Instead of expecting uncontrollable variables in the future, it's better to have a predestined present. Hydra took a deep look at Onassis. He was just curious about Onassis's thoughts, but he did not expect to be lectured by him. However, Hydra was not angry. The mysteriousness of fate itself was the most charming thing about it. Onassis was not wrong. Then I'll ask in a different way. If this didn't happen, what request would you have made? Onassis took a long time to think about this question. When they were about to reach the backstage, Onassis said, I think I would like to discuss philosophy with someone. Onassis glanced at Angor again. He believed that Angor might understand his thoughts. If he had the chance, he would like to discuss philosophy with Angor. Angor noticed the look in Onassis's eyes and knew what he was thinking. But even if Onassis did ask, Angor wouldn't agree to it. His knowledge of philosophy was only superficial. He could talk about it casually, but he was not qualified to discuss it in real life. If it was John, he might be interested. After all, most of Angor's knowledge of philosophy came from John. John not only understood the philosophy of this world, but also the philosophy of the entire earth. Back in the judging room, the judges all looked at Angor in surprise when they learned that it was Angor who helped Onassis wake up his main personality. It seemed that Hydra had a reason for asking Angor to come with him. They were all surprised by Hydra's prophecy. However, the fact that Angor could solve such a difficult problem so easily showed how strong he was. Before this, they all thought that Angor was just a new wizard who did not have enough experience. But after this, such a stereotype disappeared. Time passed. Angor rested for half an hour in the judging room. Finally, the voice of the narrator came from the Infinity Arena. Sorry for the long wait. After a period of recovery, the contestants from the previous competition have fully recovered. Now, the final segment of the Rising Star Challenge, the award ceremony, will begin soon. This time, although the voice of the narrator was still female, it was very low and elegant. It was not as lively as before. Angor knew that it was Melinda who spoke. Following Melinda's words, the audience in the Infinity Arena erupted into loud cheers. The final round was over. Apart from wizards and those who were not interested in the award ceremony, everyone else stayed in the arena. There were admirers of the contestants, spectators, and those with ulterior motives. But most of them were just witnesses. Almost all the contestants would show up for the final award ceremony. They were all going to be the future heroes of the Southern Wizarding region. Perhaps they did not have the strength to become one of the members standing on the stage, but witnessing the rise of a new supernova was also a kind of glorious participation. The short-distance teleportation in the judging room was activated. It meant that the judges had arrived. This time, the judges appeared in a low-key manner, and Melinda did not introduce them. On the other hand, when the contestants were introduced, Melinda made a solemn announcement. The contestants who had been waiting for a long time finally realized how important the Tower of Infinity was to them. Angor sat on his floating seat and looked down. It had been 2 hours since the end of the final round. But when he returned to the Infinity Arena, he could still feel the lively atmosphere. The audience was still excited about the final ceremony. After the judges entered the arena, there was a loud noise, and a huge screen suddenly appeared in the center of the dome in front of everyone. There was a row of words on the floating screen: venue card, frenzied sea of trolls. However, when everyone noticed the screen, the words on it slowly changed. Choosing your cards. Card selected, Road of Glory. Backstage of the Infinity Arena. This was probably the most peaceful backstage of the competition so far. Nearly 100 contestants were either sitting, standing, leaning against the wall with their eyes closed, or floating silently in the air. Even the most stubborn ones did not dare to make a move. The 4 captains of the enforcement team were standing in different directions. They did not release their auras, but their menacing glances were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. If anyone dares to cause trouble now, I don't care how justified your excuse is, I will disqualify you from the competition. It was one of the captains of the enforcement team, a hunchback wizard with a wand in his hand. His skin was already sagging, but the eyes hidden behind his wrinkled skin were still as menacing as ever. They came to participate in the Rising Star competition for the qualifications to enter the Endless Corridor. If they were disqualified, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble under such threat. The backstage was peaceful, but it was not quiet at all. The captains only asked the contestants not to cause trouble. They did not forbid them from talking, so the contestants were taking advantage of this rare opportunity to interact with each other. For example, 2 people were talking in the southeast corner. You've been restless these days. If there's something on your mind, why don't you tell me? Xylem crouched in a corner with dark codex in his arms and looked at Nausicaa, who was surrounded by smoke. Nausicaa hesitated for a moment. She wanted to say something, but she shook her head in the end. I'm fine. You, on the other hand. I thought you'd be drowning in your own emotions, but you still have the mood to care about others. So you're not sad anymore? Salem's eyes dimmed a little. He tightened his grip on Dark Codex. Since Dark Codex told Angor that he'll come back, then I believe him. Nausicaa held her pipe horizontally and blew out a mouthful of rose-scented smoke. He'll come back, and stronger. He'll become your strongest support. I hope so. Xylem paused. I'm more curious about you than about me. Don't change the topic. I don't believe you're fine. Is it because of Reynolds? Nausicaa remained silent for a moment and admitted, it's because of him. He invited me to do something, and I'm wondering if I should do it. Is there any danger? Everything has its risks. It's just a matter of whether you can afford it or not. Nausicaa's eyes were a bit misty. Maybe it was because of the smoke or the confusion in her mind. Can you handle it? Or rather, what will you get if you pay the price? Asked Xylem. I don't know, because that place is a forbidden zone filled with unknown dangers. It might be extremely dangerous, but it might also be completely safe. Reynolds escaped from that place. His goal is to destroy that place. Mine, on the other hand, is something inside. Nausicaa looked at Xylem and chuckled. She realized that she was not as brave as Xylem. Nausicaa tucked her hair behind her ear. Xylem was willing to fuse with the Azure bloodline for a slim chance of survival. As for himself, he was actually hesitating over the choice between these two options. Nausicaa was a little hesitant at first, but now she was more inclined to the idea. Xylem didn't know what she was talking about, but he still followed her lead. What is it? Nausicaa hesitated and said, What I want is the thing in that lab. Nausicaa was interrupted because there was a sudden commotion not far away. They looked over and saw a giant door appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the backstage area. At this moment, the door was slowly opening. As the door slit appeared, dazzling white light shone out from the inside. As everyone was wondering what the door meant, they heard a low and elegant female voice, The candidates are now entering. At the same time, the hunchbacked old wizard also spoke, Don't just stand there. It's time to go in. The final ritual is the path of glory behind the door. Path of glory? The door was fully opened while Nausicaa was still trying to figure out what it meant. Nausicaa and Xylem were pushed through the door by the crowd. Their conversation was also stopped. When Nausicaa walked out of the crowd, she finally had time to observe her surroundings. The clear blue sky was devoid of any clouds. Without any clouds, the sun shone down directly and illuminated the ground with a golden glow. The place where they were now was a somewhat deserted square. The ground was already cracking, but it was still smooth with some artificial patterns. Everyone was observing their surroundings. In the end, they all looked at the front of the square. It was a path full of tall stone pillars. The path led to the top of a mountain not far away. There were many stone pillars more than 10 meters tall that extended all the way to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge palace. The palace seemed to be made of metal. It reflected light from afar. Someone was standing at the front gate of the palace. No one knew who it was. So this is the path of glory? Nausicaa muttered to herself. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over. The sun was shining on her skin and made her feel a little warm. This sudden gust of wind brought with it a strange chill. Nausicaa looked at where the wind came from and saw a light screen appearing in the center of the square out of nowhere. The movement of the screen brought a gust of cold wind, as if it was reminding everyone to pay attention to this side. When everyone looked over, a row of words appeared on the screen. Welcome to the path of glory. The words clearly showed where they were. Apart from that, there was no other information. No one knew what to do next. Should they just stay here and look at each other? Or should they climb the path of glory and reach the top of the mountain? While everyone was puzzled, the characters on the screen slowly began to change. Rising Star Competition, 100th place, Shadow of Void. Following the appearance of that row of words, a ripple appeared in the center of the screen, just like the surface of water. A card with a faint glow floated out of the screen. Carried by the chilling wind, the card fluttered down and spun a few times in the air before falling into the hands of a young man in blue clothes standing in a corner. Someone recognized the young man and whispered, I fought him before. He's Shadow of Void. This card was obviously deliberately blown into Sky Shadow's hands. Could it be that this was Sky Shadow's reward? Those who were familiar with the Shadow of the Void wanted to ask about it. But Shadow of Void did not answer. He held the card and pondered for a moment as if he was trying to receive some information. A while later, Shadow of Void suddenly moved. He arrived at the edge of the square. Previously, the square was sealed by a strange power. They could see what was going on outside, but they could not leave. However, the Shadow of the Void broke through this restriction. He wasn't restricted by the barrier of the plaza and easily walked out of the plaza. And he seemed to have a target in mind. Without hesitation, he ran toward the path leading to the top of the mountain. While the others were still puzzled by Shadow of Void's action, new words appeared on the screen. Rising Star Competition, 99th place, Galaxy Wanderer. After this row of words appeared, just like the situation with the Shadow of the Void, a ripple appeared in the center of the screen, and a new card appeared on the screen. Carried by the wind, the card landed on the body of a man wearing a starry sky robe. People whispered to each other and soon figured out the man's identity. It was Galaxy Wanderer himself. After he got the card, he was also stunned for a while. In the end, he didn't wait for others to see what he was doing. He directly rushed out of the border of the square and ran in the direction of the mountain peak. Seeing this scene, everyone was puzzled. Could it be that the function of the card was actually to open the boundary of the square, and finally guide people to the peak of the mountain? Because neither the Shadow of the Void nor the Galaxy of Stars had revealed the truth, everyone could only speculate in their hearts. Nausicaa was also thinking. But soon, she forgot about her worries. Another row of words appeared on the screen. Rising Star Competition, 98th place, Blackberry King. Blackberry, which meant Blackberry Waters. Blackberry King, on the other hand, was the one who conquered Blackberry Waters. The only one qualified to be called the Blackberry King was the great pirate who once roamed the Blackberry Waters, Nausicaa. Just like before, a new card appeared on the screen. Then, the new card was blown away by the wind and floated toward Nausicaa. Nausicaa had a lot of guesses and conjectures before she got her hands on the card. But when the card was in her hand, she realized that the answer was quite simple. The card was thin and had a strange symbol on it. Next to the symbol was Nausicaa's name. Clearly, the card was not blown away by the wind. It had been locked onto Nausicaa since the beginning. As she held the card in her hand, a strange feeling rose from the depths of her heart. It was as if someone was calling her from afar. Come to me. The calling was gentle and soothing. It felt like fate and guidance. Nausicaa looked up and saw where the feeling came from. It was the same path that Void Shadow and Galaxy Wanderer had taken. Nausicaa hesitated for a moment and decided to follow the call. When Nausicaa made the decision and answered the call with her actions, she felt a sense of joy. She couldn't help but speed up until she broke through the boundary of the plaza and flew toward the mountain peak. Nausicaa wasn't the only one. Cards kept appearing on the screen. Every 2 seconds, a card would land on the ground. Carried by the cold wind, the cards seemed to be random, but they all eventually fell into the hands of the card's true owner. Just like Nausicaa, each contestant followed the guidance of their hearts and walked out of the plaza. For a moment, the path leading to the mountain peak was filled with people. Nausicaa was one of the first to climb the mountain. She thought the final destination would be the top of the mountain. However, when she followed the guidance in her heart and arrived at the promised land that had been calling her, she realized that it wasn't the palace at the peak of the mountain, but a tall stone pillar on the side of the path. These stone pillars were scattered all over the path and extended all the way to the mountain peak. Nausicaa was standing under one of them. Do I have to climb up? Nausicaa hesitated and looked at the others. 2 people were already standing on 2 stone pillars near her. They were none other than Void Shadow and Galaxy Roaming. One of them was looking at the palace in the distance, while the other was sitting on a stone pillar with his legs crossed, seemingly thinking about something. They didn't do anything else. Perhaps the top of the pillar was where they would end up in the match. Nausicaa looked along the path and saw stone pillars standing on both sides of the path every once in a while. She made a mental calculation and found that there were about 100 pillars between here and the palace on the mountain peak. This number corresponded to the number of contestants in the match. In other words, there would be one person standing on each pillar? The higher the rank, the closer to the palace. Nausicaa believed this was the answer. She sighed in her mind. She was only ranked 98th, so she was at the bottom of the list. If she could win a few more matches, she might be able to get to the top. What a pity. Nausicaa shook her head and followed her heart's guidance to climb up the pillar. Once she stood on the pillar, the guidance disappeared. Nausicaa tried moving away from the pillar and found no problem. But as soon as she tried to move forward, a powerful aura pressed down on her and forced her to step back. Sure enough, as she had guessed, this stone pillar was her final resting place in the Rising Star competition. More and more people came. They weren't idiots. Like Nausicaa, they all knew what would happen when they were guided to the pillars. After each contestant found the stone pillar they were on, they stayed on top of it. Perhaps some people would be jealous of the ownership of the stone pillars closer to the summit, but jealousy was jealousy. They also knew that the other party had a higher ranking than them. They had earned it in the Rising Star competition, so they probably deserved it. At first, people were a little uncomfortable with the way they were categorized into ranks, but in the end, everyone still accepted this setting. The wizarding world wasn't a utopia where everyone was equal. Even a utopia wouldn't allow people to have no classes. In a world where strength was everything, such a classification was perfectly normal. Nausicaa was at the bottom of the list. She was a little surprised at first, but she soon accepted it. She only joined the wizarding world a few years ago. It was already good enough for her to stand here. Many people who trained for decades couldn't even make it into the top 100. She achieved her goal this time, and that was enough for her. When Nausicaa thought about this, she couldn't help but think about Angor. That freak Angor doesn't count. Nausicaa shook her head without hesitation and cast Angor's image out of her mind. When the pillars that stretched all the way to the top of the mountain were filled with people of all shapes and sizes, they finally realized that there were only 90 pillars in total. In other words, there were still 10 people who didn't climb up. Seeing this, everyone turned their attention back to the square. As expected, there were still 10 people on the square. They didn't do anything. They were the top 10 contestants in the match, led by Onassis. When everyone's attention was focused on these 10 people, their names quickly flashed across the screen. Philosopher, Phantom Deer, Ghost Flame, Demon Gourmet, Dripping River. As the names flashed, 10 cards appeared on the screen at the same time and scattered in a gust of wind. When they got their hands on the cards, they heard the sound of glass breaking. When they looked closer, they saw that the barrier around the square had disappeared, revealing the path to the top of the mountain. They looked at each other, and in the end, the philosopher took the lead and set foot on this path. Without the cover of clouds, the blazing sun shone down on the yellow road, causing it to shimmer with a golden halo. It was as if this was truly a path filled with glory and glory. The apprentices on the pillars looked at the 10 people walking toward the top of the mountain with envy in their eyes. However, the people standing on the stone pillars were also envied by the spectators. The audience's view was different from what they saw in the real world. It wasn't like the Sea of Trolls or the other matches. They couldn't see the path of glory. All they could see was what was shown by a special rune eye. This special view was similar to the drama box that became popular in Floating Mech City recently. The rune eye would show the most interesting scenes by changing the camera angle. Milanda told me that this method is based on your cage shadow, Farina said to Angor. Farina whispered to Angor, but I still think your cage shadow is more natural. That's good enough, Angor said as he looked at the scene in front of him. Angor's knowledge came from watching movies on Earth in his hologram tablet. However, he had to watch a lot of movies to gain a basic understanding. However, the wizard who controlled this magic eye might have only watched a special movie in the Cage of Shadow, and he was able to do such a thing. It was obvious that he was very skilled. Angor also felt a little ashamed of himself when it came to the composition of the picture. He reckoned that the person behind this must be a magus who had an excellent eye for artistic expression. Like now. Using the rune eye, the 10 rising stars walked toward the palace at the top of the mountain. With them as the main characters, the scene was also shown from a very special angle, showing the people standing on the stone pillars. It was neither too fast nor too slow, just enough for the audience to see the different expressions on their faces. Some were silent, some were smiling, some were looking down, and some were looking up. No matter how silent her expression was, it was outlined by the bright sunlight. Coupled with the wind blowing her clothes and hair, it was as if she had a layer of halo around her. Even the most rational person could not help but sigh when they saw the scene. These were the future superstars of the southern wizarding region. Behind these beautiful faces, there might be someone who could influence the future of the entire southern wizarding region. They might even reach the legendary level. They were the hope of the southern wizarding region and the future of the wizarding world. Even the high and mighty sorcerers were moved by the presentation of the images, let alone the audience. Perhaps they did not understand the artistic tension of the images, but the impact it brought to them was not diminished in the least. They looked at those faces excitedly, wishing that they could personally enter and replace them. However, the Rising Star competition was over, and they had no chance to replace these players. But the tide of this great era wasn't over. Even if they didn't become a member of the Rising Star competition, it didn't mean the future didn't belong to them. The future was like a sandbox in a box. No one knew what kind of scenery would appear inside. Each and every one of them had the opportunity to show their existence on this sandbox. In the infinite arena, the top 10 of the Rising Star competition were getting closer and closer to the palace at the top of the mountain. By the way, why is this place called the Path of Glory? Trom, who was wearing a deer antler hat, asked in confusion. Trom glanced at the people around him, but no one answered him. Trom finally looked at Xianxia. He had the aura of a scholar, which made Trom feel like he was looking at a teacher in the academy. After being stared at by Trom for a long time, Xianxia finally said softly, "The name doesn't mean anything. But being noticed is an honor in itself." Xianxia looked up. All he could see was the clear sky and the dazzling sunlight. But he knew very well that outside this world, there were countless people in the audience looking at them. Being in the center of tens of thousands of people, being watched by tens of thousands of people with either longing or excitement, could actually be considered a kind of glory. And that was what they had been experiencing all this time. Trom paused for a second before he realized something. It's just superficial vanity. As for the real situation, it's fine as long as you know it in your heart. A cold voice with a hint of mockery sounded. It was Keely who spoke. Impatience was written all over her body. She didn't like interacting with people, and this time, she was walking with the person she hated the most. Keely glanced at Jibra, who was standing not far away from her with a disgusted look. I don't know if it's superficial or not. But the ritual itself is powerful. It was Xianxia again. Cat Lantern Witch, you should know about rituals. Since it's a ritual, I don't mind going through the process. Keely coldly snorted and didn't continue to argue. She was very clear that Cantor was definitely looking at her right now. What happened with Jibra at the Aroma Square was not over yet. If he did something like that in front of so many people, Cantor's reaction would be unpredictable. Trom's question, Xianxia's answer, and Keely's sarcastic remark all seemed to have opened up the 10 contestants' mouths. Once in a while, the atmosphere started to lighten up. However, not all of them could get along with each other. Some of them even had conflicts with each other before, which made the atmosphere very awkward. For example, Azaz and Carveline. Aziz looked at Carveline in the distance and hesitated for a while before walking forward. Carveline, about the previous match, Carveline glanced at Azaz and interrupted him. I don't care about the competition. However, your ability is quite interesting. Carveline nodded and didn't ask about Azaz's ability. If you just want to talk about the competition, it's already over. Azaz considered for a moment. There's something else. Mr. Pat asked me to look after Shilyu. Azaz looked behind Carveline and saw Shilyu sleeping on Carveline's shoulder. As a matter of fact, it was perfectly normal for Shilyu to sleep. Everyone knew about Dripping River's strange habits. However, Azaz saw with his own eyes that Shilyu didn't sleep on her own. It was Carveline who knocked her out. I know what you're trying to say. If I don't knock her out, the ceremony won't go smoothly. Carveline glanced at Jibra. With Jibra around, Shilyu would definitely go crazy. This was something that Sean had asked her to do. Shilyu was there at the time and she knew her own situation. Since Shilyu didn't refuse, Carveline decided to help her out. After all, she was still living in Fangling Pavilion. Azaz didn't know about Shilyu's condition, but since Carveline said so, he didn't say anything. Mr. Pat was outside anyway, and he should be able to see what was going on. With that in mind, Azaz nodded at Carveline and stepped aside. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the group of 10 arrived at the top of the mountain. The palace at the top of the mountain was somewhat similar to an ancient temple. It was very simple. It was dozens of meters tall and filled with a grand and majestic aura. The palace did not have exaggerated paint, only the pure white stone after being polished and the silver white metal film inlaid on the stone. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly. The temple did not have a door. The outer perimeter was made of stone pillars. From the gaps between the stone pillars, one could clearly see that the temple was empty. In other words, the temple was not their destination. Then where were they going? Everyone looked at the road and noticed that the road led to a circular platform. The platform was right in front of the temple. Previously, they could faintly see the shadows in front of the temple. At this time, they looked again and found that the so-called shadows were colossal statues holding candlesticks. They looked like devout believers, standing on both sides of the road. Everyone looked at each other and then stepped forward at the same time, stepping into the last part of the road. As they stepped in, the colossal statues holding candlesticks on both sides also reacted. Every time they passed a colossal statue, the candlesticks held by the colossal statue lit up with raging flames. At the same time, the colossal statue moved and half-knelt on the ground as if welcoming the arrival of a hero. The colossal statues lit up with flames and half-knelt on the ground, stretching all the way to the end. This scene was very shocking. The audience felt excited watching it, and the people present felt it even more deeply. It's very ritualistic. It seems that we have truly entered the ritual segment. Xianxia looked at the scene in front of him and said quietly. However, although his tone seemed calm, there was a flickering flame in his deep eyes. It was clear that his heart was definitely not as calm as he appeared to be. Even Keely, who had mocked the ritual before, did not say anything at this time. She silently followed the footsteps of the crowd and slowly climbed up the platform. The platform was very similar to the previous square. It was circular and there were some patterns on the ground. They thought that the platform was the end, but there was still no one here. While they were exploring the round platform in confusion, there was a sudden movement in the middle of the platform. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a door, breaking through the seal of space and slowly appearing in the middle. The moment the door appeared, it opened. When the door opened, everyone could hear the clamor of shouting behind the door. It could be seen that the door led to the outside of the infinite arena. Just as everyone was imagining the scene outside the door, one figure after another stepped in through the open door. They were all wearing the uniform of Floating Mech City, which was silver and white in color, giving them a strange sense of order. Almost all the contestants who had experienced the Rising Star competition knew them. They were the permanent judges of the Rising Star competition. At first, it was only the apprentice level, but later on, the official Magus level began to appear as well. The circular platform seemed to have been split into two halves. There were only 10 of them in the first half. The second half of the stage was filled with judges from Floating Mech City. These judges also chose their positions carefully. The front, back, left, and right of the stage were all looking at the contestants quietly. All the contestants, including Suya and Tutai, felt their emotions fluctuate. On the long road up the mountain, they were not excited when they were being watched by tens of thousands of people. Before reaching the stage, they were shocked by the sacred statue ceremony, but they did not get excited. However, when they stood on the platform and heard the shouts coming from outside the door, they felt an inexplicable sense of excitement when they were being watched by a group of official adepts who they thought were out of their reach. They never dared to look at the wizards in the eyes before. But now, they were being looked at seriously. It was as if they had really become new stars that illuminated the entire southern wizardry region. Their previous calmness was gone. Everyone's mind was filled with excitement. The last few people walked out of the door at the center of the platform. Old Knight Simone from Edge of Night, guardian of the Dead Sea Hydra, one of the 18 observers from Starleech Temple, Water Pattern Witch Farina, a member of Research Department, and Angor, who came last with Melanda. After everyone had entered, the door closed behind them. Melanda stepped forward and glanced at the contestants. Welcome to the top 10 contestants of the Rising Star competition. Philosopher, Phantom Deer. Melanda read out each contestant's name in a serious tone. Then, she began to announce the end of the Rising Star competition. While Melanda read the message, Angor carefully observed his surroundings. This was the first time he entered the Infinity Arena. Everything here was similar to the outside world. Even the flow of energy and the saturation of elements were the same. Angor sighed. The person who built the Infinity Arena not only had to be a master of alchemy, but also a master of laws and energy. Angor estimated that there were dozens or even hundreds of alchemists involved in the construction. Floating Mech City was probably the only place in the entire southern wizardry region that had so many alchemists. Even if other organizations wanted to replicate the Infinity Arena, they would not be able to hire so many alchemists. While Angor was distracted by his thoughts, Milanda finally finished her announcement. After a short ceremony, Milanda slowly said, "Now, let's move on to the award ceremony." The award ceremony was the purpose of everyone's visit today. The first prize is for all contestants who made it to the next round of the Rising Star competition. It's the right to enter the Endless Corridor. However, according to your ranking, you'll be given different levels of permission to enter the Endless Corridor. As for the specific permissions, you can check the cards that fell into your hands before. There is relevant information recorded in them. Milanda's voice echoed not only on the stage, but also on the stone pillars. Everyone was looking forward to entering the Endless Corridor, which was also why they joined the Rising Star competition. After hearing Milanda's words, everyone picked up their cards and checked the details. Nausicaa was also checking her cards. Just like the bone cards, she only needed to cover it with her spirit power, and the relevant information would appear. The 140th floor. Nausicaa's eyes lit up. She already knew that the 140th floor meant late-stage level 3 apprentices. In other words, before becoming a wizard, she would be able to improve herself in the Endless Corridor. This was already good enough. As for what would happen after that, she did not need to think too much about it. The second reward is still the card you're holding. With this card, you'll be granted level 1 access to Floating Mech City. The Floating Mech City would provide all kinds of benefits to those who obtained the first level of authority. For example, you could fly at low altitudes for a limited amount of time. Some shops had restrictions on entry, such as the Fingernail Alchemy House, which only alchemists could enter. Level 1 access allowed you to bypass these restrictions. Level 1 access meant you could become a semi-permanent citizen of Floating Mech City. For a wandering magus, this was actually a pretty good choice. However, for those who owned adept organizations, this reward was just icing on the cake. There were only a handful of wandering wizards who could make it into the top 100. Among the top 10, Azaz was the only one who could be considered a wandering wizard. However, Azaz was a gourmet. Staying in Floating Mech City wouldn't help him much. If he had to choose, he would choose to stay with Greya, which would bring him more benefits. The second reward was average, but everyone could get it. It wasn't a bad thing. Next, the rewards for the top 15. For the top 15, not only will the Endless Corridor be increased to 300 levels, but all of you will also be granted a chance to enter the material vault of the Tower of Infinity. Most of the materials in the Tower of Infinity's material vault were provided to the Sky Auction, which meant they were quite rare. Then, it's your exclusive reward. Milanda looked at the 10 people in front of her. For the 4th to the 10th place, apart from the previous rewards, each of you will be granted a chance to customize an alchemy item. Xianxia Comprehensive Academy will provide it for you. You can go to Xianxia Academy for more details after the competition. When these words fell, not only were the contestants excited, but the entire audience was in an uproar. It was alchemy customization. When buying alchemy items, be it weapons, shields, or functional tools, they would be thankful if they could get something similar. Alchemy customization, on the other hand, was the most suitable item for the contestant. Usually, no alchemist would be willing to accept an alchemy customization no matter how much money they were willing to pay. And even if they did, they probably wouldn't be famous alchemists. But this time, the Tower of Infinity directly provided them with the help of Xianxia's alchemists. This was definitely the most valuable reward for now, apart from the chance to enter the Endless Corridor. To some people, this was even more important than the qualification to enter the Endless Corridor. The rewards for the 4th to 10th places are already like this. It's hard to imagine what the rewards for the top 3 will be like. While the audience was deep in thought, Milanda quickly explained the rewards for the top 3. Of course, the top 3 will also have alchemy custom-made rewards, but your rewards will be provided by the Research and Development Department. When he finished speaking, not only were the people in the audience dumbfounded, but all the contestants present were also stunned. The Research and Development Institute provided it directly? In other words, a member of the Research and Development Department would be the one refining it. The Research and Development Department was the true holy land of alchemists in the southern region. Every single member could be called a grandmaster. The value of this reward was simply too shocking. Not only would it be made by a master alchemist, but Melinda also said that it would be custom-made. Previously, they were still surprised by the alchemy customization of the Ashley Comprehensive Academy. Now, they were not only surprised, but also crazy. Even a truth-finder wizard would not be able to remain calm in the face of such a reward. And this was actually a reward for a few acolytes who had yet to become magi, as expected of the Tower of Infinity. Its power and wealth had reached a level that outsiders could not fathom. While the audience was still in awe of this reward, Melinda threw another bomb at them. In addition to the alchemy custom-made rewards, the top 3 will also have an additional reward. You can all make a request to the Tower of Infinity. As long as the request is reasonable, we will accept it. Make a request directly. Although there was a restriction of the request must be reasonable, this was actually not important. If other organizations said that their requirements had to be reasonable, they would definitely keep compressing the space for this reasonable explanation. However, the Tower of Infinity's performance had already made it clear that they were rich. As long as the request was not too excessive, they would definitely accept it. What is this reasonable range? Carveline was the one who asked. Due to an accident in this competition where she faced the demon behind Azaz, she was not in the top 3. However, Shilyu, who was sleeping on Carveline's back, was in the top 3. Therefore, Carveline asked for Shilyu. The reasonable request. Melinda paused. It's hard to define, but I can give you an example. If you want a mystery item, I'm afraid we can't give it to you. However, if you want something else, such as another alchemy custom-made item, or increasing your card's authorization, we can accept it. Do you understand now? Mystery items were rare to begin with, and sometimes, they could not be measured by their value. Even the Tower of Infinity would not agree to a mystery item request. However, using a mystery item as the upper limit of the reasonable request was simply too big. I understand. Carveline nodded with a regretful look. If she did not use the Witch of Space to hunt her down, she would not have been so unlucky. She might have been able to get into the top 3. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. That's all the rewards. Melinda paused. Now, the top 3 can make their requests. Of course, you can keep them for now and ask for them later. After Melinda finished speaking, she slowly looked at Trom. Among the top 3, Shilyu was still asleep. It might seem rude, but Angor already told Melinda about Shilyu's condition, so she understood. She could ask for it later anyway. She could wait until Shilyu was no longer with Jibra. As for Onassis, he already made his request. Melinda did not look at Onassis or Shilyu. Instead, she focused on Trom, who was the only one who could make a request. Melinda's rune eye was also aimed at Trom, allowing the audience to see his expression clearly. He seemed to be hesitating, as if he was considering whether he should make a request now. Melinda did not urge him. She simply waited patiently. However, before Trom could say anything, Onassis spoke first. The audience did not know that Onassis already made a request, so they all thought that Onassis would ask for something. They were all waiting to see what this dark horse would ask. I have a question, Onassis said. Go ahead. Melinda looked at him. I want to know if I can ask someone to make my alchemy item for me? Melinda gave Onassis a thoughtful look. I'm afraid that's difficult. It depends on whether the person has the time, and whether they're willing to accept the task. Onassis looked a little disappointed and did not say anything else. This caused the others to heave a sigh of relief. So he's lost his mind after reading too many books. They all thought that Onassis's question would easily offend Melinda. Luckily, Melinda did not ask, who do you want to make your alchemy item? If she did, Onassis's answer would probably offend everyone in the department. While everyone was silently complaining, Trom seemed to have finally made up his mind and said, Don't worry. I have a request. Everyone, including Melinda, turned to look at Troem. I want to fight a super-dimensional wizard. Inside the dream wasteland. Cold metal lines, simple design, and white-robed figures roaming through the rooms. This was Sin Demon's lab, which was far away from Foundation City. Angor was currently inside Sin Fiend's lab. He was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, which allowed the red light of the setting sun to illuminate the floor. His facial features were also highlighted by the bright sunlight. He was on the upper floor of Sin Demon's lab, which was the only office where he could see the outside world. Outside the window, Angor could only see a vast wasteland. Only the south was covered by a thick layer of black mist, which was further separated from the red light of the setting sun. That was where the evil mist came from. Angor looked at the mist for a while before he spoke in a small voice. I think the evil mist has expanded a little. Yes. The boundary marker you set up earlier has moved forward by half a meter, sir, Freud replied politely. Half a meter? So far, it's still within our control. Angor turned around. Keep using the scout puppet and record its speed. Freud nodded. Angor returned to his desk and took a report from Freud. Heart room experiment record, Sibel. The report was filled with words, and the ink on it was fresh. It was obvious that Freud had just finished writing it. He went through the whole process and read the conclusion carefully. Then he fell into deep thought. According to the report, Sin Demon will show up in the heart room when it enters someone's body. Freud nodded. Yes. When Knight Sibel entered the heart room, he found himself in the observation room where the Sin Demon was. And right in front of him was the Fong sunflower, which was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Since the Fong sunflower showed up in the heart room, does it belong to an obsession or an obsession? Angor narrowed his eyes. When he entered the heart room last time, he met Red Spectre Angor, who was an obsession. Everyone had their own obsession, so it wasn't a big deal. But an obsession was different. In my opinion, the sinful devil is neither an obsession nor an obsession. This was because Sin Demons were actually outsiders to Night Saber. However, if one were to delve deeper, it would be more of an obsession. Although the sharp-toothed sunflower appeared to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it did not actually attack Saber Knight. It wasn't until Night Saber challenged it that the sharpened sunflower responded. Angor agreed with Freud's explanation. The sinful fiend was not born inside Sibel's body, so it was not an obsession. It's not original, and it's leaning towards obsession. This shouldn't have any reference value for Toby's situation. Angor spoke in a low voice. Toby already carried the resentment in his body, so it was different from Sin Demon. It's not useful to Toby, but Sin Demon can show up in the room of heart. This will allow the future demon hunters to face their fears and overcome them in the end. Freud nodded in agreement. Yes. This way, the reserves will be able to understand themselves better. By the way, Sir Saber, according to the report, he saw 2 doors when he entered the House of Heart. Yes. When he approached the room of heart, he saw 2 doors. One of them led to the observation room, where the sharp-toothed sunflower was inside his body. The other door led to his old residence. According to him, there were some old friends and acquaintances inside. Old friends and acquaintances? Angor considered the possibility that the door was Night Saber's obsession, or perhaps his obsession. Yes, Freud said. He was vague about the details, but I'm pretty sure that the person or thing behind the door is just Saber's obsession. It hasn't turned into a demon yet. Freud didn't press the issue because it was an obsession. Everyone had their own secret scars. Some were unforgettable, while others were simple. Freud had his own. Therefore, he did not intend to uncover Saber Knight's secret. As long as it was not an obsession, Angor would just treat it as a cup of wine. Just an obsession? Well, Night Saber's heart is still the same. Angor commented. Saber Knight must have gone through a lot in his life. Even so, his obsession never turned into a demon, which showed how pure his heart was. Yes. Night Saber is a very reliable man. Freud agreed. Since it's just an obsession, Saber's example won't be useful to Toby, Angor said. I guess I need to look around and see if there's anyone with an obsession in their heart. Freud's eyes suddenly brightened up. I just thought of someone who might be worth a try. Who? Ray's younger brother, Cell. Cell was the one who escaped from Foundation City during the night because he spread rumors about the City Lord of Moondew. He was also the one who told Angor about the evil mist. After all, Cell had been outside the city before. Even if he had been a lab rat, his merits could offset some of his faults. However, in order to control the spread of news outside the city, Cell was still not released. He's locked up in the library. During the day, he can help the other scholars organize the documents. At night, he'll rest in the room, Freud said. I've heard from some scholars that Cell seems to be a lot calmer than before when he's organizing his files. Freud said. You mean we can release Cell? Angor raised an eyebrow. Yes. But those old scholars are only good at reading documents. They can't see through a person's heart. Freud shook his head. I asked Mr. John about this, and he told me that Cell always behaves like a good boy in front of him. In other words, no one knew what was going on behind their backs. Therefore, Freud asked Sunny to keep an eye on Cell. Sunny was just a little girl in the eyes of others. However, no one knew that Sunny was someone who scared countless talents to tears in real life. She was not as innocent as she appeared to be. Sunny only stayed in the library for one night and found that Cell did not reflect on his actions at all. No matter how obedient he acted during the day, he was still hiding his resentment behind his back. Freud would not let Cell go after learning the truth, so he kept Cell locked up in the library. Good. I was worried that he'd turn over a new leaf, Angor said in a low voice. After returning to Foundation City, Angor and Freud immediately headed to the library. On their way, Freud suddenly remembered something. I heard from Leon that an apprentice is going to challenge you, sir? Angor nodded. What happened in the end? Freud asked curiously. Didn't Leon tell you? Freud shook his head. He kept us guessing. He said he was going to do some routine training, and then he went back to reality. Since when did Leon have such a bad taste? Angor looked at Freud's expectant eyes and considered. What? What else did you expect? Like, I lost? No way. Freud quickly shook his head. He heard that Angor was the runner-up of the Rising Star competition and wanted to challenge him. The Rising Star competition limited the participants to apprentices. How could an apprentice defeat Angor? I'm just curious. How did Angor teach the arrogant apprentice a lesson in the end? Angor considered for a moment. I didn't accept his challenge. 2 hours ago. Everyone was shocked when Troam asked to fight Angor on the stage. Troam's request was too absurd. How was it possible for an apprentice to challenge a wizard? Challenging someone with a higher level than oneself had happened before, but it required the right time and place to do so. It was not something that could be done easily. In fact, challenging someone with a higher level than oneself was only a glorified legend. Why would Troam challenge an official wizard? The audience booed. Even Troam's fans started to change sides at this moment. Those who overestimate themselves, no matter how much potential they have, won't be able to live long enough to realize their potential. No one thought highly of Troam. Inside the arena, Troam's request also shocked the judges and contestants. Even Onassis couldn't help but glance at Troam. I thought I had a chance to give you my moonlight. But I'm afraid that's not going to happen. You give me your osmanthus branch, and I'll give you my moonlight? Well, that's only if you're still alive. If you're dead, the moonlight will be for nothing. All the referees shook their heads. This was a sure kill option. Do you know what you're talking about? Melanda couldn't help but ask. I know the chances are slim, but I have to try, Troam said without hesitation. Melanda shook her head. It's not just a slim chance, it's impossible. Since Troam had already made up his mind, Melanda could only look at Angor. In her mind, Angor was still young and reckless. If an apprentice dared to challenge him, he would be furious and would not hold back. Melanda was already thinking about how to persuade Angor to give Troam a chance to survive. However, when Melanda looked into Angor's eyes, she noticed that Angor did not look angry at all. In fact, he did not look angry at all. Instead, he looked at Troam with interest, and there was a hint of pity in his eyes. Superdimensional wizard, what do you think? Melanda asked. Instead of answering, he slowly approached Troam and looked at him in silence. This simple action caused Troam's calves to tremble slightly. I haven't done anything yet, and you're already scared. Angor noticed Trom's reaction. I just. Trom stuttered for a long time, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Angor smiled and released a powerful aura from his body. The other contestants did not notice it, but Trom did. Angor's aura was not aggressive at all. When it brushed against Trom's body, Trom felt his knees aching, as if he was going to kneel down in the next second. Trom had no choice but to hold on. His face turned pale, and sweat began to ooze out of his forehead. Angor kept his aura at a level that Trom could endure and slowly tested the boy's will. When he felt that Trom was about to collapse, Angor slowly withdrew his aura. While Trom was gasping for air, Angor spoke again. Actually, I've met Witch Soodle before. Trom thought Angor was going to use his aura to crush him. But Angor suddenly stopped. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard Angor's voice. Witch Soodle. Trom's teacher, also known as the Pale Witch. Her real name was Queenie Soodle. So Angor had met his teacher before? I know about the 3-year agreement between you and your teacher. Angor gave Trom a sympathetic look. I understand your situation. Queenie loved to set traps for her own students. This time, Queenie gave Trom 3 years to defeat Angor. Back then, Trom did not know that Angor had already become a wizard, so he accepted the challenge without hesitation. According to Queenie, Trom would have to accept a small punishment if he failed. Because of this, he wasn't angry at Trom's challenge. He was just a little surprised. A small punishment that Trom would rather risk his life than accept Angor's challenge? How cruel would that be? Well, I'll give you a chance, Angor said, but I refuse this challenge. But you're welcome to come to me anytime within the next 3 years. Trom looked at Angor in surprise. Of course, he knew what Angor meant. Angor seemed to be rejecting his challenge, but that was not the case. The so-called rejection was just to prevent Trom from using the precious reward for the second place in the Rising Star competition on such a meaningless matter. Angor promised Trom that he could challenge him anytime within the next 3 years, which meant he had accepted the challenge. Thank you, sir. Trom was glad to hear that. Angor remembered what Gray had told him about Queenie's tricks. He gave Trom another sympathetic look and left the stage to Melanda. You're saving a lot for the contestant, aren't you? Melanda commented as he walked past her. I just don't want him to waste such a good opportunity, Angor said. Melanda snorted and turned to look at Troem. Since the super-dimensional wizard rejected your challenge, why don't you give him a chance? Then, you can make a new request. Have you thought of what you want? So she's a disciple of the Pale Witch. Poor her. Freud nodded. Poor her. He heard that the Pale Witch loved to trick people, especially her own people. Those who did so often would be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Either way, they would die. Maybe Trom was in the same situation this time. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well kill Angor right away. As they spoke, they had already arrived at their destination. The largest circular library in Foundation City. Inside the circular library. All of us have seen your performance. Your heart of repentance is very sincere. The next time we see young Master Dixon, we will collectively plead on your behalf. The old keeper, who always liked to bow, stroked his long white beard as he patted Sel's shoulder. The other scholars nodded in agreement at the old keeper's words. Sel had been in the library recently, helping them organize documents and compile the history of Beginning City. They were very satisfied with Sel's performance. Moreover, if they were the ones to compose the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf, there would be stories written in books and even dramas passed down. It would also be a great boost to their reputation. Therefore, they were very happy to see Sel repenting. They were even more eager than Sel himself. Everyone's affirmation made Sel gratefully say, "Thank you, everyone. Young Master Tyson is actually very good to me. He said it was a punishment, but in fact, it was to let me reflect on myself. I am also very grateful to young Master Tyson." After Sel finished speaking, the scholars all expressed their appreciation. You can understand young Master Tyson's painstaking efforts and reflect on yourself. This has already shown your repentance. I believe young Master Tyson will also understand you. Sel nodded gratefully. However, when he lowered his eyebrows, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. This group of pedantic scholars were indeed not very smart. However, this was good. If he couldn't persuade Tyson, this group of people might be able to. Even if Tyson still didn't let him go, he could still make them leave. At that time, he might even be able to drive a wedge between them. Thinking of this, Cell sneered when no one was looking. Your eyes change so quickly, as if you're acting. Are you an actor? Suddenly, a young girl's voice sounded beside him. Who is it? Cell shivered and looked up. He saw a little girl in red squatting on the ground, innocently holding her head and looking at him. Cell knew this girl in red. Her name was Sunny, and she had been coming to the library often recently. She seemed to be John's student, learning to sing at the Ocean Theater. Cell, what are you talking about? The old keeper who had praised him before was originally busy organizing documents. Hearing Cell's exclamation, he looked over in confusion. Cell hurriedly waved his hand. No, nothing, I'm just playing with Sunny. After Cell finished speaking, he turned around to show Sunny his goodwill, but when he turned around, he didn't see her. He looked around and finally found Sunny beside John. Sunny was smiling at him, but there was a trace of mockery in her smile. Chan was also looking at him. He wasn't smiling, but his eyes were full of meaning. Cell didn't dare to look into John's eyes. In the entire library, he was most afraid of John. Cell didn't know why, but he always felt that John's eyes could see through everything. Every time he looked into John's eyes, Cell felt as if all the secrets in his heart were exposed to the sun, making him feel uncomfortable with nowhere to hide. Cell avoided John's gaze and thought to himself, has John found out what I'm thinking? Even if he was discovered, it shouldn't matter. This John didn't seem to be a priest. Cell rejoiced and continued to organize the repetitive and boring information in his hands. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When the sky outside darkened and the light of the moon and stars shone through the window, the scholars went home to rest. John and Sunny were the last to leave. Before Sunny left, she waved at Cell. Brother, you're a good actor. See you tomorrow. The innocent tone that came out of Sunny's mouth carried a hint of evil. Cell only felt a chill run down his back. He didn't feel this way even when facing the monster in his body. Cell's face was gloomy as he watched Sunny leave. Only when her figure disappeared did Cell dare to whisper to himself, this damn kid. Not long after they left, footsteps could be heard in the corridor outside. Cell knew that the footsteps were from the guards. He wasn't allowed to leave the library. During the day, he accompanied the old keeper to organize documents. At night, the guards would take him back to the cell. The cell he lived in was actually like a prison. There was only one bed. It was narrow and cramped, with no windows. The only ventilation hole was the palm-sized hole in the iron door. Cell hated the cell very much. In order to leave the cell, he made a promise to Tyson that he wouldn't reveal what he did during this period of time. Only then did he get the chance to accompany the old keeper to organize documents. I just need to endure a little longer. After I've completely instigated the group of bookworms, I'll have a chance to leave here. Cell's eyes flashed. He waited for the guards to come in and take him back to the cell. Creak, the door was pushed open. The two guards who walked in were indeed the ones he was familiar with. Cell immediately put on a fawning smile and greeted them as usual. In the past, the guards might not be so friendly, but they would at least nod at Cell's smile. But today was a little strange. The two guards' faces were stiff and serious. They didn't even move the corners of their mouths, let alone nod. While Cell was in doubt, two people walked out from behind the guards. With the soft moonlight spilling in, Cell saw their faces clearly. Ah, esteemed master of the New World, and young Master Tyson. Cell bowed respectfully. It was none other than Angor and Freud. Cell was a little nervous. He didn't know why they were here. He had heard a rumor that Sunny seemed to have a close relationship with young Master Dixon. Could it be that the damned child had told them about it after he left? What should he do if he was really exposed? Cell's mind raced as he tried to come up with a solution. However, the various methods that Cell thought of to deal with it did not come in handy in the end. Before Angor and Freud could say anything, he was grabbed and blindfolded by the guards. Cell felt like he was being taken out of the library. He didn't know where he was going. He repeatedly asked and begged for mercy, but he received no response. Other than feeling the immense force of the guards clamping down on his shoulders, his world was pitch black. In the end, he couldn't even feel the pressure from the guards. Huh? No one's holding me down? Cell moved a little and felt his hands were free. Joy flashed across his face, and he quickly reached out to pull down the cloth covering his eyes. As soon as the blindfold was removed, Cell saw Freud's figure. But in the next second, he felt like he was falling from a tall building into a bottomless abyss. Could it be that I was brought to the top of the firmament tower and then pushed down? Cell panicked, and at the same time, his vision became chaotic darkness again. When the feeling of weightlessness was gone, Cell slowly regained his senses. I don't feel any pain? Am I not dead? While Cell was pondering in his heart, a strange fragrance drifted into his nose. A strong floral scent assaulted his nostrils. Cell wasn't a fan of smells, but he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Amidst the fragrance of the flowers, Cell's originally uneasy mood slowly calmed down. He opened his eyes and tried to see where he was. There was a meandering path in front of him, and at the end of it was an inconspicuous wooden house. However, the house didn't look like anything special. The path leading to the house, however, made Cell's heart skip a beat. Both sides of the path were filled with endless darkness, as if a path was created from the chaos of the void. With such a background, even the wooden house became strange. Where am I? Cell took a step back in fear, but he quickly pulled back his foot as soon as it touched the ground. This was because there was also an endless void behind him. There was only one path leading to the wooden house that allowed him to stand still. Cell's mind was in turmoil. He wanted to know where he was, but no one could tell him. He yelled, but no one answered him. Cell had no choice but to calm down. Surrounded by the rich fragrance of the flowers, Cell inexplicably felt that his thoughts had become much clearer. Without anyone answering him, the only thing he could do was to explore on his own. However, this place was too strange. It might be dangerous. As Cell hesitated, he recalled the faces of Angor and Freud in his mind. There was no doubt that he was here because of them. If they wanted to kill him, there were many ways to do it. It shouldn't be that troublesome. If they didn't want him to die, then there must be a way out of this place. Since it wasn't a dead end, there might be a way out. The only way he could think of was to go to the wooden house. Cell pondered for a moment and finally strode towards the wooden house. He couldn't stay here forever. If he wanted to change, he had to change himself. While Cell was walking toward the wooden house, Angor and Freud were discussing something outside. Cell might seem arrogant and reckless, but he's actually very cautious, even to the point of being timid. Freud's face was filled with doubt. Do you really think Cell would enter the wooden house? Angor glanced at Freud in surprise. So you never entered the room of heart. What does that have to do with anything? If you've entered the house of heart, you should know. Cell would have definitely entered the wooden house, not only because he had no choice, but also because he wasn't the one thinking at that time. Cell thought he had made a prudent decision to enter the cabin. Actually, that was not the case. According to his personality in real life, he would not have made a decision so quickly. The reason why he had made his decision so quickly was actually because of the fragrance of the flowers. The floral fragrance was actually a part of the illusion. It seemed to have the effect of waking one up, but it also had the effect of inducing one's thoughts. The scent of flowers was useless against an illusionist like Angor. But for Cell, under the allure of the fragrance of the flowers, he did not notice anything strange at all and thought that it was his own decision. After hearing Angor's explanation, Freud finally realized that the fragrance of the flowers in the room of heart was for this reason. When he recorded Saber's entry into the room of heart, he also noticed the fragrance of the flowers, but he did not pay much attention to it. So, are you sure you don't want to experience the room of heart as well? Freud's expression became a little awkward. It's fine. I don't know if it's my obsession or my obsession. I just don't want to face my past. Angor gave Freud a meaningful glance and nodded. Do as you wish. The room of heart is right here. You can try it whenever you want. Facing your past is also facing your future. Freud lowered his head and nodded. He didn't say anything else. On the other side, Cell was about to reach the wooden house. Until now, he hadn't felt anything strange. Maybe I'm being paranoid. There's nothing dangerous inside. As Cell thought about this, a shadow suddenly appeared on the window of the wooden house. Cell paused for a second. He didn't see clearly what the black shadow was, but the appearance of this black shadow meant that there was definitely someone in the wooden house, or some kind of creature. Cell felt a little uneasy, but when the fragrance of the flowers entered his nose, he felt a little better. Cell did not notice it himself, but muttered to himself, maybe it's Master Tisson inside. He has something to tell me, so he deliberately did this. Or, is my brother Lisa inside? Cell's mind kept thinking about the possibility of benefiting himself, which calmed him down a little. In fact, he even had more hope in his heart. He kept walking toward the wooden house. When they arrived in front of the wooden house, Cell noticed that there were a few pots of brightly colored flowers on the steps of the wooden house. The rich fragrance must have come from these flowers. Cell lifted his foot and stepped onto the stairs. As soon as his foot touched the ground, the environment around him changed. It was as if time and space had overlapped. The original wooden house disappeared, and what appeared in front of Cell was a corridor that connected both ends to the void. There were 3 doors in the hallway. While Cell was still wondering what had happened, he arrived in front of the first door. When Cell saw the door, his eyes flashed with disbelief. The door was very old, and there were mottled marks on it. Cell looked at the familiar door, and many memories from his childhood surfaced in his mind. He squatted down and touched the door frame on his knees. When he touched some carvings, his eyes welled up with tears. Why is there such a door here? I've been gone for more than 10 years. Why would this door appear here? Cell pressed his ear against the door, trying to hear what was going on inside, but he could not hear anything. He stretched out his trembling hand and tried to push the door open. But in the end, he retracted his hand. Ever since his mother passed away, he and his brother, Reza, followed their uncle and left their hometown to live in Saint Sem City. Since then, he had never returned to his hometown. And the door in front of him was the door to his hometown. He wanted to open it, but he was afraid. It was a strange feeling. It was not the fear of the unknown, but he did not dare to face the place where he used to live. Or rather, he was afraid of returning home. In the end, Cell clenched his fists and did not open the door. He planned to look at the other 2 doors and figure out the situation here first. Cell took a deep breath and came to the second door. This door was an iron door. Even though the iron door had no special features and was as cold as ice, Cell recognized it at a glance. This was the door to his uncle's house. He and his brother, Reza, lived in his uncle's house for 6 years. Those 6 years were the most painful years of his life. The feeling of living under someone else's roof and the memories of being powerless to resist were like nightmares that haunted him until now. Cell looked at the iron door, and a cold light of hatred flashed in his eyes. However, he still did not open the door. He did not even bother to touch the door. Cell finally came to the third door. This door was completely different from the previous 2. It was a door that was divided into 2 halves, and the door frame was made of stone. It looked familiar. It looked like the city gate of Beginning City. But it was a smaller version. There were only 3 doors in front of Cell's eyes. It seemed that he had no other choice but to open one of the 3 doors. But which door should he open? To Cell, the 3 doors represented 3 different emotions. The first door represented the timid memories of his childhood. The second door represented the cold scars that he did not want to touch. The third door represented his current state. If Cell had to choose from his heart, he would choose the first door. He thought he had left his old home for so many years that he had forgotten what it looked like. But when he saw the door, he realized that he had never forgotten it. He had never erased the memory of his old home. He just kept it in his heart like the most precious gift and did not want to open it. So many years had passed, and the gift was still the same as when he left it. Instead, he grew from an ignorant child into an adult. His once naughty brother, Lisa, had become steady, while he himself had become the most annoying person in the past. Cell stood in front of the first door for a long time. His mind was filled with all kinds of memories. He reached out his hand many times, but each time, he only touched the door. He did not push it open. After a long time, Cell finally turned around and left the first door. Let's keep the most precious gift. Cell sighed. He did not know whether it was because he was too close to home or because he could not face his old home with his current self. Between the second door and the third door, Cell did not hesitate and went straight to the third door. When he saw the second door, he saw the stingy faces of his uncle's family. He did not even want to touch it. As for the third door, it was a smaller version of the gate of Beginning City. He was brought here by Angor and Freud after all. In Cell's mind, they might be waiting for him behind the third door. In the end, he chose to open the third door. This time, he did not hesitate. With a creak sound, the stone door was slowly pushed open, and Cell walked in. When Cell entered the third door, the light around him became brighter. But it was only a little brighter than the dim corridor. It felt like a gloomy day. A gust of cold wind blew, and Cell shivered. He turned his head to look at his surroundings and realized that this environment was not unfamiliar to him. Stone Pillar Coliseum? Cell looked at the huge and magnificent buildings around him, the rows of seats that extended upwards, and several iconic stone pillars carved with beast figures. He immediately recognized the location of this place. At the Stone Pillar Coliseum in the southern part of Chuxin City. After confirming the location, Cell's expression turned slightly gloomy. After fusing with the monster, he once fought against Knight Saber here. He was about to win, but Angor stopped him. It was a shameful memory for him. Cell knew that he had been tempted by the monster and had almost fallen into the endless abyss. But he still couldn't let it go. Shara didn't know why he was here, but he was in a bad mood and didn't want to stay in this place that made him feel ashamed. Cell hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the Colosseum. He wanted to leave this uncomfortable place. But when Cell opened the door, he was stunned. According to his memory, behind the gate of the Colosseum should be Jensen Street in the South City. Why was there a dark void outside? There was no path at all. If he stepped out, he would fall into the void. Cell stood in front of the gate and didn't know what to do. At this moment, a strong wind blew from the void. Cell couldn't even stand straight in the face of this wind. After tumbling around for a while, Cell fell to the ground with a heavy thud. When Cell opened his eyes, he saw that he was blown into the arena by the gust of wind. Enduring the pain, he struggled to stand up and tried to leave. But as soon as he stood up, he heard a whistle. He looked around in confusion and didn't see anyone whistling. But the whistle was too obvious. It sounded like a referee was signaling the start of the match. Hiss, a strange rustling noise came from behind Cell. When Cell heard the familiar voice, the skin on his back tightened. His body trembled as he slowly turned around. When he saw the creature that made the noise, Cell couldn't help but take a step back. It had a disgusting head that looked like a worm. Butterfly wings grew out of its ears. Its body was as soft as a snake's and was covered in thorns and limbs. It was the monster that fused with him. There was nothing around him before. How did it appear? While Cell was still in shock, the monster suddenly laughed eerily. You're here, why are you here? And, where is this? Cell asked with a trembling voice. The terrifying monster raised its worm-like head and didn't answer Cell. Instead, it slowly said, You really disappoint me. Didn't you say you weren't willing? Why did you abandon me just like that? Cell shook his head. I didn't abandon you. It wasn't me. The monster's limbs moved quickly. While making rustling noises, it approached Cell. When Cell was about to be forced to the edge of the arena, the monster stopped and asked again. Answer me. Why did you abandon me? It wasn't me. It was the master of that new world. He removed you from my body. I don't know anything. Cell hurriedly shouted. That's because you're too weak. This voice clearly came from the monster's mouth, but Cell found it very familiar. However, he could not recall whose voice it was. Since you abandoned me, you shall pay the price. The monster's voice returned to its eerie tone. I will kill you. Only by killing you can I come back. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning-like attack instantly arrived in front of Cell. Mr. John has begun to finalize the details of the new city. Based on the current progress, he should be able to complete the blueprint within half a month to a month. While Cell entered the room of heart, Freud took the opportunity to pick up a blueprint and report the recent progress. However, Freud didn't hear anything from Angor even after a long time. He looked at Angor with a puzzled expression. Then he noticed that Angor wasn't looking at him at all. Instead, he was staring at the room of heart on the table. Freud followed Angor's gaze and didn't see anything strange. Cell didn't wake up either. Then why was Angor staring at the room of heart? Angor suddenly spoke up. The intensity of the illusion ripples suddenly increased. Huh? Freud didn't understand. Cell must be fighting something. Otherwise, the illusions wouldn't be so strong, Angor said. Freud was immortal in the dream wasteland, so he couldn't sense any energy ripples. But Angor could. This was the first time he sensed such a strong illusion ripple, which attracted his attention. According to Angor's theory, Cell must be facing something. Maybe it was his inner demon. Time ticked by. Angor kept an eye on the ripples coming from the room of heart. He couldn't see what was going on inside the room of heart, but he could roughly guess what was going on. At first, the ripples were rising rapidly. When they reached a certain peak, they slowly fell back down. However, they didn't return to the starting point. Instead, they kept going up and down. If Cell really was facing his inner demon, or rather, his inner demon, Angor assumed that Cell was fighting against his inner demon. Both of them were fighting against each other, and the battle had reached a stalemate. About 5 minutes later, the illusory fluctuations finally began to decrease. Moreover, it was falling off a cliff. If he used a coordinate system to describe it, the ripples would fall vertically at a certain point. The horizontal axis would remain unchanged, while the vertical axis would return to zero. Angor looked at Cell. The room of heart was on the table. Cell was lying on the table while being enveloped by the energy of the room of heart. When the ripples returned to normal, the energy covering Cell's body was also withdrawn. When the energy was gone, Cell suddenly opened his eyes. As if he just had a nightmare, he sat up and clutched his chest while gasping for air. It took Cell a while to regain his composure. I'm not dead? Where am I? Cell looked around and saw Angor and Freud standing not far away from him. Don't worry, you're not dead. Freud looked at Cell and said, it seems like you've been through a nightmare. Are you interested in talking to us? It seemed that Freud was asking for Cell's opinion, but he was actually staring at Cell with a threatening look. Cell was still in a daze. His eyes subconsciously darted around. When he saw something, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was a mini wooden house, and it was right in front of him. This wooden hut looked like a toy for children, but its style was exactly the same as the wooden hut he had seen before. Cell could even faintly smell a faint floral fragrance from the mini wooden house. That scent helped Cell to calm down a little. At the same time, he regained his rationality. Hearing Freud's question and seeing the wooden house in front of him, Cell realized that what he had experienced was definitely not a simple nightmare. If it was really a normal dream, then this wooden house couldn't have come to reality from the dream. In other words, the wooden house, the long corridor, the 3 doors, and the terrifying monster he encountered were not coincidences, but external forces. Cell knew Angor and Freud were supernaturals with supernatural powers, which meant they could do something like this. However, Cell did not understand why they would do this. When Cell was still confused, Freud asked again, if I tell you about the nightmare, it'll be less scary. Are you really not going to talk about it? This time, Freud's eyes were narrowed into slits. Xia Luoning had a feeling that if he kept silent, he would not be experiencing a nightmare. Instead, the nightmare would become a reality. I've been through a strange journey. Cell paused and looked at the mini wooden house on the table. I saw this wooden house. When I entered the wooden house, I came to a long corridor. There were 3 doors in the corridor. 3 doors? Looks like you have a lot of obsessions. Freud chuckled. Obsessions? Cell caught the word and his eyes flashed. He pointed at the wooden house on the table and asked, Young Master Tisson, what exactly is this wooden house? Freud didn't answer. Instead, he looked at him and nodded. Freud considered for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter what the wooden house is. But it did cause you to end up like this. Rather than journey, I think it's better to call it trial." Trial? Cell nodded. Freud nodded. Yes, it's a treasure used to train the demon hunters to face their inner weaknesses. Cell didn't know what a demon hunter was. According to the name, they were hunters of monsters. Then, could this demonic creature be the terrifying monster that he had battled before? That's all for me. It's your turn now. I hope that you can tell us every detail after you entered the trial. After all, you once had the chance to become a monster hunter, and your experience can add another set of data to the evil hunters. He once had the chance to become a demon hunter? There was a demon hunter? Cell caught this information, but he didn't ask immediately. Instead, he silently buried it in his heart. "It's my honor to help you, Mr. T's son," said Freud. Cell paused. "But I have a small question. Will I still have a chance to participate in the trial in the future?" "What? You want to do it again?" Freud raised an eyebrow. Cell's appearance just now showed that he was going through a nightmare. Did he want to go through it again? Cell hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, but not now." "If you can give me a good reason, I'll make an exception for you this time," Angor suddenly said. "I will." Cell looked back at him. In the following time, Cell recounted his experience in the House of Heart. However, he didn't tell Freud what the 3 doors meant to him. Instead, he told Freud about how he entered the 3rd door and fought against a terrifying monster. "The head looks like a worm, and the ears have butterfly wings. Isn't that?" Freud hesitated for a moment. "Snake-tailed worm?" Angor nodded. "Yes, it is. But that doesn't make sense. The worm is a sinful demon. I expelled it from his body. Why is it still here? Is there something left?" Freud was puzzled. "And if it's a snake-tailed worm, then our experiment is wasted again." A sinful demon was neither an obsession nor an obsession. But from a macroscopic view, it was more of an obsession, which was the opposite of what Angor wanted to do. Yes, a snake-tailed worm is a sinful demon. But the one Cell encountered might not be a real sinful demon. "What do you mean, mister?" "Just because it looks like a sinful demon doesn't mean it's a real sinful demon. It's possible that his inner demon is a sinful demon," Angor said. He didn't say possible, but he sounded confident. He expelled the snake-tailed worm from Cell's body himself. Therefore, he was sure that there was no sinful demon inside Cell's body. If there was no sinful demon, why would the House of Heart project a sinful demon? There was only one possibility. The sinful demon was Cell's inner demon. Freud pondered for a moment. "I think so." Saber Knight also encountered the sharp-toothed sunflower in the House of Heart. While the sharp-toothed sunflower looked menacing, it didn't attack him. Cell was different. Inside the House of Heart, he did not show any signs of attacking the snake-tailed bug, but the snake-tailed bug took the initiative to attack him. This meant that the snake-tailed worm wasn't an obsession demon. It was an obsession demon. The snake-tail worm that Cell encountered must be an enchantment. So, this was what Angor needed for his experiment. Next, Angor asked Cell about his fight with the snake-tail worm in the Room of Heart. He didn't want to miss a single detail, because Cell's experience could be used as a reference for Toby. After Cell repeated the story several times, Angor finally stopped. He sighed in relief after hearing Cell's explanation. What he was most afraid of was Toby entering the House of the Heart and being defeated by the spirit of extreme resentment because he was no match for it. Toby's consciousness would also be damaged. According to Cell, Toby fought against the snake-tail worm in the Colosseum and died in the mouth of the snake-tail worm. He thought he was dead for good, but when he opened his eyes again, he realized that everything was just a dream. Cell was killed by the snake-tailed bug, but he was only kicked out of the House of Heart. His consciousness was not injured. That meant Toby should be fine when he faced the grudge worm in the Room of Heart. Now that he was sure the Room of Heart wouldn't harm his consciousness, he focused on something else. "You said you survived the snake-tail worm's attack for 5 minutes, right?" "Yes. To be exact, I was running away for the first 3 minutes. I only fought the snake-tail worm in the last 2 minutes. But it was too strong. I was taken down in a second, Cell explained. 3 minutes to run away, and 2 minutes to fight? Freud considered. That doesn't make sense. Angor nodded. The snake-tail worm shouldn't be this strong. Freud opened his desk drawer and took out a stack of reports. Cell took a casual glance and realized that every page of the report had a picture of a terrifying monster. Below the monster was a dense line of words. It seemed to be information about the monster. Freud turned to one of the pages and saw a snake-tail worm with a head that looked like a worm and ears that looked like a butterfly's wings. Cell was bewildered. These monsters, were there so many of them? What were the origins of these monsters? While Cell was still in doubt, Freud had already reviewed the information he collected about the snake-tailed insects. Snake-tail worms were known for their agility, flight, and long-range attacks. Although it was just a few words, the meaning behind it was far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Back then, Saber Knight couldn't even last long against Cell, who had mutated after being invaded by the snake-tailed bugs, let alone Cell, who was no different from a weakling. If Cell had faced the snake-tailed bug head-on with its true strength, he would have been killed almost instantly. There was no way he would have been able to escape for 3 minutes. In other words, this snake-tailed insect's strength is unworthy of its name. Why is that? The snake-tail bug is Cell's inner demon. Is it just a figment of Cell's imagination? That's possible. After all, Cell has never seen a snake-tailed insect before. Cell suddenly spoke up. I don't know how strong a snake-tail insect is. It didn't use its full power when chasing me. It has been asking me some questions. Even later, when I had no choice but to fight with it, it kept questioning me. That's why I was able to drag things out for so long. What did it ask you? Freud didn't care about the insect's strength right away. Instead, he asked about it out of curiosity. It asked me, why did I abandon it? Cell hesitated. Mr. T's son, why does it keep asking me that? Freud chuckled. Why do you think it's asking you questions? Cell didn't understand what Freud meant. You heard what I said to Mr. T's son. You should know that the snake-tailed insect you're facing isn't a real demon. Freud looked at Cell quietly. You still don't understand? It's your inner demon. Inner demons were the demons of people's hearts. Just like a tree, without the support of the earth, it would not be able to grow. Inner demons may seem distant from you, but they're the source of your inner demons. However, the breeding ground for it is not someone else, but your own personality. There were people who fell from the clouds and willingly joined the flames of hell. But at the same time, there were also people who could remain pure even after falling into hell. It was the same with inner demons. Some people would still think of the beauty of the human world even if they walked in the abyss and saw all kinds of evil in the world. They would not develop inner demons because of it. However, some people would start to change sides just by imagining the horror of the abyss even before stepping into it. Cell was one of the latter. He was a coward and narrow-minded person. He only spent a few days with the snake-tailed insect, and the insect didn't do anything to him, yet he already turned it into his inner demon. The snake-tailed insect kept questioning Cell, but it was actually Cell who was questioning himself. After all, inner demons were born from the heart. You better remember what your inner demons are asking you. They're questions from the bottom of your heart, Freud explained. After Cell finished listening to this explanation, he was suddenly stunned. He remembered that when the snake-tailed bug asked him why he abandoned it, he answered that it was Angor's doing and that he didn't know anything. At that time, the snake-tailed insect said, because you're too weak. At that time, Cell felt that the voice was too strange. Although it came from the mouth of the snake-tailed worm, it didn't sound like the sharp voice of the snake-tailed worm. It sounded very familiar, but he couldn't remember whose voice it was. Now that he thought about it, it was his own voice. Deep in his heart, he was using the snake-tailed bug to tell himself that he was too cowardly. While Cell was in a daze, Freud was also observing him. Cell had been locked up in the library for a long time. Even so, he didn't show any signs of repentance. But at this moment, Freud saw the guilt in his eyes. Was it crocodile tears? Or did he really learn something? No one knew. While ignoring Cell's thoughts, he and Freud continued their discussion about the strength of inner demons. Although Cell said that the inner demon had only stalled him for 5 minutes because it kept interrogating him, the inner demon was actually very strong. That was possible, but it was only Cell's opinion. Compared to that, he preferred to believe that the inner demon's strength was related to their own understanding. Simply put, if I think you're strong, the inner demons must be strong. But I don't know how strong they are. In other words, the house of mind might not be able to reflect the true strength of the inner demons. Unless one knew enough about the inner demons. If that was the case, Toby's plan of using the house of mind to simulate a battle with resentment would not work. Even so, the house of mind was still very important to Toby. It would allow Toby to face resentment head-on. Of course, Angor did not believe that the house of heart alone was enough to help Toby overcome resentment. However, the most important thing right now was to help Toby face the resentment. Only by facing the terrible end could one have the motivation to change the situation. In reality, once Toby was faced with the thought of extreme resentment, it was equivalent to starting the 5 tastes tribulation. No one knew if he could survive the tribulation. Inside the House of Heart, however, the House of Heart did not have to worry about such risks. This was one of the unique features of the House of Heart. By the time Cell came back to his senses, Angor and Freud had just finished their discussion about how to deal with inner demons. According to Angor's plan, the experiment was over, and he had learned everything he needed to know. However, he did not leave right away. Instead, he looked at Cell, who was still in a daze. You still haven't given me a good reason. Before this, Cell had made a request. He hoped to enter the House of Heart again in the future. If Cell Luaning could give him a good reason, Angor would not mind making an exception. However, Cell did not give him a convincing reason so far. Cell lowered his head and spoke in a low voice, I'm talking about what happened behind the third door. Actually, the first and second door are more important to me than the third one. Angor didn't interrupt Cell and asked him to continue. Next, I'll tell you a short story. It may not be very interesting, but it's about my experience, and it's related to the first 2 doors. Cell grew up in a small town called Qatar. He never saw his father, so he lived with his mother and older brother, Reza. His life in Qatar was the happiest time of his life. Whenever Cell talked about his life in Qatar, his eyes lit up. His mother treated him and his brother well, allowing them to pursue their dreams freely. Reza's dream was to become an auditor, while Cell wanted to become a knight of justice. Ever since Cell began to reflect on himself, he had been working hard for his dream. Reza and Cell had a wonderful childhood until their mother passed away in an accident. The sky above them instantly changed from a bright and beautiful sun to gloomy clouds. After that, their uncle came from afar and brought them to live in St. Sem City. At first, things were not bad. Although Aunt often mocked and ridiculed them, Uncle was more protective of them. However, not long after, her uncle offended someone and was laid off by the company. In order to support the family, he ended up working as a gatekeeper. Since then, his uncle had been drinking and wandering all day long, and no longer cared about them. His aunt and her son began their 6-year torment. Cell didn't talk about the details of the past 6 years, but his eyes were filled with anger and despair. There was even a hint of fear. It could be seen that these 6 years of torture were definitely not ordinary mockery and ridicule. Perhaps there were beatings, scoldings, and even personal humiliation. In fact, her uncle had known about their abuse for a long time, but he pretended not to know. During those 6 years, Cell and Lisa grew up from naive children who chased after their dreams. They understood the ways of the world and saw through the cruelty of reality. When Lisa was 17 years old, she left her uncle's house with Cell and started living in a dilapidated wooden house in the forest. In order to support himself and Cell, Lisa gave up his studies. At the same time, he also gave up his dream of becoming an auditor. He lived in a manor, herding sheep. After leaving their nightmarish uncle's house, although they had given up on their dreams, they thought they could be reborn. Unfortunately, this period of time only lasted for 3 years. After a rainstorm, a mountain flood washed away the wooden house they lived in and buried their future. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in the city of beginnings. At this point, Cell finally got to the point. The first door is a wooden door. It's the door of my childhood home. There are 2 pictures on it, a pony and a book. My brother and I drew them with twigs when we were young. Mother even beat my brother and I because of it. However, we were still very happy because the pictures represented our dreams. The pony was a knight, and the book was an auditor. Cell's eyes seemed to sparkle as he talked about the past. However, when he talked about the second door, his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. The second door is the door of my uncle's house. It contains my brothers and my nightmares for 6 years. Cell seemed to have used up all his strength to speak. It took a long while before he recovered. The reason why I want to go back to the trial is because I want to open the first door and take a look. Cell looked at Angor with an expectant look. And then? Angor asked in a cold tone. Cell's words might have touched Angor's heart, but not Cell's. The reason he gave was still not good enough in Angor's opinion. Cell was silent for a moment, his eyes filled with hesitation. If that's all, I can't make an exception for you, Angor said. Cell finally made up his mind. He slowly knelt down and crossed his arms in front of his chest when Angor raised an eyebrow. Cell didn't say anything, but his action spoke for itself. It was a knight's salute. It meant to give him everything he had. His life, his future, and his glory. Rise. You're not a knight. Cell looked up and spoke in a determined tone, I will become a knight. Angor looked at Cell quietly. I don't need a knight. Cell didn't seem to be affected by Angor's words at all. Angor remained silent for a while. I don't need a knight, but I don't think Foundation City will mind having too many of them. Cell's eyes brightened up a little. Of course, you have to be qualified to become a knight first. At least, you're not qualified now. Go back to the library and think about it. Before Cell could say anything, Angor had Freud cover Cell's eyes and ordered someone to take him back to the library. When Cell left, Freud looked at Angor. Sir, I'm still willing to give Cell a chance. Angor seemed determined, but he did not give up on Cell's hope. Not now didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. I'm not the one who gave him the chance, Angor spoke in a soft voice. When Cell performed the salute, Angor couldn't tell what was on Cell's mind. But at least at that moment, Cell's eyes were determined. For a moment, Angor was moved by Cell's determination. However, people's minds changed. Everyone had a moment when they wanted to do something, but it usually didn't last long. Either they were limited by external circumstances, or they didn't have enough willpower. Cell might be determined now, but it didn't mean he would be determined in the future. For this reason, Angor didn't give him a definite answer. But he didn't mean to kill Cell's hope either. However, if he was given hope, whether or not he could seize the opportunity was up to Cell. I think I can understand Cell's personality now. It's the environment that shaped him, Freud said. Sometimes, people don't want to grow up to be something they hate. They're just born at the wrong time. Lisa went through the same thing, but she didn't give up on herself. People who were happy were all alike, while those who weren't were all unhappy in their own ways. There were also people who were more unfortunate than Cell. For example, Guina, the talent Angor brought back from Halon. Her limbs were all chopped off, and her lips were sewn back together. She was basically a walking stick. Even so, Guina didn't give up just because she was unlucky. She had done many evil things, but the determination in her eyes was something Angor had never seen before. Angor didn't mind giving Cell a chance if he really wanted to follow through. But if it was just empty talk, Angor didn't care. Life was meant to be controlled by oneself. To live the way one wanted, it wasn't a final destination. It was a process to reach the other side of the river. And since it was just a process, Angor wouldn't give up just because the environment changed or time passed. Angor walked to the end of the hallway and reached out his hand before the red wooden door. The door opened on its own before he could knock. A low and hoarse voice came from inside. Come in. Angor saw Sunders staring at the illusion in front of him. The illusion was filled with data and magic formulas. Every now and then, Sunders would point at the illusion nodes at his fingertips, which allowed the illusions to flow like rainbows. The data was changing rapidly, and the long series of mana formulas were also changing constantly. It seemed Sunders was calculating something. Data formulas had always been the most important asset to all wizards. Some wizards could even use a string of data to deduce other people's research with the help of magic formulas. For this reason, such information was usually kept private and shouldn't be looked into. However, since Sunders didn't hide the information from Angor, he didn't plan to keep it to himself. Angor looked at the illusion curiously. Ever since he became a wizard, his calculation ability had been improving day by day. He looked at the magic formula in the illusion and did some calculations in his mind. It did not take him long to figure out what Sunders was trying to do. Sunders was trying to analyze the energy structure of the microscopic world. If Wallace was here to see Sunders' research topic, he would probably be taken aback. Because this kind of academic topic was more than practical, it had always been the academic faction's favorite topic. Sunders, on the other hand, always looked down on academies. Still, Angor quickly understood what Sunders was trying to do. Sunders was building a foundation for the construction of the energy system in the Dream Wasteland. When the day came, Sunders would need Angor's help through the Tree of Authority. Therefore, Sunders didn't need to hide the information from Angor. Angor watched the calculations quietly while trying to figure out what was going on in his mind. About 10 minutes later, Sunders finished calculating a section of nodes and stopped flicking the illusions. I only knew a little about energy before. But now, after reading your research, I realized how complicated the energy system is. Angor sighed. Both the macroscopic and microscopic worlds can be extended infinitely. If I really want to study them thoroughly, I won't be able to do it in my entire life. The only thing I can do now is to cut out a part of it and study it. However, I think this is enough. The Dream Wasteland has its own laws. Once the energy system is built, I'm sure the laws there will also help to make it self-consistent and complete. In a world supported by its own rules, sometimes, it only needed to provide a little medium for it to evolve on its own. Just like ink dripping into water, it would slowly disperse on its own. Sunders agreed. He was not an academic wizard, and he could not spend all his time on such academic subjects. His plan was the same as Angor's, which was to give the Dream Wasteland an external stimulus while letting the Dream Wasteland evolve itself. Just as Freud had said before, if one used dreams as a horse, there would be no boundaries in the distance. Under the unlimited dream condition, Sunders could use the smallest cost to move the biggest lever. You're right. But there's another important piece of information in my data. Can you see it? Sunders pointed at the illusion in front of him. He checked the data again and did not find the other important information mentioned by Sunders. Angor was about to shake his head when he noticed the faint smile on Sunders' lips. Is it the core of the wasteland? You're smart, aren't you? Sunders already acquired an authority called Energy Level Limit in the Dream Wasteland. However, it did not allow him to unleash energy in the Dream Wasteland. He needed another authority to build an energy system unique to the Dream Wasteland. Since Freud failed to fuse astronomical shift, Sunders decided not to use Luck Codex to search for the unknown authority right away. Instead, he planned to calculate the core of the unknown authority first. If the core of the unknown authority was within his tolerance range, he would be able to fuse with it. Otherwise, it would be a pity if the authority went too far and dissipated, just like what happened with celestial shift. Angor quickly realized something. Professor, you're trying to use the smallest trick to open the door to building an energy system, which means the authority isn't as important as you think. Is it within your tolerance range? You can think of it that way. Angor's eyes lit up. When are you going to fuse with the second authority, Professor? There's no need to rush. We're only looking at it from a microscopic point of view. If we want to build an energy system, we'll need to look at it from a macroscopic point of view. I need to study it from a macroscopic point of view, and then do a comprehensive evaluation. Also, this is probably just my wishful thinking. Maybe the unknown authority in the Dream Wasteland requires more than just a small section of energy. If that's the case, I'll need to study the energy system thoroughly. In that case, I'll need to be at least a legendary to be able to fuse with the authority. Let's hope that's not the case. Angor nodded. He understood Sunders' decision. If it was a matter of life and death, it was fine to act on impulse. However, when there was no external pressure, it was best to be cautious before acting. I've heard about the Rising Star competition. You're quite considerate of that apprentice who challenged you to a sky fight. Angor nodded his head. Well, I've heard about the Rising Star competition. Angor sighed. It's just. I heard about Trom's reason for challenging me, and I feel a little sorry for him. Sunders didn't know the story behind it, but he had a pretty good idea about Trom's background. Pale witches were famous in the wizarding world for their love of pranks. People around her, such as her apprentices, were often her targets. Be that as it may, aren't you worried that other people will slander you for refusing an apprentice's challenge? For example, you're too weak to even accept an apprentice's challenge. I don't need to care about what other people think, Angor replied calmly. Sunders nodded and chuckled. If one really cared about other people's opinions, their reputation would become a burden that hindered their progress. It could even become a weakness. Sunders was pleased that Angor could see through this at such a young age. Speaking of which, why did you come looking for me this time? Since the Rising Star competition is over, are you going to tell me that you're leaving? He walked to the window and saw what was going on downstairs through the clear glass. Greya was training Toby in his griffin form, while Shirley kept her eyes close to sense Toby's emotions. She would take notes from time to time. Yes, it's time to leave. But I want to stay for a few more days and see if I can make Toby face resentment. That's why you're here? Angor nodded. Sure. Mr. Rain wants us to leave as soon as possible, but according to Maya's prophecy, the ruin should remain stable for a while. Sunders paused and asked, You mean Toby will have to face resentment spirit? You wanted to enter the House of Heart? Yes. According to some of the tests I asked Freud to do, the House of Heart should work on Toby. But I'm planning to stay for a few more days because of Shirley. Water Witch asked Angor to keep Shirley under control, but he couldn't bring her out of Floating Mech City. Angor hoped that he could use Shirley's help to solve Toby's problem as soon as possible. What he wanted to do right now was to study the microscopic and macroscopic energies. As for whether he would do it in Floating Mech City or Brute Cavern, it didn't really matter. You can decide for yourself about Toby, said Sunders. But I'm interested in the House of Heart report you mentioned. A moment later, Sunders entered the dream wasteland and asked Freud to read the report about the House of Heart. Angor left Sunders' study room and went to the yard. Toby, who was being trained, looked at Angor with teary eyes. She had clearly transformed into a mountainous griffin, but her teary eyes still made others feel pity for her due to the contrast between her size and the size of her body. Toby was sending a distress signal to Angor, but he knew from experience that Angor would not come to save him. But this time, Toby was a little surprised. He walked to the center of the stage and stood between Greya and Toby. What do you mean? Greya frowned. Since she was talking to Angor, Greya had already restrained her tone. If it were someone else, she would have lashed out without a second thought. I'm going to do an experiment that will help Toby, Angor said. Greya's frown eased a little when she heard about the experiment beneficial to Toby's condition. Is it related to Toby's wrath? Yes. Angor nodded. The experiment doesn't require Toby's physical condition, but we need him to be mentally stable. That's why. He interrupted Greya's training. Greya put away her whip and walked to the side. I want to hear about the design of your experiment and the expected result. When Greya walked away, Toby rushed to Angor's side and rubbed his head against Angor's to express his joy. Unfortunately, Toby forgot that he was still in his griffin form and was still covered in flames. Angor was lucky that he dodged in time or his hair would have been burned. Toby also realized what was going on and lowered his head in embarrassment. He chirped and transformed back into a gray bird before landing on Angor's shoulder. Angor stroked Toby's feathers and walked to Greya. I need to keep the experiment a secret for now. A secret? Greya frowned. Why would Angor want to keep Toby's wrath a secret? Unless there was something Angor didn't want to show? Or something he didn't want anyone to know? Yes. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. But I can tell you that I'm not going to do it in real life. You're going to do it in your dreams instead of in real life? Shaylay muttered as she overheard Angor's words. Angor glanced at Shaylay. You're right. I'm going to do it in a dream. Shaylay didn't know what Angor meant. You're going to enter Toby's dream? Greya asked. Back in Dark Castle, Greya saw Angor entering Toby's dream, which was why she asked this question. As you know, the Wrath of Wrath will turn into a figure in the dream and influence Toby. Toby won't be able to fully control himself in his own dream. Greya nodded. Entering someone's dream is like entering someone's carefully created domain. It's very dangerous. That's why I won't do it in Toby's dream. I'm going to let Toby enter my dream. Angor stopped talking. Greya also realized that Angor was planning to do an experiment in his own dream. But there had to be something else going on. I don't know what you're going to do, but how are you going to bring Toby into your dream? Toby isn't going to learn dream walk, is he? I have a plan. Angor blinked. I know more than one dream cantrip. Angor was implying that he knew other dream cantrips that could bring Toby into Greya's dream. If a dream manipulator was standing in front of Angor, they would realize that Angor was lying right away. Even if there was a way to bring someone into one's dream, it wouldn't be a simple cantrip. However, Greya was standing in front of Angor. She didn't know much about dream manipulators, which was a rare branch of dream manipulators. For this reason, she didn't notice anything wrong. Greya considered for a moment. If you've made up your mind, then, very well. Greya knew that Angor wouldn't do anything to harm Toby, so she chose to trust him. Angor nodded at Greya to tell her not to worry. Then, he looked at Shaylay, who was eavesdropping on them. Later, when I bring Toby into the dream, I want you to help me record his emotions. Shaylay didn't expect Angor to give her such a task. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. Her job was to stay by Greya's side and record Toby's condition. After arranging everything outside, Angor found a spot in the yard and entered the dream wasteland with Toby right in front of Greya and Shaylay. Angor and Toby entered the dream together. Greya looked at the sleeping Toby with a puzzled look. Greya already knew that Angor and Toby shared a secret. Whenever Toby entered a dream, the grudge spirit would turn into a creature in the dream and lead Toby to fall, or even break free from the seal. The grudge spirit had already taken Angor's form and wreaked havoc in Toby's dream. For this reason, whenever Toby felt sleepy, Greya would use all kinds of methods to make him feel sleepy. However, Angor didn't seem to care about this at all. As long as Toby was around, Toby would always fall asleep. Angor cared about Toby's safety, so he wouldn't allow the creature to be in danger. Then his behavior was very strange. He was very sure that Toby would be fine if he entered the dream next to him. Where did this confidence come from? What's going on with Toby now? Greya asked Shirley. Shirley had been keeping an eye on Toby's condition, so she answered without hesitation, same as before. The negative emotions inside Toby's body are still surging in the depths of the sea. They didn't cause any ripples on the surface. In other words, Toby was the same as when he was awake. Greya narrowed her eyes. Was this the reason? Did Angor pull Toby into his dream to keep the creature safe? When Toby was sleeping, Angor wasn't sleeping at all. That wasn't right. Then what could it be? Greya couldn't figure it out, but she had a feeling that it had something to do with the dream realm. And, Greya looked up at one of the rooms on the second floor behind her. She recalled that Sunders mentioned that he was studying dream cantrip as well. Both master and disciple were crossing realms to study the dream element. There must be something fishy going on here. Maybe there was something in the dream realm that they had been hiding all this time. I don't think Angor will hurt Toby, but I still want to know their secret. Greya mumbled. Shirley heard Greya's words, but she didn't catch what Greya was talking about. Are you talking to me, Lady Greya? No. Just keep an eye on Toby. Greya shook her head. Shirley focused her attention on Toby again. Not long after, Shirley suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Toby's negative emotions seem to be surging. What's going on? Greya jerked her head around. Shirley shook her head. I don't know what's going on, but my negative emotions are welling up. It's happening so quickly. From Greya's point of view, Toby was still sleeping soundly. However, things were different in Sally's eyes. She was very sensitive to emotions. Even in her normal state, she could sense the resentment hidden deep within Toby's body. Now, Shirley could even feel that terrifying and enormous negative emotion. In Shirley's eyes, Toby was like a calm ocean. Only in the depths of the ocean would there be undercurrents. Now, the ocean began to change. The tides began to surge, and the undercurrents began to turn into bubbles that rose to the surface. At first, Shirley could answer Grea's questions while keeping an eye on Toby's condition. But later, Shirley could no longer pay attention to the outside world. She felt herself being completely enveloped by Toby's negative emotions. The surface of the ocean was now filled with bubbles made of negative emotions. Only a soft bang sound was heard. The bubble burst, and the negative emotions contained within were released. Thick black smoke began to rise from the surface of the ocean. It was like the darkest fog in the night, covering the ocean that was slowly going out of control. How can there be such strong negative emotions? Shirley muttered in disbelief. She always knew Toby had a lot of negative emotions inside him, but she didn't expect them to be so terrifying. Even someone like Shirley, who loved collecting negative emotions, felt scared. On top of that, Shirley could sense that the negative emotions that Toby was releasing had already been suppressed. The stronger ones were still being suppressed inside Toby's body. While Shirley was frightened by the negative emotions, Greya finally noticed something strange. A faint black mist was spreading out from Toby's body and lingering around him. The black mist was the manifestation of extreme resentment. Greya sensed the negative emotions coming from the mist. Resentment, hatred, jealousy, evil. Why is this happening? Is the suppression inside Toby's body on the verge of breaking down? If the extreme resentment really broke free, it meant Toby had to face the extreme resentment tribulation. But could Toby really handle the extreme resentment tribulation in his current condition? It wasn't that Greya didn't trust Toby. She just knew how terrifying Toby's enemies were. Extreme resentment, a legendary monster's emotional trial. Greya looked at Toby's body and clenched her fists nervously. Earlier, she still needed Shirley's answer. But now, she could see the black mist around Toby getting thicker and thicker. What should we do? Do we really have to let Toby face the extreme resentment tribulation? Greya frowned and looked at the golden-haired man sleeping beside Toby. What are you doing, Angor? While Greya was still worrying, Angor suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on, Angor? Greya hurried to Angor's side. Angor didn't answer Greya's question. Instead, he looked at Toby's sleeping form. The black mist around Toby's body was so thick that he could only see its outline. I knew it, Angor muttered. What are you sure about? What's going on with Toby? Greya couldn't help but ask. Angor looked at Greya. I'll tell you later. Right now, I need to deal with Toby. Greya waited for Angor to finish the job. But Angor closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Greya felt strange seeing this. According to Angor, he would bring Toby into his dream to conduct an experiment. But now, Angor was awake. There was no way Toby was still in Angor's dream. Where was Toby now? Or did Angor never bring Toby into Angor's dream in the first place? Was he lying? While Greya was still trying to figure out what was going on, Toby's condition changed again. Maybe Angor was right, he was going to solve the problem. The black mist around Toby's body began to shrink. In the end, it all went into Toby's body. Greya looked at Toby again and saw that he was still sleeping soundly. It was as if nothing happened. Greya couldn't sense Toby's emotions, so she looked at Shirley and hoped to get an answer from her. What's going on with Toby? Shirley was still in shock. She breathed heavily and tried to sense Toby's emotions again. Toby's negative emotions sank to the bottom of the sea again. He's back to normal. End of chapter 1683. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.